Chapter 1. The divine healer emerges from the valley. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms of nature. The surroundings were encircled by mountains on three sides, with a body of water gracing the fourth. A quaint pavilion by the lakeside stood a handsome young man, visibly vexed, facing an elderly man who exuded an ethereal aura. "Old man, what trickery are you up to this time? Are you planning to strike me?" The young man, named Lin Hao, had endured over 100 beatings from the elder during his 6 years in the valley. Each encounter left him severely battered. In his junior year of university, Lin Hao had chanced upon this old man, who proclaimed him to be a congenital Tao body, a natural cultivator. Lin Hao had dismissed him as delusional and had even kindly contacted a mental health facility on his behalf. Subsequently, he was knocked unconscious and brought to this valley of healing. For 6 long years, Lin Hao had contemplated escape, only to be met with relentless beatings each time. With a casual wave of his hand, the elder summoned a small fish from the lake to rest upon the table. "Your master is akin to this small fish," he stated. "A fish will perish without water, just as I am confined by the dearth of spiritual energy in this realm. The day of reckoning is upon me." Lin Hao merely scoffed in response. The elder, somewhat resigned, inquired, "Do you still harbor resentment towards me?" Lin Hao remained silent, aware that he could not overpower the old man. It was foolish to respond to a question that would invite further punishment. The elder chuckled. "Ah, you have grown wise. Little one, I have several matters to discuss with you. Firstly, upon your descent from the mountain, seek out the Liu family in Jiang City. Liu Yanran, as stated in the marriage contract, is your betrothed. See if you can conceive a child with a natural Tao body. I recall there was another girl betrothed to you, but alas, I cannot remember who. Secondly, after my demise, place me upon a bamboo raft and let me drift away. Thirdly, dedicate yourself to your cultivation, striving for the day when you can finally break free from this prison. In the twilight of my life, could you perhaps call me master?" Lin Hao coldly retorted, "You mentioned there were only 3 things," the elder sighed, falling into silence. He gazed into the distance, reclining in his armchair, gradually closing his eyes. His complexion grew pale, and at some point, his pulse and breath ceased. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, observing intently. The old man was cunning. He could not afford to let his guard down. Possessing profound medical knowledge, he had the ability to bring the dead back to life. Moreover, as a formidable cultivator, Lin Hao found it hard to believe that the elder had truly passed away. "Stop pretending. If you continue this charade, I shall burn you and scatter your ashes in the lake to feed the fish." Had he spoken such words in the past, the elder would have undoubtedly gone into a rage and pummeled Lin Hao mercilessly. Yet this time, the old man remained utterly still. After repeated confirmations, Lin Hao reluctantly acknowledged the truth. The elder was indeed dead. Turning his gaze to the bamboo raft by the lake, Lin Hao gently laid the old man's body upon it. His expression was a tumult of emotions. The elder had been tyrannical in his ways, yet he had undeniably guided Lin Hao onto the path of cultivation. In a mere 6 years, even in this era of diminished magic, Lin Hao had reached the initial stage of golden core. His medical skills were now on par with those of the elder. Untying the ropes, the bamboo raft began to drift away with the current. "Old man, I ought to resent you." Lin Hao watched the raft carrying the elder on his final journey, when 2 women approached the Valley of Healing. The leading woman donned a military uniform and bore 2 stars upon her shoulders, though her complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Lin Hao cast a final glance at the bamboo raft, before turning back to the pharmacy. Upon encountering the 2 women, he spoke with a calm demeanor. "From today onward, the medicine Immortal Valley shall be sealed. No one shall be treated henceforth." The leading woman furrowed her delicate brows, a jade needle resting in her palm. "I seek the divine Dr. Li. There exists a regulation in the medicine Immortal Valley, permitting those who possess the jade needle to request a single intervention from divine Dr. Li. Those who come seeking medical aid have never been left in despair." As Lin Hao strode into the pharmacy, he let slip a chilling remark. "The old man is dead." The leading woman's eyes narrowed, disbelief etched across her visage. Moments later, Lin Hao emerged with some items in hand. He regarded the leading woman intently, inquiring, "Have you been afflicted by a poisonous curse?" She nodded. "Hand me the jade needle that I shall treat you, so that the old man may rest in peace." Another woman interjected, "General, perhaps we should summon Elder Zhang. He is far too young." Perhaps Lin Hao chuckled, responding directly, "Her suggestion holds merit. However, one thing remains: the jade needle must still be given to me. Consider your request for medical aid fulfilled." The leading woman scrutinized Lin Hao for a moment before declaring, "I am Qin Wushuang. The jade needle is yours, and you shall heal me." Lin Hao was taken aback. "You trust me?" A smile graced Qin Wushuang's face as she replied, "It wouldn't hurt to try." The other woman grew anxious, hastily imploring, "General." Qin Wushuang shook her head. "Feng Wu, no need for further words. He discerned my affliction at a glance. His medical expertise is extraordinary. I have faith that he can assist me." Cough, cough. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang was seized by a violent fit of coughing, dark energy visibly emanating from her countenance. "Support her and lay her down. I shall expel the poison," Lin Hao commanded without hesitation. Feng Wu complied swiftly. Lin Hao began his preparations, instructing, "Unfasten her upper garments. I must perform acupuncture." Feng Wu hesitated, reluctant for Lin Hao to take advantage of the general. "Delay further, and should the poison spread to her internal organs, she will perish. Were it not for her formidable strength in suppressing the curse, she would not have endured until now." "Very well." Feng Wu resolved her doubts and loosened Qin Wushuang's clothing. As she was left clad in only a thin garment, Lin Hao remarked coolly, "It is sufficient." Producing silver needles, Lin Hao channeled his internal energy, piercing 9 needles into Qin Wushuang's chest and abdomen. Subsequently, he directed his vital energy to his hands to expel the toxins. All the toxins, including the cursed insects, coalesced together. With a violent retch, she expelled a mouthful of black blood, within which wriggled the cursed creatures. Lin Hao withdrew the silver needles, and with a casual wave, the black blood evaporated into thin air. "She is out of danger. Now depart. Henceforth, I shall not treat anyone else for the old man." With that, Lin Hao made his way towards the valley's exit, intent on fulfilling the old man's final wish in the city. Chapter 2. The countenance of the Liu family watching Lin Hao depart. Qin Wushuang's expression was one of complexity. As Lin Hao casually waved his hand, the black blood evaporated, and she had already awakened. Not only was his medical skill extraordinary, but his prowess also surpassed mine by a considerable margin. "Grandfather certainly possesses keen judgment," Feng Wu remarked, gazing in the direction Lin Hao had taken. "General, why did you not disclose the origin of the jade needle to him earlier?" When divine physician Li had come to the aid of old Master Qin, he had refused any remuneration and instead gifted that jade needle. Since that moment, the general has become his fiancée. Now that she has encountered him, what are your thoughts, General? Qin Wushuang shook her head, somewhat helpless. He did not afford me the opportunity to speak. Before I could utter a word, the poison manifested, and after he extracted it, he departed. As for whether I would marry him, we shall see. Feng Wu was quite surprised. She was aware of how discerning Qin Wushuang was. Does the general imply that she might consider marrying him? Qin Wushuang smiled faintly as she walked toward the valley entrance. I hold promises in the highest regard. Having established a betrothal, I shall not break it unless he chooses to do so. Come now, there is no urgency regarding the betrothal. Let us see what he is hastily departing to accomplish. Indeed, the foremost lady is named Qin Wushuang. She commands 100,000 soldiers and instills fear across the land. The barbaric foes tremble at her name. She once vanquished 300,000 enemies from the Western White Elephant Nation in a single battle and has been honored as the goddess of war in the Western territories. At the valley's mouth, Lin Hao had not ventured far. Upon seeing the two arrive, he effortlessly shattered the mechanism. The immense dragon severing stone, weighing 100,000 pounds, slowly descended, sealing the valley's entrance. The medical Immortal Valley was officially closed. As Lin Hao turned to leave once more, Qin Wushuang spoke up. Your name is Lin Hao, the youngest disciple of the esteemed physician Li. May I inquire where you intend to go? I could escort you. Lin Hao halted his steps. To Jiang City. The Liu family. Qin Wushuang pressed for details. What is your purpose there? Lin Hao frowned slightly. Her inquiries felt somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, he did not conceal anything. To fulfill the old man's last wish and wed Liu Yanran. Upon hearing Lin Hao's response, Qin Wushuang's expression turned peculiar. Am I being intercepted here? Once they were in the carriage, Qin Wushuang remarked, I had previously traveled from Jiang City. If you wish to marry Liu Yanran, it may not be as easy as you think. Lin Hao casually inquired. Why so? Qin Wushuang looked at him and explained. the Liu family in Jiang City. While not considered a top-tier family, possesses assets amounting to around 1 billion. They are intent on allying with the He family. Today, the Liu family is holding an engagement ceremony with the He family at the Tianqing Hotel. The bride-to-be is none other than Liu Yanran. Lin Hao's expression remained impassive, yet internally he felt a sense of relief. He had not intended to undertake the first task in the old man's wishes. However, given his skills in both martial arts and medicine were indeed taught by the old man, he had initially hoped to sever ties in this manner. Since Liu Yanran appeared unwilling to remain solitary and had found another, Lin Hao could only feel fortunate for himself. To Tianqing Hotel, Qin Wushuang nodded in agreement. Feng Wu, let us proceed directly to Tianqing Hotel. The guests were numerous, all renowned figures of the city. A military off-road vehicle arrived, and upon receiving intelligence from Qin Wushuang, Lin Hao proceeded directly to the presidential suite 8888 on the 16th floor, for Liu Yanran was currently within that room. As the unpretentious Lin Hao stepped into the suite, he immediately captivated the attention of everyone present. Was he a beggar, or perhaps a laborer from the countryside? What was happening at the Tianqing Hotel, allowing anyone to enter? A pitiable wretch, get out. Lin Hao paid no mind to the remarks and calmly inquired, is Liu Yanran here? At the sound of his voice, a tall woman in a white wedding gown rose. She was indeed Liu Yanran, possessing a commendable physique and appearance, though she paled in comparison to Qin Wushuang. Even Feng Wu, the deputy commander beside Qin Wushuang, overshadowed her. Liu Yanran looked at Lin Hao with disdain, covering her mouth and nose with her hand. You've come to mooch off us, haven't you? I do not recognize any laborers, you filthy peasant. You nearly ruined my good mood. Slap yourself 10 times and get out. Lin Hao approached Liu Yanran directly, retrieving the marriage contract from his possession. You are Liu Yanran? This is our marriage contract. Do you acknowledge it? The elderly gentleman in traditional attire in the room slightly changed his expression. He took the contract from Liu Yanran and, upon seeing that it was endorsed by the renowned physician Li, his demeanor grew complex, soon replaced by a glint of coldness in his eyes. Liu Yanran glanced at her grandfather and, upon receiving a nod from the elderly man, became emboldened. Taking back the contract, Liu Yanran tore it to shreds before Lin Hao's eyes. Humph, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. I am the eldest daughter of the Liu family. What are you? How dare you harbor such ridiculous thoughts of marrying me? Utterly laughable. Kneel and crawl out. I will pretend this never happened, or else. Lin Hao interrupted Liu Yanran, directing his gaze toward the elderly gentleman. Liu Chuanji, 5 years ago you were on the brink of death. That old man extended your life for 5 more years at your repeated request to settle this marriage contract. Now, you refuse to honor it? Liu Chuanji sneered. If you were a young talent with a fortune of billions, I would naturally fulfill my promise and give my granddaughter to you. Unfortunately, you possess nothing. It is not too late for you to leave. Continue your unreasonable antics. And if my Liu family loses face before the He family, you will find it a dream to depart Tianqing Hotel upright. The marriage contract is void. Leave. Lin Hao chuckled inwardly, thinking, old man, this is not my fault. This woman, having been with many men, looks down upon me. He cast a deep glance at Liu Chuanji. Take care. Cherish these last few days. Prepare your coffin in advance to avoid a hasty scramble later. Should I fulfill the old man's dying wish, I would certainly do my utmost to extend Liu Chuanji's life for a few more years. Alas, it is not I who breaks my promise, but rather the Liu family who deems me unworthy. With that, Lin Hao turned to leave. However, he was obstructed by a man clad in a tailored suit. This gentleman was none other than Liu Yanran's betrothed, the esteemed heir of the He family, He Jia. Chapter 3. My indifference towards buses at this moment. He Jia wore a grim expression. He had just heard Lin Hao's words and was casting a cold glare at him. This fellow, dressed in a shabby attire worth no more than 100 yuan, had actually been engaged to Liu Yanran. Liu Yanran's countenance shifted, and she hurriedly approached, pointing at Lin Hao. Darling, do not misunderstand. This fellow is merely a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. My heart and my being belongs solely to you. He has no connection to me. Please do not be angry, all right? He Jia, embracing Liu Yanran, looked down at Lin Hao with an air of superiority. Little beggar. You must have heard Yanran's words. Times have changed. What do you possess to compete with me for a woman? Do you think that torn scrap of paper is sufficient? It is best to have self-awareness in life, or you might not even know how you meet your end. Slap. Lin Hao swiftly struck He Jia across the face, sending him reeling. If it weren't for the old man's dying wish, I wouldn't even spare a glance at such a bus. Only you would treat her like a treasure. Our engagement is now void. You should keep an eye on this wayward woman. Let me remind you, a dog cannot change its nature. A woman whose lips are tasted by thousands and whose body is ridden by many must be watched closely. Otherwise, you will find not a hat atop your head, but a vast expanse of green grassland. Lu Yinran trembled with rage. She could no longer allow Lin Hao to continue. She had painstakingly reached this point with He Jie and would not permit Lin Hao to destroy it. He Jie, too, was taken aback. He never expected Lin Hao would dare to lay a hand on him. Lu Yinran pointed at Lin Hao and shouted furiously, "Get out! I command you to leave. Otherwise, I will ensure you meet your end here at the Tianqing Hotel." Lin Hao stepped forward, grasping Lu Yinran's throat and lifting her into the air, his expression cold. "If you raise your voice at me again, you will perish." Lu Chuanji's expression changed. Lu Yinran must not come to harm. He fixed a stern gaze on Lin Hao, speaking in a low voice. "Lin Hao, release Yinran. I will give you the half of the jade pendant left by your master when he arranged the engagement. He said it pertains to your origins." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's movements faltered. Origins? That old man had taken him away during his 3rd year. Yet he left a jade pendant related to Lin Hao's lineage with the Lu family. The old man must have been watching him closely all along. Was he truly dead? Lin Hao's heart was filled with uncertainty. He possessed fragmented memories of his origins. One snowy year, when he was 4.5, he was sent to an orphanage by none other than his mother. He hid amidst the clutter of the orphanage and witnessed his mother collapse in a pool of blood. She had told him not to cry and to hide well. Eventually, Lin Hao became frozen in the orphanage, never to see his mother again. Though she did not accompany him in his growth, she had guarded him with her life. "Bring it here." He coldly tossed the now pale Lu Yin aside as if discarding refuse. Lin Hao fixed his icy gaze on Lu Chuanji. Lu Chuanji took a deep breath and said, "The jade pendant is in the Lu family. I will take you to retrieve it. I only ask that you do not disrupt Yin Ran and He Xiao's engagement banquet." Lin Hao replied with indifference, "If they do not court death, I will not take a life." He Jie's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, yet he dared not utter a word. He sensed the aura of death emanating from Lin Hao, clearly indicating that he was not merely speaking idly. Should there be any further provocation, this scoundrel would indeed carry out his threat. Lin Hao settled onto the sofa and spoke again. "I shall wait here until you bring the jade pendant. Until it is in my possession, their engagement banquet shall not commence." Lu Chuanji's wrinkled face was a canvas of seething rage, yet he nodded in agreement. For now, placating Lin Hao was the only opportunity to find a way to deal with him, rather than retrieving the jade pendant himself. Lu Chuanji instructed a middle-aged man to return to the Lu family. This man was Lu Shuiliang, the current head of the Lu family. He had remained silent throughout, but Lin Hao did not underestimate him. A barking dog does not bite. This individual was certainly not to be taken lightly. As time passed, the atmosphere in the presidential suite became increasingly tense. Without Lin Hao's permission, no one dared to entertain the thought of leaving, especially since over a dozen Lu family bodyguards had already fallen. At last, Lu Shuiliang returned, holding a dark wooden box, which he presented to Lin Hao. Lin Hao slowly opened the box to reveal half of a dragon-shaped jade pendant. The pendant was carved from exquisite black jade, a rarity beyond value. Gently caressing the pendant, Lin Hao's expression turned somber as memories of his mother, who had fallen in a pool of blood 20 years prior, flooded back. His fists clenched involuntarily. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to rise and leave when he found a dark gun barrel aimed at his forehead. The weapon's owner was none other than Lu Shuiliang, who had just retrieved the jade pendant. At that moment, the atmosphere became charged with tension once more. Lu Shuiliang fixed his gaze on Lin Hao, his tone icy. "Surprised, are you? My daughter is not someone who can be desecrated by just anyone, especially not by someone like you, a lowly scoundrel from the countryside. You may now deliver your last words." Lin Hao placed the half-dragon-shaped jade pendant around his neck, remaining composed in the face of the gun. "You should not have made such a foolish move. Are you not afraid of being arrested and executed?" Lu Shuiliang laughed, a sinister expression crossing his face. "It seems you know nothing of this world. Keeping a mistress is merely a moral issue, while hiring an escort is against the law. Inflating the price of a commodity by a few cents or a dollar constitutes illegal activity. Selling a house, even at double the price, is perfectly reasonable. Do you understand?" Lin Hao met Lu Shuiliang's gaze directly. "Does wealth and power justify everything?" Lu Shuiliang laughed heartily. "Indeed." Crack. The next moment, the sound of breaking bones echoed as Lin Hao twisted Lu Shuiliang's wrist, causing him to release the gun, his tone as cold as ice. I detest when others point such things at my head. Now, it is your turn to utter your last words. Hiss. Lu Shuiliang first gasped in horror, then let out a cry of anguish. Just as Lin Hao prepared to strike down Lu Shuiliang, a voice rang out loudly. The war god of the West. General Qin has arrived. Everyone stood in solemn respect, and Lu Chuanji was particularly elated. The arrival of General Qin truly honored the Lu family. He was eager to witness how this rustic lad would continue his arrogance. Lu Chuanji approached with a beaming smile. Thank you, General Qin, for gracing us with your presence at the engagement banquet. I have an unreasonable request. Please, save my Lu Shuiliang. This villain seeks to take his life. He is defying the law of the land and showing contempt for General Qin. Qin Wushuang disregarded him and continued forward. Feng Wu shoved Lu Chuanji aside, coldly stating, "Step aside." Qin Wushuang walked directly to Lin Hao, blinking her eyes. Are you all right? Upon hearing this, Lu Chuanji's eyes widened in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. Chapter 4. I am also your fiancé, dressed in military attire. Qin Wushuang, already possessing an enchanting beauty, radiated an additional aura of valor and elegance. In contrast, Lu Yanran seemed like a mere sparrow compared to a phoenix. Is it truly General Qin? Has she come to attend the engagement banquet? Surely, one must have been blind not to notice how she completely disregarded old Master Lu. She must be here for that rustic lad. Do they know each other? Unthinkable. Their social standings are worlds apart. Whispers filled the air, and the gazes directed at Qin Wushuang brimmed with reverence. Lin Hao shook his head, his tone remaining unremarkable. I have no concerns. The ones with issues are the Lu family. Qin Wushuang offered a slight smile. You saved my life. I can help you eradicate the Lu family. Lin Hao fixed his gaze on her, taking a moment before responding. I know you can, but it's unnecessary. The Lu family is insignificant. I can handle them myself. Qin Wushuang nodded and said, I consider you a friend. I genuinely can assist you. However, since you refuse, I shall not impose my will upon you. The Lu family members, overhearing their conversation, turned pale with fear. If Qin Wushuang truly decided to aid Lin Hao in destroying the Lu family, it would merely take a word. Once she spoke, countless would step forward to assist her. Even the He family would likely join in. Qin Wushuang's influence was immense. It was nearly impossible to find someone in the entire city who could rival her power. Even if such individuals existed, they were beyond the reach of the Lu family. Lin Hao toyed with a handgun, suddenly hurling it towards Lu Shuiliang. The bullet struck Lu Shuiliang squarely in the forehead, embedding itself deeply. Blood gushed forth as Lu Shuiliang collapsed into a pool of crimson. There is no need to annihilate the Lu family just yet. I initially aimed to fulfill the old man's last wish and honor that woman's engagement. Yet, they looked down on me. As for this fool, he just pointed a gun at my head. Now he is dead, and this matter can rest for the time being. However, Qin Wushuang coldly remarked, one must eradicate the roots of the problem. Otherwise, it will sprout anew with the spring breeze. A scornful expression crossed Lin Hao's face as he surveyed the Lu family. Incompetence. They cannot seek revenge. Should they attempt to retaliate, the Lu family will cease to exist in this city. With formidable strength as his backing, he feared no one. Yet, his mind was somewhat muddled, consumed by a desire to uncover the truth of his origins. What had become of his mother, who had fallen into a pool of blood 20 years ago? Was she alive or dead? The eyes of the Lu family, when they looked at Lin Hao, were filled not only with hatred but also with dread. Lin Hao was no longer someone they could provoke, though Lin Hao stood alone. They had 100 ways to eliminate him. Revenge? They would need to ascertain the relationship between the two before proceeding. Lu Chuanji watched Lin Hao depart, his eyes harboring a profound murderous intent. Qin Wushuang followed Lin Hao but abruptly turned back. The Lu family really is something. Especially you, Lu Yanran. If you adore men so much, why not become a courtesan? Congratulations on missing your chance. You shall surely regret it in the future. With a cough, Lu Chuanji, upon hearing Qin Wushuang's words, felt his blood surge and spat out a mouthful of crimson. The relationship between Qin Wushuang and Lin Hao appears to be far more intricate than it seems. Had they not offended Lin Hao, might the Lu family have ascended to greater heights? Was it truly a misstep on the part of the Lu family? Lin Hao is merely a country boy. Why does General Qin hold him in such high regard? Qin Wushuang caught up with Lin Hao and softly inquired, Lin Hao, what are your plans moving forward? Shaking his head, he admitted he had not yet contemplated it. The sudden revelation of his lineage, coupled with the possession of a significant token, left him somewhat at a loss. Having not seen his mother for 2 decades, His memories of her were vague due to his tender age at the time. He could only faintly recall residing in a particularly large courtyard, yet the location of this grand estate eluded him. After a moment's thought, Qin Wushuang proposed, "Why not stay at my villa in Jiang City for a few days? There are plenty of vacant rooms." Lin Hao smiled in response. It would be inappropriate for a lone man and woman to be together. However, Qin Wushuang pointed to Feng Wu and matter-of-factly stated, "You are mistaken. It is 2 women and 1 man. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Wouldn't you agree? Moreover, you saved my life, and I have yet to express my gratitude." "Very well," Lin Hao replied without hesitation, for he had nowhere else to go at present. Upon entering the vehicle, Qin Wushuang turned to the back seat where Lin Hao sat. Suddenly, she emitted a soft exclamation. "Ah, that jade pendant around your neck seems somewhat familiar. I feel as though I have seen it before." Lin Hao, who had been composed, tightened his gaze, urgency lacing his voice as he asked, "General Qin, where have you seen it? It is of utmost importance to me. If you can unravel its mystery, I would be willing to fulfill 3 of your requests." Qin Wushuang was taken aback. Although her acquaintance with Lin Hao was limited, she had gleaned an understanding of his character. The significance he placed on the pendant suggested a profound story behind it. "Anything at all." Lin Hao nodded gravely, his tone somber. "Even if it means assassinating the current leader of the beautiful nation, I would not hesitate." A wry smile crossed Qin Wushuang's face as she replied, "I too wish to secure your promise. However, regrettably, I cannot recall where I have seen it. Please grant me some time." Lin Hao felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. His expression turned cold again as he carefully examined the jade pendant. His lineage, the fate of his mother, all entwined with this half-dragon-shaped jade pendant. That wretched old man. This half-pendant was left by him. He must know the origins of Lin Hao's identity. Yet, that old fool had revealed not a single word before his death. The thought made Lin Hao wish he could return to the medical sage valley and set the old man's corpse ablaze, scattering his ashes to the winds. Noticing Lin Hao's troubled demeanor, Qin Wushuang refrained from disturbing him until they reached their destination. Suddenly, she spoke, "We have arrived. The Liu family will likely seek vengeance against you. They may not confront you openly, but will undoubtedly resort to underhanded schemes. The He family, too, will retaliate. For you have brought them great disgrace. Having inadvertently injured the eldest son of the He family, one must exercise caution." Lin Hao smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. A man and 2 women entered the living room. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Wushuang placed a marriage certificate before Lin Hao. "In truth, I am also your fiancée. Why not marry me?" Chapter 5, Old Master Zhou. Lin Hao. It must be said that Lin Hao felt a stir of emotions. He was not a practitioner of the emotionless path, nor was he a monk of asceticism. Qin Wushuang's attributes were flawless, beyond reproach. In terms of appearance, she was a beauty of unparalleled grace. Her character was decisive and astute. Her status was elevated. A truly affluent and glamorous lady. Yet, was it not a tad too hasty to wed a woman he had only recently met? After careful contemplation, Lin Hao responded, "I will think it over." Uffed. Feng Wu could not contain herself and burst into laughter. Upon noticing Qin Wushuang's curious gaze upon her, Feng Wu promptly composed herself, donning a serious expression. "General, do not misunderstand. I merely recalled a humorous incident from my childhood. It is certainly not due to Lin Hao's words that I laughed." Lin Hao's gaze shifted back to Qin Wushuang as he inquired, "General Qin, might you enlighten me on why you possess a marriage certificate as well?" Qin Wushuang blinked, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Is it of great significance?" Lin Hao nodded affirmatively. Qin Wushuang spread her hands, revealing an expression of helplessness. "It is merely my grandfather's unilateral decision. He arranged this marriage for me. When my grandfather was nearing his end, the Qin family summoned the esteemed healer, old Dr. Li. The old man, feeling indebted for my grandfather's past valor in safeguarding the nation, offered his medical services pro bono. Yet, that old fellow insisted on betrothing me to you." Lin Hao asserted gravely, "General Qin, we live in an era of free love. Engagements can indeed be annulled." Qin Wushuang fixed her gaze upon Lin Hao, contemplating for a while. "Are you disparaging me? Do you believe I am unworthy of you? Or is it that you cannot forget that Liu Yanran?" Lin Hao shook his head. "General Qin, please do not misconstrue my intentions. How could that woman, Liu Yanran, ever compare to you?" Qin Wushuang beamed radiantly before swiftly regaining her composure. In that fleeting moment, her beauty was so ethereal that it felt almost dreamlike. "I am your fiancé. Henceforth, do not address me as General Qin. Call me Wushuang." Let us first engage in mutual companionship, and if we are both satisfied, we may fulfill the engagement. Feng Wu wore an expression of peculiarity and surprise. If her memory served her correctly, the term Wushuang was reserved solely for those close to the general. She had never permitted anyone else to utter it. Those who dared to misuse it met a grim fate. Yet now, she allowed Lin Hao to address her thus, which felt rather amiss. Lin Hao nodded. Very well. I shall call you Wushuang from now on. Qin Wushuang's demeanor turned serious as she asked, Lin Hao, have you contemplated how to address the retaliations from the Liu and Yi families? Lin Hao's eyes gleamed like swords. His tone frosty. Those who seek my life shall find no mercy from me. Just like that Lu Shuoyang. Qin Wushuang pondered thoughtfully. I understand. If one does not offend you, you shall not offend them. But if they provoke you, strike them down without hesitation. Lin Hao chuckled. Qin Wushuang comprehended his sentiments. Lu Yanran and He Jia had insulted Lin Hao, and he had already taught them a lesson through verbal rebuke. Lu Shuoyang, however, had crossed a line by aiming a gun at Lin Hao's head. Thus, Lu Shuoyang met his demise. Lu Yanran and He Jia, however, remained alive. Lin Hao, decisive in his actions, was not a mindless killer devoid of morality. Feng Wu suddenly spoke up. Lin Hao, do you wish to marry the general? Qin Wushuang gazed at Lin Hao, awaiting his response. Without uttering a word, Lin Hao tucked away the marriage contract. This gesture alone sufficed as an answer. A smile blossomed on Qin Wushuang's face, her cheeks tinged with a subtle blush. However, Feng Wu interjected, many aspire to marry the general, and they are all exceptionally gifted. Most importantly, they possess formidable backgrounds. This path is destined to be fraught with thorns and challenges. Lin Hao did not respond to Feng Wu, but turned his attention to Qin Wushuang. Wushuang, are you truly willing to spend time with me? Qin Wushuang smiled warmly. I am. Lin Hao inquired why. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Wushuang replied, perhaps it is because you are quite handsome. Lin Hao. Upon receiving Qin Wushuang's answer, Lin Hao directed his gaze towards Feng Wu. Since Wushuang is unwilling to annul the engagement, she shall be my fiancée. Regardless of the difficulties that lie ahead in marrying Wushuang, I shall reach the end. Feng Wu's expression turned grave as she stated. But what if there is no path at all? Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with determination as he declared, then I shall carve out a path. Upon hearing this, Qin Wushuang's smile radiated even brighter. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She fixed her gaze on Lin Hao and said, there is an elder in Jiang City, of notable stature. He knows many things, and was once a prominent figure in the imperial capital. Perhaps he could provide some clues regarding the half-piece of the dragon-shaped jade pendant. Lin Hao, filled with excitement, asked, shall we visit him now? Qin Wushuang nodded. I will take you there. Feng Wu watched as the two exited the hall, a look of helplessness on her face. She murmured to herself, General, are you aware of the peril this choice may bring to Lin Hao? You are not merely the female war god of the Western realm with a mid-ranking general's title. There is also the lineage of the eldest daughter of the Qin family and the opposition from that place. Shaking her head, Feng Wu resolved not to hesitate any longer. This was Qin Wushuang's choice, and she had no right to interfere. Zhou Mansion, the residence of the venerable elder, whom all in Jiang City revered. Upon their arrival, Elder Zhou regarded Qin Wushuang with a kindly demeanor. Wushuang, my dear girl, I am aware of your character. Speak. What brings you to see me? Qin Wushuang looked towards Lin Hao. Understanding her cue, Lin Hao revealed the half-piece of the dragon-shaped jade pendant from around his neck. Upon sighting the pendant, Elder Zhou's eyes narrowed. After a brief moment, he spoke solemnly, Wushuang, did you come here for him? Qin Wushuang nodded and replied, Elder Zhou. This half-piece of the dragon-shaped jade pendant pertains to his lineage. Do you know of its origin? Elder Zhou furrowed his brow. I have some recollection, but I cannot recall the details at this moment. Tell me about your relationship with him. Qin Wushuang linked her arm with Lin Hao's, beaming with a sweet smile. He is my fiancé. Chapter 6. Your identity is unique. A warm sensation enveloped Lin Hao's heart. He understood that Qin Wushuang's actions were intended to assist him. Having never met the old man Zhou, he felt no obligation to aid him. Qin Wushuang, however, referred to him as Grandpa Zhou, indicating a profound connection. Old Zhou inhaled deeply, gazing at Qin Wushuang. Wushuang, is this your decision or that of old Qin? I advise you to reconsider. He is not a suitable match for you. Yet, Qin Wushuang smiled. I am indifferent to the judgments of the mundane world. Lin Hao is exceptionally handsome. I have no desire to relinquish him to another. The engagement was arranged between the old man and my master, and I intend to heed my grandfather's wishes. At this moment, Lin Hao spoke. Old Zhou, I understand your concerns. Feng Wu has already mentioned the challenges of marrying Wu Shuang. Nonetheless, I wish to attempt it. Old Zhou's tone turned grave, his voice low. The path to marrying Wu Shuang is not only arduous, but perilous. Should you fail, it could cost you your life. Lin Hao smiled, looking at Qin Wu Shuang beside him. If Wu Shuang does not oppose, I shall not either. I do not wish for her to misplace her trust. This was Lin Hao's response. Old Zhou fell silent. The group remained quiet until he finally spoke again. Remove your jade pendant. I wish to examine it. Lin Hao furrowed his brow slightly, but complied, handing the pendant to Old Zhou. In his palm lay half of a dragon-shaped jade pendant, and Old Zhou's hand trembled momentarily. Despite his efforts to conceal it, Lin Hao discerned the tremor. Taking a deep breath, Old Zhou gently placed the pendant on the table. Wu Shuang, please step outside for a moment. I have some matters to discuss privately with him. Qin Wu Shuang turned to leave, but paused to say, Grandpa Zhou, since I have chosen to be with him, I will not have regrets. Therefore, I hope you will refrain from using pressure to sway me. Such actions would displease me. Old Zhou replied, somewhat exasperated, you headstrong girl. He understood well what Qin Wu Shuang implied. Even before marriage, she was already so protective, with Qin Wu Shuang and Feng Wu departing. Only Lin Hao and Old Zhou remained in the room. Old Zhou's gaze lingered on the half-dragon-shaped jade pendant, his silence stretching on. After a moment of stillness, Lin Hao broke the silence. Old Zhou, you have discerned the origins of the pendant, have you not? Yet, you hesitate to divulge everything to me. Its secret is rather significant, is it not? Old Zhou sighed heavily and nodded. Indeed, should certain individuals learn that you still exist, they would be unsettled and would return with vengeance. Lin Hao's eyes gradually reddened, a hint of murderous intent coalescing within him. His tone turned icy. Old Zhou, you speak of them. They are the ones who sought my death and orchestrated my mother's murder, correct? Old Zhou sighed deeply once more before finally nodding. Those individuals are terrifying. I cannot withstand their might. Do you see my leg? It is a prosthetic. Lin Hao's expression shifted subtly as he began to piece together the reason behind the gravity of the situation. Elder Zhou spoke in a low voice. Your name is Lin Hao, and your mother hails from that place. 20 years ago, at your uncle's request, I took it upon myself to protect you and your mother. I stood firm with a group of old comrades, but in the end, I was the sole survivor. Your mother was taken by them, her fate unknown. As for you, by the time I began my search, you had vanished without a trace. Lin Hao remained silent, bowing deeply to Elder Zhou in respect. Elder Zhou shook his head. There is no need for such formalities. My life was saved by the original owner of this jade pendant. Without him, I would have perished long ago. Regrettably, I failed to safeguard both you and your mother. Lin Hao's eyes burned red, his killing intent palpable. Elder Zhou, may I inquire as to the identity of them you referenced? Elder Zhou paused for a moment, sighing deeply. In your current state, you are not their match. Should they discover that you are alive, your demise would be inevitable. This world is far more intricate than you can imagine. I know you may not accept this. Strike me. Without hesitation, Lin Hao understood Elder Zhou's intent. He summoned a fraction of his power and launched a punch towards Elder Zhou, who merely smiled and shook his head. Too weak. You ought to take this more seriously. Elder Zhou's palm effortlessly intercepted Lin Hao's attack. Lin Hao's face reflected surprise. Elder Zhou's strength was formidable, comparable to that of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. After a brief moment, Lin Hao adjusted his approach, utilizing 30% of his strength. Elder Zhou, unable to withstand this, showed a look of appreciation. Lin Hao, your prowess is somewhat beyond my expectations. Yet, you still cannot contend with them. Allow me to explain the realms of martial artists. There are 9 tiers. Above the 9th tier lies the acquired Grandmaster, and beyond the acquired lies the innate Grandmaster. Even if you were at the innate Grandmaster level, you would still fall short against them. The formidable pursuer of your mother was above the innate Grandmaster level. Having triumphed over Elder Zhou with merely 30% of his strength, Lin Hao now comprehended the formidable nature of his foes. Elder Zhou, I shall return to seek you out once I have broken through my current limits. With that, Lin Hao turned to depart. Elder Zhou called out. You and the girl from the Qin family are not well suited for one another. It could endanger her life. Lin Hao did not look back, but paused for a moment, responding slowly. Elder Zhou, she is currently my fiancée. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhou was momentarily taken aback before a look of contentment graced his face. He understood that the girl of unparalleled talent had not chosen unwisely. Chapter 7 I will fight for you once more. Upon stepping out of the door, Lin Hao abruptly turned back. He returned to the side of Elder Zhou, who looked at him with a hint of confusion. Why have you come back? Lin Hao glanced at Elder Zhou's leg before his gaze settled on the elder himself. Thank you, Elder Zhou. With a smile, Elder Zhou fixed his eyes on Lin Hao. You possess great potential, but at times, you must be more decisive. Take the Liu family and the He family as an example. Once they are your enemies, you must eradicate them completely. Lin Hao shook his head in response. Those who wish to harm me shall find no mercy from me. Elder Zhou, I cannot restore your severed leg, but I can aid you in addressing the hidden injuries within you. Elder Zhou fell silent once more, observing Lin Hao for a long while before speaking. You bear a striking resemblance. You are almost a reflection of that esteemed individual. You owe me nothing, for it is your father's influence that has allowed me to survive until now. Lin Hao fixed his gaze on Elder Zhou and spoke solemnly. Could you tell me about him? Elder Zhou shook his head in refusal. To divulge information about him at this moment would be an immense burden for you. To grasp even a fragment of that esteemed individual's history, your strength must be considerably greater. His origins are more mysterious and formidable than your mother's. Lin Hao remained silent, having gained some understanding of his own strength. The 9th level of Qi refinement should be equivalent to a 9th-grade martial artist, yet he surpassed them. Foundation establishment is akin to a postnatal master, while Golden Core is roughly on par with a congenital grandmaster. However, cultivators inherently surpass martial artists. Thus, his true strength should far exceed that of a congenital grandmaster. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hao inquired, Elder Zhou, what is your current realm? Mid-congenital. Elder Zhou replied candidly, for he was indeed a prodigy in martial arts. Had it not been for the battle 20 years ago, which had wounded his essence, he would likely have already entered the late congenital stage, nearing the realm beyond. Lin Hao took out a pouch of silver needles and asked again, what lies beyond the congenital realm? Elder Zhou gazed in a particular direction. Beyond the congenital realm is the martial king, the sovereign among martial artists. Such beings are scarce in the mundane world, though they might be more numerous in that realm. Lin Hao respectfully said, please, Elder Zhou, remove your upper garments and lie down on the sofa. We shall converse while I treat you. Very well, Elder Zhou acquiesced. On Elder Zhou's back lay a peculiar handprint. Normally, a handprint, whether left by a foe's left or right hand, would be palm down. However, the imprint on Elder Zhou's back was reversed, resembling a mark left by a backhand strike. Perhaps sensing Lin Hao's curiosity, Elder Zhou explained, the one who harmed me struck my chest, employing a technique akin to striking through mountains to injure me from behind. Lin Hao nodded. The injury from 20 years ago has yet to dissipate. This strike is quite venomous. Were it not for Elder Zhou's formidable strength, enduring the pain would have been a struggle. It seems that I shall no longer have the opportunity to see Elder Zhou. I will avenge him. As he spoke, Lin Hao had already inserted the first needle into Elder Zhou's back. Then came the second and the third. Each silver needle was infused with Lin Hao's internal spiritual energy. After completing a total of 18 needles, Elder Zhou began to sense a change. The numbness and excruciating pain that had persisted in his back were gradually alleviating. The color of the imprint left by the palm was transitioning from a bruised hue to a normal shade. The 18 silver needles slowly changed color. Once complete recovery was achieved, Lin Hao withdrew the needles, dispersing the palm's energy with his spiritual power before returning them to their case. Lin Hao inquired with concern, Elder Zhou, how do you feel now? Elder Zhou stretched, his face luminous with a radiant smile. He felt completely at ease, an overwhelming sense of comfort washing over him. It had been 20 years since he had experienced such a feeling. Lin Hao nodded, now that Elder Zhou's hidden injuries have been resolved. I shall prescribe a remedy for you. Follow this prescription for a course of treatment, and you shall make a full recovery. 7 doses in total, each to be boiled twice, taken once in the morning and once at night. Excellent, Elder Zhou remarked, growing increasingly pleased as he looked at Lin Hao. That noble individual has indeed left a remarkable legacy. Your medical skills are truly impressive. May I inquire as to your mentor? Lin Hao replied. An old man with obsessive tendencies. Everyone refers to him as the Divine Physician Li. He kept me confined in the medical Immortal Valley for a full 6 years. Elder Zhou's eyes narrowed in surprise, exclaiming, Ah, so it is Divine Physician Li. That explains everything. He should still be at the medical Immortal Valley, correct? Lin Hao shook his head. That old fellow has passed away. Had he not, I would still be trapped there. Elder Zhou's expression turned peculiar, his disbelief apparent. It was not that he doubted Lin Hao, but rather that he found it hard to accept that Divine Physician Li could have died. Sensing Elder Zhou's skepticism, Lin Hao addressed it directly. Are you wondering how that old man could have met his end? Elder Zhou nodded. Indeed, in my memory. Divine Physician Li was extraordinarily powerful and enigmatic. Most importantly, he had lived for at least 200 years. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, pondering whether the old man had indeed survived. I witnessed him take his last breath. He simply went with the flow. Elder Zhou's lips twitched slightly, recognizing Lin Hao's lingering resentment toward Divine Physician Li. Now that Elder Zhou is no longer in distress, I shall take my leave. As he observed Lin Hao's retreating figure, Elder Zhou's demeanor grew serious. Noble one, allow me to fight for you once more. Chapter 8. I have returned. As Lin Hao entered the courtyard, he was approached by Qin Wushuang, a faint smile gracing her lips. She inquired softly, does Grandpa Zhou know about any clues regarding your jade pendant? Has he mentioned anything to you? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hao shook his head. Old Zhou, like you, has a vague recollection of this half-dragon-shaped jade pendant. Yet he cannot recall where he has seen it. I have some personal matters to attend to. Once I am finished, I will seek you out, he continued. Qin Wushuang blinked and asked, can I accompany you? Lin Hao replied, perhaps next time. I can share what I need to do. When I was just a child, I was left frozen in an orphanage. A kind-hearted person took me to the hospital, and after my discharge, she became my adoptive mother. I call her aunt, and she has treated me as her own. The old man took me away for 6 years. She must have feared that I had met with an unfortunate fate. I wish to visit her, and it is not convenient for you to join me at this moment. All right. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Qin Wushuang felt it was indeed more appropriate for Lin Hao to go alone. He harbored feelings of guilt and gratitude towards his adoptive mother, which Qin Wushuang noticed. She escorted Lin Hao away from the Zhou residence before turning back to seek old Zhou. She wished to extract some information from him, as she sensed that Lin Hao was concealing something regarding the jade pendant. Guided by his memories, Lin Hao arrived at his adoptive mother's residence. The road had been renovated and widened, and the surrounding houses had vanished. Only his adoptive mother's home stood solitary amidst the chaos, with several excavators hard at work. Even the road in front of her house had been torn apart. Her home resembled an isolated island amidst a vast sea. If the excavation continued, the house would undoubtedly become a hazardous ruin. The term demolition echoed ominously in Lin Hao's mind. All other houses had been demolished. Why had his adoptive mother refused to comply? With a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, he approached the house. 6 years. He had vanished for a whole 6 years. The closer he got, the more his courage waned. After such a long absence, surely his adoptive mother believed him to be dead? He wondered how she had fared in his absence. That old man had insisted that he sever all earthly ties to cultivate and ascend, yet without his adoptive mother. Without a mother who fiercely protected him, he would have perished long ago. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao gradually steadied his nerves. He was now quite close to the house. Suddenly, a voice filled with terror and desperation echoed from within. Please, let me go. It is not that I am unwilling to relocate, nor do I seek more money. The reason I refuse is that I am waiting for Xiao Hao to return. If the house is gone, he will be lost. Lin Hao's heart trembled violently. It was the voice of his adoptive mother, Zhao Wanqing. She had never given up on him. She was still waiting. Furthermore, from her tone, it was apparent that someone was coercing her. With a decisive step, Lin Hao closed the distance, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the house. Zhao Wanqing's face was etched with terror as 5 men stood before her. The leader, clad in a jacket, wore a mocking expression. The other 4, donned in uniforms, appeared to be community workers. What an extreme situation. Although they were not young, they seemed to be in their early 30s. Today, it seemed they had struck a fortunate bargain. After they had their fun, they would discuss other matters. Zhao Wanqing's hair was disheveled, and her clothes were torn in several places. She fought desperately to protect herself, yet in the presence of these men, she appeared utterly powerless. Upon Lin Hao's arrival, he witnessed this harrowing scene. A surge of murderous intent coursed through him, and the jacket-clad man suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was beneath the gears of an advancing excavator. No. The jacket-clad man screamed in abject terror, yet he was crushed into oblivion. The 4 uniformed men met the same grim fate. There were numerous excavators surrounding them, enough for each person to have one. Zhao Wanqing, in a heightened state of anxiety, remained oblivious to the fact that her tormentors had vanished. As Lin Hao beheld her in such a state, his heart felt as though it had been pierced by a dagger. The indescribable pain was something only he could comprehend. He approached Zhao Wanqing, yearning to embrace his godmother. Startled, she pushed him away, shouting in fear, "Don't touch me. I will wait for Xiao Hao to return. I want to demolish the house, no matter the price." Lin Hao's eyes glowed crimson as he gently replied, "Godmother, it's me. Xiao Hao has returned." Zhao Wanjing, somewhat dazed, raised her head, and upon seeing Lin Hao, tears streamed down her face. Despite facing her tormentors moments ago and almost losing her innocence, she had not cried. Yet now, tears flowed freely. She reached out, tenderly caressing Lin Hao's face. "It really is Xiao Hao, my Xiao Hao has returned." Before Zhao Wanjing could finish her sentence, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Hao gently laid her on the bed, channeling his spiritual energy into her. Meanwhile, the investigation into Lin Hao by the Liu family had yielded results. In the Liu family hall, the atmosphere was suffocating, for there lay a corpse, the body of Liu Xueliang, the head of the Liu family. It was confirmed that General Qin had protected Lin Hao because Lin Hao had once treated him. General Qin's defense of Lin Hao indicated that their debts were settled. At this moment, Lin Hao was in the Western City Development Zone of Jiang City. While General Qin was absent, his mother was merely a powerless resident unwilling to relocate. "Xueliang, let this mother and son accompany you in death." Chapter 9. The reckoning of the Liu family approaches. Liu Chuanji had completely lost his sanity, consumed by fear of Qin Wushuang. However, various signs indicated that Qin Wushuang and Lin Hao did not share a profound bond. Given General Qin's esteemed status, it was improbable that he would intervene repeatedly for Lin Hao's sake. Liu Yanran's expression twisted with fury. "I want that scoundrel dead. How dare he claim in front of young master he that I am a woman of loose morals? It is utterly despicable. Moreover, my father perished at his hands. I cannot quell my hatred without avenging him." The Liu family was ablaze with rage, steeped in murderous intent. Having resolved their course of action, they merely needed to dispatch assassins to eliminate Lin Hao and his mother. Furthermore, Lin Hao's mother must perish before him. He must experience the anguish of losing a loved one, only to be slain in his moment of despair. Liu Chuanji said coldly, "Lin Hao is no ordinary adversary. His prowess is formidable. We must seek assistance from the one at Jingxin Lake." Liu family's second master spoke solemnly, "Father, is this not an overreaction? The individual at Jingxin Lake is known to be ruthless and will demand an exorbitant price. He claims that due to the countless lives he has taken, he now cultivates himself at Jingxin Lake in times of peace. Are we truly prepared to summon him?" Liu Chuanji's tone turned frigid as he fixed his gaze upon Liu family's second master. Do not forget, he effortlessly defeated a dozen bodyguards at the hotel. Moreover, he can throw a handgun with precision, striking true at the center of Xueliang's brow. He is undoubtedly a master of ancient martial arts. We can only speculate the extent of his abilities. As they discussed Lin Hao's strength, the atmosphere in the Liu family hall grew increasingly oppressive. Liu Yin approached Xueliang's lifeless form, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Second uncle, my father is dead. From now on, you shall lead the Liu family. Are you truly unwilling to spend some wealth to hire someone to eliminate Lin Hao?" A flicker of malice passed through Liu family second master's eyes. He replied with a stern demeanor, "Dear Yanran, you misunderstand me. I merely believe that hiring the one from Jingxin Lake to kill Lin Hao is unnecessary. If both you and your father deem it prudent to solicit his aid, then let us proceed." Liu Chuanji nodded in satisfaction. Taking a deep breath, he instructed, "Prepare for Xueliang's final rites. I shall offer Lin Hao's head as a tribute to his spirit. As for summoning the individual from Jingxin Lake, that task shall fall to you, second master, and Yinren together." The Liu family second master and Yin journeyed to the shores of Jingxin Lake, where they boarded a raft to the island at its center. A middle-aged man, bearing a grotesque centipede scar upon his face, emerged from a dwelling. His voice was raspy and unpleasant. "Who do you wish for me to kill?" Liu family's second master clasped his fists in salute and replied, "Lord Blood Centipede. I represent the Liu family of Jiang City. We seek your services to eliminate a country bumpkin. May I ask what your fee would be?" Blood Centipede retorted icily, "A country bumpkin? What level of martial artist is he?" After a moment's contemplation, Liu family's second master divulged the truth. "I cannot ascertain his exact level, but he has the capability to overpower a dozen bodyguards, suggesting he is at least a third-tier martial artist." Blood Centipede cast a glance at Liu Yanran, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. "Let this young girl accompany me in playful pursuits, and I shall require a remuneration of 50 million. This Master Liu of the Liu family is 1,000 times willing, yet he cannot reveal his sentiments." In response to the demands of Bloodwug, Liu Yanran did not refuse. Her sole desire now is for Lin Hao to meet a fate unworthy of burial. Master Liu departed, leaving Liu Yanran to fulfill Bloodwug's conditions. As long as Bloodwug is satisfied, Lin Hao's demise is assured. Beside the bed, Lin Hao vigilantly watched over Zhao Wanqing. Suddenly, a gasp echoed, and Zhao Wanqing abruptly sat up. Lin Hao hurriedly comforted her in a soft tone. "Aunt, it is all right now. Xiao Hao will no longer let you live in fear. I apologize for returning late." Zhao Wanqing gazed at Lin Hao in disbelief, tears cascading uncontrollably down her cheeks. She reached out, gently caressing Lin Hao's face. "It is good that you are back. It is good that you have returned. You must be hungry. Let me prepare a meal for you." Lin Hao shook his head in refusal, softly responding, "Aunt, you should rest well. I will take care of everything." Just as he finished speaking, a girl's voice called from outside, "Mom, I heard that Li Real Estate is planning to forcibly demolish our house. Are you all right? Who is this man? Did you find a stepfather for me?" Zhao Wanqing's expression darkened as she admonished, "This is your older brother Xiao Hao. He has just returned. Mind your manners and speak appropriately. You used to follow Xiao Hao everywhere like a shadow." Lin Hao smiled and called out, "Xiaoya, it has been a long time." Zhao Xiaoya stepped in front of Zhao Wanqing, visibly displeased. "Mom, this guy vanished for 6 years. Now that he is back, it can only be for one reason, right? He must have learned about the house being demolished and wants a share of the compensation. How shameless." Chapter 10. The onslaught of the blood centipede. Zhao Wanqing's expression grew increasingly grim. Ever since she had taken Lin Hao in, she had regarded him as her own child. Now, with Zhao Xiaoya harboring such aversion towards Lin Hao, Zhao Wanqing found herself caught in an uncomfortable predicament. Lin Hao forced a wry smile, saying, "Xiaoya, rest assured. I did not return for the sake of demolition compensation. 6 years ago, unforeseen circumstances prevented my return home. If you truly despise me so much, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Zhao Wanqing immediately became anxious. She had awaited his return for an entire 6 years, her heart heavy with longing. At long last, Lin Hao was back, and regardless of the reasons behind his return, for Zhao Wanqing, his presence was of utmost importance. "No, Xiaoya. Now that you have returned, I shall not permit you to leave again. Xiaoya is still young and does not understand. Please be more considerate. Apologize to your brother." Zhao Xiaoya stubbornly turned her head away, seething with anger. Lin Hao sighed inwardly, recognizing that Xiaoya was undoubtedly struggling to accept him. Just as he pondered his next move, the Lu family's people arrived. A full 30 imposing bodyguards surrounded them with a menacing aura. Sensing their presence, Lin Hao's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Godmother, I am going out for some fresh air. You should rest well." Zhao Wanqing implored, "Xiaohai, you may step outside for some air, but you cannot leave. Please do not vanish as you did 6 years ago." Her tone was laced with desperation. Lin Hao's heart softened, and he nodded slowly. "Do not worry, Godmother. Unless you force me away, I shall not depart. Xiaoya, please look after Godmother." "Humph." Zhao Xiaoya huffed disdainfully. "Do I need your guidance? I'm not like some people who disappeared for several years." Lin Hao shook his head, choosing not to engage in an argument. It was not that he had not wished to return before. Rather, it had simply been impossible. Stepping outside, Lin Hao strode directly towards the bodyguards. "It's him. This is the one who killed our master. If we take him down, there's a 200,000 reward. Alive, it's 500,000. Let us capture him together." They had not expected that amidst the great families of Jiang City, ordinary individuals would dare to provoke the Lu family. Their audacity was remarkable. "Act now, no more chatter." As the 30 bodyguards set their eyes on Lin Hao, their eyes turned bloodshot. To them, Lin Hao was no longer a mere human. He represented 500,000. Lin Hao remained expressionless, his palms facing downward as he slowly rotated them. The small pebbles on the ground were drawn into his hands. As the bodyguards charged towards him, Lin Hao suddenly directed his palms forward. In the next instant, the pebbles shot forth at a speed surpassing that of bullets. Puff, puff, puff. The small stones pierced through the bodies of the 30 bodyguards, some struck in the forehead, others reduced to a sieve. The battle had scarcely begun, yet it was already over. They collapsed in pools of blood, wailing in agony. Lin Hao spoke in a calm tone. "Originally, I had no entanglements with the Lu family. Yet, the Lu family hastens towards their demise. Thus, I shall fulfill their fate." With each deliberate step, he advanced toward the bodyguards amidst the pools of blood, each stride causing a guard to be obliterated into a mist of crimson. Panic surged, enveloping all the bodyguards. "A demon. He is a devil risen from the depths of hell. We are doomed. We shall all perish." The Lu family truly lacks decency. They never disclosed the formidable prowess of this individual. As the bodyguards trembled in sheer terror, they began to vanish one by one. When the last bodyguard erupted into a cloud of blood mist, Lin Hao casually waved his hand. The bloodstains on the ground vanished without a trace, as if nothing had ever transpired. Only the lingering scent of blood in the air remained, not yet dissipated. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause resonated as a middle-aged man clad in a blood-red robe approached Lin Hao. A grotesque scar marred his face, slicing it nearly in two. The newcomer was none other than the infamous blood centipede from Jingxin Lake. Blood Centipede inhaled deeply, his raspy voice breaking the silence. What an intoxicating aroma, young one. Will you take your own life, or shall I be the one to act? I advise you to choose the former, for it will spare you much suffering. In this territory of Jiang City, if you can instill fear in me, Blood Centipede. And you, my dear, do not belong to that select few. Chapter 11. Alas, Lord Bloodwug has been slain. Lin Hao gazed at Bloodwug with an impassive expression, akin to observing a comical jester. Gradually, Bloodwug's countenance darkened, rendering his already grotesque features even more repulsive. In the distance, Lu Yanran fixated on the two from her vehicle. Lin Hao, your demise is imminent. With Lord Bloodwug's intervention, you shall undoubtedly endure excruciating torment. In due time, I shall sever your head to honor my father. Once possessing striking beauty, Lu Yanran now bore crimson marks around her neck, her visage swollen and bruised. Were she to disrobe, one would find no unblemished skin, only bloodstains and contusions. This was the price of summoning Bloodwug. Not only was she to pay, but she also suffered unspeakable torment. Bloodwug wielded a peculiar curved blade, measuring merely a few inches in length. This was his weapon, once employed in the palace for the purpose of castration. The perverse Bloodwug licked the blade and coldly declared, "You are the first to dare belittle me, little one. I, Bloodwug, am a 7th-tier martial artist. You surely do not comprehend my terror. Should I engage in a bout with the formidable Tyson, I could dispatch him with a single strike. Now, I wish to carve 999 incisions upon your flesh, to slice you into pieces. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. Are you prepared?" Lin Hao cast a sidelong glance at Bloodwug before turning to depart. Enraged, Bloodwug lunged at Lin Hao with the blade. However, as he surged forward, his head flew backward. Bloodwug's head hurtled toward Lu Yanran, shattering the car window and knocking her to the ground. "Ah!" Lu Yanran shrieked in terror, trembling uncontrollably. "Go! Drive quickly!" The driver, equally terrified, hastily sped away. At that moment, Lin Hao's voice reached Lu Yanran's ears. "Your promiscuity has nothing to do with me. Yet you persistently provoke danger. Return and inform Lu Chuanji to prepare a coffin. His days are numbered." Fearful, terrifying, Lu Yanran had lost all semblance of her former madness and confidence. Her face pale and her expression frantic. Lin Hao continued towards Zhao Wanqing's residence. And as he stepped inside, the once feared Bloodwug had disintegrated into a cloud of crimson mist, save for his head. Zhao Xiaoya cast a disdainful glance at Lin Hao and remarked coldly, "Why are you back again? Leave and go far away. I simply cannot fathom why my mother chose to raise this ingrate. She rescued you from the snow, provided for you, and yet you vanished. Now that you know my mother's house is to be demolished, you shamelessly return. Why don't you perish outside?" Zhao Wanqing was enraged, delivering a resounding slap to Zhao Xiaoya's face. Smack! "Xiaoya, be silent. He is your brother, the brother you have always cherished. Apologize. Apologize to your brother." Tears welled in Zhao Xiaoya's eyes as she rushed out, crying out in anguish, "Mom, this is the first time you've ever struck me." She continued, "You actually hit me for that ungrateful scoundrel. If your heart belongs only to him, then I shall leave." Observing Zhao Xiaoya's hasty exit, Zhao Wanqing's face was etched with guilt, her eyes reddened with sorrow. Lin Hao hurriedly interjected, "And please do not be alarmed. I will go after Xiaoya. Rest assured. Misunderstandings will eventually be resolved. My return is not motivated by any compensation from the relocation. Once Xiaoya's emotions settle, I will clarify the reasons for my absence over these 6 years." Zhao Wanqing sighed. "Xiao Hao, I know you are not the kind of person who is blinded by money. And even if you were, I would not be angry, for you are my son." Lin Hao smiled gently and swiftly pursued Zhao Xiaoya. Grasping Zhao Xiaoya's wrist, he softly implored, "Xiaoya, please return. It is not that I did not want to come back over these 6 years. Rather, I was unable to. My return is not for the sake of compensation. Please trust me." Zhao Xiaoya turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge Lin Hao. It was precisely because she had regarded Lin Hao as a brother that she felt such intense anger now. Lin Hao spoke again. "Furthermore, do not blame it. You should know how much she cares for you. She acted in haste just now. If it were me speaking so, Aunt would undoubtedly have dealt with me more harshly. So, can you please refrain from being angry? Zhao Xiaoya coldly replied. If you wish for me not to be angry, then do not appear before us again. As for your reasons, I do not believe them at all. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and then asked, Xiaoya, do you believe in the legendary cultivators? With a scoff, shaking his head, Lin Hao pointed towards a distant mountain peak. Xiaoya, I understand your disbelief, but they truly exist. Your brother was taken away by an old man back then. That old scoundrel forbade me from leaving. I attempted to escape numerous times, each time suffering greatly. Now, let me demonstrate. A sword formed from condensed spiritual energy appeared in Lin Hao's hand. With a swift motion, he slashed the spiritual sword towards the distant mountain peak, which was astonishingly cleaved at its summit. Zhao Xiaoya's eyes widened in shock as she stiffly turned to look at Lin Hao. Swallowing hard, she murmured, So, you have become a cultivator? Chapter 12. Lu Chuanji in critical condition. The display of Lin Hao's abilities was undeniably astonishing. Although Zhao Xiaoya was reluctant to accept the reality, the truth lay vividly before her. Her gaze was fixed upon Lin Hao, yearning for his response. Lin Hao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have become an immortal cultivator. Xiaoya, I understand your anger regarding my 6-year disappearance. Given that your godmother's residence is currently undergoing demolition, I can comprehend why you might think I returned solely for the compensation. However, I assure you, regardless of the amount of compensation in the future, I shall claim not a single penny. The hatred and fury in Zhao Xiaoya's eyes began to dissipate gradually. Suddenly, she rushed into Lin Hao's embrace, holding him tightly. Brother, you truly are a scoundrel. Why did you vanish for so long? Do you have any idea how many times I've seen our mother secretly weep? And me. Without my brother to protect me, I was often bullied. Each time I suffered mistreatment, I would lie awake at night, hoping my brother would return the next day to shield me. Lin Hao gently patted Zhao Xiaoya's back, remaining silent, with an overwhelming sense of guilt swelling within him. He had never forgotten the little sister who had always followed him closely. Time passed, and Zhao Xiaoya suddenly broke into a radiant smile. Brother, let us return home. Lin Hao smiled in return, feeling a weight lift from his heart. You aren't angry with our godmother anymore? Zhao Xiaoya shook her head. Brother, I was never truly angry with her. I could understand her perspective. I merely resisted you at that moment, which is why I reacted the way I did. Taking Zhao Xiaoya's hand, they made their way towards the house. Lu family. The terrified Lu Yinran had returned. Her complexion pale as she recounted Lin Hao's terrifying prowess to Lu Chuanji. Grandfather, that Lin Hao is utterly fearsome. He is not human, but a devil. He slaughtered 30 bodyguards, leaving their bodies to vanish without a trace. The blood leech at Jingxin Lake is mere trash. My poor granddaughter was tormented by him. He is not human. He is absolutely not human. Grandfather, what shall we do now? Lu Yinran's face was marred with injuries. A piece of flesh torn from her left ear, a testament to the blood leech's brutality. Lu Chuanji took a deep breath, glancing at the head of the blood leech, and coldly commanded, Someone, chop this head into pieces and feed it to the dogs. Lin Hao, what a Lin Hao. It seems our only recourse is to enlist the Ancient Martial Arts Association to confront him. The ancient warriors cannot act recklessly. This is a rule set by the Ancient Martial Arts Association. Lin Hao has violated the rules of martial conduct, and the association will not let this pass lightly. Lu Yinran hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Grandfather, that demon Lin Hao also taunted, saying you are nearing your end and should prepare your coffin. Poof. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuanji spat out a mouthful of blood and rage. Cursed. That wretched little beast. Second brother. Immediately take a generous gift to President He of the Ancient Martial Arts Association. I want him dead. He must die. Once he is gone, all those associated with him shall follow suit. Master Lu Er nodded, yet harbored doubts within. At this moment, he secretly wished for Lu Chuanji's demise, for that would grant him dominion over the Lu family. As long as the old man lived, he would never have the authority to preside over the household. Not long after Master Lu Er's departure, Lu Chuanji collapsed, unconscious, his vitality rapidly waning. Oh no, grandfather has fallen ill. Lu Chuanji was rushed to the first central hospital of Jiang City, and the diagnosis was swiftly concluded. Given Lu Chuanji's current condition, he would not survive more than 3 days. After several hours of unconsciousness, Lu Chuanji gradually opened his eyes and murmured, Go. Quickly seek out the esteemed healer from the medicine Immortal Valley, elderly. Only he can save me. It was he who extended my life 5 years ago. Chapter 13. Requesting Lin Hao's medical assistance, Lu Er's expression fluctuated between gloom and light, as he harbored no desire to save the old man. However, he was not alone in the hospital room. His third sister and the younger generation, including Lu Yanran, were present. Despite Lu Chuanji's current plight, Lu Eryi had temporarily assumed control of the Lu family. Yet, should he refuse to treat the old man, his position would undoubtedly become untenable. Why must this wretched old fellow linger on? Taking a deep breath, Lu Eryi gazed at Lu Chuanji, who had just spoken but had once again slipped into unconsciousness. His third sister lamented, "Elder brother is already deceased. Now, the old man is on the brink of death as well. I wish to seek the esteemed Dr. Li to extend his life, but this task is fraught with difficulty. After all, it was Dr. Li's disciple who caused my brother's demise." With tear-streaked eyes, Lu Sinmei cried out, "Second brother, even if hope is scarce, we must still seek out Dr. Li. Please arrange for someone to go. I cannot bear to see our father depart this world." Hearing these words ignited a fierce anger within Lu Eryi. He felt an overwhelming urge to silence his sister. Alas, the timing was not opportune, and he reluctantly dispatched someone to request the renowned doctor from the medical Immortal Valley. As dusk descended, the Lu family's messenger returned with disheartening news. The medical Immortal Valley was closed. Lu Eryi's heart soared with joy, though he maintained an outward facade of suffering. It was over. Dr. Li was likely choosing to let the old man perish. What to do? It seemed unlikely the old man would survive this crisis. The only recourse was to seek out other esteemed physicians in hopes of prolonging his life. In her agony, Lu Sinmei spoke again, "Second brother, let us go and seek Lin Hao. Though he is the enemy who has slain our brother, he is a disciple of Dr. Li and may possess the means to save our father." Filled with rage, yet compelled by the stakes of the Lu family's power, Lu Eryi eventually acquiesced after a heated discussion. At 11:30 that night, the Lu family arrived outside Zhao Wanqing's residence. "Mr. Lin, I am Lu Er, and I implore you to save our father. We shall ensure you are amply rewarded." Lin Hao emerged from the dwelling, a cold smile gracing his lips. "How amusing. I have taken the lives of many in your family, yet you come to beseech me to save that old man. He has betrayed his word, and today marks the end of his time. I cannot save him." Lu Sanmei fell to her knees before Lin Hao, bowing repeatedly in supplication. "Mr. Lin, I recognize that my father has acted most egregiously. If you are willing to save him, Yanran will become your bride, and the Lu family shall offer you substantial recompense." Lin Hao's expression hardened as he replied tersely, "Silence. I have no interest in a woman like Lu Yanran. She is too sullied. If you wish for me to save that old man, the price is 200 million. Pay me 100 million as a deposit, and I shall consider extending his life. A friendly reminder, my master has passed on, and I am the only one capable of prolonging Lu Chuanji's existence. Save him? Absolutely not." Lin Hao was not as magnanimous as he appeared. He merely sought to exploit the pretext of saving a life to extract 200 million from the Lu family. This sum was not for his own benefit, but rather to bestow 100 million each upon his sister Zhao Xiaoya and his godmother Zhao Wanqing. As for extending Lu Chuanji's life, he considered it a fair exchange to pay 100 million for merely one additional day of existence. Such a lucrative transaction was too tempting to resist. "Very well. I shall acquiesce." Under the heartfelt pleas of Lu Eryi and others, 100 million was transferred to Lin Hao. Once the funds were received, Lin Hao informed his godmother and proceeded to the hospital. Inside the hospital room, Lu Chuanji's complexion was ashen, devoid of any trace of vitality. Lin Hao slapped Lu Chuanji's face gently, shaking his head. "Your condition is dire. Fortunately, you called for me swiftly. Had it been a few hours later, even a deity could scarcely save this old fellow. Now, please step outside. I must extend this old man's life." The Lu family was apprehensive but felt powerless. At that moment, Lu Chuanji's attending physician arrived in haste. Upon witnessing Lin Hao striking Lu Chuanji's face, he immediately shouted, "Stop! Who are you? Why are you assaulting my patient? He is in his final moments. Please show some respect for a dying man." Lin Hao glanced back, his expression unperturbed, and replied coolly, "A quack." Chapter 14. The Exorbitant Price of Life. Director. He trembled with rage, his face ashen. As the esteemed director of the First Central Hospital of Jiang City, he had healed countless patients throughout his career. How could he endure being publicly accused of incompetence? Lin Hao nonchalantly toyed with Lu Chuanji's head, not bothering to look back as he retorted, "What do you mean, you? Are you a quack who cannot bear to be criticized? Although Lu Chuanji was on the brink of death, he was not destined to perish at this very moment. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you. Everyone out. I need to extend this old man's life. If my efforts are disrupted and fail, I shall not be held accountable. Director, he replied sternly. I cannot allow you to recklessly meddle with a patient. I am more acutely aware of Lu's condition than you are. He will certainly not survive the night. That is my diagnosis. Lin Hao cast a sidelong glance at the Lu family, his tone laced with amusement. Will you heed this man's words and allow Lu Chuanji to languish and wait for death, or will you permit me to revive him? As his descendants, speak up. Lu Samei sobbed. Please, we implore you to save my father. Director, he, kindly step outside for a moment. Should any issues arise, we shall take responsibility ourselves. Humph. Director, he scoffed and stormed out of the ward, eager to witness how Lin Hao intended to resurrect the elder Lu. He had conducted multiple examinations on Lu Chuanji's body, and the results indicated severe organ failure, beyond the reach of even divine intervention. To save Lu Chuanji, it was imperative to restore vitality to his organs. Without achieving this, all hope would be in vain. Outside the ward, Director, he remarked coldly, the old gentleman's condition is precarious. He cannot withstand any further turmoil. Do you wish for that young man to hasten Lu's demise? Lu Yiri furrowed his brow and replied sternly, Director, I urge you to choose your words with care. Though you are the hospital director, you cannot malign our Lu family in such a manner. Director, he turned away, choosing silence, his expression dark. The Lu family awaited anxiously. They had expended 100 million to engage Lin Hao. If Lin Hao succeeded in treating Lu Chuanji, they would owe him another 100 million. Lu Yiri was not pleased with this prospect and secretly hoped for Lin Hao's failure, which would result in Lu Chuanji's death on the hospital bed. In such a scenario, the Lu family's wrath would be directed at Lin Hao, allowing him to seize control of the Lu group. Lu Yinran whispered, second uncle, third aunt. Regardless of whether Lin Hao can extend Grandpa's life, he must die. If the blood leech from Jingxin Lake proves ineffective, we should summon members of the Ancient Martial Arts Association. Indeed, Lu Yiri nodded in agreement as he recognized the necessity of Lu Yinran's support. With her backing, the control of the Lu group would be within his grasp. Within the ward, Lin Hao struck Lu Chuanji's face repeatedly, delivering a total of 13 resounding slaps. After the final blow, Lu Chuanji shot up, spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood. Upon seeing Lin Hao, his expression shifted drastically, filled with wariness. Lin Hao smiled and shook his head, addressing the old man with a teasing tone. Old fellow, do not wear such an expression. Were it not for my intervention in prolonging your life, you would have already departed this world. However, since you of the Lu family have generously engaged my services, there is no need for you to bow in gratitude. With that, amidst Lu Chuanji's confusion, Lin Hao opened the door to the hospital room. As the Lu family members stood perplexed, Lin Hao remarked nonchalantly, the old gentleman has successfully been revived. Let us settle the payment before any further inspection. You are well aware of my temperament. Should you attempt to deceive me, I would not hesitate to claim a few more souls. Now, I shall grant you a glimpse. The old man is currently seated on the bed, pondering the meaning of life. The Lu family members hastily rushed to peer into the room. And upon seeing Lu Chuanji in good health, their eyes widened in disbelief. Director, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. No, this cannot be. The old master was clearly in the throes of multiple organ failure, on the brink of death. What on earth is happening? Young man, no, you are a divine healer. Lin Hao chose to ignore Director turning his attention to the Lu family, his tone steady. Lu family, it is time to settle the payment. Chapter 15. The director kneels with a furrowed brow. Master Lu's heart cried out in anguish. That was his money. That scoundrel Lin Hao, having already amassed a fortune of 100 million, was still insatiable, truly unworthy of being called a son. In Master Lu's mind, the wealth of the Lu family was synonymous with his own. Do you refuse to give it? I shall not compel you, but should you choose to withhold it, be prepared to bear the consequences. Consequences such as my demise or the sale of Lu Yinran into foreign servitude. Ponder this carefully. You have a mere 10 seconds to consider, and I shall observe your resolve. Master Lu clenched his teeth, compelled to yield under Lin Hao's menacing threats. With the unanimous consent of the Lu family, he transferred the sum of 100 million to Lin Hao. Taking a deep breath, Master Lu proclaimed solemnly, the money has been transferred. Lin Hao responded with a smile. A small venture, conducted with honesty. I hope we may collaborate joyously in the future. Today, I shall refrain from retaliating against your provocations. However, in 3 days' time, the matter of your family's attempt on my life shall reach its conclusion. With that, Lin Hao exited the hospital. Director he was conducting a physical examination on Lu Chuanji and was astonished to find that all of his health indicators were normal. He was exceptionally healthy. He murmured to himself, "This is impossible. How could this be? That young man, no, that miraculous physician, how did he achieve this?" Then he realized, where is that miraculous physician? Master Lu, exasperated, replied, "He has already left." Director he, "Is my father truly well?" Director he nodded, "Indeed, Master Lu. The elder Lu is now in good health. You all keep an eye on the elder Lu. I must inquire how that young miraculous physician managed to save him." He hurried away, finally catching up with Lin Hao in the hospital lobby. Upon finding Lin Hao, Director he shed his previous arrogance, replacing it with humility and a desire to please. "Young miraculous physician, Director," he said cautiously, "I apologize for my previous remarks. The elder Lu's health has been restored, thanks to your treatment. If you have a moment, may I ask you a few questions?" Lin Hao shook his head, "I have no time." Director he quickly added, "Young miraculous physician, please do not rush off. I am a physician trained in both Western and traditional Chinese medicine. You have created a medical miracle. If this news were to spread, it would send shockwaves through both the Western and Chinese medical communities. I implore you for a chance to learn from you." Lin Hao frowned, casting a disdainful glance at Director he. "Do not waste my time. You would not comprehend what I say. There are few true practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine today. Most only dabble in the surface." With that, he turned to leave, unwilling to engage further with Director he. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, approached and remarked to Director he, "Director, why are you being so courteous to a young man? Given your status in the hospital, this seems unwarranted." Director he shook his head with a wry smile. "Mr. Wang, you do not understand. Today, the elder Lu was on the brink of death, his time nearly up. Yet this young divine doctor has restored the health of old Master Lu, bringing all his bodily metrics back within the realm of normalcy. He is indeed a true healer. Without further ado, I must once again implore this young divine doctor." As Mr. Wang pondered this, he cast a glance downward, confronting his hidden affliction, and with a determined grimace, he followed suit. He was not lacking in wealth. However, due to a tragic accident, he had lost the ability to be a complete man. Director he, an expert in this field, had made significant strides in his rehabilitation. At present, Director he harbored great admiration for a particular physician, which sparked within him the desire to request Lin Hao's assistance. In the plaza, Director he caught up with Lin Hao once more, his expression fraught with difficulty. "Young divine doctor, grant me a chance. I acknowledge that my previous demeanor was less than amiable, and I am prepared to extend my apologies. If you could find it in your heart to forgive me and elucidate the reasons behind old Master Lu's recovery, I would even be willing to become your disciple." Lin Hao replied coldly, "I do not accept apprentices of dull wit. You are not suitable. Do not obstruct my path, as I possess a rather irritable temperament. Should you provoke my displeasure, you shall bear the consequences." With a thud, after much hesitation, Director he's action left Lin Hao momentarily stunned. This once arrogant and dismissive expert had actually knelt before him. Numerous onlookers in the plaza, both medical professionals and patients alike, watched the scene with wide eyes, brimming with curiosity. Chapter 16. The disciple with a name, is that not Director he? Indeed, it is he, the esteemed medical professor at the hospital. Why would he kneel before another? Has that young man uncovered some compromising secret about Director he? Otherwise, why would he act in such a manner, disregarding all else? It is indeed astonishing that a renowned professor at the First Central Hospital of Jiang City would bow in submission to someone. Many patients seek out Director he for his esteemed reputation, and witnessing such a scene undoubtedly evokes a sense of intrigue and confusion among them. Boss Wang furrowed his brow. Even he, a billionaire mogul, felt compelled to show deference in the presence of Director he. Observing Director he kneeling before Lin Hao left him perplexed. Beside Boss Wang, a man in a suit inquired, "Boss, shall we find out the situation?" After a moment's reflection, Boss Wang shook his head. "There is no rush. I understand Director he's temperament. He is an exceedingly proud individual, and his medical skills are indisputable. For him to act thus signifies that the young man possesses extraordinary qualities. Let us observe without disturbing their exchange." The suited man nodded. "Understood, boss." Lin Hao gazed down at the kneeling Director he and spoke composedly. "Do you believe that by kneeling before me, I will divulge all? You are aware that the old man from the Lu family is in poor health. However, Those who truly grasp the essence of traditional Chinese medicine can bring him back from the brink of death. There are certain matters that, even if I were to explain, you would not comprehend. For instance, one particular pathology, the delicate balance of yin and yang. Do you know how to retract the foot that has already set forth into the realm of the dead? With a playful shake of his head, Lin Hao regarded director He with a bemused expression. This pathology was one of the many teachings imparted to him during his first year at the medical Immortal Valley. He spent 3 days grasping its essence, thereafter acquiring the means to contest even the king of hell for souls. Director He hung his head, utterly dejected. This pathology eluded his understanding. Lin Hao continued, by the look of you, it is evident that you are perplexed. Allow me to pose another question. Do you know how to alter a patient's fate through traditional Chinese medicine, activating their latent potential to extend their lifespan? Director He shook his head. Look at you. You understand neither this nor that. You claim to have studied both traditional Chinese and Western medicine. Yet you have merely skimmed the surface. But do not take offense. The profound depths of traditional Chinese medicine are known to very few in this world. Now, let us discuss the reason for your kneeling. If it is merely to ascertain the reason behind Lu's recovery, you may rise. The knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine involved here is far too intricate. Even if you knelt until your last breath, it would remain incomprehensible to you. Why did he kneel before Lin Hao? Was it solely to uncover the cause of the old gentleman Lu's recovery? Initially, that was indeed the case, but now, he harbored a different aspiration. He wished to follow Lin Hao and learn the art of medicine, specifically traditional Chinese medicine. The field is vast and profound, yet countless invaluable texts of traditional Chinese medicine have been lost to the passage of time. In the eyes of Director He, Lin Hao has become a living compendium of traditional Chinese medicine. The path of medicine is such that the accomplished are regarded as teachers. Little divine doctor, though I am your senior by a few years, I am willing to be your disciple. No, with my limited aptitude, I am unworthy to be your disciple. I humbly request you to accept me as your apprentice in medicine. Lin Hao smiled, recognizing that Director He was indeed earnest. He gently patted Director He's shoulder and spoke with a calm demeanor. Please rise. It is rather uncomfortable for me to witness you kneeling before me in front of so many people. While you may not mind, I do. From today onward, I shall accept you as my registered disciple. Should you prove satisfactory in the future, it is not impossible to take you on as a formal disciple. Now, please return, and I shall come to the hospital when time permits to impart some knowledge. Director He clasped his hands in gratitude and bowed deeply to Lin Hao, saying, Thank you, Master, for your generous regard. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Lin Hao began to walk towards the roadside, with Director He following closely behind. Slightly bowing in a humble manner, Boss Wang hurriedly caught up to them, inhaling deeply before speaking in a grave tone. Greetings, little divine doctor. I am Wang Fuguei, a real estate developer from Jiang City. I have a matter I would like to request your assistance with. Might we step into a private dining room to discuss? Lin Hao regarded Boss Wang with a faint, enigmatic smile, then glanced downwards. I rarely offer my services lightly, and my consultation fees are quite substantial. Are you certain you wish to seek my help? Chapter 17. The Bounty of the Dark Web. Boss Wang chuckled and responded directly, What should I call you? Little divine physician? Since I have sought you out, I am fully prepared. The fact that you made Director He kneel before you publicly leaves me with no reservations. As long as you can resolve my issues, the compensation is certainly negotiable. Very well. Lin Hao agreed. The profits he had reaped from the Lu family were intended to compensate his godmother and sister, Zhao Xiaoya. Now, he aimed to earn some money for himself through Boss Wang, while also forging friendships and expanding his network. The identity of the adversary responsible for his mother's demise and the circumstances surrounding his father remained shrouded in mystery. All of these matters necessitated investigation. Relying solely on himself would ultimately prove insufficient. Even with his formidable strength, gathering intelligence was not a task one could accomplish alone. The human and material resources required were vast, and his agreement with Boss Wang was to enlist his assistance. My surname is Lin, and my full name is Lin Tiankai. Since you have no objections, let us converse. Even if our transaction does not materialize, it is of little consequence. Would you not agree? Wang Fuguei burst into hearty laughter. Divine Physician Lin, you are indeed forthright. The finest hotel in this vicinity is the Tianhua Hotel, a 5-star establishment. The CAF on the 6th floor of Tianhua is quite commendable. Shall we proceed there? Indeed. Lin Hao had no objections, and, upon entering Wang Fuguei's vehicle, they made their way to the Tianhua Hotel. Within the private room numbered 1, Wang Fugui wore an expression of embarrassment, prompting Lin Hao to speak first. Boss Wang, are you seeking to address a man's delicate predicament? At Lin Hao's words, Wang Fugui was taken aback, questioning, but did Director He not inform you beforehand? Lin Hao shook his head. Since you refer to me as a divine physician, if I cannot discern such a minor issue, it would be a misnomer. Your overall vitality is abundant, yet you exhibit a sallow complexion and signs of internal deficiencies, particularly in your kidneys. The fact that you find it difficult to articulate your discomfort suggests a renal dysfunction, which is understandably embarrassing. Wang Fugui, overwhelmed with excitement, stood respectfully before Lin Hao and said, I implore you, divine physician Lin, to remedy this issue. Should you succeed, I, Wang Fugui, will offer substantial rewards. Lin Hao nodded. Extend your left hand. I shall examine your pulse. Traditional Chinese medicine does not require the complex instruments of Western practices. We emphasize observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. Your condition is evident. I merely need to confirm the diagnosis through your pulse. Very well. Wang Fugui extended his left hand. After a meticulous examination, Lin Hao felt assured. He retrieved a set of silver needles from his belongings and spoke calmly. Next, I will perform acupuncture on your feet. Please recline on the sofa and remove your shoes and socks. By channeling energy through your feet, we will address your renal issues directly. Boss Wang's renal issues stem from a prior external injury, complicating matters beyond typical factors, yet it remains resolvable. However, the process will require a lengthier duration, approximately 3 weeks. In truth, this is a conservative assessment from Lin Hao, aimed at fostering a deeper sense of gratitude from Wang Fugui, ensuring he feels indebted. Should Lin Hao cure Wang Fugui in one go, it might lead him to trivialize the accomplishment. Hence, Lin Hao articulates his words cautiously to avert such a scenario. Exhaling deeply, Wang Fugui responded, Dr. Lin, as long as you can heal me, that suffices. This dilemma has plagued me for 3 years. To be frank, I have expended several million on this affliction, yet to no avail. I hope you will not raise my hopes only to let them shatter. Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. If I cannot resolve this, then surely no one else can. You may perceive my words as audacious, but I possess the capability to back them. Following this, Lin Hao commenced acupuncture on Wang Fugui's feet. Each foot is laden with numerous acupoints, which hold immense significance, interconnected to various parts of the body. As time elapsed, the initial acupuncture session concluded, with Lin Hao addressing 70% of the ailment. Essentially, Wang Fugui was on the verge of functioning as a normal man, though still not entirely satisfactory, akin to a man who yearns to exude vigor but finds himself restrained. After a hearty meal, Lin Hao boarded Wang Fugui's vehicle, heading towards Qin Wushuang's residence. Meanwhile, at the He family estate, He Jia clandestinely disseminated a high-stakes assassination notice on the dark web, targeting Lin Hao with a bounty of $10 million. Chapter 18, Little Junior Brother, Are You Done For? After the bounty was posted, a chilling murderous intent filled He Jia's countenance. Lin Hao, you have turned me into a laughingstock in Jiang City by exposing the scandal of Lu Yanran's promiscuity. If you do not perish, I shall not rest until I see you dead. He Jia dared not confront Lin Hao directly, fearing retribution that could implicate the He family. Lin Hao was no ordinary individual. He was a practitioner of ancient martial arts. If a martial artist were to set their sights on him from the shadows, evasion would be futile. In pursuit of vengeance and to eliminate future threats, He Jia opted to hire an assassin. He accessed the dark web, specifically a foreign assassination site. Aside from the site's administrator, even the hired killers would remain oblivious to the identity of the bounty poster. Thus, He Jia felt entirely secure. The dark web administrator would certainly not disclose his personal information. Having completed this arrangement, He Jia summoned several beautiful women to alleviate his pent-up frustration. Before their arrival, He Huitang, the current head of the He family, made an appearance. He Huitang regarded He Jia and said coolly, Jier, how do you feel about the disruption of your engagement to the Lu family? That Lu Yanran has been with countless men, which is truly repugnant. However, if you desire her, I would not object, even if she were a courtesan. He Jia's expression hardened. Father, let us not dwell further on this matter. I, He Jia, am not lacking in women. A woman like Lu Yanran is merely for fleeting amusement, but she shall not cross the threshold of the He family. This matter ends here. You need not involve yourself. He Huitang patted He Jia's shoulder and inquired, what do you intend to do about that, Lin Hao? A mere upstart has disrupted your engagement banquet. He cannot be allowed to roam freely. Just say the word, and I will ensure he sees no light of day tomorrow. Being He Huitang's only son, regardless of He Jia's potential, He Huitang could not remain passive while his son's dignity was tarnished. After a moment of contemplation, He Jia replied, "Father, I will handle the issue with Lin Hao. Rest assured, he shall not live to see another day." Very well. He Huitang regarded his son with admiration, reflecting on how he had matured. Shortly after He Huitang departed, 4 beautiful women arrived, 3 from Western countries and 1 from an island nation. It was like a miniature coalition of nations. He Jia aimed to display his national pride. At Qin Wushuang's villa, as soon as Lin Hao arrived, he was invited inside. "Lin Hao, have you completed your tasks?" "Who is this?" Wang Fugui's eyes widened. Although Qin Wushuang did not recognize him, he certainly knew her. She was the esteemed General Qin Wushuang. Anyone of prominence in Jiang City could not possibly be unaware of her. Bowing slightly, Wang Fugui hastily greeted her. "General Qin, I never imagined I would encounter you here. It is no wonder that divine Dr. Lin is your friend. Indeed, exceptional individuals tend to gravitate towards one another." Qin Wushuang nodded lightly, acknowledging Wang Fugui's words. Had it not been for Wang Fugui sending Lin Hao over, Qin Wushuang, given her stature, would undoubtedly have paid him no heed. Politely, she extended an invitation. "Hello? Would you care to join me inside for a chat?" However, her gaze remained fixed upon Lin Hao. Wang Fugui, a shrewd individual, promptly shook his head and replied, "Thank you for your kind invitation, General Qin, but perhaps another time. I have numerous matters to attend to at my company. I sincerely apologize." Qin Wushuang did not press the matter. Her inquiry was merely casual. As Wang Fugui prepared to depart, he turned to Lin Hao and inquired, "Dr. Lin, when shall I undergo my second treatment? If you have the time, may I come to find you?" After a moment's contemplation, Lin Hao responded, "I shall be residing here for the next few days. Once you have concluded your business tomorrow, feel free to come and see me. If you adhere to my regimen for 3 weeks, I assure you, you will feel more invigorated than if you had consumed a potent elixir." Wang Fugui left with an awkward smile, hastily entering his vehicle. Had it been only Lin Hao present, he would not have felt any discomfort. However, the presence of Qin Wushuang added a layer of complexity. It was best to conclude this topic, and while Lin Hao remained unfazed, he could not feign ignorance. Should General Qin become incensed, he would find himself in dire straits. After Wang Fugui's departure, Qin Wushuang, with a hint of a smile, inquired, "Lin Hao, what ailment afflicts Wang Fugui? Why is it that his condition necessitates the use of spirits?" A look of embarrassment crossed Lin Hao's face as he replied, "It is nothing serious, merely a slight male inconvenience. Let us proceed inside and discuss our future." Qin Wushuang's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded in agreement. Yet, no sooner had they settled in the grand hall of the villa than Lin Hao's phone began to ring. A sultry voice emerged from the device. "Little junior brother, I bear good news. A bounty has been placed on you on the International Assassination Network, and the reward is a staggering $10 million. Hee hee, little junior brother. Your time may be up." Chapter 19. The Enchantress, second senior sister. "Who are you?" Lin Hao's brow furrowed. The voice was intoxicatingly enchanting. However, he could not recall ever having met such a woman. The sultry voice continued, "Little Haozi, you heartless wretch. I am the second disciple of old Li, your second senior sister. I've been watching over you, fearing that you might come to harm. Yet, you do not even remember who I am. How ungrateful of you. Little junior brother, I am quite upset." Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. He then remembered that upon his arrival at the medical Immortal Valley, there were indeed a few stunningly beautiful female disciples. However, they had left the valley long ago, and Lin Hao had spent 6 years there without seeing them again. Now, suddenly being contacted by a senior sister left him feeling rather indifferent. Lin Hao replied coolly, "Second senior sister, the old man has already passed away. If there is nothing else, I shall end this conversation. Should you wish to pay your respects to him, you might find a stream downstream of the lake outside the medical Immortal Valley to burn some paper offerings. That will suffice. Do not contact me again unless necessary." The sultry voice turned agitated. "Lin Hao, did you kill him?" Lin Hao retorted with irritation. "Although I held no affection for the old man, I would never stoop to the heinous act of killing my master. He passed away on his own. Do not cast aspersions on me. Regardless, he is gone, and we should go our separate ways." With a hint of regret, the sultry voice said, "So you did not take his life? What a pity. That old man was immensely powerful and possessed divine medical skills. It is not surprising that you could not kill him. However, I find it hard to believe that he has truly passed. The reason I, your second senior sister, contacted you is to inform you that someone has been hired to kill you. A skilled assassin proficient in assembling firearms has accepted the task. You must exercise caution. Of course, if you were to ask for my assistance, I would reluctantly help you resolve this little predicament. A woman-esque figure from 6 years past floated into Lin Hao's mind. She was a temptress, exuding an irresistible allure with every smile and glance. Any man who dared to look upon her would inevitably fall under her spell, yielding to her whims. Such a woman was no mere mortal. She was a siren capable of ensnaring souls. No need. If I can be dispatched by a mere lowly assassin, then my fate is to live a short life. Thank you for informing me of all this, second senior sister. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Beep, beep. In a splendid estate exceeding 100,000 square meters, the enchanting woman paused momentarily. She gently swirled her wine glass, the exquisite red wine flowing gracefully within. How intriguing. I did not expect my little junior brother to possess such a temper. 6 years ago, the old man mentioned that once my little junior brother descended from the mountain, it would be the time for us senior sisters to marry him. Ha. The old man had no fear of my junior brother's stamina. He dared to suggest that we sisters marry him together. The junior disciple remarked that the old man had passed away, implying that we no longer need to fulfill our commitments. However, the old man is not so easily dispatched. That fellow must certainly be concocting some nefarious scheme. Behind the enchanting fairy, an aged Western man knelt. This elderly gentleman was no ordinary individual. He was a prominent figure within the powerful Roth family of the United States. The fairy turned around, her high heels pressing down upon the head of the patriarch of the Roth family. Roth, do you think my junior disciple might fall in love with me? Upon hearing this question, Roth trembled violently. It was an exceedingly difficult question to answer, and a misstep could cost him his life. The fairy would not concern herself with his status. If she desired it, he could only comply or face death. I shan't trouble you further. You may leave now. Remember to keep your family's subordinates in check, lest they cross my path again. Otherwise, survival will cost you more than just $100 million. Now, be gone. The patriarch of the Roth family, visibly relieved, bowed several times before hastily departing. In Long Country, within the villa of Qin Wushuang, she awaited Lin Hao to speak. She had not paid close attention to what the fairy had conveyed during her recent contact with Lin Hao. Lin Hao, with no intention of concealing the truth, spoke plainly. Wushuang, the call I received was from my second senior sister. She is also a disciple of the old man. Just now, she informed me that a bounty has been placed on me on the International Assassination Network. Moreover, assassins have already accepted the task. I am being targeted. Wushuang, would you like to avoid this? Qin Wushuang shook her head. Have you forgotten my identity? I am betrothed to you. It is merely a single assassin. We are not in a Western country, but in Long Country. Be they assassins or mercenaries, this land is a forbidden zone for them. Lin Hao chose not to elaborate further. Qin Wushuang's stance spoke volumes. To refuse further would imply that Lin Hao did not regard Qin Wushuang as his own. At the Jiang City train station, a middle-aged man, with only his eyes visible, disembarked and began to navigate the streets, intent on acquiring materials for assembling firearms. Chapter 20. Sparring. The middle-aged man, known by the nickname Venomous Sting, held a rather modest rank on the Assassin's leaderboard. With over 130 assassination missions under his belt and a success rate of 84%, his survival after numerous failures spoke volumes. After acquiring all the necessary components to assemble firearms, he rented a residence at a premium, situated 3,000 meters away from Qin Wushuang's villa. In the days to come, he intended to seize every opportunity to gather intelligence on Qin Wushuang, only proceeding with his plan once he was absolutely certain of success. Moreover, he would ensure multiple escape routes were available. Should the mission falter, he would retreat at the first opportunity. Inside Qin Wushuang's villa, Lin Hao was seated in meditation, absorbing the essence of the heavens and the earth. The spiritual energy in the atmosphere was exceedingly scarce, which left him feeling quite helpless. To break through his current realm, he had to rise early each day to capture a fleeting wisp of the eastern purple qi. Yet, this elusive energy did not manifest daily. At times, he could go 10 days or even half a month without encountering a single thread. Lin Hao, breakfast is ready, called Feng Wu, who had prepared scallion noodles and milk. After we eat, shall we spar a little? Lin Hao pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Feng Wu's culinary skills were impressive. Her ascent to the position of deputy commander under Qin Wushuang was not merely due to connections, but rather her exceptional abilities across various domains. Her association with Qin Wushuang, a figure of significant status, promised a boundless future. "General, your prowess is formidable," Feng Wu remarked. "Your presence at the borders has instilled fear across the land." The barbaric forces of the White Elephant Kingdom, who once contemplated an invasion, were reduced to a defensive struggle at the capital. "Are you not concerned about injuring Lin Hao in your bout?" Lin Hao shook his head with a chuckle, casting a glance at Feng Wu. "Do not underestimate me. Though Wu Shuang is powerful, I possess greater strength. Rest assured, I would never harm her. She is my fiancée, and no one, including myself, shall bring her any harm." Feng Wu studied Lin Hao intently, aware of his capabilities, but still skeptical that he surpassed Qin Wushuang in strength. Just after finishing breakfast, Wang Fuguei arrived but refrained from disturbing Qin Wushuang, choosing instead to wait outside the main gate. "Go on in. Wushuang is quite amiable, though she is a warrior goddess. She bears no heirs with her own," Wang Fuguei encouraged. "As my patient, you are considered one of us." Wang Fuguei forced a smile. "Lin the divine physician. Perhaps that is best avoided. I can see that General Qin is rather intimidating, and I would prefer you perform acupuncture for me in the vehicle." "Very well." Lin Hao agreed, not insisting further. It was only natural for others to feel apprehensive around Qin Wushuang. As the only female warrior of the Dragon Kingdom, she exhibited a softer demeanor in Lin Hao's presence, yet in the eyes of outsiders, she remained an imposing and cold figure. After completing the acupuncture for Wang Fuguei, Lin Hao returned to the villa. As he did, he caught a glimpse of a middle-aged man in his peripheral vision, who was furtively watching him while ostensibly engaged in agricultural work. In reality, he appeared to be surveilling Lin Hao. Lin Hao murmured to himself, "How intriguing. A farmer cloaked in an aura of menace. If I am not mistaken, this middle-aged man must be the assassin. For an ordinary individual to attempt my assassination is hardly less challenging than searching for a needle in a haystack. I shall allow you a few more days to see if you can catch a larger fish." Lin Hao has already discerned the assassin's movements. Bold and skilled, he has yet to devise a direct resolution. At present, he seeks to ascertain whether the individual covertly plotting his demise is linked to the malevolent forces that caused his mother's death, or if it is someone entirely different. Upon emerging from the valley, Lin Hao has only offended the Liu and He families, unless it is the hidden forces responsible for his mother's demise. The culprits must be either the He family or the Liu family. Moreover, the likelihood of the Liu family being involved is the greatest, for they have suffered significant losses at his hands. Liu Xueliang was slain by him, followed by a demand for 2 billion from the Liu family as a form of life extension. It is evident that the Liu family possesses ample motive to eliminate him. Seeing Lin Hao somewhat preoccupied, Qin Wushuang inquired, "Lin Hao, what troubles you?" Shaking his head, Lin Hao replied, "It's nothing. Did you not wish to spar with me? Come, let me witness if you, the sole female war god of Dragon Country, truly deserve the title." With that, the two took to the grassy field, standing opposite each other. In the next moment, Qin Wushuang unleashed an overwhelming aura. In Lin Hao's eyes, she transformed, no longer the delicate girl, but rather a sharp, gleaming spear, seemingly capable of piercing through anything. Chapter 21. The unseen forces are not to be underestimated. Qin Wushuang exuded an overwhelming aura, a ferocity honed through countless battles against the barbaric foes at the borders. Feng Wu quietly stepped back, eager to discern whether Lin Hao was worthy of being called a general. As Qin Wushuang's deputy, she believed that few men in the world could claim such a title, for generals are exceptionally formidable and outstanding. Qin Wushuang spoke with a grave tone. "Lin Hao, should you find yourself unable to withstand my assault, do not hesitate to inform me. I have mastered the art of killing. Should I attack, it shall be to end a life." Lin Hao smiled. "The greater your strength, the better you can protect yourself. Our paths ahead will be fraught with difficulty, and I wish to witness your true prowess." "Very well." Upon her affirmation, Qin Wushuang clenched her fists and surged towards Lin Hao with the swiftness of a leopard. Lin Hao remained composed, observing her approach until her fist was merely half a foot from his chest, at which point he effortlessly blocked her strike. "Wushuang, your speed could be even more accelerated, and your power requires fortification. I discern that you did not unleash your full speed or strength just now, fearing you might injure me. Rest assured, I am not susceptible to harm from you." The old man not only imparted medical knowledge, but also enhanced my capabilities. "Few in this world can rival me." Qin Wushuang nodded, and when she launched her next attack, it was executed with even greater intensity. Lin Hao continued to defend, refraining from countering her strikes. Despite her status as a formidable female warrior, the disparity in strength between them was substantial. What began as a friendly sparring session evolved into Lin Hao's guidance for Qin Wushuang, as he pointed out her shortcomings. Her innate talent was indeed commendable under his tutelage. Her proficiency improved by at least 20%. An hour later, Qin Wushuang panted heavily, perspiration glistening on her brow. Feng Wu, having witnessed the exchange, was left in awe. Her perception of Lin Hao's strength profoundly deepened. It was no wonder Lin Hao possessed the confidence to aspire to join the ranks of generals. He was remarkably powerful. However, mere strength alone would likely not grant him entry into the Qin family. Unless, of course, he possessed a formidable background or strength sufficient to compel the Qin family to acquiesce. The Qin family of the imperial capital was not merely a prominent clan in the secular world. They were also renowned in the realm of ancient martial arts. The imperial Qin family was but a branch, and Qin Wushuang hailed not from this branch, but rather as the eldest daughter of the main Qin lineage, sent to the secular world for her training. Qin Wushuang blinked in admiration, exclaiming, "Lin Hao, I did not anticipate your prowess to be so remarkable. I now feel a measure of confidence regarding your proposal for marriage. Those stubborn elders favor young talents of considerable strength. If your power is sufficiently formidable, they shall transform from obstacles into allies." Lin Hao chuckled, "I shall strive for excellence. Since you acknowledge our engagement, I will not let you down." As the two rested, a figure in the distance, Poison Thorn, watched them intently through binoculars. The Poison Needle murmured to himself, "This woman is quite formidable. I must ensure a single, fatal strike. It would be best to act when that man is alone, for I cannot allow her to disrupt my assassination endeavor." Yet, the man's strength remains elusive, difficult to discern. Although he is in training, his capabilities are shrouded in mystery, truly peculiar. Lin Hao's prowess is terrifying, beyond the grasp of the Poison Needle's perception. Feng Wu approached Lin Hao, her expression unusual. "Lin Hao, I never anticipated your remarkable strength. Even the general is unable to breach your defenses. I hope you can truly be with the general. You must understand, your marriage contract with him is only unopposed by the general. The entire clan disapproves, as they wish for him to marry into a prominent family." Qin Wushuang furrowed her brow slightly. "Feng Wu, do not speak too freely." Lin Hao shook his head, smiling as he replied, "No worries. Since I have chosen to face challenges alongside Wushuang, I shall not flinch regardless of the obstacles. Wushuang, allow me to massage you. It will expedite your recovery." "All right." Lin Hao grasped Qin Wushuang's delicate hand, her skin smooth and fair. He began to apply acupressure techniques, hastening her recuperation. Feng Wu, understanding the moment, gracefully withdrew, leaving them in their secluded world. Qin Wushuang leaned against Lin Hao's shoulder, and in that instant, the world fell silent. "Lin Hao, wouldn't it be wonderful if time could freeze at this moment? Then we would not have to confront any troubles." Lin Hao gazed skyward and replied slowly, "Time will not halt. I still have too much left to accomplish. The enemies of my mother remain unfound, and I still do not know the identity of my father. Now that I possess the ability, I cannot allow my mother's blood feud to go unavenged. Once I have settled these matters, I shall propose to the Qin family." Qin Wushuang inquired, "Lin Hao, do you require my assistance? I have some connections in the Dragon Kingdom and may be able to help." Lin Hao did not decline and responded, "My mother's incident occurred nearly 2 decades ago. Uncovering the true culprit is exceedingly challenging unless one was privy to the details from the beginning. Elder Zhou knows, but he dares not speak, fearing that my identity's exposure would bring danger." Qin Wushuang's brow furrowed. If Elder Zhou is wary, it suggests that the forces behind her mother's assassination are formidable indeed. She gazed at the jade pendant around Lin Hao's neck, lost in thought. Where had she seen this pendant before? Why could she not recall? Chapter 22. The wealthy host. Ever since Qin Wushuang learned that Lin Hao's jade pendant was tied to his lineage, she found herself pondering where she had encountered it before. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, the memory eluded her, leaving her in a state of frustration. Softly, she confessed, "Lin Hao, I truly wish to help you find your father. However, this jade pendant is exceedingly peculiar. I am certain I have seen it before. Yet I cannot recall where or when." Lin Hao gently patted Qin Wushuang's shoulder and replied, "Wushuang, your concern brings me great joy. There is no need to rush regarding my origins. In due time, as my strength grows, I shall uncover its mysteries." Very well, she acquiesced. Elder Zhou had previously informed Lin how that once his strength was sufficient, he would reveal the enigma of his heritage. Thus, he needed only to focus on enhancing his power without overthinking. Afterward, Lin Hao departed from Qin Wushuang's villa and made his way to his godmother Zhao Wanqing's residence. Upon realizing Lin Hao had left, the assassin, Poison Thorn, swiftly followed. He had already secured a vantage point in a nearby high-rise and assembled his weaponry. His aim was to execute a precise and lethal strike to fulfill his assassination mission, a task valued at millions of dollars, which he took most seriously. Inside the house, Zhao Wanqing greeted Lin Hao with a radiant smile, and Zhao Xiaoya was equally delighted, having set aside her grievances towards him. Lin Hao's 6-year absence had not been by choice. He had been unable to return. The distinction between being unable to return and choosing not to was profound. Zhao Xiaoya, embracing Lin Hao's arm, cheerfully remarked, "Brother, please stay for a few more days this time. This house will eventually be demolished, and soon we may not have the chance to live here. Mother has refused to allow the demolition all this time, waiting for your return. Now, she will surely not object." Lin Hao responded, "I will heed Xiaoya's wishes." At that moment, Lin Hao suddenly shoved Zhao Xiaoya several meters away. Bang! "Get down. Don't move." Zhao Xiaoya, bewildered, looked at him and inquired, "Brother, why did you push me? That hurt. You owe me compensation for that." Lin Hao pointed towards a bullet hole in the wall and spoke in a grave tone, "There's an assassin. Do not get up. I will handle this." Zhao Xiaoya and Zhao Wanqing were greatly alarmed and dared not move. Lin Hao stepped out of the door, and a second bullet shot towards him. However, it slowed dramatically just a meter from him, as Lin Hao summoned a protective barrier of spiritual energy. He focused on a distant high-rise, his gaze sharp. The bullet he had deflected returned with even greater velocity. Pooh! The bullet pierced through Poison Thorn's forehead, killing him instantly. Returning inside, Lin Hao muttered to himself, "You died so easily. What a fortunate escape for you." Zhao Wanqing quickly grasped Lin Hao's arm, urging him, "Xiao Hao, you must lie down at once. We need to call the police. This place is far too dangerous. Who could be so ruthless as to target you?" Lin Hao gently patted Zhao Wanqing's back and softly reassured her, "Godmother, everything is fine now. Your godson is quite formidable, and it is not so easy to harm him. Those who wish to hurt me must be prepared for the consequences. However, this place is indeed quite perilous. Godmother, Xiaoya, here are 2 bank cards. I have deposited some money in them. Feel free to use it without restraint. If it runs low, simply ask me for more." Zhao Wanqing shook her head in refusal. "Godmother does not want it. Save your money for when you marry. Getting married requires a considerable amount of money these days, and without a house or a car, no girl will agree to wed. When the developers come to discuss the relocation, I will use the compensation to buy you a house and a car." Xiaoya interjected, "Mom, if the money isn't enough, you might have to endure some hardship." Zhao Xiaoya shook her head. "Mom, I don't care about the relocation funds. I was upset before because my brother hadn't returned for 6 years, not because I feared he would ask for money. As long as our family is well, I care for nothing else." Just as Lin Hao intended to inform the 2 women that he was indeed financially secure, his phone rang. The call was from Wang Fugui, the wealthiest man in Jiang City, who was exceedingly cordial towards Lin Hao. Upon answering, Wang Fugui quickly said, "Dr. Lin, I am planning to host a banquet and would like to invite you to attend. I will be inviting prominent figures from Jiang City, and I wish to introduce you to them. They are involved in various fields, and if you require assistance, they will surely be able to help." After contemplating for a moment, Lin Hao nodded in agreement. "Sure, just tell me the address and time." Wang Fugui replied, "Dr. Lin, I plan to hold the banquet at Ziyuan Mountain Villa. It will commence at 5:30 this afternoon." "How does that sound? You are still with General Qin, right? Would you like me to come pick you up?" Lin Hao declined. "No need. I will go directly to Ziyuan Mountain Villa." Wang Fugui promptly responded, "Very well. I shall await your arrival at the villa." As the 2 ended their conversation, Zhao Xiaoya's large eyes fixed curiously on Lin Hao. "Brother, do you know what Ziyuan Mountain Villa is? It is a place only the significant figures of Jiang City can access. Has your identity as an immortal practitioner been revealed?" Chapter 23. "She is here for the wealthy." Zhao Wanqing tapped Zhao Xiaoya on the head and said, "Xiaoya, what on earth are you thinking? You believe your brother has been cultivating in seclusion for the past 6 years?" Lin Hao replied earnestly, "Godmother, Xiaoya is not mistaken. I truly went to cultivate, and I even learned medicine. In a moment, I will prescribe a remedy for you, which you can brew into a concoction to drink for 3 days, ensuring you'll feel even healthier." Zhao Wanqing rolled her eyes at Lin Hao and remarked, Xiao Hao, you spoil this girl. You have indulged her to the core, and it seems you still do not fear that she will become spoiled and ungrateful. Lin Hao affectionately ruffled Zhao Xiaoya's hair, a smile gracing his face. He softly replied, as her brother, it is only natural for me to dote on my sister. Put this card away for now. The password is your godmother's and Xiaoya's birthdays. By the way, I have a gathering this afternoon. What do you think about joining me? Zhao Wanqing pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. However, Zhao Xiaoya became immensely excited, exclaiming, Brother, is it the Ziyuan Mountain Villa you mentioned? Surely, no one has truly invited you to a gathering there? Lin Hao chuckled. It was Wang Fuguei who invited me, mentioning that he wishes to introduce me to several people. In the future, if any matters arise in Jiang City, I can seek their assistance. Wang Fuguei, the richest man in Jiang City. His wealth surpasses 100 billion, and few know the exact extent of his assets. Yet now Lin Hao claims that Wang Fuguei wants to invite him to a banquet, which is indeed hard to believe. Zhao Xiaoya animatedly asserted, Mom, brother would never deceive you. He holds you in the highest regard, and besides, brother is a cultivator. It is understandable that Wang Fuguei would invite him. Ignoring Zhao Xiaoya, Zhao Wanqing inquired, Xiao Hao, are you serious? Lin Hao pointed to the bank cards in their hands and explained, each of these cards holds 100 million. Godmother, I will ensure you and Xiaoya live the best life. If it weren't for you, I might have perished in the snow. Therefore, please do not reject my heartfelt gesture. To me, money is merely a number, and I shall never lack for it in the future. Zhao Xiaoya pondered for a moment before returning the bank cards to Lin Hao. Brother, I believe what you say, but these cards are too valuable. I cannot accept them. Here, take them back. Lin Hao's expression turned stern. Xiaoya, do you not consider me your brother? And you too, godmother. Once I have given it, I cannot take it back. If you refuse, I shall discard them in the trash. Hearing Lin Hao's insistence, Zhao Wanqing had no choice but to accept. However, both mother and daughter felt a twinge of unease in their hearts. They subsequently checked the balance together with Lin Hao, and the sheer number of zeros displayed indeed startled them. Yet, Zhao Wanqing refrained from asking anything. She understood that Lin Hao had undergone a transformation in Zhao Wanqing's heart. As long as Lin Hao was well, that was sufficient. At 5 in the afternoon, Lin Hao took Zhao Wanqing and her daughter by taxi to the entrance of Ziyuan Villa. However, they did not proceed inside immediately. Only vehicles worth over 1 million could enter directly, and there were many luxury cars valued in the tens of millions. Today, Wang Fuguo was hosting a gathering for the city's elite, and not just anyone could enter. Sir, ladies, please present your invitations. Today, Ziyuan Villa is not open to the public. It has been entirely reserved by Director Wang, the attendant stated. The staff did not look down upon them. Yet they would not allow entry without proper credentials. Although Lin Hao and the others arrived by taxi, there was no hint of disdain. They were merely fulfilling their duties. As Lin Hao furrowed his brow, about to speak, a fashionable woman, upon seeing Zhao Xiaoya, coldly remarked, Oh, isn't this the renowned campus beauty Zhao Xiaoya? I've heard you come from a single-parent family, and your circumstances are rather ordinary. What is this? Has your mother found you a wealthy stepfather, granting you access to Ziyuan Villa? Zhao Xiaoya's expression soured as she retorted, Qian Mingyao, I don't believe I have offended you in any way. Is it simply because the school heartthrob, Li Muge, whom you have been pursuing, turned you down and instead pursued me? I never accepted him. You can still chase after Li Muge. Why target me? It's utterly baffling. You. Qian Mingyao's face darkened as she commanded, Where are the security guards? What is the security management like at Ziyuan Villa? Director Wang is hosting the city's elite. Shouldn't this be taken seriously? This girl is my classmate, from a very ordinary background. Hurry and escort her out. We cannot allow her to tarnish the eyes of the city's elite. She's here to latch onto the wealthy. With a swift step forward, Lin Hao delivered a resounding slap to Qian Mingyao's face. He looked down at her coldly and stated, Apologize to Xiaoya, or I shall continue to strike you. Chapter 24 Lin, please do not be angry. Qian Mingyao was struck across the face by Lin Hao's slap, the fiery sting rendering her momentarily speechless. As the sole daughter of the Qian Corporation's president, she had always been cherished and protected, treated as if she were made of glass. Yet today, she found herself assaulted by an unremarkable man. Security, where are the guards? I want this wretch dead. Have him minced and fed to the dogs. I will take responsibility for whatever happens. This was the first time in her life that Qian Mingyao had been so humiliated. She could not fathom swallowing her pride. Revenge against Lin Hao was paramount. Soon, a team of security personnel arrived, numbering over a dozen. However, they did not act immediately. The gathering was too vast, with each attendee holding significant influence. Furthermore, the event was hosted by Wang Fuguwei. If they acted recklessly and offended a powerful figure, they would surely not see another sunrise. Even though it was the Qian family's eldest daughter who was wronged, their priority was to shield Qian Mingyao from further harm. And they dared not confront Lin Hao. "You lot, why are you just standing there?" Qian Mingyao shouted, pointing at Lin Hao. "Whoever helps me eliminate this scoundrel will receive 5 million. If he does not die today, I will make you pay." The security guards bristled at her words, feeling both angered and tempted. 5 million. Even with their respectable salaries at Ziyuan Villa, it would take a lifetime to amass such wealth. The captain of the security team inhaled sharply, casting a deep glance at Lin Hao before solemnly stating, "Miss Qian, rest assured, we will take care of this matter. However, killing him outright may be beyond our means. Let us not forget the significance of today. Should we provoke Mr. Wang's ire, even your father would face grave consequences. Therefore, we kindly urge you to consider a more reasonable means of venting your frustration." With the guard's reminder, Qian Mingyao came to a realization. Killing Lin Hao is not a grave matter, but inciting Mr. Wang's anger would have severe repercussions. Break his limbs and toss him into the river to feed the fish. That should suffice, right? Very well. The security captain nodded, believing that as long as no one was killed on the premises, they could manage the situation. Zhao Wanqing rushed to shield Lin Hao, pleading with the guards. "We will leave immediately. Please, do not harm Xiaohai. If you must strike someone, let it be me." Zhao Xiaoya tugged at Lin Hao's sleeve, whispering, "Brother, what should we do now? Meng Yao is vindictive. She will not let this go easily. We've crossed her, and the consequences could be dire. Can you resolve this?" Lin Hao nodded, gently patting Zhao Xiaoya's head. "Do not worry. This is merely a trivial matter. However, it is best to avoid violence. Targeting such insignificant creatures is hardly worthwhile." With that, Lin Hao turned to face the encircling security personnel and delivered another slap to Qian Mingyao, sending her flying several meters away. He regarded the guards with indifference, speaking in a calm tone. "I have once again confronted that loquacious woman, and you must come to her defense. Feel free to commence. However, allow me to offer a word of caution. My strikes are devoid of restraint. Should I inadvertently cause your demise, you shall have no one to blame but your own ill fate." The head of security furrowed his brow. For Lin Hao's slap instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Qian Mingyao, standing at approximately 164 centimeters and undoubtedly exceeding 150 pounds, was astonishingly sent flying by Lin Hao's sheer force. What tremendous strength must it take to achieve such a feat? After being propelled through the air, Qian Mingyao struggled to rise before succumbing to unconsciousness. Zhao Wanqing urgently urged, "Hurry, Xiao Hao, take Xiaoya and leave swiftly. I will assume responsibility for the injury. Just go." Lin Hao shook his head. "Godmother, it's merely a trivial matter. There is no need for such alarm. Whether these security personnel act or refrain from acting, we shall remain unscathed." Having spoken, Lin Hao retrieved his phone and dialed Wang Fugui's number. His tone was somewhat frigid as he said, "Chairman Wang, are you deliberately toying with me? You called to invite me to a banquet, yet now you have someone obstructing my entry. If this is how you wish to showcase your status, kindly refrain from contacting me in the future." Beep, beep. With that, Lin Hao terminated the call. Wang Fugui, engaged in entertaining guests, was taken aback and rushed out of the private room, hastening towards the entrance. If Lin Hao were genuinely incensed, his future happiness would be irrevocably lost, rendering him a mere shadow of a man. The thought of such an outcome filled Wang Fugui with a sense of urgency. "Lin, my esteemed physician, please temper your anger. Which scoundrel has offended you? I shall ensure their entire family pays dearly." Chapter 25, The Wrath of Mr. Qin. "Mr. Wang, in such haste, where are you off to? Were you not supposed to introduce us to a miraculous physician? Yet you leave, and this esteemed doctor has yet to arrive. From your words, it seems someone has offended your benefactor? Who would dare to cross Mr. Wang's benefactor? Let us accompany you to find out." Mr. Wang's demeanor was icy, his tone frigid. "I am unaware of who has offended Physician Lin. All I know is that he is exceedingly displeased. To be frank with you all, this banquet was organized in honor of Physician Lin. Should he remain incensed, there would be no purpose in continuing this gathering. Let us go." Upon hearing Mr. Wang's words, the crowd comprehended the gravity of the situation. They were eager to meet the physician whom Mr. Wang held in such high esteem. Even though Mr. Wang had not divulged the nature of the ailment the physician had treated him for, his demeanor suggested it was no trivial matter. It was likely that this physician had saved Mr. Wang's life. They were well aware of the wealthiest man in Jiang City's character and knew he would spare no effort in honoring his savior. In a hurry, the prominent figures of Jiang City made their way toward the entrance of Ziyuan Villa. However, someone had arrived even sooner. The newcomer was Mr. Qian, the owner of several late-night eateries in Jiang City, and the father of Qian Mingyao. Upon receiving news that his daughter had been assaulted, he rushed over immediately. When Mr. Qian discovered his daughter in a state of unconsciousness, his expression darkened to the point it seemed he could squeeze water from his face. "Tell me, which scoundrel has harmed my daughter? I demand his life." The head of security hastily approached Mr. Qian, pointing at Lin Hao. "Sir, it is that young man. We have attempted to advise him politely, but he refused to heed our counsel and acted recklessly against Miss Qian. Given that today is Mr. Wang's banquet, we refrained from taking any action. I hope you will understand." Mr. Qian's eyes blazed with fury, his face etched with murderous intent. He cherished his only daughter as a precious gem. The thought that she had been beaten into unconsciousness was intolerable. He advanced step by step toward Lin Hao, while Zhao Wanqing stepped forward, arms outstretched in a protective gesture, repeatedly apologizing. "I am so sorry, truly sorry. It is my fault. I failed to discipline Xiaohai properly. Please forgive us this once. Whatever compensation you seek, I shall agree to. Just please do not harm Xiaohai." Observing Zhao Wanqing, a woman exuding mature charm, Mr. Qian might have acquiesced to her pleas under different circumstances. However, at this moment, he was solely focused on punishing Lin Hao. No amount of intercession would sway him. Zhao Xiaoya interjected. "It was not my brother who offended Qian Mingyao. She instigated the trouble herself. We came to attend the banquet. Yet she obstructed our entry and even attempted to incite the security against us. This is utterly unreasonable." Mr. Qian's face twisted with rage as he approached Zhao Xiaoya, raising his hand to strike her fiercely while bellowing. "Whether my daughter insults you or strikes you, it matters not. It is your misfortune to be scolded by her. You endure her wrath and submit to her blows. Now, I shall strike you down, you wretched creature." A vicious slap was aimed at Zhao Xiaoya, yet his wrist was seized by another. The assailant was none other than Lin Hao. With an icy demeanor, Lin Hao gazed at Mr. Qian and intoned, "Do you intend to harm my sister?" Mr. Qian scoffed repeatedly. "Not only do I wish to strike her, but I shall also ensure that she is subjected to unspeakable humiliation until her demise, including this woman who dares to plead for her." He continued, "As for you, I shall shatter your limbs, leaving you to witness their torment as they perish." This, he declared, was the price for meddling with his daughter. Crack! Lin Hao tightened his grip, crushing Mr. Qian's bones with a singular force. Then, as if discarding refuse, he hurled Mr. Qian away. A cry of agony escaped Mr. Qian's lips as he howled in pain, offering a bounty to the security personnel. 1 million. Bring me the head of this insufferable wretch and break the limbs of those 2 women. Mr. Qian, fueled by rage, had never experienced such a profound loss before. Even if Chairman Wang were to hold him accountable, he vowed to annihilate all 3 of them. In that moment, Mr. Qian had completely lost his reason. With his daughter assaulted and one of his hands rendered useless, he felt no restraint. He would not rest until Lin Hao and his companions were dealt with. The onlookers quietly retreated. Mr. Qian was now genuinely furious, and to remain in proximity could implicate them. Although Mr. Qian was not among the highest echelons of power in Jiang City, he was still a figure of considerable repute, surpassing even the Liu family. Most importantly, Mr. Qian possessed wealth. In this era, money could facilitate the realization of 99% of one's desires, including the hiring of assassins. Chapter 26. It was not intentional. Qian Yoji let out a furious roar, expressing his willingness to offer 1 million as a reward. Upon hearing this, the security guards were invigorated as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Although they were wary of Wang Fuguei and feared that taking action here would provoke his wrath, the prospect of such a substantial sum was enough to tempt them into taking risks. The captain of the security team inhaled deeply, drawing his baton from his waist. He pointed it at Lin Hao and said in a low voice, "Kid, don't blame us. You brought this upon yourself by offending Mr. Qian and Miss Qian. Kneel down and let us break your limbs. It will save you some suffering." Zhao Xiaoya's face was etched with fear, and Zhao Wanqing appeared particularly pale. They understood that the situation had escalated. These men would not spare Lin Hao, nor would they show mercy to them. Trembling, Zhao Xiaoya anxiously asked, "Brother, what should we do now?" Lin Hao gently ruffled Zhao Xiaoya's hair, a faint smile gracing his face. "Xiaoya, do you trust me?" Zhao Xiaya nodded earnestly, her faith in Lin Hao unwavering. Lin Hao then turned to Zhao Wanqing and softly said, "Godmother, could you please close your eyes? I would prefer that you do not witness this rather violent side of me." Zhao Wanqing, filled with concern, replied, "Xiao Hao, you and Xiaya should leave this place quickly. I will hold them off." Lin Hao shook his head. If he were to do that, Zhao Wanqing's fate would undoubtedly be dire, perhaps even leading to her humiliation and death. His eyes glimmered with determination as he stated firmly, "Godmother, please trust me." But there are no buts. Xiao Hao is quite capable now. I can easily handle these 10 or so security guards, though it might get a bit brutal. Ultimately, Zhao Wanqing chose to trust Lin Hao and slowly closed her eyes. Lin Hao positioned himself protectively in front of the mother and daughter, his demeanor transforming dramatically. The gentle and soft-spoken Lin Hao, who had treated Zhao Wanqing and her daughter with utmost kindness, now bore an expression filled with murderous intent. The captain of the security team, intimidated by Lin Hao's presence, coldly commanded, "Attack." At the captain's order, the security guards lunged at Lin Hao like ravenous wolves. They roared while brandishing their batons, their ferocity suggesting they viewed Lin Hao as a sworn enemy. That young man was doomed. Why must he offend the daughter and father of Qian Yoji? Indeed, Qian Yoji operated in the late-night dining industry, having associated with countless unsavory characters, each one a formidable individual. It was rumored that Qian Yoji had blood on his hands. Now, there would be more. Better to offend Wang Dong than to provoke someone like Qian Yoji. As the crowd murmured, the security guards closed in on Lin Hao. With a swift motion, he struck back, sending the 3 guards at the forefront flying several meters away. Lin Hao then surged forward, seizing one of the guards and yanking him close, using his other hand to slam the guard's head forcefully against the ground. He then grasped the guard by the ankle, wielding his body as a weapon to sweep away the others. One by one, the guards were sent sprawling, blood pouring from their mouths and noses, unable to move as they lay on the ground. The captain of the security team previously stood at the back. Now his forehead glistened with cold sweat, and every hair on his body stood on end. This young master, would you believe me if I said this is a misunderstanding?" Lin Hao smiled. "I do believe you. After all, you are the captain of the security team. If I cannot trust your words, then whom can I trust?" The captain of the security team continually retreated, his face ashen, trembling as he spoke. "Young master, sir, if you truly believe me, could you perhaps release my subordinate? It's rather frightening to see him being dragged towards me." With a resounding crash, Lin Hao casually swung his hand, striking the captain and sending him flying 20 meters away. Just as the captain landed, he discovered Lin Hao standing before him. In the next instant, Lin Hao's foot pressed down on his left knee, applying just a bit of force, causing the captain's kneecap to shatter. "Oh dear, I truly apologize. It was not my intention. I hope you can understand that I merely miscalculated my footing and did not mean to break your left leg." With a crack, "What has happened?" "I accidentally broke your left leg and, oh dear, I seem to have inadvertently broken your right leg as well. You surely won't blame me, will you? I assure you, it was not intentional." The captain, cursing inwardly, dared not utter a word that might provoke Lin Hao, for he feared that voicing his thoughts could cost him his life. After delivering a final slap that rendered the captain unconscious, Lin Hao turned his attention to the grim-faced Qian Yoji. With a slight smile and a calm demeanor, Lin Hao stated, "Mr. Qian, it is now your turn." Chapter 27. Strike when you will. "Mr. Qian, it is now your turn." A seemingly mundane statement uttered by Lin Hao caused Qian Yoji's body to tremble violently. Taking a deep breath, Qian Yoji coldly retorted, "What a courageous lad. Do you comprehend whom you are addressing? In this territory of Jiang City, I, Qian Yoji, have never feared anyone. Indeed, your strength is considerable, but do not forget the era we inhabit. It is not merely brute force that resolves all matters, in my eyes. You are but an insignificant ant, pliable and easily crushed." Lin Hao chuckled as he advanced toward Qian Yoji. He sought to dismantle Qian Yoji's arrogance, to trample upon his pride until it lay in ruins. Qian Yoji's countenance darkened as he retreated, despite his fierce words. However, he had come alone today, without any entourage. This was no ordinary place. The owner of Ziyuan Villa commanded significant authority, and even Qian Yoji had to exercise caution. Moreover, given that Wang Fugue was hosting a gathering for the city's elite, it would be inappropriate for him to arrive with a posse. Thus, aside from a driver, he was accompanied only by his daughter, Qian Mingyao. The onlookers noted the fear etched upon Qian Yoji's face, recognizing that he was genuinely intimidated by Lin Hao. Lin Hao was the first individual who had ever evoked such trepidation in Qian Yoji. Lin Hao delivered a slap to Qian Yoji's face, though he held back his strength. Since Qian Yoji wished to engage in this game, Lin Hao was more than willing to indulge him. Mr. Qian, your resilience is commendable. That strike has left my hand stinging. Are you not powerful and influential? Come, let me witness the extent of your prowess. How will you crush this mere ant? Please do not let me down, for otherwise, the lives of you and your daughter may reach a premature end. In fact, I find this quite agreeable. It would be comforting for you both to accompany one another on the road to the underworld. Qian Yoji's face turned ashen. Lin Hao exhibited no fear of his threats. This was decidedly ominous. Though Lin Hao had held back his slap, it had nonetheless left Qian Yoji's face swollen and blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. As Lin Hao dealt with the security guards, the guests paid little heed. They had witnessed such altercations before, with the guards lacking the courage to retaliate. However, Lin Hao had now struck Qian Yoji, a notorious figure in Jiang City, and the repercussions of such an act could be dire. Had he truly dared to lay hands on Mr. Qian? Such audacity was remarkable. Gasps of disbelief echoed among the crowd. Some speculated that Lin Hao must possess significant backing, albeit concealed. His fearlessness in the face of Qian Yoji spoke volumes of his extraordinary character. Amidst the throng, a woman glared at him with venomous intent. This woman was none other than Lu Yinjin, the eldest daughter of the Lu family. She had come representing her family, only to unexpectedly encounter Lin Hao here. Moreover, he remained as brazen and overbearing as he had been before, having injured several security guards and even striking Qian Yoji. The power wielded by Qian Yoji was immense, and his methods were ruthless. Each year, among the missing persons in Jiang City, there were invariably those who had vanished at his hands. Due to his extensive network, despite having committed numerous heinous acts, he continues to evade justice. Lu Yinran murmured to herself, Lin Hao, not only have you offended my Lu family, but you have also crossed General Qian. I shall see how you deal with his retribution. You are destined to perish, and it will be a most disgraceful demise. If it were not for you, I would have already married young Master He. It is you who have brought me such misery. The Lu family is currently facing a severe financial crisis, having lost 2 billion. If the Lu family collapses, you shall meet a most unfortunate fate. Beside Lu Yinran, a well-dressed man overheard her mutterings and inquired, Yinran, what were you just whispering? I believe I heard the name General Qian. Do you favor him, or that ordinary-looking fellow? Lu Yinran promptly replied, Young Master Pan, I undoubtedly trust General Qian. His reputation precedes him, while that young man is merely skilled in combat, unable to stir any significant waves in Jiang City. The more he antagonizes General Qian, the worse his fate will be when trouble befalls him. Young Master Pan chuckled, naturally wrapping his arm around Lu Yinran's waist. Lu Yinran shot him an exasperated glance, but did not pull away. You are quite right, Yinran. Few can withstand General Qian's vengeance. The more arrogant that young man becomes now, the more tragic his future will be. His fate is already sealed. Death is his destiny. I wonder, however, how long he will be tormented before his demise. Perhaps we should enter Ziyuan Mountain Villa and find a secluded spot to discuss the matters of human procreation. Lu Yinran did not refuse, and the two turned to leave. She cast a glance back at Lin Hao, filled with resentment. Lin Hao seemed to sense her gaze, glancing at Lu Yinran, his eyes betraying a chilling disdain. He harbored not a shred of affection for her. With a resounding slap, perhaps provoked by the sight of Lu Yinran, Lin Hao struck Qian Yoji across the face. Qian Yoji bellowed, Why do you keep slapping me? Lin Hao replied nonchalantly, I strike when I wish. Do you have a problem with that? Chapter 28. Provoking the underworld. Emperor Lin Hao's response drove Qian Yoji to the brink of madness. He glared at Lin Hao and enunciated each word with palpable fury. Do you dare to let me call for help? With a swift slap, he sent Qian Yoji reeling, blood mingling with teeth as he spat. Lin Hao, unfazed, merely remarked, By all means, call as many as you wish. It would be splendid if some formidable experts joined as well. Otherwise, I might not find this encounter sufficiently entertaining. Pale and emaciated, with bloodshot eyes and a faint dark aura swirling at his brow, Qian Yoji was not exhibiting a favorable omen. He seemed destined to meet his demise. Qian Yoji dismissed Lin Hao's words as mere ramblings, a deliberate curse. Little did he know, Lin Hao had diagnosed his physical ailments through his medical expertise. Producing his phone, Qian Yoji dialed a number, reaching out to the underground emperor of Jiang City, known as Biao Yi. Biao Yi was a name that evoked fear throughout Jiang City, capable of silencing the cries of children. Just the mention of Biao Yu's name could intimidate 90% of the city's elite. As the call connected, a deep voice of a middle-aged man resonated through the phone. "What is it?" Qian Yoji hastily replied. "Biao Yi, I've encountered a predicament at Ziyuan Mountain Villa. The opponent is exceedingly arrogant, a skilled fighter. He effortlessly subdued over a dozen security guards and left my daughter unconscious. I am prepared to offer 100 million as a reward, pleading for your assistance in dealing with this wretched scoundrel." With a resounding thud, Lin Hao pressed Qian Yoji's head forcefully into the ground. Stepping on his head, he said coolly, "Have I conferred upon you any respect? Have you never heard the saying, 'Trouble arises from the mouth'? When you address me next, remember to employ honorifics, understood?" Qian Yoji clenched his teeth, fixating his gaze on Lin Hao. If looks could kill, Lin Hao would have perished countless times. It must be said that Qian Yoji was remarkably audacious. Despite being no match for Lin Hao, he dared to provoke him. Seemingly oblivious to the meaning of danger, an executive approached, speaking earnestly, "Young man, I believe this has escalated sufficiently. Not only have you injured over a dozen security guards, but you have also harmed Mr. Qian and his daughter. One should leave a margin for others for future encounters. In both life and business, one ought to exhibit restraint. Wouldn't you agree?" Lin Hao shot a glance at the executive and, with a swift motion, sent him flying several meters with a slap. Looking down impassively at the fallen executive, Lin Hao stated in a monotone, "Where was your voice when this Qian fellow had his security guards besiege me? Now you emerge as a self-righteous peacemaker. Have I granted you any favor, or do you believe you possess significant clout? Should you dare to play favorites and act the part of a big shot, I shall crush your skull." Individuals who had initially considered interceding on Qian Yoji's behalf immediately abandoned the notion upon witnessing Lin Hao's ruthless demeanor. What a farce! Lin Hao's strikes were genuinely formidable. They certainly did not wish to be flung several meters away, lying on the ground like a lifeless dog. Today was Wang Fugui's domain, and Lin Hao's actions were tantamount to desecrating Wang Fugui's territory. Lin Hao's audacity intrigued them. They were eager to witness how he would quell Wang Fugui's wrath. Within Qian Yoji's phone, the voice of Biao Yi echoed, "You little brat, it seems you are even more arrogant than I am. Who granted you the audacity to challenge my authority?" Lin Hao picked up the phone, his tone laced with mockery. "Your authority? In my eyes, you are not but a trifling matter. If you possess the capability, come over now and see if I can twist your head off and use it as a chamber pot. Foolish imbecile, begone." With that, Lin Hao abruptly hung up, disinterested in further discourse with Biao Yi. At a prestigious club in Jiang City, a middle-aged man bore a long scar that bisected his face. His countenance, twisted with fury, rendered him even more fearsome. At that moment, a Western beauty, who was massaging him, inadvertently caused him discomfort. In a fit of rage, he seized her hair and slammed her head onto the table. Grabbing a fruit knife from the platter, he viciously plunged it into her neck. "Such ill fortune! Take this woman away to feed the crocodiles," he bellowed. "Additionally, investigate what transpired at Ziyuan Mountain Villa today. I wish to know who dared to disrespect me, Biao Yi. Even if he is a deity, I shall ensure his entire family meets a tragic end, leaving no descendants behind." "Yes, Biao Yi." The suited man nodded solemnly, his expression icy and devoid of emotion. He was Biao Yi's trusted confidant, a top-tier assassin with countless lives on his hands. Chapter 29, Chairman Wang. "You must advocate for me." As the cold-faced figure departed, the notorious Biao Yi summoned two stunning Western blonde beauties. In his presence, Western women served not only as instruments of release but also as creatures that could be mercilessly subdued at the slightest provocation. However, this was solely applicable to Western women. In contrast, Biao Yi had never treated Eastern women in such a manner, owing to his upbringing in a single-parent household, raised solely by his mother. Consequently, he held a certain respect for Eastern women. At the entrance of Ziyuan Villa, Qian Yoji found himself subjected to the weight of Lin Hao's foot upon his head. Once a figure feared by numerous executives in the night market, he had lost all semblance of pride, yet his lips remained resolutely sealed, even under Lin Hao's humiliating grip. Qian Yoji refrained from uttering a single plea for mercy. Lin Hao gazed down at him, shifting his foot slightly. "Surprisingly, you possess quite a resilient spirit. However, I am not entirely convinced that your tenacity can withstand my will. Let us test the fortitude of your kneecap." With that, Lin Hao's foot descended upon Qian Yoji's left knee. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed, causing Qian Yoji's face to blanch in agony as he clenched his teeth tightly. Little did he anticipate that Lin Hao would act so brazenly, rendering him incapacitated with a single blow to his leg. No one dared to speak up for him anymore. To do so would invite dire consequences. The last individual who had attempted to defend him had already faced Lin Hao's wrath. Thus, the elite present could only watch helplessly, paralyzed by fear. Hiss! Qian Yoji gasped, his body trembling violently. He longed to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet he understood that Lin Hao's temperament would render such an action perilous. His current plight was already dire. Should it worsen, who could say if he would survive? In that moment, Qian Yoji harbored but one thought: to stay alive and evade Lin Hao's lethal wrath. From Lin Hao's demeanor, it was evident that he was not one to shy away from bloodshed. This was a lawless individual, truly capable of inflicting harm. Lin Hao marveled at Qian Yoji's unexpected resilience. Even at this juncture, he showed no signs of begging for mercy. Intriguing indeed, he was a villain with blood on his hands. A far cry from those innocent souls who, before him, had found their pleas falling on deaf ears. Lin Hao sought to impart upon him the sensation of those he had wronged, just before their demise. Taking a deep breath, Qian Yoji bore the excruciating pain of his shattered leg. You will die, I assure you. You will not see the dawn of tomorrow. As long as I breathe today, not only shall you perish, but those two women and your family shall also descend into the abyss. Lin Hao remained unfazed, for in his eyes, Qian Yoji was already a dead man. Not even the King of Heaven could save him now. The only reason he had yet to extinguish Qian Yoji's life was his desire to uncover the connections that lay behind him. If he could ensnare them all, it would be a most fortuitous outcome. Without hesitation, Lin Hao proceeded to shatter all of Qian Yoji's limbs. Now, Qian Yoji has lost his former arrogance. Reduced to a pitiful state, akin to a lifeless dog sprawled on the ground, he finally begins to plead for mercy. I beg you, grant me a chance to live. I assure you, I harbor no intentions of revenge, and I am willing to pay for my own life. Name your price. I wish to survive. Lin Hao shook his head, responding, at this juncture, why do you still desire to live? You remained unyielding and defiant until I was compelled to break your limbs before you sought mercy. How could your bones be so contemptible? Qian Yoji lay in a pool of blood, his breath growing faint. He fixed an imploring gaze upon Lin Hao, desperation etched across his face. Just as he was about to continue his pleas, Wang Fuguwei and several executives from Jiang City hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing Wang Fuguwei, Qian Yoji felt a glimmer of hope. He shouted, Mr. Wang, I am here. This wretched creature has severed my limbs and now seeks my life. He holds you in utter disregard. You must save me. I am willing to pay any price for your assistance. Wang Fuguwei cast a disdainful glance at the bloodied Qian Yoji before approaching Lin Hao with a demeanor filled with respect. Dear Dr. Lin, are you injured? This statement left the entire assembly in shocked silence as they turned their attention to Lin Hao. Chapter 30. The Attitude of Wang Fuguwei. Wang Fuguwei, the richest man in Jiang City, was hosting a grand banquet at Ziyuan Mountain Villa today, inviting prominent figures from various sectors of Jiang City. Among those present, each individual was a distinguished leader in their respective fields. However, none of them seemed to garner Wang Fuguwei's utmost attention. Not even the mayor of Jiang City was greeted by him personally, but rather by the vice president of Wang Fuguwei's conglomerate. Yet, there was a young man who received a personal greeting from Wang Fuguwei himself, accompanied by notable figures such as the mayor, the Li clan patriarch, and the Zhao clan patriarch. The desperate pleas of Qian Yoji, followed by Wang Fuguwei's respectful salutation to Lin Hao, felt like a bucket of ice-cold water poured over Qian Yoji, leaving him utterly chilled to the bone. No, this is impossible. Wang Dong, have you mistaken him for someone else? He is merely a small-time fighter. Why do you treat him with such reverence, as if he were the guest of honor? Wang Fuguwei cast a sidelong glance at Qian Yoji and replied nonchalantly, Qian Yoji, I have long warned you that those who engage in wrongful deeds shall meet their own demise. It is you who disregarded my counsel and continued on your reckless path, dismissing everyone around you. I held no animosity towards you and had no intention of involving myself. Yet, you should never have provoked divine Dr. Lin. Qian Yoji was already in despair, and upon hearing Wang Fuguwei's words, he trembled with rage. I did not harm him in the slightest. He is the one who shattered my limbs. Wang Fuguwei, are you blind? In response to Qian Yoji's insults, Wang Fuguwei bent down, picked up a police baton, gripped it firmly, and brought it down heavily upon Qian Yoji's head. Bang! Wang Fuguwei coldly remarked, Am I being too lenient with you? It is an honor for you that divine Dr. Lin has incapacitated your hands and feet. How dare you blame me?" and expressed dissatisfaction towards him. "If that is the case, then you have no reason to continue existing in this world." The crowd exchanged glances, initially believing that Wang Fuguei merely respected Lin Hao. However, it became evident that his regard extended far beyond mere respect. He treated Lin Hao with the utmost reverence, as if he were a revered ancestor, fearful of any slight against him. Who exactly was Lin Hao to elicit such deference from the wealthiest man in Jiang City? Zhao Xiaoya, linking her arm with Lin Hao's, whispered, "Brother, how do you know Wang Fuguei? He is someone even the mayor must show deference to, a true figure of importance in Jiang City. Had you mentioned your acquaintance with him earlier, I would not have worried so much." Lin Hao countered, "Sister, did I not say? Before we arrived, I mentioned that I was invited by Wang Fuguei. It was you who chose not to believe it. Now, there is no need for further explanation. You should believe it now." Zhao Xiaoyan nodded earnestly, while Zhao Wanqing let out a sigh of relief. For her, as long as Lin Hao was unharmed, it mattered little whether he knew any prominent figures. Wang Fuguei waved his hand, summoning a man dressed in a white suit to approach. "From now on, heed the commands of divine Dr. Lin. If he desires Qian Yoji's demise, you shall carry out his orders and ensure it is done thoroughly. If Qian Yoji seeks money with ill intent, cast him away to prevent tarnishing the esteemed Dr. Lin's reputation." The man in the white suit nodded and positioned himself beside Lin Hao, awaiting his command. Lin Hao cast a glance at Qian Yoji, a hint of amusement playing on his features. "Mr. Qian, do you still wish to eliminate me and annihilate my family? I have previously warned you against such arrogance. Your daughter instigated the conflict. I merely responded with a slap, and that should have concluded the matter. Yet, you insisted on escalating the situation, and now, not only has your daughter suffered, but you too shall face dire consequences." At that moment, Qian Yoji was genuinely terrified. In Jiang City, he was not without enemies, and among those he could not afford to provoke was Wang Fuguei. Despite Wang Fuguei's current status as the richest man in Jiang City, he had fought his way to the top, possessing a ruthlessness that surpassed even Qian Yoji's. Pale and trembling, Qian Yoji pleaded, "Dr. Lin, I acknowledge my past transgressions. First, I apologize on behalf of my daughter and implore your forgiveness. I shall ensure that Meng Yao is properly disciplined and will not trouble you again. Secondly, my threats against you were a grave error of judgment. I am now incapacitated and have received due punishment. I beseech you to grant me a chance at life. I am willing to offer 100 million for my freedom." Lin Hao replied coolly, "So, Mr. Qian, your life is valued at a mere 100 million. Such a worthless existence is hardly worth preserving. It would only squander resources. Young man in the white suit, this individual is now your responsibility. As Mr. Wang suggested, do not sully our eyes. Take him elsewhere to resolve this." The man in the white suit nodded affirmatively. Without hesitation, he seized Qian Yoji by the ankle and threw him into a vehicle, swiftly vanishing down the road. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Wang Fuguei approached with a beaming smile. "Dr. Lin, I acknowledge my error in failing to greet you at the entrance, which led to this unfortunate incident affecting your mood. I shall self-impose 3 cups of punishment as an apology. Now, shall we proceed to Ziyuan Villa?" Just as Lin Hao was about to respond, a car sped towards them, heralding the arrival of the infamous assassin, Cold Face, well known throughout Jiang City. Chapter 31. Now you may strike me down, Cold Face. Cold Face, the trusted confidant of Biao Yi, the underground emperor of Jiang City, is a man of ruthless methods and formidable strength, a warrior of the 6th tier, perilously close to the 7th. Should he attain the 7th tier, he would be classified as a high-level warrior, commanding respect throughout the entire Jiang City. Upon disembarking, Cold Face approached Lin Hao with an expressionless demeanor. "Are you Lin Hao?" he inquired. Lin Hao, casting a dispassionate glance in Cold Face's direction, casually responded, "Is there something you need?" Cold Face maintained his unwavering gaze on Lin Hao and replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, I have a matter to discuss with you. Primarily, I wish to borrow a certain item from you. This item holds significant importance to you. I anticipate you would refuse my request. Hence I am prepared to seize it by force." Wang Fuguei stepped forward, his voice resonant. "Lin, he is Cold Face, a key aide to Biao Yi, the underground emperor of Jiang City. He is responsible for many lives, due to his status as a warrior. Even the authorities cannot act against him lightly unless he brazenly violates the laws of the Dragon Kingdom by committing murder in plain sight. Typically, he resorts to assassination, leaving the officials powerless against him. At this juncture, the mayor of Jiang City, accompanying Wang Fuguwei, spoke with a hint of resignation. Lin, Wang is correct. Though many are aware of his culpability in the deaths of innocents, his unique status and the lack of evidence render us unable to apprehend him. Even I am bound by the same limitations. Through this brief exchange, Lin Hao garnered a fundamental understanding of cold face. Firstly, warriors possess certain privileges. As long as they do not overtly challenge established laws, the authorities tend to turn a blind eye. Secondly, Cold Face is backed by a formidable figure. To become the underground emperor of Jiang City is no small feat, and he undoubtedly has significant support, whether from underground or legitimate forces. In order to thrive, one must have allies. Lin Hao turned to Cold Face, inquiring casually, "What is it that you wish to forcibly take from me? Surely, it is not my life." He recalled that Xian Yoji had previously sought assistance, seemingly from Biao Yi. "Did Biao Yi send you to kill me?" Cold Face nodded, his tone frosty. "Indeed. However, I will not take your life now. To kill you in front of Wang Fuguwei and Lu would make me a wanted criminal of the Ancient Martial Association. At that point, not even Biao Yi could protect me. Therefore, I have come to inform you. I will kill you and claim your head to report back." As Cold Face concluded, the atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive. The onlookers turned their gazes toward Wang Fuguwei, for he seemed to be the only one capable of saving Lin Hao. Judging by Wang Fuguwei's previous demeanor towards Lin Hao, it appeared he would not allow harm to befall him. However, confronting the underground Emperor Biao Yi is no trivial matter. Even Wang Fuguwei would need to carefully weigh the consequences before making a decision. All eyes were fixed on Wang Fuguwei, eager to discern his choice. Wang Fuguwei, through his actions, provided everyone with an answer. He stepped forward decisively, positioning himself directly in front of Lin Hao, casting a cold gaze at the stoic figure. "Go back and inform your master," he declared. "Dr. Lin is my benefactor. Should any harm befall him, I, Wang Fuguwei, will pursue relentless vengeance against your master. This is my stance. You may leave now." The stoic figure furrowed his brow, studying Wang Fuguwei intently, unable to comprehend why he would act in such a manner. He glanced at Wang Shoufu, then turned his attention back to Lin Hao. "What is your true relationship with Wang Dong? He claims you are his benefactor. But knowing Wang Dong's character, such a bond must be of significant weight to elicit this choice from him. The Bull Master and Wang Dong have always maintained a distance. You seem rather enigmatic." Lin Hao disregarded the stoic figure's inquiries, instead addressing Wang Fuguwei and Lu Fuchang. "Wang Dong, Lu Fuchang, you just mentioned that as martial artists, we cannot openly challenge the laws set forth by the authorities, correct? If I were to strike first, would that grant him the right to kill me?" Lu Fuchang nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, if a martial artist is attacked, they are permitted to retaliate against their assailant. Therefore, as long as you refrain from striking." The stoic figure currently lacks the courage to act. Lin Hao smiled and approached the stoic figure. Suddenly, he delivered a forceful slap that sent the stoic figure flying several meters. Being a martial artist, he could certainly withstand a blow. Thus Lin Hao increased the intensity of his strike. In an instant, half of the stoic figure's face became swollen and bruised. As he glared at Lin Hao with eyes filled with murderous intent, Lin Hao, hands clasped behind his back, spoke nonchalantly, "Stop staring. Now you may strike and kill me." Chapter 32. Apologies, your role has concluded. The expression on the cold-faced man's countenance darkened, his teeth clenched tightly. Moments ago, Lin Hao had effortlessly sent him flying several dozen meters away. This indicated that Lin Hao was also a practitioner of ancient martial arts, and his level was undoubtedly formidable. Despite the sudden assault, the cold-faced man remained acutely aware of Lin Hao's prowess. Wang Fuguwei coldly declared, "Dr. Lin is my benefactor. Should you dare to harm him in the slightest, I assure you that even the formidable Biao Yi cannot save your life. You ought to know me, Wang Fuguwei, well enough to understand that I do not speak in vain." The cold-faced man cast a glance at Wang Fuguwei, and in his hand appeared a dagger, his weapon of choice, with which he had previously slain countless foes for Biao Yi. At this moment, the air around him crackled with murderous intent as he spoke in a chilling tone. "Mr. Wang, you witnessed it yourself. He struck first. Are you truly willing to clash with Biao Yi over this insignificant brat?" Wang Fuguwei chuckled. "You do not represent Biao Yi. To me, he is merely Biao Zi. When I ruled Jiang City, he was but a petty figure. Let me make this clear today. Whoever dares to touch Dr. Lin shall face my unyielding wrath." With Wang Fuguwei's declaration, the gathered elites and executives exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their astonishment. Even Lu Fuchang regarded Lin Hao with newfound respect. It was evident that Lin Hao held a significant position in Wang Fugui's esteem, akin to that of a sworn brother, a notion that had never crossed anyone's mind before. Yet Lin Hao remained composed, seemingly unfazed by Wang Fugui's words. The crowd found his indifference perplexing. Could it be that Lin Hao's background was far more profound than it appeared? The cold-faced man's expression grew increasingly grim as Biao Ye's confidant. He lacked the courage to offend Wang Fugui. He now found himself in a precarious predicament. Lin Hao felt compelled to take action. He despised leaving any potential threats unresolved. Although he harbored no fear of this cold-faced man, Zhao Wanqing and Zhao Xiaoya lacked the means to protect themselves. Should the cold-faced man seek vengeance upon them, Lin Hao would undoubtedly carry that regret for a lifetime. Thus, a resolution formed in Lin Hao's mind. He would eliminate the cold-faced man. As for the repercussions of such an act, Lin Hao cared little. If necessary, he would seek out the cold-faced man's master and deal with the so-called underground emperor. Biao Yi as well. Cold-faced man, you need not concern yourself with Mr. Wang. This matter is between us. Regardless of your hesitations, it bears no significance to me. You have come to kill me, and thus, I cannot allow you to leave alive. I grant you the opportunity to strike first, should you remain inactive for 10 seconds. I shall take matters into my own hands. With hands clasped behind his back, Lin Hao advanced step by step towards the cold-faced man. As Lin Hao approached, the cold-faced man felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, instinctively retreating. To him, Lin Hao resembled a bloodthirsty beast, recently freed from its cage, in an uncontrollable state of rage. As the cold-faced man continued to withdraw, Lin Hao pressed onward relentlessly. Finally, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, the cold-faced man lunged forward, dagger in hand, aiming for Lin Hao's chest. Lin Hao smiled faintly. At last, you have acted like a man. However, this shall be your final act in life. I hope you cherish it. The cold-faced man had already elevated his aura to its zenith, the dagger glinting ominously. Just as the dagger was poised to pierce his chest, Lin Hao made his move. With a seemingly mundane wave of his hand, a resounding slap echoed across the cold-faced man's cheek. Simultaneously, the latter's head spun a complete 360 degrees. Beside Wang Fugui, the man in black narrowed his eyes, his gaze towards Lin Hao brimming with combativeness. He yearned to challenge Lin Hao. A master, undoubtedly a master. The man in black, himself a formidable warrior, was compelled to confront such prowess. Suddenly, Lin Hao turned his head and cast a glance at the man in black, an overwhelming aura enveloping him. The man in black felt as if struck by lightning, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Do not attempt to provoke me. After imparting this lesson to the man in black, Lin Hao glanced at the cold-faced man and spoke indifferently. I am sorry, but your role has come to an end. Next time, refrain from making empty threats. With that, the cold-faced man tilted his neck and collapsed lifelessly to the ground, his life extinguished. Chapter 33. The bloodless Lu Yanran Cold Face is dead. The trusted confidant of the underground emperor of Jiang City, the sixth-tier warrior known as Cold Face, has been shockingly slain by a mere slap. This is a scenario that no one had dared to imagine before. The prowess of this Dr. Lin is far superior to that of Cold Face, which is rather frightening. With a mere wave of his hand, he has dispatched Cold Face, an act that is nothing short of terrifying. No wonder he is valued by Wang Shoufu. It now appears that his significance extends beyond mere gratitude. The assembly comprises distinguished figures and executives from various fields. They have discerned that Wang Fugui's willingness to stand alongside Lin Hao is not solely due to Lin Hao's past benefactions, but also a strategic effort to cultivate a relationship with him. Among those present, only Wang Fugui is somewhat aware of Lin Hao's background. The others know nearly nothing about him. Even Lu Yanran, who had witnessed Qin Wushuang advocate for Lin Hao, merely assumed it was a matter of repaying a favor and believed that their connection had dissipated. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Wushuang does not reject the engagement between her and Lin Hao. Currently, Qin Wushuang is Lin Hao's fiancée. Had Lu Yanran been privy to this revelation, the Lu family would undoubtedly refrain from causing Lin Hao any trouble, for they would seem as fragile as ants before Qin Wushuang. Wang Fugui smiled gently as he approached Lin Hao. Dr. Lin, please come inside. This banquet is held in your honor. You are undoubtedly the star of the event. I must apologize for the previous unpleasantness. I shall drink 3 cups as penance. Lin Hao turned to Zhao Wanqing and her daughter, saying, Godmother, Xiaoya, would you prefer to enter and sit for a while, or shall we return home now? Zhao Wanqing, being an astute woman, had already perceived Wang Fugui's attitude toward Lin Hao, especially as he now implored her with earnestness. Wang Fugui's intention was clear. He wished for her to stay. For Lin Hao held her wishes in high regard. After some contemplation, Zhao Wanqing softly replied, "Xiao Hao, this place is filled with influential figures. I am not particularly comfortable here. Perhaps you should go in while I take Xiaoya home?" Zhao Xiaoya quickly interjected, "Mom, please don't say that. I have only heard of Ziyuan Mountain Villa and have never been inside. Can we please stay together? I don't want to go home yet." Zhao Wanqing shot a glare at her daughter, about to speak, when Lin Hao interjected. With a smile, he said, "Godmother, since there was a bit of unpleasantness earlier, if you wish to return, I shall accompany you." "Mr. Wang, I must apologize. It seems I can only express my regrets to you." Upon hearing this, Wang Fugui grew anxious. The happiness of his later years hinged upon Lin Hao. Moreover, he aspired to forge a connection with Qin Wushuang through Lin Hao. It was evident that once a relationship with Qin Wushuang was established, Wang Fugui would find it exceedingly easier to expand his business beyond Jiang City. If Lin Hao were to leave now, the significance of today's banquet would be utterly lost. Wang Fugui quickly responded, "Dr. Lin, Ms. Zhao, today's banquet is specifically arranged for you. If you, as the honored guests, do not partake, then this gathering loses its meaning. Ms. Zhao, I kindly implore you to grant me the favor of attending this gathering." Lin Hao remained silent, his gaze solely directed at his godmother. If she wished to return home, he would accompany Zhao Wanqing. Should she choose to stay for the banquet, he would remain by her side. Zhao Xiaoya looked at her sister with pleading eyes and softly urged, "Mother, would you please attend the banquet? Look, even the wealthiest man in the city is warmly inviting you. We cannot disregard his courtesy, can we? Furthermore, Mr. Wang has stated that if you and brother do not attend, the banquet will lose its significance." Reluctantly, Zhao Wanqing nodded in agreement and walked towards Ziyuan Mountain Villa. At this moment, no one dared to obstruct their path. A guest personally invited by Wang Fugui would surely lead security at Ziyuan Mountain Villa to reconsider their actions, as failing to do so could result in losing their jobs and facing severe repercussions. Working in a prestigious establishment like Ziyuan Mountain Villa necessitates a keen sense of awareness. Lacking such insight could lead to dire consequences if one were to offend a powerful figure. Zhao Xiaoya, filled with curiosity, observed her surroundings with wide eyes. Ziyuan Mountain Villa is not a place that just anyone can enter. Even affluent CEOs without connections would find themselves barred from entry. The owner of Ziyuan Mountain Villa wields immense influence, and it is rumored that the person behind this establishment is not from Jiang City, but rather possesses a higher status and greater power than even the Liu family. Moreover, Ziyuan Mountain Villa is not exclusive to Jiang City. Similar establishments exist in major cities across the nation. The exclusivity and high entry threshold of Ziyuan Mountain Villa serve as a testament to the immense power of its owner. Liu Yanran observed Wang Fugui's obsequious demeanor towards Lin Hao, retreating silently into the crowd, her face devoid of color. She understood that the Liu family's aspirations for revenge against Lin Hao were likely unattainable in this lifetime. Chapter 34. The attitude of the steward at Ziyuan Villa. To my astonishment, Lin Hao's background is remarkably profound. I had presumed he was merely an apprentice of a rural physician. Yet, his connections far surpass those of the Liu family, and even he Shao pales in comparison before him. Had I not called off our engagement and chosen to marry Lin Hao, would I not have been graciously invited into Ziyuan Villa by the wealthy Wang? A tide of regrets surged within me, relentless and overwhelming, rendering Liu Yanran's countenance increasingly grim. Impossible to conceal. Perhaps the dissolution of my engagement with Lin Hao is the gravest error I shall ever commit. Beside Liu Yanran, a concerned woman inquired, "Yanran, your complexion appears rather unwell. What troubles you? I have noticed you gazing intently at Dr. Lin. Do you happen to know him?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Liu Yanran hastily shook her head in denial. Should this woman discover that Lin Hao had once sought to fulfill our engagement, only to be rebuffed, it would surely shatter their sisterly bond, subjecting her to ridicule. Such occurrences are regrettably common in our pragmatic society. Liu Yanran replied, "I merely find Dr. Lin exceedingly handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. If I could become his partner, I would undoubtedly be the happiest woman in Jiang City." At her words, the woman's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, perhaps she should attempt the allure of beauty to win Lin Hao's heart. If successful, her family would cease their pressures for her to marry, and instead, they would gladly accept Lin Hao. After all, Lin Hao shares a close relationship with Wang Fugui, a connection her family has long desired but lacked the means to establish. This woman, no less attractive than Lu Yanran, possessed a fine figure. She was Sun Xiaowei, the third young lady of the Sun family, whose family had intended to marry her off to the Li family, specifically to the nearly 60-year-old, widowed Mr. Li. The Li family boasts considerable wealth in Jiang City, yet they cannot compare to Wang Fugui. Without hesitation, Sun Xiaowei followed suit. Seeking an opportunity to strike up a conversation with Lin Hao, Lu Yanran, however, did not pursue them. She feared that Lin Hao might insult her upon sight and dreaded the potential exposure of their past conflicts before the esteemed guests present. If that were to happen, the Lu family's position would become precarious and she might find herself cast aside. The Lu family would never offend Lin Hao on her behalf. Lu Eryi, focused solely on seizing control of the Lu family, would not hesitate to sacrifice Lu Yanran if he discovered Lin Hao's ties to Wang Fugui and the chance to resolve their grievances. At Ziyuan Villa, in the know, one private room, only the most influential figures of Jiang City could gain entry. Among them were the city's wealthiest, Wang Fugui, the head of the Lu family, Director Fong of the official law enforcement, and Zhou Zhigao, the president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association of Jiang City. Besides these four, there were several others whose worth was either in the billions or were heads of various departments. Wang Fugui rose with a jovial demeanor and proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am profoundly grateful for your presence at this gathering in honor of Wang Fugui. I must extend my sincerest apologies to the esteemed physician Lin for my inadequate hospitality, which has regrettably caused discomfort to both him and his esteemed companions, Ms. Zhao and her sister. Although the matter has been resolved, I still carry a sense of guilt. Physician Lin, Ms. Zhao, and Miss Zhao, allow me to express my remorse by pouring 3 cups for myself." With that, Wang Fugui earnestly consumed 3 cups of Maotai, his demeanor reflecting utmost sincerity. The attendees, including Lu Fuchang and others, were taken aback. It was their first encounter witnessing Wang Fugui displaying such humility towards anyone, especially a young man. It is noteworthy that even the president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association had not elicited such deference from him. In Jiang City, the true luminaries are indeed the leaders of the Ancient Martial Arts Association, as even the martial artists of the city must adhere to their authority. When a martial artist transgresses, they invariably find themselves like a mouse confronted by a cat in the presence of the association's president. Lin Hao smiled gently, addressing Wang Dong. "This matter is not your concern, and thus, there is no need for such formality. Rest assured, I shall fulfill my promises to you. However, since you have poured 3 cups for yourself, I shall also partake in one to reciprocate. From this day forth, you, Wang Dong, shall be considered a friend of mine." Lin Hao. Wang Fugui's face illuminated with joy. His intentions were to earn Lin Hao's recognition, and it seemed his efforts were not in vain. Lin Hao had indeed accepted him as a friend. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Fugui furrowed his brow, pondering who might be interrupting their gathering, until a familiar voice echoed from outside, prompting Wang Fugui to rise immediately. "Apologies for the intrusion. I am the steward of Ziyuan Mountain Villa. I have heard that physician Lin is here, and I have come uninvited to request a cup of wine." Chapter 35. What is Lin Hao's true identity? Across the nation, every Ziyuan Villa has a steward. Moreover, the stewards of Ziyuan Villa are invariably formidable individuals, ranking among the top 5, if not the top 3, in their respective cities. In Jiang City, the steward of Ziyuan Villa is seldom known by name. He is simply referred to as Steward Liang. Initially, Wang Fugui had made arrangements with Steward Liang to host Lin Hao and various luminaries at Ziyuan Villa. However, Steward Liang merely acknowledged the invitation with indifference, treating Wang Fugui, the wealthiest man in Jiang City, as nothing more than an ordinary guest, extending only a modicum of courtesy. Now, to everyone's astonishment, Steward Liang had entered the private room specifically to see Lin Hao. This prompted a flurry of speculation regarding Lin Hao's true identity. The crowd turned their gaze toward Wang Fugui, as they knew almost nothing about Lin Hao. Although the incident at the engagement banquet of the Lu and He families had garnered considerable attention, the guests that day were of a different caliber compared to those present now. Without Lu Yanran revealing anything, no one was privy to Lin Hao's background. Wang Fugui had risen to open the door. "Greeting, Steward Liang. You are indeed a busy man. I had previously invited you, but you graciously declined. It seems the esteemed Dr. Lin has considerable influence, so please, do come in. It is my honor to dine with you." Steward Liang nodded calmly, scanning the room before striding directly to Lin Hao's side. He inquired, Dr. Lin, may I sit beside you? Upon hearing of your arrival, I immediately set aside all my affairs to raise a toast in your honor. Lin Hao furrowed his brow slightly and replied, Steward Liang, we are not acquainted. May I ask why you extend such courtesy to me? Surprise flickered across Steward Liang's face as he responded, Dr. Lin. It appears the master of the villa has not informed you. However, it matters not. The master has instructed me to treat you with the utmost hospitality should you arrive. Here is the highest level of VIP card from Ziyuan Villa. I humbly ask you to accept it. From now on, whenever you visit Ziyuan Villa, all your expenses will be waived. Zhao Xiaoya's eyes sparkled. The average expenditure at Ziyuan Villa exceeds 100,000. It would not be an exaggeration to describe Ziyuan Villa as a veritable den of luxury, as only the affluent and elite can afford to indulge there. Lin Hao's frown deepened. He was a man who believed in earning rewards through merit. Steward Liang's demeanor piqued his curiosity regarding the underlying reason for such treatment. I wish to understand the reason, otherwise, I cannot accept this VIP card. Wang Fugue and Lu Fuchang, among others, stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. They had only heard tales of Ziyuan Villa's VIP card but had never seen one. It was rumored that only a handful of individuals within the Dragon Kingdom possessed such a card. Moreover, it had been said that the wealthiest man in the Dragon Kingdom once attempted to purchase a Ziyuan Villa VIP card for 1 billion, only to be rejected by the establishment. Every individual who possesses the prestigious VIP card of Ziyuan Villa is undoubtedly a colossal figure capable of shaking the very foundations of Long Nation with but a stamp of their foot. The fact that Lin Hao has garnered the recognition of the villa's master carries profound implications that far surpass even the merits of Wang Fugue. Indeed, 100 Wang Fugues would pale in comparison to the enigmatic master of Ziyuan Villa. At this moment, Lin Hao exudes an aura of mystery, intriguing even Wang Fugue regarding his origins and background. Wang Fugue's initial intention to curry favor with Lin Hao and forge a beneficial relationship stemmed from two motivations. Firstly, Lin Hao could restore his former glory, allowing him to reclaim his identity as a true man. Secondly, Lin Hao's unique bond with Qin Wushuang piqued his interest. As Liang, the steward, prepared to present Lin Hao with the VIP card, Wang Fugue realized that his understanding of Lin Hao was merely the tip of the iceberg. With a wry smile, Steward Liang remarked, Lin Shini, this is the master's directive, and I was not privy to the reasons behind it. Should you choose to decline, it would reflect poorly on my ability to fulfill my duties, and I fear I might lose my position here at Ziyuan Villa. I implore you, Lin Shini, to accept this VIP card. It signifies status and grants you complimentary access to services at any Ziyuan Villa. Moreover, it allows you to leverage the villa's resources for your own purposes. Lin Hao, sensing the gravity of the situation, inquired with a deepened tone, with this VIP card, am I indeed able to command the resources of Ziyuan Villa, including your authority, Steward Liang? Steward Liang shook his head slowly and replied, the other distinguished individuals' VIP cards do not carry such privileges. They may receive limited assistance, but only you, Lin Shini, possess the unique ability to command the unyielding obedience of Ziyuan Villa's personnel. Upon hearing this, Wang Fugue and the others stared in astonishment at Lin Hao. This seemingly ordinary Lin Shini undoubtedly harbored extraordinary origins. Chapter 36. Such treatment is unparalleled. Lin Hao remained silent, while Zhao Xiaoya gazed at the supreme VIP card with sparkling eyes. If she possessed such an item, could she not present herself before Qian Mengyao like a proud princess? Yet, that thought faded quickly. Qian Mengyao had moved on, her father obliterated by her actions. She herself had been left in a stupor by her brother's beatings, and the once arrogant Qian Mengyao was now a mere memory. After contemplating the supreme VIP card for a while, Zhao Xiaoya dismissed the notion. The steward, Liang, intended to bestow the card upon her brother, not herself. Though she yearned for it, she recognized it was not hers to covet. Coming to terms with this, Zhao Xiaoya reluctantly shifted her gaze away from the coveted card in Liang's hand. It was then that Lin Hao spoke. Steward Liang, I am grateful to your master for the offer of the supreme VIP card, which bears special significance. However, I do not know your master, and it is said that one should not accept rewards without merit. Please, take back the card. If there are any repercussions, you may state that it was my refusal. Steward Liang's face contorted with bitterness as he implored Lin Hao. Dr. Lin, you do not understand our master's disposition. Once a decision is made by the master, it must be executed by those below, or it reflects poorly on their capabilities. Thus, should you decline this special supreme VIP card, It signifies my own incompetence. The master has indicated that had there been a higher tier of VIP card available at Ziyuan Villa, it would not merely be this supreme card offered to you, as the master is willing to provide unconditionally for you. Though the reasons eluded him, Lin Hao remained silent. He had no desire to accept the supreme VIP card. He was unaware of the true nature of the master of Ziyuan Villa and could not fathom their intentions. Was it related to his father, or perhaps that old man? He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards both. The man had been absent when his mother lay in a pool of blood, and the old man had taken him to the medical Immortal Valley, subjecting him to 6 years of torment. Zhao Wanqing, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Xiao Hao, I understand that much has transpired during your 6 years away. You have become a significant figure in your godmother's eyes, and the master of Ziyuan Villa's offer of the supreme VIP card would pose no detriment to you. While I cannot speak for the identity of the individual behind Ziyuan Villa, I can assure you that no one in Jiang City knows who they are. Since this mysterious master wishes to foster a good relationship with you, I believe it would be wise to accept rather than decline. Had anyone else made such a suggestion, Lin Hao would have dismissed it outright. However, Zhao Wanqing's words weighed heavily on him. He held her in high regard, for without her, he might have perished in the snow outside the orphanage. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao replied, Godmother, do you believe I should accept this? I am unfamiliar with that estate owner, and I do not even know whether they are male or female. There is an ancient saying in Longwood that aptly describes this situation. One who receives favors may find it hard to refuse requests, now that I have accepted this prestigious VIP card. What shall I do if they later ask me to act against my principles? Zhao Wanqing smiled gently and said, Xiao Hao, you are overcomplicating matters. Even if that enigmatic estate owner were to request something that contradicted your morals or personal convictions, would you not be able to refuse? You may assist within the bounds of your capabilities, provided it does not conflict with your conscience or ethical standards. Otherwise, simply decline. Lin Hao smiled back, casting a grateful glance at Zhao Wanqing. He had just found himself in a deadlock, burdened by a deep-seated vendetta. His mother had fallen in a pool of blood years ago, and to this day, he had received no news of her fate. This was also the reason Lin Hao sought to befriend Wang Fugui. He wished to cultivate connections that might aid him in the future when searching for his mother's whereabouts or tracking down his enemies. Lin Hao accepted the prestigious VIP card and expressed his gratitude to Steward Liang. Steward Liang, I accept this VIP card. Please convey my thanks to your estate owner. In the future, should I be able to assist within my means, I shall not refuse. Seeing that Lin Hao had accepted the VIP card, Steward Liang let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that his position as steward was secured after all. Chapter 37. The house demolished. Manager Liang poured himself a glass of wine, his face brimming with gratitude as he addressed Lin Hao. Dr. Lin, I am truly thankful for your assistance. Had you declined the supreme VIP card, I would undoubtedly face repercussions from the estate owner. This glass is a token of my appreciation for your care. Thank you. With that, Manager Liang downed the drink in one go. He subsequently poured himself a second glass and consumed it, followed by a third. After 3 rounds, he spoke again. Dr. Lin, today is your gathering, and I must apologize for intruding upon your merriment. On behalf of Chairman Wang, all expenses at Ziyuan Villa today will be waived. Enjoy your meal and drinks. I shall take my leave. The guests exchanged glances, struck by Manager Liang's excessive deference towards Lin Hao, which bordered on obsequiousness. Lin Hao casually remarked, Since Chairman Wang is graciously covering the bill, why not add an extra pair of chopsticks so we can all revel together? What do you think, Chairman Wang? Wang Fugui quickly seized the opportunity, exclaiming, That sounds splendid. Manager Liang, please do join us for the meal. I had previously extended an invitation to you, but alas, you are a busy man. Now that you are here, do stay and enjoy with us. Manager Liang nodded, his curiosity piqued regarding Lin Hao's identity. The owner of Ziyuan Villa was someone even he, as a manager, did not know. The individuals he communicated with were not the owner directly, but rather representatives close to him. Observing the owner's attitude towards Lin Hao suggested that their relationship was indeed extraordinary. Gaining Lin Hao's favor could potentially open doors for him, perhaps even leading to a position in the imperial capital in the future. As time passed, the prominent figures in the room raised their glasses to Lin Hao in a toast. Lin Hao accepted every drink. As a cultivator, the alcohol could hardly intoxicate him. When Manager Liang eventually succumbed to inebriation at the dining table, Lin Hao chuckled. Godmother, Xiaoya, let us ensure that Chairman Wang and Director Liu are well attended to. It is getting late. Time for us to head home. As for this Supreme VIP card, Xiaoya, I present it to you. Zhao Xiaoya's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Lin Hao, swallowing hard. Brother, are you truly giving me this Supreme VIP card? You must know it is unlike any other. Manager Liang mentioned that not only does it grant complimentary services at Ziyuan Villa, but it also allows one to leverage the villa's resources. While I am unaware of the extent of Ziyuan Villa's power, its financial might is undeniably formidable. Are you certain you wish to give it to me? Lin Hao affectionately ruffled Zhao Xiaoya's hair, gently replying, You are my sister, my only sister. If I do not cherish you, whom shall I cherish? Though I am not one to indulge in comparisons, if anyone attempts to use wealth and power to oppress my sister, they shall find me unwilling to comply. Zhao Xiaoya accepted the prestigious VIP card and softly remarked, Brother, you are truly wonderful. Lin Hao's smile radiated even more brightly. When he had returned earlier, Zhao Xiaoya had been unable to accept him, harboring suspicions that he had come back to seize the demolition compensation. Now that the misunderstanding had been resolved, Lin Hao wished only to make amends with his godmother and Zhao Xiaoya. The trio arrived outside Ziyuan Mountain Villa and waited for quite some time, yet no taxi appeared. Just then, the newly appointed security captain of Ziyuan Mountain Villa jogged over, respectfully inquiring, Dr. Lin, are you waiting for someone, or is there something you need? If there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to ask, and I shall do my utmost to help. Lin Hao glanced at the security captain and asked, You are the new security captain here at Ziyuan Mountain Villa, correct? What happened to the previous one? The captain forced a smile and replied, The former captain offended Dr. Lin. It is quite difficult for him to survive, yet he cannot simply resign himself to death either. I am not privy to the specifics of his situation. Lin Hao chose not to delve further into the matter and stated directly that he was waiting for a taxi. My godmother, sister, and I arrived by cab. We have been waiting for quite some time, yet no taxis have come this way. I wonder if Ziyuan Mountain Villa has any vehicles that could take us a short distance? The captain was somewhat taken aback. Lin Hao was highly regarded by Manager Liang, who had personally toasted him and accompanied him in the private room. This level of attention from Manager Liang had never been extended to other prominent figures visiting Jiang City. In Manager Liang's eyes, Lin Hao's significance evidently surpassed that of Lu Fuchong and others. It was perplexing that such a distinguished individual would arrive at Ziyuan Mountain Villa in such an unassuming manner. However, the captain refrained from voicing his thoughts and replied, Dr. Lin, if you do not mind, I shall fetch a vehicle immediately. Please wait a moment. With that, the captain dashed towards the parking lot like a gust of wind. Zhao Wanqing observed Lin Hao for a moment before softly saying, Xiao Hao, it seems your experiences over the past 6 years are indeed extraordinary. The mysterious owner of Ziyuan Mountain Villa must be familiar with you, as they have extended kindness towards you at every turn. In the future, they will undoubtedly seek something from you. I hope you can remain true to your principles and refrain from assisting in every matter. Lin Hao nodded, for he possessed an internal compass, understanding what was appropriate to do and what was not. The security captain quickly returned with a vehicle, and the three of them set off directly towards Zhao Wanqing's home. However, upon their arrival, Lin Hao's expression darkened considerably, for Zhao Wanqing's house had been largely demolished, reduced to a heap of rubble. 3 excavators continued to ravage the property, and the developers had taken advantage of their absence to forcibly tear down Zhao Wanqing's home. Chapter 38. We are under Mr. He's command. Upon observing Lin Hao's grim countenance, the captain of the security team glanced at the 3 excavators at work, then shifted his gaze back to Lin Hao and the Zhao mother-daughter duo, both of whom wore expressions of indignation. He surmised the cause of their ire. The captain inquired, Dr. Lin, is that house being demolished your home? What audacity do these excavator operators possess to dare destroy your residence? Allow me to handle this matter. I assure you, I will resolve it splendidly. Lin Hao inhaled deeply, shaking his head in refusal. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent. He bore no grievance towards the demolition itself. However, these ruffians had failed to provide satisfactory compensation to his godmother and brazenly commenced the demolition in her absence, a clear violation of Lin Hao's boundaries. As Lin Hao prepared to approach, a man stationed by the roadside obstructed his path. Keep your distance and observe from afar. This area is undergoing demolition, and unauthorized personnel must not approach. Lin Hao replied coolly, The house belongs to my godmother. Have you proceeded with this demolition without our consent? Cease your actions immediately. We must negotiate compensation before you touch my godmother's property. Laughter erupted from the men, including the one who had spoken. The leading man retorted coldly, initially. We intended to offer 200,000 in demolition compensation. However, the woman of the house refused. Now, you demand compensation? I'm afraid not a penny will be given. Zhao Xiaoya stepped closer to Lin Hao, raising her voice. 200,000? My mother's house spans over 150 square meters, with average property prices in the vicinity exceeding 20,000. You think you can shortchange us like beggars? Moreover, you have no right to demolish our house without our agreement. We will not let this slide. The leading man's eyes lit up upon seeing Zhao Xiaoya. He exchanged glances with his companions and said nonchalantly, "The young lady makes a valid point. Our approach is indeed improper. Why not accompany us to the car to discuss compensation? As long as you appease us, the compensation will not be an issue." Before he could finish, Lin Hao had already advanced a step forward and delivered a resounding slap across the man's face. In the next instant, the man's head spun 360 degrees, his body propelled by the force, ultimately collapsing in defeat. Lin Hao's tone was frigid, his murderous aura palpable. Those who insult my sister, even if merely with words, deserve death. The security captain recoiled slightly, gaining a renewed understanding of Lin Hao's ruthlessness. He also realized that the sister was Lin Hao's Achilles heel. Furthermore, it was evident that his godmother held equal significance. Clearly, there were two individuals in Jiang City who should never be provoked: Lin Hao's sister and his godmother. The remaining men, though fearful, still encircled Lin Hao, brandishing daggers to bolster their courage. The blonde-haired man growled, "You dare to strike Brother Xian? Are you not aware that Brother Xian works under Mr. He? Moreover, He is also Brother Xian's brother-in-law. You are doomed. It is not only you who will meet your end, but everyone connected to you shall also face repercussions." Lin Hao advanced, and the blonde thug, gripping a dagger tightly, lunged at him. However, to Lin Hao, such a gesture resembled a mere child's play. He effortlessly seized the thug's wrist and with a swift twist, shattered it. And this was merely the beginning. After fracturing the thug's wrist, Lin Hao pushed forward, driving the dagger straight into the thug's chest. The thug collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth as he convulsed. Death was beckoning him. Zhao Wanqing merely furrowed her brow, her expression remaining composed. The head of security and Zhao Xiaoya, however, were greatly alarmed. Lin Hao's actions were exceedingly brutal. Whenever he struck, it was certain that death would ensue. He appeared utterly unrestrained, and Zhao Xiaoya, recalling that her brother was a cultivator, felt a sense of relief. Furthermore, had her brother not been present today, she and her mother, Zhao Wanqing, would undoubtedly have met with calamity. Thus, she felt no sympathy for the leading man or the thug. Such societal scum, left unchallenged, would only bring further harm to others. The remaining individuals were thoroughly frightened and no longer dared to attack Lin Hao, though they often bullied others upon encountering Lin Hao, a figure of such ruthlessness. All they felt was dread. Lin Hao approached them step by step, and one of them shouted loudly, "We are Mr. He's people. Do you know who Mr. He is? Mr. He is He Huitang from the He family, the fourth master of the He family. It was the fourth master of the He family who sent us. If you seek trouble, go find fourth master He. We are but mere lackeys." With a slight frown, Lin Hao murmured, "Fourth master He, is it? After dealing with you, I shall pay a visit to the He family." Chapter 39. For the sake of family? Lin Hao's expression was frigid, his tone laced with menace. The demolition crew, upon hearing Lin Hao's utter fearlessness towards the He family of Jiang City, were rendered pale with trepidation. "Aren't you afraid of the fourth master of the He family?" The He family, a prominent clan with assets in the billions, commanded a vast enterprise. If the He family were to rally their forces, they could easily amass hundreds, if not thousands, of followers. No matter how formidable one might be, could they possibly remain at their side, offering protection at all times? The audacity of these individuals was astounding. Despite their palpable fear, they dared to issue threats. Lin Hao showed them no leniency. In a flash, he transformed into a blur, his arms slicing through the air. The demolition crew members were swiftly reduced to mere mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. The head of security swallowed hard, his fear of Lin Hao reaching its zenith. Though he had taken lives before, facing such a powerful figure left him trembling. He could not discern the true extent of Lin Hao's prowess. Could it be that Lin Hao had already attained the legendary master level? A master so young would certainly rank among the elite in the realm of ancient martial arts in the Dragon Country. It was no wonder that Steward Liang regarded Lin Hao with such apprehension, going to great lengths to appease him. Lin Hao was undoubtedly destined for greatness. As for the matter of the esteemed VIP card bestowed upon Lin Hao by the Lord of the Estate, The head of security remained oblivious. Zhao Xiaoya hesitated. But Lin Hao spoke first. Xiaoya, godmother. I apologize, I lost control for a moment. Perhaps you should return to the car for now. Once I resolve this little trouble, I will call you back down. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing shook her head in refusal. Xiao Hao, I understand you. You are not one to indiscriminately kill. They truly deserve their fate, having grown accustomed to bullying others. If you were not here, Xiaoya and I would surely face a tragic end. Rest assured, Godmother is not one lacking in understanding. Villains should indeed be dealt with to prevent them from harming more innocents. Xiaoya, if you cannot bear to watch, you may return to the car. Zhao Xiaoya shook her head, asserting, he is my brother. That is all I need to know. Without him here, perhaps Godmother and I would suffer grievous humiliation. I am merely surprised by my brother's strength. I do not find him frightening. The head of security pondered for a moment before inquiring. Lin, should I accompany you? Lin Hao declined with a shake of his head, striding towards the house. 3 excavators were demolishing the structure, each swing of the machine's bucket resulting in a cascade of rubble. With a stormy expression, Lin Hao approached the excavators. Unnoticed by the operators, he stopped near the first excavator, fingers poised together, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy. The machinery's circuitry was obliterated, and the once elevated bucket fell helplessly. Realizing the excavator had malfunctioned, the operator exited the cab, only to be met with the grim visage of Lin Hao. What the hell is wrong with you? Standing so close, are you seeking death? What a stroke of misfortune to encounter such a dull-witted fool. Lin Hao stepped forward, grasping the excavator operator by the neck and lifting him into the air. The operator flailed helplessly, yet remained ensnared in Lin Hao's grip. With a gaze filled with murderous intent, Lin Hao coldly inquired, you excavated my family's property without consent. Are you aware of this? The operator, straining against the pressure, darkly responded, to hell with your consent. Everyone else has agreed. You are the sole holdout. If you were living in this house, I would have buried you alive. Lin Hao's expression hardened, his grip tightening further. With a sickening crunch, the operator's throat was crushed, and Lin Hao discarded him like refuse, sending him crashing against the glass of another excavator's cabin. The glass shattered upon impact, and the bloodied operator found himself half-trapped within the cabin. Inside, another operator turned pale, terrified by the sight. The second operator, sensing the peril, dared not exit his machine. Trembling, the injured operator knelt before Lin Hao, pleading desperately, I'm truly sorry. I only did this to support my family. I beg you, spare my life. Lin Hao replied indifferently, you dismantled my home in our absence under the pretense of providing for your family. I cannot accept your justification. With that, the excavator operator disintegrated into a mist of blood, leaving the final operator in a state of sheer terror, devoid of color in his face. Chapter 40. Protecting the young with unreasonable fury. The last excavator operator, though engulfed in terror, simultaneously succumbed to a frenzied state. Witnessing the brutal slaying of 2 individuals, he gritted his teeth and charged the machine towards Lin Hao. This excavator operator was exceptionally astute, his bald head gleaming like a polished mirror. With bloodshot eyes, he fixated on Lin Hao, seething with rage. You ruthless one, who has taken the lives of my comrades. Come, let us see whether your strength surpasses that of my excavator. I shall crush you into a pulp. Perish. In the depths of despair, one's fury can transform into boundless motivation, and he was utilizing his madness to overshadow his fear. The excavator rumbled forward. Its pace was not overly swift, yet it was decidedly not slow. The immense excavating bucket exerted an overwhelming sense of pressure. The security captain's countenance shifted, realizing the gravity of the situation. Ms. Zhao, you two must not run about. I must assist Physician Lin. The excavator operator has gone mad and seeks to slay him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing's eyes glimmered with concern. She would not permit any harm to come to Lin Hao. Zhao Xiaoya was even more frantic, completely oblivious to the fact that her brother Lin Hao was a cultivator. Mom, what should we do? What can we do now? That excavator operator is too ruthless. He actually intends to kill my brother with that machine. We must help him escape. He cannot possibly contend with an excavator. Zhao Wanqing shook her head, stating, Xiaoya, it's futile. I know your brother's character. Once he has made a decision, he will see it through. If you tell him to flee now, he will not listen. At this juncture, Zhao Wanqing turned to the security captain, who had already drawn his firearm, pleading, Captain, we must rely on you now. Please ensure Lin Hao's safety. Do not let anything happen to him. The captain nodded solemnly, already sprinting towards the scene, his grip on the pistol firm and his expression grave. He could not allow Lin Hao to come to harm, whether to earn Lin Hao's gratitude or to avert his own punishment for failing in his duty. The only condition was that Lin Hao must remain unscathed. The security captain was racing against time. If he could reach Lin Hao before the excavator did, then Lin Hao would be safe. Should he arrive too late, after the excavator had harmed Lin Hao, he would then be left contemplating how to make a successful escape. With urgency coursing through him, the captain observed the excavator drawing ever closer to Lin Hao, his eyes widening in alarm. There was no time left. With no other option, he aimed his firearm directly at the excavator and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets shattered the glass of the excavator's cabin, scattering shards that cut into the bald operator's face and scalp, leaving trails of blood. The operator roared defiantly, "Come on, we are all destined to die. Before I meet my end, I will crush you into a pulp. You wish for my demise. It won't be so easy." Lin Hao, expressionless, gazed at the approaching excavator. When it was but a meter away, his eyes narrowed slightly. To everyone's astonishment, the massive excavator, weighing several tons, began to levitate into the air. Such a bizarre scene, if not witnessed firsthand, would undoubtedly be met with disbelief by those present. The security captain murmured, "Indeed, I was not mistaken. Dr. Lin is a masterful practitioner. Only a master can manifest true energy externally. He is levitating the excavator with his chi. No wonder Manager Liang holds him in such high regard. He is truly extraordinary. In the future, Dr. Lin may very well have the opportunity to etch his name upon the divine slaying list." Master Xie, the excavator operator, was so frightened that he lost control of his bodily functions, his face a mask of terror. He stared at Lin Hao and shouted, "No, you cannot be human. You are a demon, a steamed demon. I beg you, spare my life. I am willing to serve you as a beast of burden. I shall be your slave. Whatever you command, I shall obey." Lin Hao shook his head in refusal. "From the moment you chose to destroy my godmother's house, your fate was sealed. I will not allow my godmother and Xiaoya to suffer in the slightest. Therefore, you may rest assured and depart." The excavator ascended higher and higher, soon reaching a height of over 10 meters. Master Xie felt every hair on his body stand on end, cold sweat pouring from him. His eyes seemed ready to leap from their sockets, reaching the pinnacle of terror. Death is not the most terrifying prospect. The sheer dread of knowing that one might perish in the next moment is what truly engenders despair. It is over. Had I known, I would not have urged them to forcibly demolish this house. Chapter 41. The enigmatic Zhao Wanqing as the excavator ascended to a height of 100 meters. Lin Hao abruptly withdrew his spiritual energy. Without this support, the excavator plummeted vertically. With a thunderous crash, it stirred up a cloud of dust, and the bald excavator operator met a grim fate as shards of glass pierced his throat, leaving him drenched in blood. Lin Hao stepped forward, causing the bodies of the bald excavator operator and the first victim to be reduced to a mist of crimson. The captain of the security team sighed in relief upon witnessing this scene. Fortunately, Lin Hao had escaped unscathed, for otherwise, he too would have faced dire consequences. "Dr. Lin, are you hurt? It was my failure to react promptly that nearly led to disaster. Please, punish me," the captain implored. Lin Hao shook his head and replied softly, "You have performed admirably. You protected my godmother and Xiaoya and even fired your weapon on my behalf. I owe you a favor, and within my means, I shall assist you once." The captain's face lit up with uncontainable joy at the prospect of receiving a favor from Lin Hao, a stroke of luck he had not anticipated. Glancing at the ruins of the house, he suggested, "Dr. Lin, why not accompany me back to Ziyuan Villa? Our establishment offers not only dining but also accommodation. If Steward Liang sees you return, he will undoubtedly be overjoyed." Lin Hao pondered for a moment. He could return to Qin Wushuang's villa, but his godmother and Zhao Xiaya had nowhere to go. Heading to Ziyuan Villa seemed a prudent choice, as it would ensure their safety. In Jiang City, it was unlikely anyone would dare to cause trouble at Ziyuan Villa, unless they were recklessly courting danger. Patting the captain on the shoulder, Lin Hao agreed. "All right, let us proceed to Ziyuan Villa. However, I do not yet know your name. And be sure to jot down my number. Should you need to call in that favor in the future, feel free to reach out." The captain promptly responded, "Dr. Lin, my name is Lu Cheng. To obtain your phone number is indeed a stroke of fortune in my life. As for favors, this is merely my duty. You need not concern yourself with such matters, Dr. Lin." Lu Cheng understood that preserving Lin Hao's contact information was a significant opportunity for him. Though he claimed not to care for favors, he recognized the potential value of having Lin Hao's goodwill at his disposal. Nevertheless, he would not squander this favor lightly. 4 unrequited favors held a certain rarity. Zhao Xiaoya appeared somewhat exhilarated, for she now possessed an exclusive VIP card to Ziyuan Villa. Initially reluctant to return, she longed to experience a night at the villa, and now her wish was about to be fulfilled, filling her with delight at the thought. In the car, Zhao Wanqing suddenly spoke. Xiaohao Xiaoya. With you back, Xiaohao, your godmother must leave Jiang City for a while. Xiaoya will be under your care for some time. And remember, Xiaoya, you must listen to your brother in my absence. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, inquiring about Zhao Wanqing's intentions. Godmother, where are you going? Zhao Wanqing hesitated for a moment before replying. To the imperial capital. I have some matters to attend to there, which may take anywhere from 3 to 7 days. I will leave Xiaoya in your capable hands, she added. Lin Hao wished to inquire further, but Zhao Wanqing shook her head, signaling him to refrain from asking more. This is a matter only I can handle. A personal affair of mine. I shall return within a week at most. Seeing you, Xiaohao, I am assured of your capabilities. Lin Hao remained silent. A nagging intuition suggesting that the matter Zhao Wanqing was to address was not trivial. Yet, respecting her wishes, he chose not to press further. He held Zhao Wanqing in high esteem. Without her, he believed he might have departed this world long ago, lost in the snow of that fateful year. Curiously, Zhao Xiaoya inquired, Mom, what business do you have in the imperial capital? Why not take me and brother along? Are you meeting an old flame, perhaps? Zhao Wanqing gave her a light tap on the head and retorted, such insolence. If you continue to jest about your mother, I shall have Xiaohao deal with you. She continued, soon, when you both arrive at Ziyuan Mountain Villa, we will part ways. It will be but a week before we reunite as a family. Lin Hao nodded in silence, saying nothing. Zhao Xiaoyu pouted, equally reticent, oblivious to the peculiar tension surrounding Zhao Wanqing. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt at Ziyuan Mountain Villa, where the head of security escorted Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoyu to the finest accommodations available. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanqing made her way alone to the entrance, where a long Lincoln with imperial capital plates awaited her. Upon the driver's descent, he bowed slightly and spoke in a low tone, Third Miss, the second young master has already made contact with the Yi family, awaiting your return home. Chapter 42, Narrow Paths of Enmity. Zhao Wanqing's expression turned frigid, and in that moment, her demeanor underwent a profound transformation. No longer was she the gentle and accommodating woman who always considered Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoya. Instead, she had transformed into a haughty and distant CEO, exuding an air of superiority. I returned to the capital solely to resolve matters concerning the marriage contract. The driver, bowing his head in silence, opened the car door for Zhao Wanqing. After she entered the vehicle, she cast a lingering glance back at Ziyuan Villa, murmuring, Xiaohao, I am sorry. Your godmother has deceived you. This time, she may not return from the capital. The elongated Lincoln began to roar to life, driving off into the distance. Within Ziyuan Villa, Lin Hao had unknowingly ascended to the highest point of the building, silently observing the car as it gradually receded. His brow furrowed. His instincts had always been remarkably accurate. He sensed that Zhao Wanqing's departure was far from simple, but since his godmother was reluctant to divulge the truth, he chose to refrain from pressing her. However, should Zhao Wanqing encounter any trouble in the capital, Lin Hao would undoubtedly rush to her aid without delay. In his heart, Zhao Wanqing had long since become his dearest kin, as well as his Achilles heel. No one was permitted to harm a single hair on her head. Godmother, regardless of the reason for your journey to the capital, if you find yourself in trouble, you must inform me at once. It seemed imperative to arrange a meeting with the enigmatic master of Ziyuan Villa, requesting his assistance in watching over his godmother. Given the villa's influence, it would surely be no trouble to ensure her safety. With those thoughts set aside, Lin Hao descended from the rooftop and landed gracefully in the courtyard of Ziyuan Villa. The security team leader, Lu Cheng, had just arranged accommodations for the two siblings when he was startled to see Lin Hao descend from the heavens. He quickly regained his composure. His conviction strengthened that Lin Hao was indeed a formidable master-level practitioner. Dr. Lin, Lu Cheng addressed him. The rooms have been prepared for you and your sister. You have the Emperor's suite, while your sister is in the Queen's suite. I hope you find it satisfactory. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to contact the front desk. Lin Hao nodded, a smile gracing his features. Lu Cheng was reliable, and Lin Hao had great confidence in his capabilities. Currently, Manager Liang and the others were still inebriated, Had manager Liang been sober and aware of Lin Hao's return, he would undoubtedly be accompanying Lin Hao rather than Lu Cheng. Zhao Xiaoyao bounced over to Lin Hao, linking her arm with his, her voice filled with joy. Brother, has my mom already left? I was so excited just now that I forgot to see her off. And I have no idea how many days it will be until I see her again. Lin Hao affectionately ruffled Zhao Xiaoyao's hair, chuckling softly. Do not worry. Didn't your godmother say she would be back within a week at most? Just enjoy your freedom for now. No one will be watching over you these days. I have some matters to attend to tomorrow, so please stay within Ziyuan Villa and refrain from wandering about. The He family in Jiang City is a powerful local force. While I am not afraid, you lack the ability to protect yourself. Here at Ziyuan Villa, your safety is assured. Zhao Xiaoya did not refute, but obediently replied, Brother, rest assured, I will certainly not wander off. This Ziyuan Villa is vast, ample enough for me to enjoy myself for several days. Subsequently, the siblings, under Lu Cheng's guidance, arrived at the Imperial Suite. This duplex suite spanned an impressive 300 square meters and could only be described in 4 words, the epitome of opulence. With a temperature-controlled swimming pool, entertainment room, gym, and more, it resembled a miniature castle. The price for this suite was staggering, reaching an astonishing 18,800 per night, not only in high demand, but also not accessible merely by wealth. In Jiang City, one's social standing must reach a certain height to qualify for such accommodations. Zhao Xiaoya's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Brother, why don't we stay in this suite? It has several guest rooms, much larger than the house that Mom had to leave behind. What do you think? Lin Hao smiled. As long as Xiaoya is happy. If you wish to stay here, then we shall share this suite. Lu Cheng, please make the arrangements and open the other suite to others. Of course, Lu Cheng had no objections, as long as Lin Hao and his sister were satisfied. Soon, Lu Cheng approached the front desk to make the arrangements, only to encounter He Jia's eldest son, He Jia. He Jia was embracing a slender, beautiful woman, clearly in a fit of rage. This woman was the dream of countless men, a starlet who had risen to fame largely through her associations with men and relied heavily on digital enhancements. I am He Jia, the eldest son of the He family, and I have already reserved the Imperial Suite in advance. Now you dare tell me that it is occupied? Do you think I, He Jia, am easy to bully? Chapter 43. Are you still alive? The beautiful receptionist was incessantly apologizing and explaining, nearly brought to tears. She was merely a humble front desk clerk, and although she was associated with the Ziyuan Mountain Villa, it was inconceivable that the villa would offend the prominent families and powerful factions of Jiang City for her sake. The critical issue was that the Imperial Suite had suddenly been occupied, a decision beyond her control. At most, she would relay a message from above and obediently comply. Mr. This is truly beyond my authority. I have already informed you that the Imperial Suite was reserved for you today, but the leaders simply would not listen. Now, the suite is occupied. Would you like me to arrange another room for you? He Jia smirked coldly. Under normal circumstances, I would concede to the Ziyuan Mountain Villa. However, today is different. I made a promise to this lady beside me, and she agreed to stay in the Imperial Suite at Ziyuan Mountain Villa. You must have the current occupants vacate the suite. It is rightfully mine. The starlet glanced at He Jia with a teasing smile. Mr. He, didn't you say you would let someone stay in the Imperial Suite? If there's no suite available, I certainly cannot linger tonight. After all, I have a film shoot scheduled for tomorrow, and my calendar is quite full. He Jia retorted with irritation. Oh, come off it. You merely need to make a brief appearance. They can use a double for your scenes, and then they edit your face in later. You accepted $1 million from me, and if you cannot ensure my utmost comfort tonight, I will make it impossible for you to continue in this industry. The starlet fell silent, well aware of He Jia's capabilities. The He family of Jiang City was a colossal family with assets worth billions, possessing extensive connections. She was but a minor star, and in the face of such capital, she felt no more significant than a worker before a corporate magnate, forced to grovel for her livelihood. Just as the receptionist was at her wit's end, the head of security, Lu Cheng, arrived. He glanced at He Jia and addressed the receptionist. Shao Li, make the necessary arrangements. The guest in the Queen's suite no longer requires the room. It is now vacant. If anyone wishes to check in, there should be no issue. The receptionist looked at Lu Cheng with a pleading expression and forced a smile. Brother Lu, this is Mr. He. He had originally reserved the Imperial Suite for today, but it is currently occupied. Mr. He is unwilling to change rooms. How do you suggest we resolve this? Lu Cheng smiled and turned to He Jia. Hello, Mr. He. I am the newly appointed head of security at Ziyuan Mountain Villa. The guest in the imperial suite holds a distinguished status, making it impossible for him to vacate the room. Therefore, would you prefer a refund on your deposit? Or would you like to select another suite? He Jie regarded Lu Cheng with a frosty glare, dismissing him without a second thought. To him, Lu Cheng was merely a minor security chief, his annual earnings scarcely matching what He Jie spent in a single day. A chill spread across his face as he spoke with derision. What are you? Just a lowly security chief at Ziyuan Mountain Villa. Earning less in a year than I expend in a day. Summon your steward, Liang. I wish to ascertain the identity of this individual residing in the imperial suite. How noble could one possibly be to dare usurp my reserved accommodations? Does he wish for his own demise? Lu Cheng's expression shifted, his tone darkening. He shall tread carefully. Do not let a few cups of liquor in the company of a performer cloud your judgment. This is Ziyuan Mountain Villa, a place where you cannot misbehave. Depart now, and I shall consider this incident as though it never occurred. Should you dare utter another insolent word, you will bear the consequences. The beautiful receptionist opened her mouth to speak, but Lu Cheng's piercing gaze silenced her. He harbored no fondness for He Jie, particularly due to He Jie's disrespectful remarks towards Lin Hao. Lin Shini, a figure held in high esteem even by Steward Liang, was a formidable master. Should He Jie continue his disrespectful tirade, it could very well lead to his demise. Thus, Lu Cheng had little desire to engage with such an imbecile. Upon hearing Lu Cheng's words, He Jie slammed his hand on the reception desk. You cur, from whence do you muster the audacity to address me in such a manner? You, a mere security captain, should be grateful that I have not commanded you to kneel and pay homage. To think you would threaten me. Utterly oblivious to your own insignificance. Ziyuan Mountain Villa may be extraordinary, yet it pales in comparison to the He family. As these words left He Jie's lips, the beautiful starlet quietly extricated herself from his grasp, stepping away. She realized that He Jie, inebriated to the point of foolishness, had lost all sense of reason. The He family's influence in Jiang City was respectable, yet in the face of Ziyuan Mountain Villa, she could not fathom the source of He Jie's bravado. She had witnessed tycoons worth billions appear like humble dogs before the steward of Ziyuan Mountain Villa. He Jie was finished. This singular thought echoed in the starlet's mind. Lu Cheng's expression darkened further. Just as he was about to summon assistants to deal with He Jie, Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoya emerged from the elevator. The moment He Jie laid eyes on Lin Hao, his countenance shifted dramatically, exclaiming, "How are you still alive?" The moment those words escaped his lips, Lin Hao's brow furrowed, a palpable aura of menace igniting within his gaze. Chapter 44. Filial piety and parental kindness. Lu Cheng's expression changed drastically. He fixed his gaze on He Jie and exclaimed, "He Jie, immediately kneel and apologize to Physician Lin, or you shall not leave Ziyuan Manor today." Ignoring Lu Cheng, He Jie remained fixated on Lin Hao. He had expended a considerable sum to hire an assassin from the dark web to eliminate Lin Hao. That very assassin had already arrived in Jiang City and attempted to carry out the deed. Now, seeing Lin Hao unscathed, a drunken He Jie blurted out his disbelief. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. He would never forget the scene in the presidential suite at the hotel, where Lin Hao had effortlessly killed Lu Shuoyang, the head of the Lu family. Lin Hao not only dispatched him with ease, but continued to remain unharmed even now. He Jie had previously received word that the Lu family had sought out a notorious killer, the bloodthirsty warrior known as Shui Wu, to eliminate Lin Hao. What did this signify? It indicated that Lin Hao either surpassed Shui Wu in strength or had formidable backing. Either scenario filled He Jie with trepidation. Chuckling awkwardly, He Jie said, "My apologies, I mistook you for someone else. Please disregard my previous remarks. Yang Bauer, let us depart." Yang Bauer frowned, remaining silent as she glanced at Lin Hao. His striking handsomeness eclipsed even that of Pan and from Legends. At that moment, she felt a flutter in her heart. She was not one to be easily restrained. Faced with such a captivating figure, it would be uncharacteristic of her not to entertain some thoughts. Moreover, the manner's treatment of Lin Hao convinced her that he possessed an extraordinary status, likely that of a true luminary. Lin Hao, holding Zhao Xiaoya's hand, approached He Jie step by step. He remained silent, yet with each stride, he exuded an unbearable pressure upon He Jie. He Jie hastily attempted to clarify, "Buddy, I truly did not mean to target you. I simply mistook you for someone else. Please do not take it to heart. If my words have caused offense, I am willing to apologize and even offer compensation. I implore you to let this matter slide, shall we?" Lin Hao shook his head, still pondering who had contracted the assassin. Now, He confirmed that it was none other than He Jie before him. He seized He Jie's throat, lifting him off the ground. Speak. How much did you pay for that assassin? I bear no grudge against you, yet you chose to trouble me. Lu Yinran has been with countless men, and your infatuation with her is your concern. My engagement with her has been nullified, thereby severing any ties between us. The Lu family brought this upon themselves. And now you too seek your demise, believing I would hesitate to kill you? As He Jie struggled for breath, his face flushed red, veins bulging from his neck. He realized Lin Hao's intent to kill was genuine. If he failed to provide a satisfactory answer, he would undoubtedly not survive the night. Yang Baoer gazed intently at Lin Hao, her admiration growing with every glance. In her heart, she mused that should she become this man's woman, she would undoubtedly employ every charm at her disposal to ensure that Lin Hao could not bear to be apart from her. With this thought, she puffed out her chest, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her alluring figure. As for He Jie's fate, it was of no concern to her. Their relationship had always been a mere transaction devoid of any emotional connection. He Jie struggled to speak. Lin Hao, I confess. The assassin was indeed hired by my family. However, it was not my doing, but rather that of my father, who believes you have brought shame upon the He family and seeks your demise. This explains my astonishment upon seeing you. He continued, if you desire vengeance, direct it towards my father. Lin Hao remained silent, his expression impassive as he cast He Jie to the ground. He retrieved a mobile phone from He Jie's possession and stated coolly, now, call your father. I wish to confront him directly, whether it was his action or yours. Whoever desires my death shall pay with their life. He Jie yearned to flee, but lacked the courage. Lin Hao's prowess was overwhelming and his speed unmatched. If he were to recklessly attempt to escape, he would surely meet a grim fate at Lin Hao's hands. Thus, he resolved it would be wiser to comply with Lin Hao's demands and contact his father. Now, He Jie could only hope that his father would prioritize the greater good and sacrifice himself to save his son. With determination, He Jie dialed the number of the head of the He family. Chapter 45. A son can be reborn. He Huaitong, the head of the He family, was not at home, but in one of the residences he had acquired for his clandestine affairs. This particular abode was shared with Lu Yinran, the former fiancé of his son, He Jie. The late hour prompted a frown on He Huaitong's brow as he received a call from his son. It was only natural for a father to feel anxious upon such an unexpected ring, especially while a woman entwined in past affections lay in his embrace. With a gentle smile, Lu Yinran traced circles on He Huaitong's chest with her finger. My dear, I am no longer connected to He Jie. Even if he were to find out, it would be of little consequence. If you assist me in eliminating Lin Hao, I shall willingly remain your clandestine lover, ever ready to attend to your needs. With a playful slap on Lu Yinran's posterior, He Huaitong chuckled. You are indeed correct. Your ties to Jie have been severed. Even if you were to reveal that you are my daughter, it matters not. Allow me to take this call. I shall return shortly to attend to you. My little enchantress. Draping a bathrobe around himself, He Huaitong exited the room. Lu Yinran's smile vanished, replaced by an expression of disdain as she muttered to herself, Lin Hao, I am willing to entertain this old man merely to eliminate you. Just wait. I shall witness your tragic demise firsthand. And as for He Huaitong, I am an ambitious woman. Since you have laid hands on me, you shall not be able to rid yourself of me so easily. Otherwise, your fleeting efforts will be in vain. In the Lu family, Lu Yinran saw no future for herself. Lu Yi would never permit her to lay claim to the family's assets, so she resolved to carve her own path. He Huaitong was merely a stepping stone for her, a means to connect with higher echelons of power in the city, rather than a man she desired to be devoted to. She held no regard for an older man like him, lacking both charm and capability. Meanwhile, He Huaitong answered He Jie's urgent call. Dad, something has gone awry. He Jie exclaimed in a frantic tone. The news of your hiring someone to kill Lin Hao has been exposed. Now, Lin Hao intends to eradicate our lineage. He wants to kill me. I can hardly endure this. Please come to my rescue. He Huaitong was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the revelation. How could it be that news of his hiring an assassin had surfaced? It was He Jie who had sought out the hitman. This reckless boy was attempting to shift the blame. With a cold expression, He Huaitong retorted, You have fallen into Lin Hao's clutches? He Jie replied pitifully, Yes. He is right beside me. He has threatened that if you do not arrive, he will take my life. I am your only son. Hurry to the main hall of Ziyuan Villa. If I perish, your line will end. He Huaitong remained silent, weighing the gravity of the situation. He had managed to discern that He Jie had inadvertently exposed himself. To make matters worse, this reckless lad had the audacity to implicate him. If he intended to frame someone, he could have easily chosen his second uncle or third aunt. It was astonishing how little sense he had, and it baffled him how he ended up with such a foolish son. Now, should he venture to Ziyuan Villa, it was highly likely that Lin Hao would eliminate him. That young man was known for his ruthless demeanor. Lu Shuoyang had been dispatched with a mere flick of Lin Hao's hand, without a trace of remorse. Such a formidable character was one that He Huitang wished to avoid provoking. After a moment of contemplation, He Huitang replied, "Stay at Ziyuan Villa for now. I shall come over shortly. Do your utmost to preserve your life, and refrain from speaking nonsense, you fool." With that, he abruptly ended the call. Upon returning to his room, He Huitang felt a tumult of emotions, wavering in his decision. Should he rescue He Jie? This dilemma weighed heavily upon him. Lu Yanran gently inquired, "My dear, what troubles you? Is it He Jie who is causing you distress? As his father, if it burdens you, perhaps you should disregard him. Of course, you may share your thoughts with me. I might be able to offer some advice." With a darkened expression, He Huitang responded, "Yanran, our son is in peril. He has encountered Lin Hao at Ziyuan Villa, and Lin Hao intends to kill him. To make matters worse, this foolish child claims I once hired someone to eliminate Lin Hao, prompting Lin Hao to desire my presence." Cursing under his breath, he lamented, "How could I have such a dim-witted son?" Lu Yanran furrowed her brow, analyzing the situation. "Darling, this does not add up. If Lin Hao seeks to eliminate He Jie, why would He Jie accuse you of being the mastermind behind it all? Regardless of whether you did hire someone to kill Lin Hao, He Jie seems intent on dragging you into this mess. It appears he wishes for your demise, wanting to send you to hell prematurely. This truly confounds me." At this point, Lu Yanran fell silent. Meanwhile, He Huitang's countenance darkened further as he coldly remarked, "Well said. If He Jie desires my death, then why should I concern myself with him? Sons can be born anew. Yanran, you shall bear me another." Without further regard for He Jie's predicament, He Huitang resumed his intimate encounter with Lu Yanran. At Ziyuan Villa, Lin Hao snapped one of He Jie's arms and coolly stated, "From your father's response, it seems he has little interest in your fate. Continue to call for help. Should the He family fail to arrive today, you shall meet your end." Chapter 46. The fury of old master He. Hearing Lin Hao's words, He Jie trembled violently, his face drained of all color, devoid of any trace of blood. He was genuinely terrified. He Jie had not anticipated that his father, He Huitang, would remain indifferent to his fate. After enjoying life for 50 or 60 years, here he was in his early 20s, contemplating the futility of dying for himself. Only his survival could ensure the continuation of the He family's lineage. Cautiously, He Jie implored, "Master Lin, may I make one more call to my father? I cannot believe he could be so heartless. It was he who ordered your assassination. I should not bear the blame as his son. Every grievance has its origin, and when my father arrives, would you consider ending him instead?" Lin Hao shook his head, a bemused smile gracing his lips. "He Jie, you truly are a devoted son. How is it that you can think only of your father's demise? Do you believe he would come to your aid upon learning of your wish for his death?" "He will," He Jie insisted urgently. "He must. This is a mistake of his making, not mine. He hired the assassin. There is no reason for me to perish in his stead. Besides, I am his only son. Unless he desires to extinguish his own lineage, he cannot possibly watch me die." Lin Hao regarded He Jie with a penetrating gaze, his skepticism palpable. To Lin Hao, the entire situation bore He Jie's fingerprints. He Jie could not accept that Lin Hao had exposed Lu Yanran's true nature, and thus harbored resentment. As for He Huitang, Lin Hao saw no personal conflict. Surely, He Huitang would not seek to eliminate him merely because Lin Hao had labeled Lu Yanran as a woman of loose morals, nearly inciting He Huitang's wrath. Nevertheless, Lin Hao's current intention was to eradicate the He family entirely. If He Huitang were to seek vengeance, it would serve Lin Hao's purpose splendidly. He Jie attempted to contact He Huitang once more, but the call was abruptly disconnected. A second attempt met the same fate, and upon the third try, he was greeted with a message indicating the phone was turned off. Holding his phone, He Jie trembled, a mixture of panic and boundless rage coursing through him. What on earth did that wretched old man intend? Did he plan to see him dead before he would relent? This scoundrel truly meant to end his life. Lin Hao regarded He Jie with a detached demeanor, his calm gaze instilling dread in He Jie. The latter, quaking with fear, looked up at Lin Hao, his voice trembling as he asked, "Master Lin, may I call my grandfather?" He Huitang is unreliable, and that rascal seems intent on my demise. Only my grandfather's intervention might compel He Huitang to come. Without hesitation, Lin Hao struck He Jie across the face, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose, and several teeth were lost in the exchange. With a cold, disdainful gaze fixed upon the shivering He Jie, Lin Hao's voice was icy. You would do well to summon assistance post-haste. My patience is wearing thin. Should you be permitted another call, and still no one arrives? You are well aware of the consequences. Why yes, He Jie stammered, as Zhao Xiaoya glared at him with fury. Turning to Lin Hao, she inquired, Brother, earlier you mentioned he had someone attempt to assassinate you. Were you harmed? It is truly outrageous. I am well aware of my brother's character. He would never initiate bullying against anyone. How could these individuals be so malicious as to contemplate taking your life? They must not be spared. Lin Hao affectionately ruffled Zhao Xiaoya's hair and smiled as he spoke. Rest assured, brother is formidable. Whoever wishes for my demise shall meet their end. Regardless of their identity or background, they shall descend into the depths of hell. He Jie hastily protested, It wasn't me, truly. My dear young lady, please do not speak so recklessly. If Lin Yi believes it is I, then I will surely have no way to survive. Humph. Zhao Xiaoya scoffed, choosing to ignore He Jie entirely. Lu Cheng's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that He Jie had previously hired someone to assassinate Lin Hao. It is crucial to understand that Lin Hao is a master-level warrior. Such an individual is not easily met with misfortune, yet to insult a master is no mere saying. Those who dare to provoke a master often face devastating consequences. Moreover, even the ancient martial association would protect a master rather than shield those who dare to challenge them. He Jie quickly dialed the number of the elder He. An authoritative voice resonated through the line. Shao Jie, why are you calling your grandfather at this hour? What is the matter? He Jie responded urgently. Grandfather, you must save me. My father has hired someone to kill Lin Yi, and now Lin Yi is furious. I have just tried to contact my father, but his phone is turned off. It seems he wants me dead, wishing for the He family to be extinguished. Please, I implore you to rescue me, or I will surely perish at Lin Yi's hands. The elder He replied sternly, What nonsense is this about Lin Yi? A powerful figure from the Lin family in Jiang City? Where are you now? He Jie replied, I am at Ziyuan Mountain Villa. Please bring my father here. Only he can quell Lin Yi's wrath. The elder He's tone grew somber. I understand. I will handle this matter. After speaking, he hung up the phone and swiftly mobilized 300 members of the He family to rush to Ziyuan Mountain Villa. Meanwhile, the He meeting hall was unable to make contact, and the elder He did not ponder this further. He intended to bring an overwhelming force to dismantle Lin Yi. As described by He Jie, Chapter 47, the He family moves, various forces observe in Jiang City. The He family stands as one of the prominent clans. With hundreds of relatives in their lineage, the He family has amassed a substantial number of enforcers, ready to resolve matters that cannot be settled through reason with sheer force. Currently, the venerable patriarch of the He family has mobilized 300 enforcers with a singular objective, to eliminate Lin Hao. He cares not for Lin Hao's background or the grievances between them. All he desires is a definitive outcome, Lin Hao's demise. Father, everything is in order. The 300 men are assembled and await your command to march upon Ziyuan Villa. The speaker is He Sai, the fourth son of the He patriarch. He has 3 siblings, He Huitang, the eldest, and 2 sisters who are not permitted to partake in the family's decision-making. Unable to reach He Huitang, the patriarch naturally turns to He Sai, who is eager to prove himself. Thus, He Sai is exceptionally attentive, hoping to execute this task flawlessly. Success in this endeavor could significantly elevate his standing and influence within the family, potentially even displacing He Huitang as the head of the clan. The patriarch's expression darkens as he coldly states, Let us first discuss the situation regarding Shao Jie. Your elder brother, He Huitang, has had his assassination target seize control of Shao Jie. They are currently at Ziyuan Villa, and it is your responsibility to extract him safely while ensuring that the scoundrel who has taken Shao Jie is met with a most gruesome fate. Upon hearing this, He Sai's eyes narrowed, and his brow furrowed in concern. Father, but that is Ziyuan Villa. The owner behind Ziyuan Villa is shrouded in mystery, with establishments scattered across the nation. Despite this, no one knows whether the proprietor is male or female. The more enigmatic they are, the more formidable their background seems. Causing a stir at Ziyuan Villa may lead to dire consequences. Humph. The patriarch scoffed, his gaze piercing like a sword directed at He Sai. This look compelled He Sai to lower his head in silence. though he internally resented his father's perceived favoritism. Fourth son, all you need to do is obediently follow my directives and execute the task at hand. Ziyuan Villa has allowed that Lin fellow to act against my grandson, demonstrating a blatant disregard for propriety. In light of this, why should the He family continue to show them deference? They have already breached the rules, and we have no obligation to uphold them any longer. He sighed. Yes, father. I spoke out of turn. I understand what must be done. I will comply with your wishes and act as you instruct. Good. The patriarch nodded in satisfaction, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Now, you shall lead the men to Ziyuan Villa to retrieve Xiao Jie and ensure that Lin is met with a most brutal end. Remember this, what I grant you, you may take. If I do not bestow it upon you, you shall not seize it. Otherwise, even if you are my son, I will not show leniency. Deep within the depths of Master He's eyes flickered a hint of murderous intent, yet his countenance radiated utmost respect. Indeed, his son comprehended the gravity of the situation. The elder he spoke in a measured tone. Let us proceed to Ziyuan Mountain Villa. A lengthy convoy, formidable in its presence, surged forth towards Ziyuan Mountain Villa. The various factions within Jiang City swiftly caught wind of the news. Within the headquarters of the Ancient Martial Association, the president had just received word regarding the He family's significant movements. The He family had summoned 300 enforcers, forming a caravan of nearly 100 vehicles. As for the He family's intentions, they remained shrouded in mystery, with further investigations underway. A detached voice echoed through the room. The He family of Jiang City is but a minor clan with assets in the billions. Within their ranks, aside from the elder He, a high-ranking martial artist, the rest are naught but ineffectual beings. Even if they were to make a move, they would not provoke substantial upheaval in Jiang City. A thorough investigation will suffice, and no excessive attention is warranted. Indeed, the Ancient Martial Association serves as the official governing body for martial artists, holding jurisdiction over their misdeeds and transgressions. From the president's tone, it was evident that he held the He family in low regard. Unless the prominent families of Jiang City took action, he would not intervene. His lack of involvement would naturally lead the Ancient Martial Association to refrain from interference. The Li clan, the Wang clan, the Sun clan, and other influential families had also received the news. However, their leaders maintained a stance akin to that of the president of the Ancient Martial Association. They were not overly concerned, for extinguishing the He family posed little challenge to their formidable strength. Therefore, irrespective of the He family's actions, as long as their interests remained unthreatened, they would merely observe, while the various factions remained in a state of watchful anticipation. The members of the He family surged onward towards Ziyuan Mountain Villa. Chapter 48. Provocation at Ziyuan Mountain Villa. Do you seek death? A procession of vehicles, resembling a serpentine dragon, snaked along the road, drawing the gaze of countless onlookers. Each car, uniformly clad in black Audi, created a spectacle that was exceedingly rare. While luxury vehicles were not unfamiliar to the public, a convoy of nearly 100 identical Audis on the thoroughfare was indeed awe-inspiring. Does anyone know what is happening? This convoy is rather colossal. Isn't it? Perhaps the Audi owners are convening for some grand event. Otherwise, how could there be so many? That's a reasonable assumption. It seems this is the most luxurious and largest convoy in the city today. Wait a moment. I noticed these Audis bear a resemblance to those owned by the He family. Didn't the He family purchase 200 of this model in one go? The He family, with their assets in the billions? Could this suggest a significant event is unfolding? Whispers circulated among the crowd, with some recognizing the cars as belonging to the He family. The formation of nearly 100 black Audis indicated that something noteworthy was afoot. Soon, inquiries began to surface. When they learned that the He family intended to confront Ziyuan Mountain Villa, their expressions turned peculiar. Ziyuan Mountain Villa held a position of great significance in the city. Numerous prominent families and powerful factions dared not provoke it. Even the Ancient Martial Arts Association would show deference to the villa. Now, the audacity of the He family to seek trouble there seemed akin to courting disaster. Has the head of the He family lost their senses to make such a decision? Even if they could challenge Ziyuan Mountain Villa, neighboring cities also harbor its branches. Indeed, once a prestigious family from a major provincial capital dared to act against Ziyuan Mountain Villa, and it was like stirring a hornet's nest, resulting in the annihilation of their entire clan. Could the He family be seeking extinction, unable to find a worthy opponent, and thus targeting Ziyuan Mountain Villa? Intellect is a valuable asset, yet it appears the head of the He family is devoid of it. No one harbored optimism for the He family. Despite their considerable influence in the city, they were merely a formidable local faction. However, choosing the wrong adversary and daring to provoke Ziyuan Mountain Villa would likely lead to their downfall. All were eager to witness the unfolding drama. With countless individuals heading towards Ziyuan Mountain Villa, including formidable figures from various factions, such as the Ancient Martial Arts Association. At Ziyuan Mountain Villa, Lin Hao had rendered He Jie incapacitated, leaving him sprawled in a pool of blood, howling in agony, without a shred of sympathy from anyone. Even Yang Baoer, a renowned actress, did not speak in He Jie's defense. Instead, her captivating gaze lingered on Lin Hao, sparkling with intrigue. Lin Hao was extraordinarily handsome, the most striking man she had ever encountered. Furthermore, his masculine aura, effortlessly overpowering a young master like He Jie, was irresistible, mysterious and dashing. This combination held an irresistible allure for any woman. After much contemplation, Yang Bao approached to strike up a conversation. Yang Bao sweetly said, "This handsome gentleman. May I ask how to address you? I am Yang Bao, an actress. I wonder if you have seen any of the films I have starred in. I once portrayed the beloved of the water spirit in The Great Tang Mystery. What do you think of my acting skills?" Lin Hao cast a dispassionate glance at Yang Bao, and it must be said, she was indeed strikingly beautiful. However, the air of worldliness that surrounded her was rather overwhelming. Despite being an actress, her demeanor was hardly distinguishable from that of a courtesan. Such a woman was hardly worthy of Lin Hao's attention. "Apologies, but I do not watch films," he replied, a statement grounded in truth. Lin Hao had been confined by an old man in the physician's valley, devoid of any entertainment, let alone the opportunity to watch a movie. His days were consumed with either the compulsion to study medicine or the obligation to cultivate his skills. After the old man's demise, Lin Hao returned to the city only to encounter a series of events that left him no leisure to indulge in cinema. Yang Bao furrowed her brows and intentionally stumbled toward Lin Hao. Oh dear. Her intention was to lean against him, hoping to provoke a reaction with her alluring figure. Unfortunately, Lin Hao sidestepped her advance. Consequently, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. After her fall, Lin Hao did not even spare her a second glance. His focus remained on He Jie. He Jie had solicited an assassin to eliminate himself, and Lin Hao was determined to take his life in return. However, the time was not yet ripe, as the He family had yet to arrive. The house of his godmother had been forcefully demolished by the subordinates of He Sai, and Lin Hao was not inclined to believe that such actions occurred without He Sai's directive. Thus, Lin Hao was biding his time, waiting for the He family to come forth and face their reckoning. Chapter 49. Are you He Laosi? Lu Cheng was observing Lin Hao as he dealt with He Jie when a security guard from Ziyuan Mountain Villa rushed in, visibly anxious. "Captain, there's been an incident," the guard exclaimed. "We've just received news that nearly 100 vehicles from the He family are approaching Ziyuan Mountain Villa. They must be here to cause trouble. Should we immediately inform Manager Liang?" Lu Cheng furrowed his brow, skeptical of the report. The Ziyuan Mountain Villa held a uniquely esteemed position. Logically, the He family would not dare to instigate conflict here. Yet, the subordinates insisted that a substantial convoy from the He family was en route. Who had emboldened them so? Taking a deep breath, Lu Cheng's expression darkened. "Is the information verified?" The guard replied, "Captain, it has been confirmed. Someone from the He family has encountered trouble at Ziyuan Mountain Villa, and they are disregarding all consequences. If we don't have Manager Liang intervene, we fear we cannot withstand the He family." Just as Lu Cheng was about to respond, Lin Hao spoke first. With a slight smile, he said, 100 vehicles. You say? This is quite intriguing. You need not concern yourselves with this matter. I shall handle it. Please investigate which members of the He family have arrived. Ideally, we want all the key figures present so that I may apprehend them all at once. The guard frowned, questioning Lin Hao's capability. Who do you think you are? Do you genuinely believe you can contend with so many from the He family? Are you considering yourself a master? Lu Cheng's expression darkened as he sternly rebuked. Silence. This is Lin Shini, who commands the utmost respect, even from Manager Liang. Apologize to Lin Shini at once, or today will be your last day in service. What? The guard turned pale, hastily offering his apologies to Lin Hao. I sincerely apologize. I was unaware you were Lin Shini. I have heard of your esteemed reputation, but regrettably never had the honor to meet you. Please, I beg your forgiveness for my ignorance. Given your stature, the He family is indeed unworthy of consideration. Lin Hao glanced at He Jie, who lay in a pool of blood, and spoke nonchalantly. The reason the He family has come to Ziyuan Mountain Villa is this individual. His name is He Jie, the eldest son of the He family. If you truly wish to convey your sincerity, break his other leg. The guard hesitated, fear gripping his heart upon realizing the identity of the injured. He Jia was the catalyst for the He family's ire, and the guard found himself paralyzed with trepidation. While Lin Hao was unafraid of the He family, he feared for his own safety. As a mere security guard at the villa, he knew that even if Lin Hao remained unharmed, confronting the He family could easily spell his doom. Not even Manager Liang would risk a confrontation with the He family for the sake of a lowly guard. Lu Qing remained silent, allowing Lin Hao the opportunity. If Lu Qing intervened, it would surely alter the dynamics and perhaps even cause Lin Hao to harbor resentment towards him. Such a thankless task was not one Lu Qing would undertake. After much hesitation, the guard ultimately refrained from taking action. Lin Hao did not press him further, calmly stating, "It seems you lack any genuine intent to apologize. Lu Qing, you may proceed." Lu Qing nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, he seized a chair and brought it down heavily upon He Jia's leg. The sharp intake of breath that followed was quickly replaced by a scream of excruciating pain. At that moment, both of He Jia's legs were rendered useless, leaving the security team in shock as they gazed at Lu Qing. They were bewildered by the captain's sudden aggression, for he, like the He family, was also unlikely to receive protection from Manager Liang. Lu Qing merely shook his head at the security personnel, choosing silence over words, for he understood that this team member's fate was already sealed. A promising future was beyond his grasp. In fact, once Manager Liang regained his senses, there was a possibility he would be expelled from the Ziyuan villa. The opportunity had been presented, but alas, he had proven himself lacking. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance of Ziyuan villa. Nearly 100 vehicles from the He family blocked the entrance, and numerous thugs emerged. The first to alight was the fourth master He, who approached one of the cars and opened the rear door. "Father, we have arrived," he announced. The elder He stepped out, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, his expression dark and foreboding. He cast a glance at the entrance of Ziyuan villa and spoke coolly, "Let us extend courtesy before hostility. Demand the release of my nephew from Ziyuan villa." The fourth master nodded in agreement and proceeded to call at the gate. "The manager of Ziyuan villa is present. I am the fourth master of the He family, here today regarding my ineffectual nephew. It has come to my attention that you have allowed others to act against him at will. I hope Ziyuan villa will hand him over and also deliver the instigator who harmed my nephew into our hands for proper retribution." At that moment, Lin Hao, who was dealing with He Jia, heard the fourth master shout. A smile crept upon his lips. While the elder He had not come, he certainly hadn't expected the fourth master to arrive. Lin Hao stepped out of the hall and approached the entrance, fixing his gaze upon the fourth master. "Are you the fourth master of the He family, the one responsible for the demolition of my godmother's house along National Road 207? The fourth master furrowed his brow. "That project is indeed under my jurisdiction. Who do you think you are to question me? Be it your godmother's house or even your mother's. If I wish to demolish it, I shall." Lin Hao smiled slightly. "If that is the case, then I am relieved. It means I shall not mistakenly take the wrong life." Chapter 50. Seeking external assistance, He Sai's countenance darkened profoundly. His mood was already soured by the suppression from old Master He. Now, Lin Hao's audacious words rendered his expression even more ominous. Casting a cold glance at Lin Hao, He Sai offered a scornful smile. "How dare this insolent youth speak to me in such a manner? Do you have any inkling of the caliber of individuals that the He family has summoned? With 300 resolute enforcers and the old master himself present, there are few in Jiang City who can instill fear in him, save for the Zhou family and the formidable warriors of the ancient martial association. Among the prominent families in Jiang City, old Master He's prowess is indeed formidable. What do you possess to threaten my life? Your mere words?" He Sai was exceedingly arrogant, emboldened by the presence of old Master He, rendering him nearly fearless in Jiang City. This brash young man would soon learn that there are consequences for such hubris. Lin Hao chuckled lightly, retaliating with a swift slap. Smack. He Sai was sent flying several dozen feet by Lin Hao's strike, yet miraculously, his life remained intact. This man was the architect behind the forced eviction of Lin Hao's adoptive mother, and Lin Hao would not grant him such an easy demise. He was not so benevolent. Upon landing, He Sai felt as though stars were dancing before his eyes, his mind clouded. Surrounding him were not only members of the He family, but also a multitude of onlookers, thousands of them. Fortunately, the expanse outside Ziyuan villa could accommodate such a throng, preventing any overcrowding. Who is this individual? Their prowess is undeniable, effortlessly propelling He Sai through the air, undoubtedly one of Ziyuan villa's esteemed guards. It was well known that each Ziyuan villa boasted a cadre of martial artists serving as its guardians, and it appeared today would be a feast for the eyes. Nonetheless, it must be noted that Jiang City is not particularly vast. It is likely that most of the Ziyuan guards here are of lower ranks, specifically those below the 4th tier. Observing would reveal the outcome, as Ziyuan Villa is shrouded in mystery, possessing not only guardians but also a steward. Could Liang, the steward, potentially subdue Old Master He? It is essential to recognize that Old Master He is a high-tier martial artist. The crowd was well acquainted with the He family's strength, but possessed little knowledge of Ziyuan Villa. They were aware of the guardians and the presence of Steward Liang. Yet the extent of Liang's capabilities was shrouded in secrecy. Judging by the respect afforded to Liang, it was reasonable to assume he too was a high-tier martial artist. If Old Master He could indeed best Steward Liang, then it was plausible that the He family might obliterate Ziyuan Villa today. However, it was unlikely that any victor would emerge from this confrontation. The destruction of Ziyuan Villa would only lead to the He family's eradication in turn. Even prominent families in major provincial cities, protected by masters of the realm, had met their demise after provoking Ziyuan Villa, much less the He family. Impudent. A chilling murderous intent flickered in Old Master He's eyes. Lin Hao had the audacity to strike his 4th son right before him. This is a blatant disrespect towards him, a provocation of his authority. However, the esteemed elder He refrained from taking action, for he awaited the arrival of Manager Liang. As long as Manager Liang did not intervene, he would hold his ground. Elder He spoke in a deep voice. Mr. Luo 1, I entrust this young rascal to you. Rest assured, your reward will be generous upon the successful completion of this task. Once Elder He finished speaking, a short and stout man with hair styled into little braids emerged. Luo 1, around 40 years of age, was so rotund that he resembled a sphere, his chubby face adorned with a rosy hue. His reputation in Jiang City was no less formidable than that of the blood centipede. Furthermore, his strength was considerable, having reached the 6th tier of martial arts, just a step away from becoming a high-tier warrior. Should he ascend to the ranks of high-tier warriors, the cost to enlist his services would multiply significantly. With a grin, Luo Wen assured, Elder He, fear not, I shall bring you the head of that little brat. However, he added with a mischievous glint, I have a condition. There is a young lady from the He family who is quite captivating. Once I succeed today, may I have her to entertain me for a few days? Elder He's brows furrowed as he asked in a stern tone, which girl? If she were of his direct lineage, he would never consent, but if she belonged to a collateral branch, it would be of little consequence. Luo Wen casually replied. Luo Hongxia, the front desk manager at one of the He family's hotels. Is that agreeable? Elder He nodded. Luo Hongxia's connection to him was merely that of a distant relative, lacking any significant blood ties. In a large family, such women were often valued for their potential to attract powerful allies. With Elder He's approval secured, Luo Wen's face blossomed into a satisfied smile as he strode towards Lin Hao. As Luo Wen approached, the ground seemed to tremble beneath him, akin to a mountain in motion. Yet, as he neared Lin Hao, his speed surpassed that of a cheetah, propelling him directly towards Lin Hao. In his hand, he gripped a gleaming dagger, its blade shimmering ominously as it aimed for Lin Hao's neck. Chapter 51. It's your turn, be careful, Dr. Lin. Lu Cheng exclaimed as he witnessed Luo Wen suddenly accelerate his attack on Lin Hao. Immediately after his shout, he felt a pang of regret, for in that critical moment, he had forgotten that Lin Hao was a grandmaster. A grandmaster possesses the ability to project their internal energy outward. An assault like Luo Wen's was akin to attempting to pierce steel with a knife made of tofu for someone of that caliber. The dagger approached Lin Hao's neck with increasing proximity, while Old Master He sneered repeatedly. It turned out to be nothing more than a silver spear with a wax head. A mere waste of existence. Although Luo Wen's strength was formidable, he could be easily dispatched with a single move, likely a low-tier martial artist at best. Such trash, no matter how many more there were at Ziyuan Villa, would hardly stir any waves. It seemed that Ziyuan Villa would have to yield someone today. There would be no unexpected twists. Despite Old Master He's haughty demeanor, he did not underestimate Manager Liang. Up to this point, Manager Liang had yet to show himself. Either he regarded Old Master He with disdain, or he was convinced that Old Master He would not dare to act. Contemplating this, Old Master He's expression darkened. An inch, half an inch, as the dagger drew ever closer. A radiant smile spread across Luo Wen's face. For he was about to complete his task, to slay a Ziyuan guard from Ziyuan Villa. Were it not for the generous reward offered by Old Master He, Luo Wen would have preferred to avoid antagonizing Ziyuan Villa. Furthermore, he had long since lost all family ties, having killed his own parents, as well as his wife and children, to become stronger and eliminate any weaknesses that could be exploited by foes. Thus, even if it meant clashing with Ziyuan Villa, he felt little trepidation. When the dagger, gleaming coldly, was merely a few centimeters from Lin Hao's neck, it could advance no further. Lin Hao flashed a grin and delivered a resounding slap to Luo Wen's face. Smack! This slap was not akin to the force used on He High. Luo Wen's rotund body was sent crashing to the ground, his head striking the surface first. The tiled floor cracked like spiderwebs, and a pool of blood formed beneath him. Luo Wen could not fathom how he had fallen. Who on earth are you? He stammered. Recognizing that Lin Hao was certainly not just an ordinary Ziyuan guard from the Jiang City Ziyuan Villa. Could he be the leader of the Ziyuan guards? Lin Hao looked down at the prostrate Luo Wen and asked nonchalantly, "Does it matter?" "Of course it matters," Luo Wen bellowed. "If a mere ordinary Ziyuan guard from Ziyuan Villa is this strong, then I concede defeat. From now on, I will follow Ziyuan Villa without question, even if it means turning against Old Master He to eliminate him." Lin Hao shook his head with a smile and replied, "In truth, I am not from Ziyuan Villa. I am the person you are looking for today. My name is Lin Hao. I just incapacitated He Jie and intend to eliminate him as well. Is this answer satisfactory?" Luo Wen's face quivered, and he fell silent. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent, whether or not Lin Hao was affiliated with Ziyuan Villa. This young man was certainly not to be trifled with. At this moment, Luo Wen's head had been brutally struck, with blood gushing forth as if it were free, staining his hair and face crimson. Old Master He furrowed his brow, somewhat taken aback by Lin Hao's unexpected prowess. Luo Wen was no weakling. Lin Hao's ability to injure him with such ease indicated a capability to contend with himself. Indeed, the Ziyuan Villa harbored deeper waters than anticipated. At this juncture, Old Master He felt a pang of regret. He should not have brought so many people to Ziyuan Villa to demand a person. He Sai had already risen and returned to his father's side. "Father, we must eliminate that wretched brat. He has gone too far. My arm is already broken. And he is mocking you, showing you no respect. If he survives, it will be a grievous blow to our He family." Casting a sidelong glance at Isai, Old Master He remained silent. He too wished to resolve the matter with a single blow. But the current situation suggested that Lin Hao likely possessed the strength to engage him in battle. Furthermore, there was still Steward Liang at Ziyuan Villa. What if he allied with Lin Hao? Contemplating this, Old Master He's expression darkened further. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was not idle. After responding to Luo Wen's inquiry, he decisively crushed Luo Wen's skull beneath his foot. This wretch, who had murdered his own parents and slaughtered his wife and children, met an abrupt end to his life. Until his last moment, he remained oblivious to just how formidable Lin Hao truly was. Lin Hao gazed at Old Master He from a distance, his tone laced with amusement as he remarked, "Old man, now it is your turn." Chapter 52. Beneath the heavy bounty, brave souls arise. The countenance of the venerable Mr. He fluctuated between shadows and light. He no longer possessed the courage to confront Lin Hao. Lin Hao had effortlessly dispatched Luo Wen, a feat beyond Mr. He's capabilities. This indicated that Lin Hao's strength surpassed his own. Most critically, the young man before him was not the Steward Liang of Ziyuan Villa. Without Liang's presence, Mr. He dared not take action, fearing a sudden assault from him. His greatest trepidation lay with Steward Liang of Ziyuan Villa. "Who are you truly? A person of your caliber should not remain obscure in Jiang City. Pray tell, from whom have you learned? Perhaps I am acquainted with your elders," Mr. He questioned. Lin Hao smiled faintly, finding the elder's words rather amusing. He replied casually, "Though the old man is not a person of renown, he is certainly not someone of your acquaintance. Since you are unaware of his identity, it is clear that you have yet to enter his circle. I am on the verge of ending your grandson's life, and yet you seek to forge a connection with me? What of your grandson's fate?" Fourth Master He bellowed, "Father, we must eliminate him. He has not only harmed Xiao Jia, but has also left me in this state. If he lives today, our He family will become the laughingstock of Jiang City. Everyone will perceive us as soft targets." Mr. He, understanding the gravity of the situation, was nonetheless unable to act rashly. Taking a deep breath, he fixed Lin Hao with a steely gaze and declared, "I present you with a choice. Accompany me to the He residence and bring my grandson along, or else, regardless of any formidable backing you may possess, you shall meet your end today." Lu Qing interjected, "Old Master He, do not speak so confidently. Physician Lin is a distinguished guest of Ziyuan Villa. Should you harm him, it would be a slight against our establishment. You would then have to contend with more than just Physician Lin. The expression on Mr. He's face darkened considerably. He hesitated to confront Lin Hao. Yet, Lu Cheng was merely the head of security at Ziyuan Villa, a target he felt he could eliminate without consequence. In the next instant, Mr. He transformed into a fleeting shadow, accelerating towards Lu Cheng with alarming speed, delivering a powerful strike aimed at his chest. Lu Cheng, an ordinary man and not a martial artist, would certainly perish if Mr. He succeeded. The thought of his impending demise flashed through Lu Cheng's mind as he swung his baton towards Mr. He. Even if he were to perish, he would ensure Mr. He paid a price. At that critical moment, Lin Hao intervened. He seized Mr. He's wrist with ease, effortlessly subduing him. With a slight smile, Lin Hao stated, Lu Cheng has rendered me a favor. You shall not harm him. Since you wish to take the life of my friend, then you shall meet your own end. Crack. A tremendous force enveloped Mr. He's wrist, shattering it in an instant. Yet, the venerable Mr. He proved to be a formidable character, as he unexpectedly drew a dagger from his person and severed his own severed hand. Following this, he swiftly maneuvered back to the side of his family. Witnessing his father's hand being severed, his sire fell silent, retreating quietly. He had not anticipated that his father was not a match for Lin Hao, who had effortlessly incapacitated him with a single strike. The 300 henchmen of the He family exchanged glances, their hearts swaying towards retreat. Lin Hao paid no heed to Mr. He, instead turning his attention to Lu Cheng. Are you unharmed? Lu Cheng shook his head, replying, Divine Dr. Lin, I am fine. Lin Hao continued, Since you are well, I would trouble you to bring He Jia out. It is time to settle matters with the He family. Lu Cheng furrowed his brow, pondering before inquiring, Divine Dr. Lin, should we not summon Manager Liang? Lin Hao shook his head in refusal, asserting that this was his affair and he did not wish for Ziyuan Villa to become too deeply entangled. Seeing Lin Hao's steadfastness, Lu Cheng chose not to press further. Mr. He's eyes were ablaze with murderous intent as he coldly declared, This boy is no ordinary individual. Everyone, draw your weapons and slay this wretched scoundrel. Whoever lands a blow on him shall receive a reward of 100,000. And to the one who beheads him, I shall bestow a bounty of 1 million. Initially, the henchmen of the He family had harbored thoughts of retreat, but now their eyes gleamed with fervor, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Armed with cleavers, they charged towards Lin Hao like a pack of ravenous wolves. Lin Hao's lips curled into a slow smile as he gently scoffed and shook his head. No matter how many useless beings there may be, they remain ultimately ineffectual. If you seek death, then I shall oblige. With that, Lin Hao advanced instead of retreating, walking boldly forward. Soon, he found himself encircled by the He family's henchmen, their gleaming cleavers casting a forbidding glimmer that instilled fear in the hearts of onlookers. Chapter 53. A casual wave, slaying hundreds. 300 henchmen of the He family tightly surrounded Lin Hao at the center. Each of them wore a fierce expression, fixated on Lin Hao's neck. A mere blow to sever his head would yield a reward of 1 million. This incentive far surpassed previous task rewards, igniting their excitement at the generous bounty promised by the old patriarch of the He family. The old patriarch, having tended to his severed hand, glared at Lin Hao with a darkened expression, eager to witness how Lin Hao would extricate himself from this dire predicament. Despite being a high-tier martial artist himself, he knew that against such a multitude wielding blades, he would inevitably succumb. At best, he might take down a few dozen before succumbing to injury and being rendered incapable of further resistance. You little scoundrel, let us see how you meet your end this time. With 300 swordsmen assaulting you, even if you are a 9th-tier martial artist, your combat effectiveness will be obliterated. When the time comes, slaying you will be akin to crushing an ant. This is the consequence of offending the He family. Your demise is certain. Excitement danced across He Sai's face as he fervently declared, Father, once that little wretch is brought down and stripped of his combat ability, I shall step forward to deliver a few blows myself. No one has ever humiliated me to such an extent. Moreover, he has crippled one of your hands. This is a grievance that cannot be overlooked. Upon hearing his fourth son's words, the old patriarch felt a sense of gratification. He placed a hand on He Sai's shoulder, his voice grave. You possess more loyalty than your elder brother, who has left me profoundly disappointed this time. Xiao Jie is the future of the He family, yet he has chosen to abandon him. I must reconsider whether he is fit to lead our clan. He Sai's heart swelled with joy, though he maintained an impassive facade, for he understood his father's temperament. He detested internal strife within the family. After a moment's contemplation, Hisai remarked, "Father, perhaps my elder brother was preoccupied with something of great importance. He surely would not be so heartless. After all, Xiao Jie is his own flesh and blood. What father could remain composed and turn off his phone while his son's life is in peril? If my elder brother were truly so cold-hearted, would he not also be equally indifferent toward me, his own brother?" Hisai's words were artfully crafted, seemingly devoid of flaws, imparting an impression that he was defending He Huitang. In truth, He Huitang's refusal to advocate for He Jie led to He Jie reaching out to his grandfather for assistance. To claim that the old patriarch harbored no anger would be a falsehood. Indeed, after Hisai's comments, the old patriarch coldly snorted. "Do not speak in defense of your elder brother. Had he wished to support Xiao Jie, I would not have had to intervene. He is not only Xiao Jie's father, but also the head of the He family. I have remained in the background for decades. Had it not been for his disregard for Xiao Jie's safety, I would have allowed him to handle it. I shall give due consideration to his position as head of the family." Hisai felt elated, despite having been slapped by Lin Hao earlier that day, suffering considerable humiliation. If one could replace the elder brother and ascend as the new head of the He family, then all of this would be worthwhile. Meanwhile, the onlookers were abuzz with speculation. This young man is doomed. As the saying goes, a single fist cannot contend against four hands. What can he possibly use to defend himself? Indeed, though he may bring down several adversaries, he will ultimately be slain. And it is a pity that he must lose his life at such a tender age. With 300 enforcers from the He family, even if this youth possesses formidable strength, he will inevitably be reduced to mere pulp. No unexpected outcomes could arise. However, one must not speak too definitively. After all, the Ziyuan Villa has yet to intervene. Should they choose to engage, the tides of fate might very well turn. The Ziyuan Villa holds a position of extraordinary significance, and one cannot help but wonder if the elder he has grown senile to provoke them in such a manner. As the crowd continued their fervent discourse, the enforcers surged towards Lin Hao like a swarm of locusts. Brandishing their cleavers, they seemed to regard Lin Hao not as a living being, but rather as a target upon which they could claim a substantial bounty. At that moment, their singular thought was to fell Lin Hao. Lin Hao's expression turned icy as he spoke in a low voice. "Since you wish for my demise, I shall expedite your descent into hell. Those who kill will inevitably be killed." With his hands clasped behind his back, an overwhelming force surged forth. In an instant, the foremost 100 enforcers from the He family were obliterated into a mist of blood. The remaining nearly 200 thugs exchanged horrified glances, their faces drained of color and bodies trembling uncontrollably. Some dropped their cleavers to the ground, while others found their trousers dampened with terror. In that moment, they were enveloped by an inescapable dread, their eyes reflecting sheer panic as they gazed upon Lin Hao. Chapter 54. The Ancestor Descends. A devil. He is a devil. Run. He can slay us with a mere flick of his wrist. How terrifying it is. How can such a dreadful person exist in this world? It's over. The He family intends to annihilate us. May the old man he meet his demise. Let us go and slay that old fool who seeks to harm us. We must not spare that wretched creature. In an overwhelming state of terror, the remaining nearly 200 henchmen of the He family were utterly shattered psychologically. They promptly abandoned their assault on Lin Hao, for continuing to oppose him would surely lead to their demise. When someone shouted that it was old man he who sought to bring them harm, it garnered unanimous agreement from all. $1 million bounty, though enticing, is worthless if one loses their life. What then is there to enjoy? Old man He's expression was frigid as he gazed upon the nearly 200 armed henchmen rushing towards him. In a chilling tone, he declared, "Are you all intent on rebellion? Without the He family, where would you be today? You are merely dogs raised by the He family. And now you dare to turn against your master?" One must admit, old man he exuded an air of authority. At this juncture, he was unperturbed, fully aware that should these 200 henchmen converge upon him, it would ultimately lead to his own demise. Yet, he held a significant stature in their hearts. After his scolding, their initially impulsive emotions were suppressed. Lin Hao spoke indifferently. "You may either oppose me or slay that old fool and his accomplice, fourth master He. The choice is yours. However, I grant you but 10 seconds for contemplation. Should you fail to act within that time, it will be tantamount to declaring me your enemy. At that moment, I shall eradicate all of you." Hiss. Upon Lin Hao's declaration, the nearly 200 henchmen no longer hesitated. While attacking old man, he might cost them their lives. Opposing Lin Hao would guarantee their total annihilation. Their thoughts turned to the hope of being among the fortunate who would not perish at the hands of Old Man He. They aimed to eliminate this old wretch and Fourth Master He. With a collective roar, they charged towards Old Man He and Fourth Master He. Fourth Master He turned pale with fear, unable to fathom that the henchmen of the He family would betray him. He was no warrior, merely an ordinary man. If he were to be besieged by these henchmen, he would surely face certain death. In a state of utter panic, Fourth Master He cried out, "Father, you must protect my life. These bastards have gone mad, daring to turn against their master. You defend me. I shall return with reinforcements to aid you." Old Man He's countenance darkened, yet he nodded in agreement. Just as Fourth Master He felt a glimmer of relief, Old Man He seized him, lifting him with brutal force, and kicked Fourth Master He towards the charging henchmen. Fourth Master He's eyes widened in disbelief as he bellowed, "No, Father, you cannot do this. Are you even human? A tiger does not consume its young, yet you wish for your son to perish in your stead. You wretched old man. Having lived over 100 years, why do you not meet your own end?" Puff, puff, puff. The henchmen did not show any courtesy towards Master He, wielding their machetes and fiercely striking at him. Blood quickly pooled on the ground, and Master He could hardly believe that he would meet his demise at the hands of his own father. If only the old master had intervened against these frenzied assailants, he might have had a chance to escape in his vehicle. But it was too late now, as he was on the verge of taking his final breath. The old master transformed into a fleeting shadow, desperately fleeing. After all, he was a high-ranking martial artist, and his speed was beyond what these henchmen could match. However, the henchmen did not stand idly by. They exerted themselves to pursue the old master. Most of them sought to seize this opportunity to escape from the Ziyuan manor and save their lives. Lin Hao smiled slightly and extended his palm, grasping at the air. In an instant, the old master, who had already sprinted 100 meters away, found himself ensnared by an invisible force, rendered immobile. The henchmen, witnessing this, could only brandish their machetes and advance towards the old master. His complexion changed dramatically as he gazed upon the glinting blade. He understood that his time was short. Was this truly how his life would end? Resigned, the old master closed his eyes, for he had lost the will to resist. Under Lin Hao's control, he could not even move his body. Just then, a terrifying force erupted, sending the foremost henchman flying. Approaching slowly was an elderly man with white hair and a face lined with wrinkles, the greatest support of the He family, the ancestral patriarch. He was an 8th-tier martial artist, having lived for over 150 years, a true anomaly. Chapter 55, A Casual Death. Old Master He was overwhelmed with excitement, his eyes glistening with tears as he gazed at the ancestral figure of the He family. He had thought his demise was inevitable, yet here he was, still alive. The exhilaration of surviving such a perilous ordeal was something Old Master He cherished deeply. The ancestral figure was his elder uncle, the very man who, alongside Old Master He's father, had established the vast He family. However, Old Master He's father had long since passed away. "Uncle, I never anticipated that you would be the one to save my life. I believed I could resolve this matter without bothering you. Alas, I overestimated my own capabilities and underestimated the depth of the Ziyuan manor," Old Master He lamented. The ancestral figure of the He family had never married, and he treated Old Master He as if he were his own son. Shortly after Old Master He had departed, upon learning that he was causing trouble at the Ziyuan manor, he had rushed out. Unfortunately, he arrived just a moment too late. Old Master He had already lost one hand. Had he been any slower, he would have been left to collect Old Master He's remains. With a heavy sigh, the ancestral figure placed a hand on Old Master He's shoulder. "You should have informed me at once. Ziyuan Manor is not like any other place. The waters run deep there, and even that figure from the ancient martial association would not provoke them lightly. Yet you, like a reckless youth, charged in here. To make matters worse, the He family's enforcers betrayed you. This venture has cost you dearly." Old Master He managed a rueful smile. "Uncle, I had no intention of provoking Ziyuan Manor. It was they who showed me no respect, allowing my grandson, Shao Jia, to be harmed. He is my only grandson, the future head of the He family. If he perishes here, it would spell the end of our lineage. Thus, even knowing the risks, I had no choice but to bring people along. I simply did not anticipate that little brat would be so formidable." Just as Old Master He finished speaking, an invisible force struck his face with terrifying force, twisting his neck a full 360 degrees, causing his body to spin in the air like a top. When he finally fell to the ground, his eyes were bloodshot, lifeless. Lin Hao, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "I detest being insulted. Since you are so oblivious to your own limitations, I have no choice but to strike you down. You are an antiquated relic of the He family, a mere pawn in the grand scheme, correct? Now, before you, I have slain him with a single slap. What will you do now?" The ancestral figure of the He family's eyes burned with rage as he glared at Lin Hao. Fear began to creep into his heart. Yet, the brutal reality of Lin Hao having murdered his nephew was a truth he found difficult to accept. Cradling old Master He's lifeless body, he spoke softly. "Rest for now, my dear nephew. Soon, I shall summon him to accompany you in your burial, or perhaps I shall journey into the afterlife with you." In that fleeting moment, the ancestral figure made a decision. The only thing tethering him to this world was his nephew, old Master He. With his death, he felt no further reason to continue living. He had watched over old Master He as if he were his own father, caring for him with unwavering dedication. Today, however, he faced the unbearable sorrow of witnessing the elderly man's passing. As he laid old Master He's body to rest, the ancestral figure of the He family turned to Lin Hao, a palpable aura of menace and wrath surging forth from him. Lin Hao calmly remarked, "Why persist? Your days are numbered. Is it not preferable to pass peacefully rather than seek your own demise?" The ancestral figure of the He family replied coldly, "You have slain my nephew, whom I cherished as my own child. Thus, coexistence is no longer an option between us. Today, either I end your life to accompany my nephew in death, or you take my life, allowing me to join him in the afterlife." Lin Hao nodded, recognizing in this moment a semblance of respect for his adversary. Acknowledging his own impending demise, this man was nonetheless willing to confront him, driven by a desire to honor old Master He with his sacrifice. "Since you have relinquished your will to live, I shall grant you this wish. From this day forth, the He family shall cease to exist in Jiang City. This is the price you must pay for seeking my death. A misguided path leads to dire consequences. Originally, there was no enmity between myself and the He family, yet fate has led us to this juncture. I hope that in your next life, you will advise your descendants to refrain from excessive arrogance, for one misstep could lead to a disastrous downfall." With that, Lin Hao made his move. A hand formed from concentrated spiritual energy descended from the heavens, enveloping the ancestral figure of the He family. Chapter 56. Attitudes of all parties. The patriarch of the He family had elevated his aura and murderous intent to their zenith, yet it proved futile. Lin Hao was overwhelmingly strong, and this was merely a casual strike from him. Nevertheless, the He family patriarch could not withstand it. "So, you are a master. No wonder you could effortlessly take my nephew's life. To perish at the hands of a master is not without its own form of honor. Kill." The He family patriarch bellowed as he unleashed his most formidable attack to counter Lin Hao's colossal spiritual palm. Yet, he was promptly slammed to the ground, creating a deep crater. The He family patriarch's body was reduced to a mist of blood, vanishing entirely from this world. The remaining He family henchmen exchanged glances, paralyzed by fear. They dared not flee, left only to anxiously await Lin Hao's verdict. The onlookers were equally astonished. They had anticipated a reversal of fortunes with the arrival of the He family patriarch. Little did they know that he would last no more than 3 seconds before Lin Hao struck him down. This young man was extraordinarily powerful. He was undoubtedly more than just a high-level martial artist. I did not catch it clearly, but it seemed the He family patriarch referred to this young man as a master. Could it be? A master at such a tender age would surely attract the attention of the higher echelons of the Dragon Nation, even presenting the opportunity to enter the hidden Dragon Pavilion. Should he gain entry, it would signify a meteoric rise, placing him among the privileged elite of the Dragon Nation. To witness 2 monumental events today, one being the expulsion of the He family from Jiang City, and the other, the emergence of a future luminary of the Dragon Nation, was beyond imagination. From that moment onward, countless individuals began to revere Lin Hao. The He family of Jiang City was no weakling, especially with the arrival of their patriarch. Many had believed Lin Hao would meet his demise. Yet the outcome astonished everyone. Lin Hao eliminated the He family patriarch with a single strike. A middle-aged man emerged from the crowd. Donned in the uniform of the Ancient Martial Arts Association, a dragon crossed with swords emblazoned on the left side of his chest. This was indeed the emblem of the Ancient Martial Arts Association. The middle-aged man bowed slightly to Lin Hao and spoke softly. "I am Zhang Qing of the Ancient Martial Arts Association. I come to pay my respects, Master. On behalf of the association, I extend an invitation for you to visit us when you have the time. Furthermore, We wish to cultivate a friendship with you and are prepared to offer you the honorary position of vice president. As the middle-aged man made his appearance, another figure followed closely behind. This was a woman exuding mature charm, her movements graceful, her bosom gently swaying. With fair skin and an alluring visage, she was Sun Rongrong, a powerful figure from one of Jiang City's prominent families. Sun Rongrong was renowned throughout Jiang City, with countless suitors yearning for her affection in vain. At just over 30 years of age, she embodied the pinnacle of feminine allure. It is indeed Sun Rongrong, a captivating enchantress. It seems this young man may soon fall under the sway of the Sun family. Who among the normal men of Jiang City could resist the allure of Sun Rongrong? Such a woman. One can only wonder who will ultimately benefit from her charms. If only I were a master like that young man, I might have had a chance to become her partner. If you speak any louder, and Sun Rongrong hears you, I assure you that starting tomorrow, you shall only be a eunuch. Haha. Although Sun Rongrong possesses immense charm, many who harbor intentions towards her have transformed into mere pretenders. Sun Rongrong gradually approached Lin Hao, offering him a subtle smile. In that fleeting moment of allure, countless men found themselves captivated. Yet, Lin Hao remained expressionless, unfazed by her enchanting presence. Master, I am from the Sun family, and my name is Sun Rongrong. I remain unmarried. Should you hold any interest in me, perhaps you could become my husband, she proposed, adding a condition. Of course, it would require you to join my family. Lin Hao offered no response, leading the onlookers to presume he was merely weighing his options. In truth, he felt no inclination towards her. However, it would be advantageous to familiarize himself with the various factions of the Jiang City. Today, he had already demonstrated his prowess, and the powerful entities of the city would undoubtedly seek to curry favor with him. Seizing this opportunity to establish connections could prove beneficial in the future, should he require assistance in uncovering the truth behind his mother's demise or the whereabouts of his father. Yet, his primary focus remained on Old Zhou. Though his strength was considerable, Old Zhou had indicated a desire to discern the true culprit behind his mother's uncertain fate, which still fell short. This suggested that Old Zhou was aware of the truth, but wished to shield Lin Hao from early exposure, fearing for his safety. At this moment, Lin Hao awaited the representatives from Jiang City's influential factions to make their approach. Chapter 57. Sweet Temptations. The Li family of Jiang City is eager to extend an invitation to the esteemed master to join their ranks. Our second young lady of the Li family, who remains in her boudoir, is a vision of beauty. We wonder if she might capture the affections of the esteemed master. Concurrently, the Li family is willing to offer an annual sum of 1 billion in gold or equivalent resources for cultivation. Additionally, a prominent family has made their presence known, hailing from Jiang City's Wang family, which warmly invites the esteemed master to join. Regardless of the master's preferences in women, the Wang family stands ready to accommodate. They propose granting the master the prestigious title of First Elder and an annual remuneration of 1.5 billion in gold or resources of equal value. In Jiang City, 3 major families hold sway: the Sun clan, the Li clan, and the Wang clan. Each of these families boasts formidable 9th-tier martial artists. Underscoring their significant power, the Ancient Martial Association, an official entity overseeing martial practitioners, wields considerable influence and prestige. Currently, all 4 superpowers in Jiang City are extending olive branches to Lin Hao. Those beneath these 4 powers find themselves unable to voice their offers, knowing full well they cannot compete with what is being presented. The Ziyuan Mountain Villa has already conferred upon Lin Hao the most exceptional privilege, a unique Supreme VIP card, whose importance cannot be overstated, enabling him to mobilize the villa's resources across any city. The 4 individuals present gaze expectantly at Lin Hao, awaiting his response. Lin Hao smiles and suggests, "Perhaps you 4 might join me at Ziyuan Mountain Villa for a visit. I have a matter I would like your assistance with, and I believe the benefits you stand to gain will far exceed my own." Exchanging glances, the 4 nod in agreement, intrigued to discover what Lin Hao requires of them. The representative of the Ancient Martial Association is a middle-aged man, while the Sun family is represented by the renowned Sun Rongrong. The Wang family is represented by an elderly gentleman, and the Li family by a veiled woman. In this modern age, where many conceal their features with masks and sunglasses, this woman opts for a veil, her voice melodious and enchanting. Generally, a woman with such a captivating voice is equally striking in appearance. In her eagerness to seize the initiative, Sun Rongrong approaches Lin Hao, extending her hands in an attempt to link arms with him. Unfortunately, Lin Hao effortlessly evades her advance. With a calm demeanor, he remarks, "Miss Sun, as this is our first meeting, I would appreciate it if you refrained from such abruptness. It diminishes my regard for you and may jeopardize any potential collaboration with the Sun family. I kindly ask that you refrain from such behavior moving forward." Sun Rongrong adopts a demeanor of a slighted young bride, gazing at Lin Hao with a pitiful expression. She softly murmurs, "Esteemed master, is it that Rongrong's delicate beauty fails to catch your eye? Many have claimed that I am a captivating enchantress. If you prefer that I not take the initiative, I shall exercise restraint." It must be acknowledged that Sun Rongrong possesses an effortless ability to stir desire in men, her beauty and figure undeniably exceptional. However, Lin Hao has made a commitment to Qin Wushuang and will not casually entangle himself with other women. On the surface, Sun Rongrong appears to be a frivolous woman, yet that is far from the truth. For Lin Hao can discern at a glance that Sun Rongrong is merely masquerading. In reality, she remains untouched, with her designs thwarted. The representatives of the other three factions breathed a sigh of relief. A master-level practitioner is a coveted asset, not only in Jiang City but even in the provincial capital, where they are fiercely sought after. A master is indeed a prized possession. As the five were about to enter the Ziyuan villa, Lu Cheng emerged, dragging Hejia behind him. The ground was stained with blood, and Lu Cheng showed no mercy towards Hejia. Lin Hao's enemies deserved to be thoroughly tormented, and their demise was of little consequence. Upon seeing Lin Hao, Lu Cheng inquired, "Dr. Lin, how should we deal with this individual?" Glancing at the barely conscious Hejia, Lin Hao casually replied, "Handle him cleanly. The same goes for the outside. Ensure that the Ziyuan villa does not become tainted with the stench of blood, as you are in the business of hospitality. If it adversely affects your trade, it would not bode well." Lu Cheng nodded emphatically and promptly summoned the security personnel of Ziyuan villa to manage the aftermath. The five ascended to the second floor of the villa, which had been arranged as a tea house. They were seated in the finest private room, attended by five strikingly beautiful young women. After sipping his tea, a middle-aged man from the Ancient Martial Arts Association queried, "Master, could you enlighten us on how we may assist you?" The other three also turned their gaze towards Lin Hao, understanding that when a master-level practitioner requests assistance, it is imperative to oblige earnestly. Sun Rongrong continued to cast flirtatious glances. Had her target been any other man than Lin Hao, he would have likely succumbed to her charms and become her obedient admirer. Lin Hao smiled and said, "It is not a matter of great significance. It is merely that the He family no longer has a reason to exist. I am disinclined to seek out the He family members, thus I wish to enlist your aid in a cleansing task. Once completed, the He family's territory and assets will be divided among your four factions, and I will take only 10 billion in cash. Do you believe this task is within your capability?" By offering them a taste of benefits, Lin Hao aimed to fortify the relationship between both parties. Chapter 58. The desire to bestow 1 billion. The four individuals exchanged glances, their gazes filled with contemplation. Was this truly an act of assistance? Clearly, they were being offered advantages, as if to instigate their rationale for the annexation of the He family. To them, the He family represented a lucrative prize, with assets exceeding 100 billion. Although the liquid capital may not be substantial, the real estate and properties were plentiful, and the scale of their conglomerate was considerable. Should the forces behind these four consume the He family, they would undoubtedly emerge as esteemed benefactors of their respective factions. However, this achievement would pale in comparison to the allure of persuading Lin Hao to join their ranks. Judging by Lin Hao's demeanor, no amount of effort would sway him to their cause. This was hardly surprising. Powerful masters were a rare breed, and they often had superior alternatives. Sun Rongrong flashed a sweet smile, enchanting and beguiling. "Esteemed master, should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to Rongrong. Nevertheless, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join the Sun family. In that case, we could soar together, side by side." "Humph." A middle-aged man from the Ancient Martial Arts Association scoffed, his tone grave. "Sun Rongrong, cease your antics. Not every man is governed by base desires. Esteemed master is not so shallow. He would undoubtedly prefer a virtuous lady such as Li Qianjin. Even if you were to offer yourself, he would not spare you a glance." Giggling, Sun Rongrong rolled her eyes at the middle-aged man. "It seems you still harbor resentment over my previous rejection. As for whether the esteemed master is swayed by base instincts, I cannot ascertain. However, it is clear that you are. So what is the intent behind your words? Are you attempting to morally bind the esteemed master to avoid competition? I can unequivocally assure you, I have no interest in you whatsoever. The middle-aged man's expression darkened significantly, while Lin Hao cast a sidelong glance at him, wearing an enigmatic smile. The middle-aged man, however, felt a surge of anxiety. If Lin Hao were to believe Sun Rongrong's words, it would not bode well for him. Should this matter reach the ears of the president, expulsion from the Ancient Martial Arts Association would not be out of the question. He hastily replied, "Esteemed master, please do not misconstrue my words. I merely speak my thoughts without any intention of moral coercion. The Ancient Martial Arts Association extends its invitation to you with genuine sincerity. The honorary vice presidency shall always be reserved for you. As for financial recompense and training resources, I cannot make promises, but I trust that the higher-ups will be generous." Lin Hao nodded, not allowing the matter to weigh heavily on his mind. To him, it was merely a triviality, yet such trivialities could not be taken lightly. Should he be treated as a fool, Lin Hao would not hesitate to deliver a resounding slap. A slap from him was not to be taken lightly. Those who received it risked their very lives. An elder from the Wang family stood, bowing slightly to Lin Hao. "We are grateful for your guidance, esteemed master. This is not merely an act of assistance. You are indeed bestowing benefits upon us. Rest assured, none from the He family shall escape. They will be utterly annihilated." Just moments ago, the esteemed master expressed a desire for 10 billion in cash, suggesting that the entirety of it could be borne by my Wang family. What do you three think? The veiled woman from the Li family shook her head in refusal. "I apologize. But since this is a benefit bestowed upon our 4 families by the master, it would be inappropriate for the Wang family to bear the entire cost. Each family should contribute 2.5 billion, which is quite fair. Master, please provide me with your account details, and I shall transfer the funds immediately." Sun Rongrong cast a penetrating glance at the elder of the Wang family before turning her attention to Lin Hao. The elder's cunning scheme was transparent. The 3 of them would never acquiesce. The benefits should be shared amongst the 4 families. Yet if the Wang family were to cover Lin Hao's compensation entirely, it would mean that the other 3 families would unjustly reap the rewards. Were it anyone else, they would undoubtedly seize such an opportunity. However, given Lin Hao's stature, all 4 families were eager to contribute 10 billion. This was a prime opportunity to forge a favorable relationship with him. Who would wish to let it slip by? Lin Hao did not refuse and promptly shared his account information with the 4. Subsequently, his account swelled by 20 billion, with each household transferring 5 billion. Initially, they had intended to transfer 10 billion each, but after the elder's remarks, none dared to proceed with such a sum. Observing the 20 billion that had landed in his account, Lin Hao furrowed his brow and stated solemnly, "You have overpaid." Sun Rongrong smiled and replied, "Master, you should understand our intentions. It is a mere 2.5 billion extra to establish a connection with you, and I trust everyone here would be more than willing. Therefore, we kindly request that you do not refuse. After all, what we stand to gain from the He family is far beyond just 2.5 billion. Lin Hao chuckled softly, choosing not to decline further. They sought to cultivate a rapport with him, and he, too, hoped to enlist their aid in uncovering the shadowy figures behind his mother's murder in Jiang City. With the capabilities of these families, it shouldn't be too arduous a task to investigate. Seeing Lin Hao accept their transfers, the 4 of them exhaled in relief. Had he declined, it would have signified his desire to sever ties with them altogether. Fortunately, Lin Hao did not take that route, igniting their hopes. Perhaps in the future, this extraordinarily young master would become their pillar of support. Chapter 59, Blind Confidence? Since you 4 have agreed and transferred such a substantial sum to me, consider it a personal favor owed to each of you. Should anyone in your family suffer from hidden ailments or difficult medical issues, you may contact me for treatment. My skills in medicine are commendable and should suffice to resolve the matters at hand." Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, the 4 were overjoyed. Even the veiled woman from the Li family revealed a smile. However, they understood the importance of discretion and refrained from making demands at that moment. Having only just met Lin Hao, they were hesitant to invoke a favor, fearing that this might be their last encounter, and that they would never have the opportunity to cultivate a friendship with him again. Sun Rongrong gazed at Lin Hao with a flirtatious glint in her eyes, her enchanting gaze truly captivating. "Master Zhongshe, I cannot continue to address you in such a formal manner. Please, do share your name with me, so that I may call you something more endearing in the future." Although Lin Hao was not particularly fond of her manner of speaking, the other 3 were equally curious. In a calm tone, Lin Hao replied, My name is Lin Hao, with Lin as in double wood, and Hao as in the sun above and the heavens below. I await good news from you all. It is growing late, and my sister might feel frightened alone. Thus, I cannot linger much longer. My apologies." The elder from the Wang family quickly interjected, "Master Lin, we have disturbed you. Come, let us depart together. Tonight shall undoubtedly be a sleepless one. The He family has foolishly provoked Master Lin, and we must ensure their departure from this world. By dawn, there must be no trace of the He family left in Jiang City." The veiled woman from the Li family stared at Lin Hao for a considerable time, as if she wished to say something, yet ultimately remained silent as the four departed from Ziyuan Villa. Shortly after their departure, Lu Cheng had already arranged for the aftermath to be addressed and approached Lin Hao. Lu Cheng inquired, "Divine Dr. Lin, the He family has suffered severe losses, yet they should not be underestimated. Although the ancestral patriarch, Elder He, along with He Sanyi and He Jie, all perished here, the current family head, He Huitang, remains alive, along with two younger sisters. These individuals are remnants of the past, and I suggest you exercise your privileges to mobilize the Ziyuan guards to eradicate the He family entirely." Lin Hao chuckled and shook his head. "There is no need for that. This arduous task has already been entrusted to others. The four who just visited me will handle this matter splendidly. After all, they have already made considerable sacrifices, whether for their own interests or otherwise, and will undoubtedly strive to eliminate the He family completely. By the way, Lu Qing, how fares your family situation?" In the midst of discussing serious matters, Lin Hao's sudden inquiry caught Lu Cheng off guard, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Nevertheless, he candidly revealed the truth to Lin Hao. "Divine Dr. Lin, my income as a security guard at Ziyuan Villa is quite decent. Since my promotion to the new security captain, I now earn 50,000 a month. However, my younger sister, who is my only family, has fallen gravely ill, and her medical expenses are exceedingly high." Lin Hao furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice. "Lu Cheng, I previously expressed my gratitude for your care of my godmother and sister. I owe you a favor, and you could have easily informed me of everything. Do not forget how you address me. If the hospital only knows how to charge exorbitant medical fees without being able to cure your sister, it would be better for me to attempt a remedy. What do you think?" Lu Cheng hesitated to invoke that favor, for he considered himself a mere insignificant figure. Now that Lin Hao had taken the initiative to offer assistance for his sister's sake, overwhelmed with gratitude, Lu Cheng knelt before Lin Hao, only to be gently supported by an unseen force that prevented him from lowering himself further, no matter how hard he tried. Lin Hao, with an air of annoyance, remarked, "If you regard me as a friend, do not behave in such a manner. Come, let us see your sister and address her illness first." Lu Cheng, still wavering, replied, "Lin the divine physician, what shall we do about Miss Zhao if we go to the hospital?" Lin Hao replied nonchalantly, "You mean that girl, Xiaoya? She is currently so excited that she cannot sleep. Let her revel in the Emperor's suite for a while longer. It will not take much time." Lu Cheng fell silent, realizing he had yet to inform Lin Hao of his sister's condition. Even though Lin Hao possessed exceptional medical skills and was a formidable master, Lu Cheng couldn't help but wonder if Lin Hao's confidence was bordering on arrogance. Shouldn't he first inquire about the specifics of the illness? At that moment, Lu Cheng felt a pang of regret for divulging everything to Lin Hao, as the latter now seemed increasingly unreliable. Chapter 60. Not amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Lu Cheng wrestled with his thoughts for a while before finally voicing his concerns. "Dr. Lin, you haven't even inquired about my condition. Are you truly confident in your abilities?" Glancing at Lu Cheng, Lin Hao felt assured of his medical skills, which rivaled those of any seasoned physician. The old man had once claimed that any ailment could be cured. Despite Lin Hao's mixed feelings of animosity, helplessness, and a touch of gratitude towards the old man, he could not deny the strength of his medical prowess. What the world deemed terminal illnesses appeared as mere common colds before him. After all, the old man employed not only his medical expertise but also the spiritual energy within him to aid in healing. Complicated ailments that would typically require a year or more for recovery could, with the assistance of a cultivator's spiritual energy, be resolved in just a week. Such a time frame was considered prolonged treatment. "Lu Qing, from your tone, it seems you harbor doubts about me. Allow me to share a revelation. Tomorrow at precisely 3:27 and 16 seconds in the afternoon, the patriarch of the Lu family will turn pale. 2 minutes later, at 3:29 and 16 seconds, he will begin to convulse, and within 3 minutes, he will succumb to death, bleeding from all 7 orifices. His time of demise will be recorded at 3:30 and 16 seconds. Lu Qing's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. It is only natural for anyone to be incredulous upon hearing such a proclamation. Yet, given that it was Lin Hao who spoke, Lu Qing felt compelled to refrain from undermining him. This sensation was indeed exasperating. The fact that Dr. Lin could predict the exact moment of the patriarch's death was nothing short of miraculous. It seemed that tomorrow he would bear witness to this reality. Although Lu Qing maintained a respectful tone, projecting an image of trust in Lin Hao, the latter merely smiled in silence. As they approached the central hospital, Lu Qing's anxiety began to mount. His sister's health was precarious, and he was uncertain whether bringing along the seemingly unreliable Dr. Lin would prove beneficial or detrimental. Should his decision lead to his sister's demise, the weight of regret would be unbearable, leaving him to face their parents' last wishes and betray his sister's trust. Their family had once suffered a devastating flood, during which Lu Qing lost his parents. They could have survived had they not sacrificed their lives to save him and his sister. In their final moments, they implored Lu Qing to take good care of his sister, Lu Xiaoqing. As the car came to a halt, Lu Qing's face was etched with worry. Dr. Lin, perhaps it would be best for my sister to receive treatment at the hospital. My income has improved, and I can now afford her medical expenses. Lin Hao chose not to expose Lu Qing's underlying thoughts and simply responded, since we are here, we must not shy away from taking a look. I can see that your bond with your sister is profoundly deep. You would even sacrifice your life for her, would you not? You are a good brother. Far better than I. With those words, Lin Hao recalled Zhao Xiaoya. Once, he too had been a caring brother, always looking after his sister. Regrettably, he had been taken away by the old man for 6 years, leaving Zhao Xiaoya to endure loneliness. Even though she had since forgiven him, Lin Hao still felt a lingering sense of guilt in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he had resolved to take action, determined to restore Lu Qing's sister's health this very night. Even though it would require a considerable expenditure of spiritual energy, Lin Hao was unwavering in his decision. Before long, guided by Lu Qing, the two arrived at the intensive care unit. The hospital had diagnosed Lu Xiaoqing with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, a notoriously challenging affliction. This condition, also known as motor neuron disease, entails a gradual deterioration of motor neurons, leading to symptoms such as muscle weakness, atrophy, and rigidity of the limbs. Moreover, this ailment extends its insidious influence throughout the body, including the brain. When patients begin to experience difficulties in swallowing and unclear speech, which can escalate to labored breathing, it signifies a swift descent towards mortality for those afflicted with this condition. Upon the hospital bed lay a girl of merely 12 or 13 years. She lay there quietly, while a nurse, engrossed in her mobile phone, paid no heed to Lu Xiaoqing, even as Lin Hao and Lu Qing lingered for several minutes. Lu Qing's expression darkened, and as he prepared to push the door open, Lin Hao interjected, "Not so fast. I have something important to discuss with you. I just took a cursory glance at your sister's condition, and based on her complexion and the appearance of her eyes, I can assure you that she does not suffer from amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. In fact, she is not ill in the conventional sense. Rather, she has been poisoned by a rare toxin." Chapter 61. The malevolent nurse Lu Qing furrowed his brow, uncertain of Lin Hao's medical prowess. However, the profound respect shown by Manager Liang, who referred to him as a divine healer, indicated Lin Hao's exceptional skills. Yet, the extent of his abilities remained a mystery. Even with remarkable medical expertise, could he truly discern the nature of his sister's affliction at first glance? Noticing Lu Qing's demeanor, Lin Hao offered a slight smile. "I understand your doubts regarding my capabilities. This skepticism stems from your limited perspective. Now, let us proceed to examine your sister and restore her health. Alternatively, we could delay further, allowing the hospital's misdiagnosis to jeopardize your sister's life before I intervene. The choice is yours." Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Lu Qing's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. After a moment of silence, he slowly nodded, intrigued to witness whether Lin Hao was indeed as formidable as rumored. Furthermore, Lin Hao was a master-level expert. Even should an unforeseen event arise, he could safeguard his sister's life. This realization solidified Lu Qing's resolve. Had Lin Hao not possessed such esteemed abilities, he would never gamble with his sister's well-being. As they entered the room, Lu Qing's sister lay in a state of deep slumber, her weakness overwhelming. The nurse, hearing their approach, hastily put away her phone. Relieved to see Lu Qing and Lin Hao, with a tone of indifference, she remarked, "Lu Qing, how can you call yourself a brother? Your sister is gravely ill, yet you are rarely present. Were it not for my unwavering care, you might soon receive a critical condition notice from the hospital. Caring for your sister is an arduous task, one that few wish to undertake. Do you not think I deserve some form of compensation for my efforts? Lu Qing's expression darkened as he replied sternly, Nurse Tang, I have just spent a considerable amount of time outside. As the designated caretaker, you are expected to monitor my sister's condition. Instead, you prioritize your own leisure over her welfare. If you find this job too burdensome, I have no objection to calling Director Gao to arrange for another nurse. Nurse Tang's expression shifted dramatically as she pointed an accusing finger at Lu Cheng, shouting in anger. Have you no humanity? You neglect your sister, yet have the audacity to blame me. She is suffering from a terminal illness, with no remedy available, only the extension of her inevitable demise. In truth, your sister is as good as dead. She has scarcely awakened in the past fortnight. Were it not for the four, she would have long since drawn her last breath. With a surge of fury, Lu Cheng struck Nurse Tang with a resounding slap. Staring at the enraged Lu Cheng, the venomous words that had nearly escaped her lips were swallowed back. Taking a deep breath, Nurse Tang's voice turned icy. Mark my words. You will regret crossing me. If even a single medication is mismanaged in the pharmacy, prepare to collect your sister's remains. Lu Cheng clenched his fists tightly, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Nurse Tang sneered repeatedly, her voice dripping with disdain. What? Do you still wish to strike me? Let me make it abundantly clear. My current boyfriend is the deputy director of the pharmacy. If I so desire, eliminating your sister would be an effortless task. Lu Cheng gritted his teeth, slowly lowering his head, and spoke in a deep voice. I apologize, Nurse Tang. My earlier reaction was impulsive. If you have any grievances, direct them at me. I assure you, I will not retaliate, nor will I respond to your insults. Furthermore, I am willing to offer you compensation. I only ask that you refrain from venting your anger on my sister. With a haughty demeanor, Nurse Tang slapped Lu Cheng's face and attempted to pull away, only to have her wrist seized by a firm hand. Lin Hao, without glancing at Nurse Tang, addressed Lu Cheng. Are you truly going to allow her to insult and threaten you? I understand your reservations, but she is merely a lowly nurse. If you speak up, I can repay your kindness, ensuring she never sees the light of day again. Lu Cheng trembled, the desire to eliminate Nurse Tang surging within him. He was capable of carrying out such an act, yet he refrained. His sister lay in a hospital bed. Should he truly kill Nurse Tang, her boyfriend in the pharmacy would undoubtedly orchestrate his sister's demise without a trace. Most critically, even if his sister were to perish due to a medication error, he possessed no evidence and lacked knowledge of the pharmacological principles involved. It would be impossible to discern whether her life had simply reached its end or if it was the result of a medication mishap. Nurse Tang regarded Lin Hao with a cold stare, poised to speak when Lin Hao swiftly delivered a slap, sending her crashing against the wall. Irritated, Lin Hao remarked, Forget it. You're not entirely insufferable. I shan't owe you anything. This vile woman, I shall deal with myself. Chapter 62, A Bet on Whom You Will Deal With. As Lin Hao had just finished speaking, a middle-aged man clad in a white coat entered the ward. Following him were several young men and women, all of whom were students of this middle-aged man, who was none other than Director Gao, Lu Shaoqing's attending physician. Director Gao's expression was exceedingly grim upon discovering that someone had intruded into his patient's room and assaulted the nurse attending to her. Lin Hao cast a casual glance at Director Gao without uttering a word, instead approaching Nurse Tang. He seized her by the hair and lifted her up. You scoundrel! Release Nurse Tang. How could you be so outrageous? Are you even human to lay such hands on a vulnerable woman caring for a patient? Director, we cannot let this beast go unpunished. We endure enough hardship in caring for our patients, and yet we must also bear the torment inflicted by such scoundrels, treating us as if we are less than human. The young medical staff were incensed. However, upon witnessing Lin Hao's ferocity, they dared not intervene, fearing for their own safety. Lu Cheng hastily interjected, Divine Dr. Lin, could you please let go of this woman? This is Director Gao, my sister's attending physician. Thanks to him, my sister is still with us. Lin Hao shook his head and sighed. Lu Cheng, you have been misled. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that this man's medical skills are woefully inadequate, resulting in misdiagnosis. I have already stated that your sister does not suffer from a myotrophic lateral sclerosis, but rather from another ailment. Given her current condition, she will experience a severe rebound within a week at most, or even tonight. At that point, she will be teetering on the brink of life and death. I cannot fathom why you place such unwavering trust in this inept physician. Director Gao nearly leapt up upon hearing Lin Hao's words. He was a medical master's graduate who had returned from studying abroad, and upon his return, numerous hospitals had offered him lucrative salaries. Ultimately, he chose to return to his hometown, Jiang City, where he became one of the leading medical experts. This was the first time he had encountered someone proclaiming him to be a quack. Although Lin Hao did not state it outright, his implication was abundantly clear. What an ignorant brat, spouting nonsense. Did your elders not teach you the rudiments of humility? I graduated from the esteemed St. Mary Medical College in the United States with a master's degree in medicine. No one has ever belittled me in such a manner. Not even the elder statesmen of the medical field, who have always praised my work. Who are you to emerge from nowhere and declare my skills subpar? Let alone assert that I have misdiagnosed. If you cannot provide evidence, I shall certainly pursue legal action for defamation. Lin Hao gazed at Gao Shuaibian with incredulity. What was wrong with this man? Could he not accept criticism regarding his inadequate medical skills? In every profession, learning is a perpetual journey. Yet, in Gao Shuaibian, Lin Hao discerned not a shred of humility, but rather an air of arrogance. Is the returning master's degree in medicine truly remarkable? If Lin Hao's memory serves him right, he spent 6 years in the medical Immortal Valley, and during his time there, the number of medical doctors who knelt for days, yearning to be his disciple, was no fewer than 80. Moreover, numerous luminaries of the medical field sought guidance from the elder, only to be relegated to converse with one another. Ultimately, these so-called titans of medicine relinquished their attempts to engage with the elder and instead fervently pursued Lin Hao as their mentor. Lin Hao remarked nonchalantly, "So, do you believe that an overseas master's degree in medicine is impressive? At such an advanced age, one still holds the position of a mere medical director, yet manages to maintain such an arrogant demeanor. Let us not discuss titles. Have you ever successfully treated a patient afflicted with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis?" "Humph," Gao Shuaibian scoffed, irritatedly responding. Who in the world is unaware that amyotrophic lateral sclerosis remains an insurmountable ailment to this day? What is the implication of your statement? You truly are a comical individual, and you seem to disregard the law. Not only did you assault our nurses today, but you have also tarnished my reputation. The repercussions will be severe, I assure you. You shall find yourself incarcerated for a few days and obliged to compensate me a considerable sum." He added, "A rascal like you, if not taught a lesson, will likely continue to act with impunity." Lin Hao chose to disregard Gao Shuaibian, instead approaching Lu Shaoqing's bedside. After meticulously assessing her condition, a thread of spiritual energy entered Lu Shaoqing's body, granting him a deeper understanding of her current state. Gao Shuaibian coldly stated, "Your observations are futile. Lu Shaoqing is a terminal patient. Not even I can provide her with more than a mere extension of life. It appears you are about to reveal your true colors." Lin Hao shook his head with a faint smile and replied, "Director Gao, whose medical skills are lacking. How about we make a wager? If I can cure Lu Shaoqing, you shall assist me in expelling that venomous nurse Tang and her boyfriend from the hospital." Gao Shuaibian snorted dismissively. "And if you fail to cure her?" Lin Hao shrugged. "If I fail, you may set any condition you desire." "Very well." Their wager was officially established. Lin Hao continued, "Due to your misdiagnosis, Lu Shaoqing now teeters on the brink of life. If you continue administering treatment, she shall not awaken again. Furthermore, in 10 minutes, she will experience convulsions, and in 13 minutes, she will begin to vomit blood." Chapter 63. Is he truly a divine doctor? Ha! Ha ha! The laughter that echoed was not from Director Gao Shuaibian, but from the young medical staff behind him, who pointed at Lin Hao in amusement. This fellow is utterly ridiculous. Even if one is a doctor, how could one describe symptoms with such precision? Is it possible that he is not merely versed in medicine, but is also a fortune teller? In my view, he is merely a charlatan who knows nothing of true medical science. Director Gao, how could you stake your reputation on this individual? Hearing the student's remarks, Director Gao nodded. Recognizing his own impulsiveness, he had fallen for this young man's provocation. Nowadays, many aimlessly seek to defame prominent experts, resorting to such tactics to become shameless internet celebrities. Moreover, these celebrities often evade taxes, and in Director Gao's eyes, Lin Hao resembled such a character. His expression darkened, but being a man of his word, he could not retract his statements. Taking a deep breath, he coldly remarked, "I never anticipated that I would be ensnared by your trickery. However, I have never gone back on my promises. If you fail to cure Lu Shaoqing's amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, you shall face confinement for a few days and compensate me a sum. The more renowned the individual, the greater the cost of tarnishing their reputation. Given my standing in Jiang City and the medical community, The minimum compensation must start at 50,000. Lin Hao's expression was peculiar. He scarcely comprehended Director Gao's words. The implication of his statement did not suggest a belief that he could heal Lu Shaoqing. It was perplexing to see this middle-aged man, seemingly enraged, akin to a slighted wife. Paying no heed to Director Gao's unfounded musings, Lin Hao retrieved his silver needles, awaiting the manifestation of symptoms in Lu Shaoqing. This was not to exacerbate her suffering, but rather to enable him to treat her more effectively when she entered that state. Lu Shaoqing did not suffer from true amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Rather, she had been affected in utero. As a fetus, she was not only tainted by fire poison, but also wounded by chilling energies at her very core. This was the root of Lu Shaoqing's condition, a congenital issue that rendered her symptoms akin to those of someone with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Director Gao was not entirely mistaken. Lu Shaoqing's current state resembled that of someone facing a terminal illness. For if she were not a cultivator, there would be no spiritual energy to purge the ice and fire toxins from her body. A master of ancient martial arts could stabilize her condition, but would be unable to cure it, as true qi differs significantly from spiritual energy. True qi is domineering and destructive, lacking healing properties, whereas spiritual energy nourishes all things it touches. Simultaneously, the destructive power of spiritual energy surpasses that of true qi, operating on an entirely different level. 10 minutes have swiftly passed, Director Gao said casually. Young man, there are only half a minute left until the time you specified. Yet Lu Shaoqing remains in slumber, and the full-body spasms you spoke of have yet to manifest. How much longer must you endure this? Lin Hao casually replied. Isn't there still half a minute left? Why the urgency? Once the time elapsed, Lu Shaoqing's symptoms would manifest. Lu Cheng gazed at Lin Hao with mounting concern, hesitantly inquiring. Dr. Lin, are you truly certain? My sister is about to experience full-body convulsions. Could it be a misjudgment? Lin Hao merely smiled, offering no response. At this point, further words bore little significance. Lu Cheng placed greater faith in Director Gao than in him. After all, he had never witnessed Lin Hao's abilities firsthand. He was only aware of his impressive physical prowess, but knew nothing of his medical expertise. The 10 minutes had elapsed. Director Gao remained silent. Yet his students unleashed a barrage of mockery. How amusing. They had previously vowed that Lu Shaoqing would suffer full-body spasms, and now there was not a hint of reaction. Truly deceptive. I cannot believe I waited for results. Director, you have been duped. This fellow must be seeking to ride on your coattails. These aspiring internet celebrities have no sense of integrity whatsoever. Let us ignore him. Tomorrow we shall file a lawsuit to see him behind bars. He should not only be imprisoned, but also compelled to compensate Director Gao for the damage to his reputation. As the group engaged in this spirited exchange, Lu Shaoqing, who had been in a deep slumber moments ago, suddenly convulsed, her body seizing uncontrollably. Witnessing this turn of events, Director Gao's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that this young man before him truly possessed extraordinary medical skills? Chapter 64. The Nine Dragons Needle Technique. How could this be? Is it possible that he is truly a fortune teller? Yet, such accuracy is almost unbelievable. It is astonishing that there exists someone capable of foreseeing a patient's health crises. Enough of this sentimentality. If what this young man asserts holds true, it implies that Director Gao. The words remained unspoken among the young medical staff. Yet they all understood that should Lin Hao's claims prove valid, it would indicate a grave misdiagnosis on Director Gao's part. Director Gao's expression was far from pleasant. Not due to the doubts cast upon his diagnostic skills, but rather because Lin Hao had accurately described Lu Shaoqing's physical symptoms. Previously, Lin Hao had stated that 3 minutes after Lu Shaoqing's spasms, she would experience dry heaving accompanied by blood. Should this prediction also come to pass, it would signify an unequivocal misdiagnosis, rendering his treatment ineffective and potentially harmful to Lu Shaoqing. With widened eyes, Director Gao focused intently on Lu Shaoqing's condition, eager to witness whether her plight would mirror Lin Hao's description. Seconds ticked by, and soon the 3rd minute arrived. Lu Shaoqing, convulsing on the bed, exhibited a new episode. Gag, gag, gag. To everyone's astonishment, she indeed began to dry heave, the force of which caused her body to tremble violently. At that moment, Lu Cheng was utterly lost. Akin to a headless fly, his mind in disarray. With a grave expression, Director Gao spoke earnestly. Young man, I concede that my medical skills may not rival yours. I implore you to assist this young lady in overcoming her ailment. The pursuit of medicine is to heal and save lives. I acknowledge my shortcomings that led to this misdiagnosis. Once you have treated Lu Xiaoqing, I shall do everything in my power to have Nurse Tang and her boyfriend in the pharmacy dismissed. Should the hospital administration refuse, I am prepared to resign. Does this seem acceptable to you? Lin Hao nodded, yet he did not rush to take action. He retrieved his silver needles, diligently sterilizing them, but showed no intention of treating Lu Xiaoqing just yet. Observing this, Lu Cheng looked at Lin Hao as though he were a lifeline. Without the slightest hesitation, he knelt before Lin Hao, yet was gently supported by an unseen force. Lin Hao, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, Lu Cheng, we are friends. Do not tarnish the meaning of friendship. If I were to accept your kneeling, it would sever the bond between us. Given that I can discern Xiaoqing's affliction, I shall surely heal her. However, now is not the opportune moment. I must wait until the dual poisons of ice and fire within her reach a critical state before I can effectively eradicate them. Director Gao furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lin Hao. He had never encountered such a treatment method before. To knowingly allow Lu Xiaoqing's condition to deteriorate further before administering care was perplexing. What precisely was Lin Hao's true intention? Being a forthright individual who prioritized patient safety, he could not help but inquire directly, Young man, I am uncertain whether your proposed method of treatment is indeed effective. You mentioned waiting for Lu Xiaoqing's condition, afflicted by the dual poisons of ice and fire, to reach its zenith, but wouldn't that make treatment exceedingly more difficult? Lin Hao replied with a smile, shaking his head. It is entirely understandable that you are unaware of such methods. Just as you cannot discern that Lu Xiaoqing is not suffering from a myotrophic lateral sclerosis, but rather from the ice-fire poison. However, you do possess commendable qualities. Your concern for the patient's life signifies that you are a genuine physician, unlike some who are solely driven by profit. In this monetary society, it is indeed a rare virtue to maintain one's integrity. Now, you may allow the others to exit. The room need not be crowded. Your presence, mine, and Lu Cheng suffice. Director Gao inquired, is there any way I can assist? Lin Hao nodded, certainly. After I have administered the needles, you can help sterilize them. Furthermore, during the treatment, your assistance would be invaluable. Very well. Though typically proud, he acquiesced decisively this time. Lu Xiaoqing exhibited her third symptom as her eyelids fluttered open, her eyes rolling back. Lin Hao spoke firmly. Now is the time, Lu Cheng, Director Gao. You must secure Lu Xiaoqing's feet. I will be inserting needles into the soles. Until I instruct otherwise, she must remain still. Any deviation in the depth of the needles could inflict harm upon her. Upon hearing the gravity of Lin Hao's words, both men exerted their utmost strength, firmly grasping Lu Xiaoqing's ankles to prevent any movement. Lin Hao commenced the needlework, each needle piercing into Lu Xiaoqing's soles. 9 in her left foot and 9 in her right. Director Gao was completely absorbed, murmuring incessantly, impossible, this cannot be. My mentor once stated that the 9-dragon needle technique had long been lost. Aside from the renowned Master Li, who demonstrated it for a prominent figure in the capital decades ago, no one else comprehends the 9-dragon needle technique. Could it be that you are a disciple of Master Li? Lin Hao's expression darkened, and he retorted coldly, Director Gao, do you wish to end Lu Xiaoqing's life? To lose focus now could lead to a critical error in the needle's depth, and you would be the perpetrator of her demise. Rather than feeling angered by Lin Hao's reprimand, Director Gao's mind was consumed by one thought. How could Lin Hao possess the legendary 9-dragon needle technique? Nevertheless, he remained steadfast, determined to keep his grip on Lu Xiaoqing's feet. Chapter 65. Director Gao's humble request for mentorship as the final silver needle successfully pierced the designated acupoint on the sole of Lu Xiaoqing's foot. A smile graced Lin Hao's face. In truth, he could have effortlessly alleviated Lu Xiaoqing's affliction of ice and fire poison without external assistance. However, he refrained from doing so, as it would have consumed a significant amount of his internal spiritual energy and potentially compromised his own strength. During his time away from the valley, Lin Hao had begun to sense a burgeoning opportunity for a breakthrough. He was reluctant to forfeit this chance, should he ascend to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. He would be a step closer to uncovering the true mastermind behind his mother's persecution. Old Zhou was acutely aware of the truth, yet he hesitated to divulge it due to Lin Hao's insufficient strength. Although Qin Wushuang held a prestigious position, she treated Old Zhou with profound respect and maintained a close rapport with him. Various circumstances indicated that Old Zhou was no ordinary individual. The last time Lin Hao encountered Old Zhou, he had assisted in resolving the elder's internal injuries, and it was reasonable to surmise that Old Zhou would soon make further progress. Currently, Old Shou could withstand approximately 30% of Lin Hao's strength should he advance further. He would likely be able to endure 50%. Thus, Lin Hao chose to enlist the help of Director Gao and Lu Qing instead of directly expelling the ice and fire poison from Lu Shaoqing's body using his spiritual energy. While applying pressure to Miss Lu, Director Gao inquired of Lin Hao, "Lin Shini, could you enlighten me about the nine-dragon needle technique? My traditional Chinese medicine instructor is quite obsessed with it, and if he were to learn that someone in this world is capable of its execution, he would undoubtedly rush from the capital to implore you to fulfill his lifelong aspiration." Lin Hao replied coolly, "Even if I were to disclose that I am employing the nine-dragon needle technique, what would it matter? You are aware of its rarity and understand that I cannot elaborate on it. This is a closely guarded secret, and given your innate talent, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to master." Director Gao's countenance fell, filled with dismay and reluctance. However, he recognized the truth in Lin Hao's words. The nine-dragon needle technique was a treasured medical art that had never been publicly shared throughout history. With a long, heavy sigh, Director Gao lamented his deep sense of regret. After several minutes of pressure applied by Lu Cheng and Director Gao, Lu Shaoqing gradually grew calm. Her convulsions ceased, her eyes slowly closed. No longer rolling back in a frenzy, Lu Shaoqing resembled someone in slumber, though her complexion remained pale. Lin Hao observed her for a moment before speaking. "All right, you may release her now. Allow Shaoqing to rest. Once she awakens, her body will gradually recuperate. Furthermore, her slumber shall not be prolonged. She will awaken within half an hour after I withdraw the silver needles." Lu Cheng gazed at Lin Hao with immense gratitude, wishing to express his appreciation, yet at a loss for words. Lin Hao exchanged a glance with Lu Cheng, his tone unruffled. "Do not stare at me in such a manner. You wield a blade. And so do I. If you harbor any ulterior motives towards me, you might as well go to the kingdom of Sanqing and transform yourself into a woman first. Much like that certain individual who is neither male nor female, perhaps you too could marry a foreigner and fulfill your dream of motherhood." Initially filled with excitement, Lu Qing's expression darkened upon hearing Lin Hao's words. Lin Hao was suggesting that he undergo a transformation, disregarding his own plans entirely. Director Gao, standing nearby, nearly burst into laughter but stifled it to avoid inciting Lin Hao's displeasure. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Director Gao. Wasn't Lin Hao proclaiming the Nine Dragons Needle technique as a secret not to be divulged? Throughout the annals of history, many secrets of traditional Chinese medicine had been lost. Yet they were often passed down to their offspring or disciples. While he would never have the opportunity to be Lin Hao's child, he could certainly become his disciple. With this revelation, Director Gao's thoughts became clear, and he gazed eagerly at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, however, wore a wary expression, perplexed by the unusual behavior of the two men. Lu Qing's gratitude for saving Lu Shaoqing was understandable, but what was going on with Director Gao? Just as Lin Hao pondered this, Director Gao took a deep breath and prepared to kneel before him, exclaiming, "Divine Dr. Lin, today I realize there is one thing I have yet to achieve in my life, to become your disciple. I humbly request you accept me." Before Lin Hao could respond, a mocking voice echoed from outside the room. "Oh, is that not our esteemed overseas medical master's Director Gao, kneeling before a mere child to seek mentorship? Are you intent on bringing disgrace to the first central hospital of Jiang City?" Chapter 66. I reason, you act unruly upon hearing these words. Director Gao's brow furrowed in displeasure. The speaker was his longtime adversary, a graduate with a master's degree from the Cosmic Nation's Western Medical College. Their relationship had always been fraught with tension, as this individual relished in creating trouble for Director Gao. Even the intervention of the hospital dean proved to be of little consequence, for the two men had established themselves as the hospital's foremost figures. Many patients sought treatment specifically because of them. Without their presence, the first central hospital would undoubtedly lack its current renown. The speaker, Han Wulian, hailed not from Jiang City, but from a border city in the southeastern region of the Dragon Kingdom, adjacent to the Cosmic Nation. He frequently traversed between the Dragon Kingdom and the Cosmic Nation, holding the latter in high esteem. Han Wulian had expressed his admiration for the Cosmic Nation's entertainment and cultural offerings, proclaiming that the Dragon Kingdom should emulate these aspects. He even controversially suggested that the Dragon Kingdom ought to recognize the Cosmic Nation as its ancestral home and merge with it. However, due to the veiled nature of his statements, his paper was ultimately deleted, and he faced official reprimand. The incident sparked considerable outrage online, with many condemning Han Wulian's views. Yet he managed to evade identification in the real world by utilizing a virtual IP. Since then, Han Wulian had become more cautious, refraining from reckless commentary for fear of exposing his true identity and facing dire consequences. With a stern expression, Director Gao retorted, "Whom I choose to learn from is of no concern to you, Han Wulian. If you find yourself with idle time, you might as well assist other departments. It is quite unbecoming that no patients seek your care." Han Wulian's countenance darkened considerably at this remark, for such words were deeply offensive. As a prominent attending physician at Jiang City's First Central Hospital, being belittled by Director Gao ignited a fierce indignation within him. At that moment, Han Wulian discreetly signaled to a heavily made-up woman beside him. This woman was not only a student of Han Wulian but also one of his romantic interests. Eager to advance her own position, she, upon receiving his cue, chose not to confront Director Gao directly. In her eyes, the conflict between these two titans was akin to celestial beings clashing, and she deemed it wise to remain uninvolved. Consequently, she redirected her focus towards Lin Hao. Approaching Lin Hao, the woman was immediately struck by his striking appearance. He was the most handsome young man she had ever encountered, and she had once fantasized about having a boyfriend as perfect as him. However, the harsh realities of life had stripped her of such youthful illusions. Now, her priorities lay solely with wealth and power. Whoever could provide her with a better life, even if it meant entertaining the advances of a man well into his 80s, would find her compliance. "Young man," she began, her tone dripping with disdain, "you don't seem to be a physician at our central hospital. I truly cannot fathom what Director Gao sees in you, to even consider taking you as a mentor. Perhaps you are an expert in nocturnal establishments, and Director Gao seeks your guidance in navigating such realms?" Lin Hao cast a fleeting glance at the heavily made-up woman and spoke with a hint of disdain. "This is a matter between the two of us. What business do you have meddling as an outsider? Furthermore, if you intend to assist your companion, it should be directed towards Director Gao, not me. And as for your incessant visits to dermatology, one must wonder how long you can continue to slather your face with layers upon layers of chemical cosmetics. At this rate, it won't be long before you develop sores that ooze." The heavily made-up woman, upon hearing this, was incensed beyond measure. She had invested over 80% of her income into her appearance to win over Han Wulian. To have Lin Hao insinuate that her face was on the verge of festering was utterly intolerable. With fury, she lunged at Lin Hao, her claws poised to scratch his face, while shouting, "You imbecile! If you have nothing intelligent to say, then remain silent. You seem like a country bumpkin who has crawled out of some remote village, a product of impoverished surroundings. It's people like you who truly cannot produce anything of value." Slap. Before she could finish her tirade, Lin Hao delivered a sharp slap that sent her sprawling to the ground. Though he had not exerted excessive force, she fell, her face reddened and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Lin Hao remarked coolly, "While I attempt to reason with you, you choose to act defiantly. If that is the case, I have no qualms about imparting a lesson. Should you continue to overstep your boundaries, I will not hesitate to break your neck." Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Lin Hao's eyes, the heavily made-up woman swallowed hard, her throat dry with fear. She no longer dared to confront him. After all, he was strikingly handsome and undeniably ruthless. Han Wulian trembled with rage, unable to bear the humiliation of witnessing his woman being struck before him. "You brat, just wait. I'll call security to deal with you," he bellowed, his voice laced with fury. Chapter 67. Trouble arises again. Director Gao furrowed his brow and couldn't help but remind Lin Shini, although Han Wulian is not particularly admirable and lacks moral integrity, he holds considerable prestige in the hospital. Should he decide to summon security, it could prove quite difficult for us to leave. Perhaps it would be wise to exit the hospital now. A wise man does not engage in needless strife. What do you think? Despite the earnest counsel, Lin Hao remained unfazed. As a cultivator, he sought not only to elevate his realm, but also to refine his spirit. It was only through a clear mind that one could ascend to greater heights. At this moment, he awaited Han Wulian's continued folly, eager to send him to his demise. This minor conflict hardly stirred his bloodlust. However, should Han Wulian persist in his provocations, once Lin Hao's mind achieved clarity, he would undoubtedly ensure Han Wulian's end. The world revered strength above all. No matter how high one climbed in any profession, lacking formidable power could render one a mere plaything in the eyes of others. The old man from before was a testament to this. Without the backing of strength, his medical skills merely attracted calamity, subjecting him to the whims of the powerful. Seeing Lin Hao unmoved, Lu Qing interjected, Lin Shini, should we inform Steward Liang? If Han Wulian becomes aware of your esteemed status at Ziyuan Mountain Villa and your possession of the Supreme VIP card, even with 1,000 lives, he would not dare to provoke you further. I recognize your extraordinary capabilities, but it must be tiresome to be continually challenged by these insignificant figures. Lin Hao shook his head and replied, I prefer to manage my own affairs. A mere Han Wulian is something I can handle alone. Focus on looking after Xiaoqing. You are now the security captain of Ziyuan Mountain Villa, and strive to join the Ziyuan Guards in the future. In time, I shall bestow upon you a great fortune. Lu Cheng was filled with gratitude, yet he pondered how he could ever repay Lin Hao's kindness. He felt he owed Lin Hao far too much, and continuing to accumulate such debts might leave him unable to repay them in this lifetime. The crux of the matter was that Lin Hao had both wealth and power. In terms of influence, Lu Cheng could hardly compete. Even if he wished to reciprocate, he remained at a loss for how to proceed. Nevertheless, Lu Cheng had resolved to treat Lin Hao's affairs as his own. Should Lin Hao require anything, he would go to any lengths without hesitation. As time passed, Lu Xiaoqing on the hospital bed finally stirred. Slowly, she opened her eyes and, upon seeing her brother, her eyes brimmed with tears. Brother, did you come with me to join Xiaoqing? Lu Cheng laughed through his tears, responding with feigned irritation. You silly girl, what nonsense are you speaking? Let me assure you, your brother is perfectly fine and in good health. And you, my dear Xiaoqing, are well again. For it was Lin Shini who saved your life and resolved your ailments. Following the examination, provided that there are no significant health concerns, a few days of recuperation will suffice for discharge. Lu Xiaoqing smiled, albeit with a hint of bitterness. She suspected her brother was deceiving her, as she was acutely aware of her own medical condition. Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis is universally acknowledged as an incurable affliction. Even martial artists afflicted by it can only extend their lives by a few years at most. How could an ordinary person like herself possibly recover? Her brother had been exceptionally kind, always taking care of her, and she felt she was merely a burden to him. Lu Xiaoqing pondered that if she were to pass away, perhaps her brother could lead a better life. Lin Hao discerned Lu Xiaoqing's thoughts and approached her, asking, Xiaoqing, would you like to have another brother? I also have a sister, though she is a few years older than you. You could play with her in the future. What do you think? Lu Xiaoqing's face bore a look of uncertainty, captivated by her brother's handsome features. Noticing her silence, Lu Cheng hurriedly clarified, Xiaoqing, this is Dr. Lin. He saved your life and is willing to recognize you as his sister. What a fortuitous blessing. You should call him brother. Lu Xiaoqing never doubted her brother's words. Even if it was a deception, it was a benevolent lie. Nodding, she sweetly addressed him, Brother Lin. Lin Hao smiled and said to Lu Xiaoqing, Xiaoqing, your body remains quite frail. You will likely need about 3 days of recovery, but you can begin to sense the changes in your body now. Do not think your brother is deceiving you. Brother Lin never lies. Taking in Lin Hao's words, Lu Xiaoqing lifted her hand and then drew her legs together. She could indeed move. Previously, prior to her deep slumber, her limbs had been nearly immobile. She had felt like a conscious vegetable. Yet now, she could move her hands and feet. Was she truly recovering? Just as Lu Xiaoqing was musing, a medical staff member hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Director Gao, the staff exclaimed, Director Gao, the elderly master of the Lu family has arrived at the hospital. The president has specifically requested that you and Director Han go to him. From the president's tone, it seems the old master may be on the brink of death. Hearing this, a slight smile graced Lin Hao's lips. It appeared that the old fellow's illness had flared up. Would they be able to summon 200 million for his treatment once more? Chapter 68. Vampire Pest? Previously, Lin Hao's treatment for old Master Lu did not eradicate the chronic ailment within him. It merely awakened the latent potential of his body, allowing him to enjoy a few more days of vitality. However, now that the invigorated potential has been exhausted, he is once again gravely ill, on the brink of departing from this world. Lin Hao is no saint. He harbors no intentions of extending goodwill towards the Lu family, who have been unfriendly to him. Furthermore, the martial artist who had once sought to take his life was indeed hired by the Lu family, as Lu Yin, and was present at the scene. Yet, Lu Yinran did not reveal herself, remaining seated in the vehicle, awaiting the outcome. But what of Lin Hao's discerning eyes? As a cultivator of the Golden Core realm, he immediately perceived that Lu Yinran had recently experienced great turmoil and had likely suffered significant physical distress. Subsequently, when old Master Lu fell ill and found no remedy, the Lu family recalled his previous words and sought Lin Hao's assistance. He boldly demanded 200 million in consultation fees. which he then allocated to Zhao Wanqing and Zhao Xiaoya. Director Gao looked at Lin Hao with a troubled expression, his face contorted with concern. Lin Shani, old Master Lu's condition is quite serious. They approached me at the hospital previously, but I lacked the capability to assist them. Later, I heard they had consulted a renowned physician who managed to restore old Master Lu to a semblance of vitality. Yet, it appears that this esteemed physician did not provide a definitive cure, and one cannot ascertain how much longer old Master Lu will endure. Might I request your company to examine him? Lin Hao smiled, not declining the invitation. If there were still opportunities for profit to be gleaned from the Lu family, he would certainly not be remiss in pursuing them. Even if not, it would be entertaining to observe the unfolding drama. Additionally, regarding Han Wulian, who sought to have the security personnel deal with him, it would be fitting to resolve matters in front of the hospital director. Lu Cheng, you remain here to care for Xiao Qing while Director Gao and I attend to the situation. It is hardly a major concern. As long as the Lu family can afford the consultation fee, I shall provide my services. If they lack the means, then so be it. I am not inclined to play the role of a benevolent savior. Director Gao appeared hesitant, evidently finding Lin Hao's words inappropriate. As a healer, one should prioritize the safety and well-being of the patient. Lin Hao seemed to perceive Director Gao's thoughts and replied nonchalantly, "What is it? Director Gao, do you believe I should not be so pragmatic, that I should see beyond mere monetary gain? If I were to inform you that I was once betrothed to the Lu family, as Lu Yanran, and I had an engagement arranged by that very old Master Lu, who implored me to teach him my medical skills. Yet, they not only shattered that promise, but the current head of the family, Lu Shuoyang, even attempted to take my life. Do you expect me to act like a fool and willingly treat old Master Lu?" Upon hearing this, Director Gao fell silent, a flicker of anger crossing his face. He reflected inwardly. Should he encounter a patient under similar circumstances, he too would be unable to act selflessly. Being human entails possessing thoughts and emotions. To treat someone who wished to harm him was beyond even his capacity for generosity. Should he save the individual only to await his own demise at their hands? Director Gao repeatedly apologized, expressing his regret to Dr. Lin. "I must admit, I underestimated the situation and should not have imposed my thoughts upon you. As for old Master Lu, it suffices to observe him. There is no need for intervention. His demise is a consequence of his own actions. Had he a granddaughter-in-law like you, he could have lived a long life. Regrettably, he squandered that opportunity." Lin Hao smiled silently, acknowledging the truth in these words. The two then proceeded to old Master Lu's hospital room. At present, old Master Lu had succumbed to unconsciousness, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. If this continued, it would not be long before he departed from this world. Han Wulian cast a cold glance at Lin Hao, but refrained from causing trouble at this juncture. The paramount concern was old Master Lu's life. To offend the Lu family and delay his treatment would surely invite dire consequences. "Is it you? Lin Hao, you bloodsucker, you bringer of misfortune. My father was evidently cured. Why, just days later, has he deteriorated to this state?" Elder Lu's expression was one of profound anger. He had come to a realization. Under no circumstances could old Master Lu be allowed to regain consciousness, for he sought to seize power for himself. Once old Master Lu awoke, his ambitions would be thwarted. Moreover, Lin Hao's exorbitant fees were a concern. He was unwilling to see the Lu family bankrupt in their efforts to save their patriarch. Chapter 69, The Peerless Divine Doctor. The Overlord kneels with a resounding slap. Lin Hao did not indulge the second Master Lu. He delivered a forceful strike that sent him tumbling to the ground. One side of Lu Er's face was left swollen and bruised, while the other made intimate contact with the earth, leaving a raw scrape. Looking down at the fallen Lu Er, Lin Hao languidly remarked, "Lu Er, have I not granted you enough dignity? While I can comprehend your reluctance to save old Master Lu, fearing the depletion of the Lu family's wealth, it does not justify your provocations and insults towards me. Moreover, I had no intention of intervening to save old Master Lu. That old fellow has reached the end of his natural life. Forcing him to continue would not constitute a benevolence." The director furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Hao. He then turned to Director Gao, speaking in a low, serious tone. "Director Gao, will you not offer an explanation? This young man is your protégé. He has struck Lu Er severely merely because of a few careless words. Should Lu Er provoke him further, might he resort to murder?" Lin Hao cast a sidelong glance at the director, dismissing him entirely. To him, even someone occupying the esteemed position of hospital director was but an insignificant insect. Should he wish to end a life, it would be a trivial matter. Furthermore, he did not perceive Lu Er's words as direct provocations. Rather, he simply found them irksome. Director Gao wore a troubled expression as he replied, "I apologize, Director. Dr. Lin's temper is rather volatile. Had Lu not provoked him, I believe Dr. Lin would have refrained from resorting to such measures." Furthermore, from the conversation between Lu and Dr. Lin, it appears that Dr. Lin had previously treated old Master Lu successfully. Yet, Lu exhibits no gratitude and instead adopts such an attitude towards Dr. Lin. This is unbecoming of a son and inconsistent with the principles of the doctor-patient relationship. The director's frown deepened, as he had previously been preoccupied with his own reputation. He had considered it improper for Lin Hao to confront Lu failing to reflect on the matter deeply. However, Director Gao's reminder prompted him to realize the gravity of the situation. He turned his attention to Lu inquiring, "Lu what is the truth of this matter? Is Director Gao's account accurate?" With numerous members of the Lu family present, any attempt at concealment would be futile. Lu could only respond sullenly. Indeed, he did treat the old master. However, he demanded an exorbitant fee for his services, 200 million, which was his price for intervention. Yet, mere days after, the old master succumbed once more. I suspect he never truly healed the old master and is merely toying with our Lu family. The remaining Lu family members remained silent, their expressions grim. Lin Hao's exorbitant fees had rendered them feel like mere cash dispensers. Truth be told, they did not wish for Lin Hao to treat old Master Lu again, as the Lu family could no longer bear such financial exploitation. Lu sought to consolidate power, while the others aspired to live comfortably. As long as the Lu group remained intact, they could continue to enjoy a carefree life. Lin Hao coldly smiled. "You present a few valid points, yet do not overlook the old fellow's age. He is already in his 80s, and his myriad ailments are not easily remedied. The last time he fell ill, no major hospital could provide a cure. It was I who enabled him to regain his vigor. This, you cannot deny, can you? I have addressed that particular issue, yet he suffers from other afflictions. I am not a miracle worker. Do you expect me to eradicate all his ailments in a single stroke? Now, refrain from idle chatter and simply await his passing." The director furrowed his brow and glanced at Lin Hao before turning to Director Gao and Director Han. "Director Gao, Director Han, I harbor doubts regarding this young man. Please examine old Master Lu and ascertain the state of his health. This hospital is a sanctuary for healing, and we do not demand 2 billion in remuneration." This remark was a thinly veiled jab at Lin Hao, insinuating that he was asking for an exorbitant fee. Lin Hao chuckled softly and approached the director step by step. The director was visibly intimidated. Only moments ago, Lin Hao had struck Lu Yi without provocation. Surely, he would not aim to strike him next, would he? As the head of the hospital, how could he maintain his authority if he were publicly humiliated in front of his subordinates? Observing the director retreat, Lin Hao halted and spoke slowly. "Considering this is your first offense, I shall forgive you this once, but it shall be the last. If you continue with your sarcastic remarks, I will not hold back. Is it not more prudent to await the old man's demise in peace rather than seek trouble?" The director's expression darkened, filled with palpable tension. Yet, he dared not provoke Lin Hao further. This fellow was truly unreasonable and would not hesitate to resort to violence. With no further attempts to challenge Lin Hao, he awaited the findings from Directors Gao and Han. Before long, Director Gao shook his head. "Director, old Master Lu's health is in a dire state. He is on the brink of death. Even divine intervention may be futile, unless Lin, the divine physician, intervenes. He is likely to depart this world tonight." Director Han refrained from contradicting Director Gao, as he had received an identical diagnosis. Furthermore, given the Lu family's formidable reputation, he was wary of speaking out of turn. "Director, my assessment aligns with Director Gao's," Lin Hao languidly remarked. "In half an hour, this old man will surely breathe his last." Upon hearing this, the Lu family glared at Lin Hao with fury. How audacious of him to speak so freely, without a hint of decorum. Director Gao, after much hesitation, could no longer contain himself. "Divine physician Lin, if I were to become your disciple and master the 9 dragon needle technique, could I save old Master Lu?" Lin Hao nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it is possible." The director's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Director Gao, you actually wish to become his apprentice?" One of the hospital's 2 leading figures is contemplating such a notion. Chapter 70. The director's fight is just to seek a master. The dean stared in disbelief at Director Gao, utterly perplexed. However, rather than feeling embarrassed by the dean's astonishment, Director Gao maintained a serene demeanor and nodded calmly. With admiration in his eyes, he gazed at Lin Hao and spoke in a low voice. Only after witnessing the medical prowess of Dr. Lin did I truly comprehend his exceptional capabilities. In every field, the adept become the teachers. Although Dr. Lin is exceedingly young, it does not deter my desire to become his disciple. Yet, I wonder if he would be willing to accept me. Lin Hao remained silent. He was not one to casually take on disciples. Whether imparting medical knowledge or teaching the ways of cultivation, his standards for students were exceptionally high. While Director Gao was a decent person, he had yet to meet the criteria to become Lin Hao's disciple. Firstly, Director Gao was no longer young. How much could he truly learn about medicine at this stage? Secondly, his talent was rather average. Some skills cannot be mastered through a mere few lessons. They require time to accumulate and repeated guidance to truly grasp. Han Wufei scoffed derisively, his tone dripping with sarcasm. How amusing. The esteemed chief physician of Jiang City's First Central Hospital is now begging a mere boy to take him as a disciple. The key is, the lad is ignoring you. Is it that you, Director Gao, are lacking, or does this young man possess some peculiar charm that has captivated you? To be honest, I never expected a wealthy woman to show interest in a young man, but now you, Director Gao, are doing the same. Fuming at his words, Director Gao trembled with rage. It was one thing to insult him, but to slander Lin Hao was absolutely intolerable. Taking a deep breath, he darkened his expression and coldly replied, Han Wufei, you would do well to sincerely apologize to Dr. Lin and seek his forgiveness. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to disregard our professional rapport and challenge you to a duel. Observing the escalating tension between the two, the dean felt a headache coming on. They were both prominent figures in the hospital, making it a difficult choice to side with either. Lin Hao spoke softly, Old Gao. Engaging in verbal sparring holds little significance. If you truly wish to take action, simply deal with him directly. If you perform well, perhaps I shall consider accepting you as my disciple. This opportunity is fleeting, the choice is yours. Initially hesitant, Director Gao felt invigorated by Lin Hao's words. He charged towards Han Wufei, raising his fist to strike at his face. This was Director Gao's inaugural fight, a first in his life. Han Wufei was taken aback. He had never been in a fight either. Online, he presented himself as an omnipotent king using a virtual IP, yet in reality, he was a complete weakling when it came to physical confrontation. He had never expected anyone would dare to strike him, especially someone like Director Gao. With a resounding thud, Director Gao's fist crashed into Han Wufei's face, the intense pain eliciting a yelp from him. What the hell, Gao? What are you doing? If you have something to say, just say it. Isn't it ungentlemanly to resort to violence? Stop it, you jerk. Cease this at once. Director Gao suddenly realized that striking Han Wufei brought him an unexpected sense of exhilaration. After decades of existence, he discovered for the very first time the sheer satisfaction derived from delivering a punch. Perhaps it would be more fitting to say that using his fists against an adversary felt profoundly gratifying. The two had harbored animosity for a considerable time, with Han Wufei consistently instigating trouble. Initially, Director Gao sought to maintain a cordial relationship, but as he gradually gained prominence and became the hallmark of the First Central Hospital, Han Wufei perceived this as a threat to his own standing, leading him to find fault with Director Gao at every turn. Lin Hao wore a smile, taken aback by Director Gao's resolute demeanor. It appeared that Director Gao was genuinely determined to become his disciple. As the two were poised to continue their altercation, the dean's countenance darkened, and he bellowed, Enough! Director Gao? Director Han, how long do you intend to brawl? Do you not fear becoming the laughingstock of others? As the two leading figures of this hospital, how can you expect patients to trust you if they witness such disgraceful behavior? Although Han Wufei was not severely injured, he bore numerous bruises. Director Gao, in comparison, fared much better. After all, Han Wufei was several years his senior, and their physical differences were stark, akin to that of a lean monkey versus a robust bull, with Director Gao clearly having the upper hand. Once they were separated, Director Gao promptly approached Lin Hao and inquired, Divine Dr. Lin, I have given that foul-mouthed scoundrel Han Wufei a sound thrashing. Am I now worthy of becoming your student? Lin Hao nodded and replied thoughtfully, Old Gao, considering your sincerity, I am willing to accept you as a named disciple. Shortly, I shall impart the 9-dragon needle technique to you. Once you master it, I will teach you further. Director Gao was overjoyed, reflecting that this scuffle had indeed been worth the trouble. Chapter 71. The passing of Old Master Lu on one side. Han Wufei and Director Gao had just concluded a brawl. On the hospital bed, Old Master Lu began to tremble violently, his mouth crooked and his eyes rolled back. The bed itself shook, producing a resounding thud. The Lu family was thrown into chaos, unsure of how to respond. The hospital director turned to Directors Gao and Han. His expression grave. Director Han, Director Gao, could you possibly devise a way to assist? Old Master Lu's condition is quite dire. If he were to pass away in our hospital, it would undoubtedly tarnish your reputations. I hope you will do everything within your power to save him. Director Gao remained silent. Even if he had the capability, he would not extend his hand to rescue Old Master Lu. Currently, he was a disciple of Lin Hao, who had a long-standing grudge against the Lu family. As a disciple, how could he treat the enemy of his master? Han Wulian shook his head in response. Director, it is not that I am unwilling to help, but rather that I lack the ability. At Old Master Lu's advanced age, he is naturally nearing the end of his life. Furthermore, given his condition, Director Gao is the expert here. It remains to be seen if he is willing to intervene. Director Gao shot a glance at Han Wulian, his tone icy. Han, it seems you have not yet learned your lesson. If you wish to continue sparring, I shall oblige. Upon hearing this, Han Wulian instinctively withdrew his neck, no longer daring to speak recklessly. His earlier suggestion had been a reflexive thought, momentarily forgetting the pain from Gao's previous assault that left his entire body aching. The Lu family members looked towards Lin Hao, fully aware that if anyone could save Old Master Lu, it would be him alone. Yet, there lay a fundamental issue. The Lu family and Lin Hao had always been at odds. Initially, Lin Hao had sought to marry Lu Yanran, approaching with a marriage certificate, only to be met with ridicule from the Lu family. Lu Shuiliang had even attempted to eliminate Lin Hao with a firearm, resulting in Lu Shuiliang's own demise while Lin Hao remained unscathed. Previously, it was Lin Hao who had treated Old Master Lu, reviving him from a precarious state to one of vitality. If Lin Hao were to intervene once more, could he replicate that success? There was also the significant concern of Lin Hao's exorbitant fees, 200 million for a single treatment, a sum far too enticing. Elder Lu shook Old Master Lu vigorously, as the other family members were unable to accept the impending loss. In truth, Elder Lu's fervent shaking was a desperate attempt to hasten the old man's departure. As long as Old Master Lu drew breath, Elder Lu could not assert his dominance within the family. Lin Hao languidly spoke, his tone laced with amusement. Indeed, just like that. Elder Lu, if you shake him a bit more vigorously, this old fellow, who could have held on for several more minutes, will surely be gone within a minute. The question remains, does this count as a true act of patricide? Such words struck deeply, rendering Elder Lu's hands rigid, paralyzed by the weight of their implication, and he dared not move again. The remaining members of the Lu family fixed their gaze intently on Lu Eryi, uncertain whether he wished for the demise of the Elder Lu or if his actions were merely a result of overwhelming emotion. Father, your unfilial son almost caused you great harm. Yet, how can I express my reluctance? Could you perhaps linger with us for another 10 or 8 years? As your son, I cannot bear to part with you. Truly, I cannot bear it. Lin Hao remained silent, aware that the Lu family harbored no genuine sentiments. Each one had their own ulterior motives. Among the many members of the Lu clan, not a single soul truly wished for the Elder Lu's survival. Their sole concern was how the family assets would be apportioned. Director Gao quietly remarked, Teacher, is it possible that the Elder Lu is beyond salvation? Lin Hao shook his head. Had you become my registered disciple earlier and mastered the 9 Dragons Needle technique, employing it with proficiency, you might have been able to save this old man. What you lack are merely some medical techniques. Fundamentally, your understanding of medical principles and pharmacology is sound. Most importantly, you possess a genuine heart, prioritizing the healing of the sick. With a deep sigh, Director Gao refrained from further comment. From Lin Hao's words, he gleaned the answer. The Elder Lu could indeed be saved, yet Lin Hao would choose not to intervene. Forcing a teacher to save an adversary was beyond Gao's moral compass. He did not possess such naivety. It was simply a pity that a vibrant life was nearing its end. A physician with ethical integrity often wrestles with the pangs of conscience when faced with a patient whose life cannot be salvaged. In stark contrast, Han Wulian observed the scene with cold indifference, caring solely for reputation and the extent of his own benefits. From time to time, he would voice opinions online extolling the virtues of the cosmic nation, asserting that the dragon nation should humbly seek to learn. As each individual contemplated their own thoughts, the Elder Lu, after being violently shaken by Lu Eryi, experienced a sudden exacerbation of his condition. In an unexpected moment of clarity, he sat upright, only to stiffly collapse thereafter. When Lu Eryi leaned in to check for breath, his countenance changed dramatically, and elation surged within him. Chapter 72, I can save him, old master. Oh, old master, how can you leave us like this? Without you, what are we to do? Lu Eryi cried out in anguish, appearing profoundly sorrowful. In truth, however, his heart was brimming with joy. The old fellow had finally passed away. With his demise, Lu Eryi could seize absolute power. At that moment, the entire Lu family conglomerate would be under his command, and no one would pose a threat to him any longer. The members of the Lu family were weeping uncontrollably. During his lifetime, Old Master Lu had elevated the family to its zenith, providing them with a more prosperous existence, for which they were all immensely grateful. Is grandfather truly gone? I cannot accept this. Grandfather, please open your eyes and look at us. Do not leave us like this. I have yet to repay your kindness in nurturing me. Do not abandon me. Director Gao sighed deeply, uncertain of what to say. He glanced at Lin Hao, unsure if the teacher could genuinely save Old Master Lu. However, even he, if he held a grudge against the Lu family, would certainly not extend a hand. Lin Hao stretched lazily and replied nonchalantly, Lu family. There is still hope for this old fellow. He has just departed. If you call upon me within 10 minutes, I can bring him back. Of course, the fee is slightly higher than last time, 500 million. Pay me 500 million, and I shall return to you a vigorous Old Master Lu. Lu Eryi seethed with anger internally, cursing Lin Hao. Did this rascal not realize that he aspired to take control? If the old man were truly revived, Lu Eryi would once again be under his thumb. With this thought, Lu Eryi coldly retorted, Lin Hao, do not presume that your medical prowess allows you to toy with us. The old master has departed. Even a deity could not save him. While we may not be able to contend with you, we will not be your playthings. Initially filled with hope, the Lu family members found Lu Eryi's words to be quite reasonable. The old master had indeed passed. How could he possibly be saved? As for Lin Hao's claim of reviving him within 10 minutes, it seemed utterly preposterous. Who could bring the dead back to life? Han Wulian scoffed. How amusing. The old master has already departed, and you dare say you can revive him? I must admit, you are the most boastful young person I have ever encountered. Even if you possess some skill, you are nothing but an arrogant fool. Lin Hao furrowed his brow and stepped toward Han Wulian, causing the latter to tremble in fear. Lin Hao did not appear to be someone to be trifled with. Was he intending to attack him? Furthermore, Director Gao, a towering figure, stood behind Lin Hao. Damn it. Han Wulian had just been thoroughly beaten by Director Gao. Trembling, he questioned, what do you intend to do? This is a hospital. Are you truly going to strike me? Lin Hao shrugged and countered. Is there a problem with hitting you? Bang. With that, Lin Hao delivered a kick that sent Han Wulian flying. A powerful kick struck Han Wulian's abdomen, the immense force seemingly displacing his internal organs. The director furrowed his brow, about to speak, when Director Gao whispered beside him. Do not concern yourself with Dr. Lin. His status is quite elevated, and his medical skills have reached a transcendent level. If you continue to target him, I fear you may also receive a beating. Upon hearing this, the director's face darkened, nearly squeezing out water from its tension. Lin Hao's arrogance was unbearable, and he struggled to contain himself. At that moment, Lin Hao looked down at Han Wulian, who lay on the ground, and said coolly, Han Wulian, you would do well to learn your lesson. Do not provoke me without cause, unless you are unafraid of a beating. Should you dare to challenge me again, the consequences will be far worse. Reflect carefully and cease your foolishness. Han Wulian gritted his teeth, rendered speechless. Fury surged within him, distorting his facial expression in a grotesque manner. Everyone around could perceive Han Wulian's rage. Yet did he possess the courage to confront Lin Hao? It seemed he lacked the audacity to do so. Lin Hao then turned to Lu Eryi, casually remarking, Old Lu, are you truly willing to disregard this old man's life for the sake of seizing control of the Lu family? For merely 500 million, I could restore him. As his son, you do not wish for your father to pass away prematurely, do you? Moreover, I could revive him and then collect my fee. Have you considered this? Such words were devastatingly piercing. The crux of Lin Hao's statement, reviving him and then charging, instilled a flicker of hope within the hearts of the Lu family members. They all turned to Lu Eryi, eagerly awaiting his response. With the elder now incapacitated, everything hinged on Lu Eryi. Internally, Lu Eryi cursed Lin Hao's ancestors repeatedly, growing increasingly infuriated with each thought. If possible, he would desire nothing more than to sew Lin Hao's mouth shut. Director Gao interjected, Lu Eryi, I believe the doctor possesses the ability to accomplish this. Time waits for no one. It would be prudent to make a decision swiftly. Still, Lu Yi remained silent, hoping time would hasten, leading the old man to his inevitable end. For Lin Hao's words had already begun to shake his resolve. Chapter 73. The Medical Luminary. Elder He as Master Lu found himself in a tormenting predicament. Unsure of how to navigate the situation and ensure that old Master Lu departed completely, the door to the hospital room swung open. An elderly man, dressed in modest attire, entered, accompanied by a young man and woman. Upon seeing this venerable figure, both Director Gao and Han Wufus exhibited expressions of profound respect. Even the dean greeted him warmly. Recognizing him as none other than Elder He, the dean's esteemed mentor. Elder He is a towering figure in the medical community of Lake Province, with each of his disciples achieving significant accomplishments. Students like the dean alone number over a dozen, with some even responsible for the health of prominent figures in the provincial capital. Master, you have arrived, said a voice. Old Master Lu of the Lu family in Jiang City has suffered a sudden health crisis. Last time, I sought your assistance, but you were in the capital attending to a distinguished individual. Now that you are here, I kindly request you to examine Old Master Lu. Though Old Master Lu had just breathed his last, the young man insisted that he could be revived and urged the master to assess the situation. Elder He nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Master Lu's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. Elder He's reputation loomed large in the medical field. If this eminent figure were to indeed bring the old man back from the brink, Master Lu would risk losing his opportunity for power. In stark contrast to Master Lu's apprehension, the other members of the Lu family brimmed with hope. To them, old Master Lu represented a stabilizing force. As long as he lived, they believed the Lu family would flourish. Greetings, Elder He. Director Gao spoke respectfully. Han Wufus glanced at Director Gao, also expressing his reverence. I never anticipated meeting Elder He today. It is an honor. Elder He gestured for silence and approached the bedside. Taking a seat in a chair that had been prepared for him, he placed his hand on old Master Lu's pulse, but soon furrowed his brow. After a thorough examination, he placed his hand on the old man's neck to feel the pulse there, then brought his fingers to the old man's nostrils and slowly shook his head. Old Master Lu has passed. Even divine beings would find it difficult to retrieve his life. The Lu family should prepare for the inevitable. Lin Hao, however, interjected with a smile. Elder, might you take another look? Although the old man had ceased to breathe, his internal circulatory system was still functioning. Thus he was not entirely deceased. In traditional Chinese medicine, this state is referred to as virtual demise. Initially displeased at being interrupted, Elder He's expression shifted upon hearing Lin Hao's term virtual demise, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. Before Elder He could respond, the young man accompanying him glared at Lin Hao, coldly stating, Senior, who is this fellow to question my master's diagnosis? Do you not realize this is a grave disrespect? Master, the dean, upon hearing the young man's address, looked upon him with envy. He Lao has numerous students, yet none are permitted to address him as master, but rather as teacher. The students are not his direct disciples, merely nominal disciples. Even though he holds the esteemed position of dean, he remains merely a nominal disciple, while the young man before him is a true protégé. Taking a deep breath, the dean spoke in a solemn tone. This young gentleman's origins elude me. He arrived in the company of Director Gao, who referred to him as Dr. Lin. I am at a loss as to Director Gao's intentions. The young man scoffed repeatedly, retorting with disdain, Nowadays, it seems anyone can attain the title of director, regardless of merit. And to think that once appointed, one could lack discernment to fawn over an unknown individual. I can only surmise that his capabilities are equally unimpressive. Director Gao trembled with indignation, poised to retort when He Lao interjected. Han Feng, do not be disrespectful. Director Gao is a medical master's degree holder, educated abroad, and possesses genuine knowledge and skills. Should you not extend an apology to Director Gao? Though reluctant, Han Feng could only respond with a lackluster tone. I apologize, Director Gao. If my remarks were inappropriate, I hope you do not take them to heart. Humph. Director Gao dismissed Han Feng's words and turned his attention to Lin Hao. He Lao scrutinized Lin Hao for a considerable moment before finally expressing his curiosity. Young gentleman, how did you come to know the term Shuang? Are you aware of its significance? Chapter 74. The shock of Elder He was astonished. He did not believe that Lin Hao understood the concept of Su Wang merely due to his exceptional medical skills. After all, comprehending such a concept necessitates profound accomplishments in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. This discipline is vast and profound, and without decades of dedication, one cannot achieve substantial expertise. Even Elder He himself had gained his knowledge due to being born into a family steeped in traditional medicine, absorbing its essence from a young age. Lin Hao was far too young. It was already remarkable for someone of his age to grasp the basic pharmacology of traditional Chinese medicine. Upon hearing Elder He's inquiry, Lin Hao responded casually, "It's just Su Wang. It's not some esoteric knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Why do you seem so surprised? I mastered it in my first year of study when my old mentor mentioned it." Elder He's expression twitched, and his impression of Lin Hao soured significantly. It turned out that this young man was arrogant and presumptuous, having learned a term of profound significance in traditional Chinese medicine and assuming himself to be knowledgeable. Han Feng inquired, "Master, could you explain what Su Wang is?" Given Elder He's demeanor, it seemed that the concept was not something just anyone could grasp in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. As Elder He's direct disciple, he could not possibly be outdone by an unknown youth. If an unknown youth could understand it, he too must master it. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing. Just as Elder He was about to elucidate, Lin Hao turned his gaze back to Old Master Lu and posed another question. "Old Master Lu, have you made your decision? Will you watch Old Lu pass away completely, or will you allow me to intervene and save him? If he cannot be saved, I will not charge a consultation fee. You bear no risk at all. I truly do not understand your hesitation. Do you genuinely wish to see Old Lu die to seize power for yourself?" The Lu family glared at Lu Eryi, their eyes filled with anger. Lin Hao had already stated that if he could not save the old man, he would not ask for payment, yet Lu Eryi remained indecisive. This led the Lu family to start believing Lin Hao's words. Suspecting that Lu Eryi wished to see old Lu perish to consolidate his own authority, Elder He remarked calmly, "Lu do not listen to this young man's nonsense. He possesses no real ability. In my view, he has merely learned a few complex terms from traditional Chinese medicine and is attempting to deceive you." Old Master Lu not only had no breath, but his pulse was absent as well. Even if Hua Tuo or Bian Ke were to be resurrected, it would be impossible to bring Old Master Lu back to life. Lin Hao smiled silently and approached the bedside, wielding a silver needle, which he deftly inserted into Old Master Lu's acupoint. In the next moment, Old Master Lu stirred, violently coughing up a mouthful of congealed blood. Lu Erye's eyes widened in disbelief, and his murderous intent towards Lin Hao soared to new heights. He felt an overwhelming urge to tear Lin Hao apart. Just as he was on the verge of becoming the ruler of the Lu family, Lin Hao had indeed revived the old man who had lost both pulse and breath. Elder He was equally taken aback. Lin Hao's abilities exceeded his expectations. After completing the procedure, Lin Hao remarked nonchalantly, "This silver needle will grant old Lu an additional half-hour of life, but once that time elapses, he will still meet his end. Certainly, this is merely to demonstrate my ability to revive him, with no ulterior motives." Elder He cast a gaze towards Lin Hao that underwent a profound transformation. Previously, he regarded Lin Hao as an arrogant youth, lacking in knowledge and skill. However, he now found himself compelled to acknowledge Lin Hao's exceptional prowess, perhaps even surpassing his own in the realm of medicine. This belief was not a product of Elder He's arrogance, but rather a recognition of the profound intricacies of traditional Chinese medicine. As a towering figure in the field within Hubei province, Elder He's medical expertise was undoubtedly formidable. Traditional Chinese medicine, much like Western medicine, encompasses various specialties. Western medicine is categorized into fields such as cardiology and orthopedics, while traditional Chinese medicine boasts practitioners who excel in areas like wellness and digestive disorders. Elder He himself had achieved remarkable mastery in the treatment of internal organs. All eyes were upon Master Lu whose complexion grew pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Simultaneously, a furious tempest surged within him. Lin Hao, once again, this scoundrel had led him to a false sense of hope. Despite the old man's apparent demise, this rascal had managed to rouse him back to consciousness. Master Lu understood that he must not incur the wrath of the onlookers. Should he do so, even if the old man were to perish, he would face ostracism from the entire Lu family. At that point, despite being the rightful heir to the Lu family, resistance from his kin would thwart any aspirations for power. Damn it, Lin Hao truly deserved to be damned. As he gazed at Lin Hao, a frenzied thought began to take shape in Master Lu's mind. Chapter 75. Heir of the medical sage. This thought consumed him. Lin Hao must die. By any means necessary, regardless of the cost. Lin Hao's demise was imperative. His presence was akin to a vampire, voraciously draining the lifeblood of the Liu family. The inability to fully dominate the Liu clan was paramount. Without control over the Liu family, the vast assets amounting to billions could not be accessed. Now, Elder Liu had come to a clear resolution. Once he secured absolute power, he would liquidate the Liu family's assets and retire abroad as a wealthy gentleman. The fate of the other members of the Liu family was of no concern to him. As long as he lived a carefree life, that sufficed. Save him. We must save the old man. Once you do, I shall reward you handsomely. Lin Hao smiled. Splendid. I knew you, Liu heir. Were not the type to intentionally harm your father. With his promise given, Lin Hao felt assured that Liu heir would not retract his words. For failing to reward him would lead to dire consequences. The blatant threat was devoid of any subtlety. Liu heir's countenance darkened. He said nothing, but his animosity towards Lin Hao intensified. Elder, he furrowed his brow, having already been sufficiently astonished by Lin Hao's prior actions. However, completely curing the old Liu was no simple feat. If Lin Hao merely possessed emergency methods of traditional Chinese medicine, but lacked the ability to restore the old man's health, Elder He's impression of him would surely diminish. Young man, your earlier methods have indeed yielded results. You successfully awakened the old master, yet his condition remains precarious. He cannot even speak. How do you intend to treat him? Lin Hao shrugged and replied nonchalantly. Elder, it seems you have not mastered your craft. Knowing the concept of debilitation implies you should also comprehend the principles of unlocking human potential. However, even if you grasp this, you will not be able to save the old man. Do not ask questions, simply observe. Humph. The young girl accompanying Elder He, who had remained silent until now, let out a cold snort. She was Li Jiao, Elder He's granddaughter, spoiled since childhood, fostering an arrogant demeanor that looked down upon others. She harbored a fondness for Han Feng, and had noted how Lin Hao had embarrassed him. Li Jiao coldly remarked, My grandfather is inquiring. As a junior, you ought to respond with respect. Look at your attitude. I truly wonder how your parents raised you. Do you not understand the traditional virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? Lin Hao frowned slightly and cast a detached glance at Li Jiao. His tone devoid of warmth. You are not a coin. Not everyone finds you appealing. This is your first offense. I can overlook it. Should there be a next time? You shall bear the consequences. Li Jiao was about to retort, but Elder He intervened, causing her to stamp her foot in frustration as she glared at Lin Hao before turning away. Old He, with a visage full of regret, remarked, My little granddaughter has been spoiled by me since childhood. I hope you will not take offense, young brother. I shall first observe how you treat old Master Liu before determining its efficacy. Lin Hao maintained an impassive expression, responding lightly, Your indulgence is your affair. Others are not obliged to coddle her. Old He nodded in silence, feeling a twinge of displeasure at Lin Hao's demeanor, yet he refrained from further comment. Lin Hao pulled back the covers from old Master Liu and commenced his acupuncture with silver needles. A complete healing of old Master Liu was an impossibility. With Lin Hao's current medical prowess and the strength of a cultivator, extending old Master Liu's life by another decade would pose no challenge. However, his intention was merely to exploit the Liu family's resources, not to genuinely save this old man. Lin Hao's plan was to ensure that old Master Liu would survive for just one more week. After that week, even if the Liu family were to offer 10 billion in medical fees, they would not intervene. Thus, it was destined that old Master Liu had merely 7 days left to live. With the silver needle in hand, Lin Hao administered the first of the 9 dragon needle technique. Old He's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on Lin Hao. Indeed, he had not misjudged. This was precisely the 9 dragon needle technique he had encountered in ancient texts, and Lin Hao's execution was remarkably proficient, indicating that this was not his first application. In Old He's mind, Lin Hao had become an enigma. Could this young man be a disciple of the sage of medicine? The second needle, the third needle, up to the 9th needle. Lin Hao's movements flowed seamlessly, and he swiftly placed 9 needles upon old Master Liu, with the final needle inserted 3 inches below the navel. This particular position was of utmost significance, as it represented the dantian cultivated by ancient warriors and the purple mansion revered by cultivators. By placing a needle here, it could awaken old Master Liu's latent potential and invigorate his vitality. Chapter 76. Discontent of Han Feng, He Lao's body trembled violently as he fixed his gaze intently on Lin Hao, his lips whispering excitedly, the 9 dragons needle technique. How did you come to master this long-lost art, young brother? I had firmly believed that old Master Lu could not possibly return, but now I must reconsider my conclusion. With the 9 Dragons Needle technique in your possession, you could indeed contend with the King of Hell for souls. Lin Hao smiled lightly, wearing a nonchalant expression. Old man, it is merely the 9 Dragons Needle technique. I only trained under the old master for a few months before mastering it. It is not an esoteric healing method. Even old Gao should be able to grasp it, as he is now my registered disciple. Old Master Lu is already out of danger and will recover shortly. Han Feng, oblivious to his master's demeanor, only saw Lin Hao's arrogance. He had previously been hailed by He Lao as a genius in Chinese medicine, possessing exceptional talent. Naturally, he felt deeply dissatisfied to be overshadowed by a younger individual. He stepped forward, coldly declaring, "What an arrogant young man. Merely by chance. You happen to have elicited a response from old Master Lu, and yet you are so full of yourself. Lacking true skill, your bravado is excessive. Master, I suggest you issue a ban to rid the field of such presumptuous individuals." Upon hearing Han Feng's bold assertion, He Li Jiao's eyes sparkled with admiration. She held Han Feng in high regard, as he effortlessly grasped medical concepts that eluded her. Soon after, she chimed in, "Han Feng, you are truly remarkable. This young man possesses no real ability. It was merely a stroke of luck that allowed old Master Lu to react. In my view, he was never dead. For he awakened upon the pain of the needles. What a time we live in, where anyone can masquerade as a skilled practitioner of medicine." He Lao's expression shifted dramatically. He had not initially grasped the gravity of the situation, as age had dulled his senses at over 80 years old. Now, upon hearing the words of his granddaughter and his disciple Han Feng, he realized the severity of the matter. Previously, he had considered his medical skills comparable to Lin Hao's, but now he doubted his own abilities. He began to believe that Lin Hao, armed with the 9 Dragons Needle technique, could indeed defy death itself. No wonder Director Gao had always referred to Lin Hao as Divine Dr. Lin. He Lao found himself wishing to do the same, and acted without the arrogance that often accompanies old age. "Divine Dr. Lin, please do not take my granddaughter's words to heart. She has been spoiled by me, and my disciple is simply lacking in discernment. How about this? You accept me as your registered disciple as well. What do you think?" Han Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, and He Li Jiao wore a look of utter confusion. Unable to contain herself, she blurted out, "Grandfather, what are you saying? You are a towering figure in the medical community of Hushing. Few can match your stature. Now you refer to a person younger than myself as a divine physician. If word of this spreads, it would undoubtedly become a grand joke. Has this young man bewitched you into sacrificing your dignity?" Lin Hao furrowed his brow, realizing that a lesson must be imparted to He Li Jiao, for she was impervious to kind words and would only learn from experience. Old He's expression darkened as he barked, "Silence. Apologize to Master Lin. If he does not forgive you, your grandfather will be quite displeased." Han Feng replied respectfully, "Master, do not blame Li Jiao. She only seeks to preserve your reputation, fearing the mockery of your old friends. Should today's incident become public, they will certainly seize upon it. Moreover, how can you deem such an unworthy individual, a mere blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, a divine physician, to salvage your honor? You would be better served having him kneel and bow before you to avoid ridicule." Old He's face grew stormy. He was profoundly astonished by Lin Hao's 9 Dragon Needle technique. He envisioned becoming Lin Hao's disciple, hoping to learn this remarkable skill. Yet, his granddaughter and his own student continued to provoke Lin Hao. Were these two imbeciles devoid of reason? "Han Feng, get out. From this moment forth, you are no longer my disciple. Our master-disciple bond is severed." Han Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had just gained a promising future under old He's tutelage. Yet now he faced expulsion due to an outsider. He turned his gaze to Lin Hao, fury igniting within him. "It is you. This is all your fault. I will kill you." With that, Han Feng charged at Lin Hao, raising his fist to strike. Lin Hao's brows slightly knitted, feeling exasperated. It appeared this fool truly lacked common sense. Chapter 77, Lu Yinran. Am I fated to ruin men? With a swift motion, Lin Hao did not indulge Han Feng, who charged towards him. He delivered a sharp slap that sent Han Feng crashing against the wall. Lin Hao stated calmly, "Everyone has witnessed that this thug initiated the attack on me, and I acted in self-defense. Should he persist in his aggression with intent to kill, I would have no choice but to defend myself with lethal force. I wonder what your opinions are on this matter?" Director Gao was the first to respond. Readily agreeing with Lin Hao, "I believe the teacher is correct. since Han Feng intended to harm, even kill, you, teacher, it stands to reason that should you strike first, it would still align with legal statutes. The dean pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Han Wulian remained silent, glaring resentfully at Lin Hao, clearly displeased. Were it not for Lin Hao, Director Gao would still be standing on equal footing with him. However, the current situation indicated that even elder he held Lin Hao in high regard, underscoring the latter's exceptional medical skills. If Director Gao were to learn that peculiar acupuncture technique from Lin Hao, would he not be overshadowed by him? The tide had turned. And even if Han Wulian humbled himself to curry favor with Lin Hao, it would only lead to further humiliation. Lin Hao was unlikely to accept him, and would instead respond with scorn. From their brief interactions, it was evident that Lin Hao was no saint, nor did he entertain the notion of forgiveness. Li Jiao gazed pleadingly at her grandfather, hoping that elder he would speak a kind word for Han Feng and persuade Lin Hao to spare him. Lin Hao's earlier words had instilled a deep sense of fear within her. Elder he shook his head, sighing, Li Jiao, there is no need for further discussion. Han Feng brought this upon himself by provoking the esteemed Dr. Lin. Not only does my medical expertise pale in comparison to his, but Han Feng remains oblivious to this disparity, arrogantly seeking to reprimand him. Such insolence is unforgivable. Had he not been my direct disciple, bound by our teacher-student bond, I would have felt compelled to teach him a lesson myself. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Li Jiao's complexion turned pale, and she cast a worried glance at Han Feng. In her heart, Han Feng was the man she had chosen, and she wished to shield him from any harm. Yet, she felt powerless, with no recourse but to beseech her grandfather. With a pitiful tone, Li Jiao implored, Grandfather, I beg you to intercede. With your standing in the medical community, I am certain this Lin fellow would heed your words. If you refuse to assist him, then Han Feng's fate is truly sealed. I love him, and I have chosen him for life. Surely you do not wish for your granddaughter's husband to be a failure? Elder He's expression darkened, and he replied coldly, Enough. I am your grandfather, not your wish-granting tree, and I cannot fulfill every desire of yours. Han Feng's current predicament is of his own making. Moreover, my influence is not as substantial as you envision. Dr. Lin is under no obligation to heed my request. Therefore, I implore you to preserve some dignity for me and cease this futile pleading. Lin Hao smiled faintly and remarked, Old he is a venerable figure in the medical field, and I must show him respect. I shall refrain from making any moves against Han Feng unless he courts his own demise. Now, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I will forego further idle chatter with you. After speaking, Lin Hao turned his gaze towards Master Lu. Master Lu's heart seethed with resentment. He wished for the old man's demise to seize absolute power. Yet, Lin Hao had saved the old man's life and demanded a staggering sum of 500 million as compensation. This felt akin to consuming a dead fly, leaving Master Lu in a state of furious frustration. In the interest of preserving his own life, Master Lu acted decisively. He transferred the 500 million to Lin Hao's account and spoke solemnly. Lin Hao, the funds have been transferred to you. We are now square. Although the Lu family is substantial, we cannot withstand such exploitation from you. Should any member of the Lu family encounter health issues in the future, we shall not seek your assistance again. And do not gaze at me with such expressions. Unless you wish for the Lu group to collapse entirely and for you to seek employment elsewhere. The Lu family members bowed their heads. Accustomed as they were to enjoying the fruits of others' labor, they were naturally reluctant to become mere employees. Thus, few found fault with Master Lu's statements. After all, with the old man now in good health, it was believed that the Lu group would undoubtedly prosper. Having left the hospital room, Lin Hao noted that it was getting late, and it was time to return to Ziyuan Villa. Although the spirited girl, Xiaoya, could be quite headstrong, she lacked courage in unfamiliar surroundings. Without him by her side, she would surely feel frightened. The thought of Xiaoya brought to mind the figure of his godmother. Zhao Wanqing. Godmother, I hope you are managing your affairs in the capital well. If you suffer any harm there, I shall ensure they pay 100-fold. A cold glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Hao's eyes, as his instincts warned him that his godmother's return to the capital was fraught with complications. Meanwhile, the He family in Jiang City was enduring a night of brutal carnage. One by one, members of the He family fell in pools of blood. No one was spared. Regardless of age or gender, eradicating the roots of the enemy was imperative. Once an adversary had been established, mercy could not be afforded. To show kindness to enemies was to be cruel to oneself and one's kin. The so-called humane treatment, the leniency towards captives and foes, was a folly only a fool would commit. In a villa in Jiang City, Lu Yanran was smeared in blood, gazing at the headless corpse of He Huitang, who had just moments before been engaged in a passionate embrace with her. In her fear, she murmured, "First the blood-sucking leech, now the head of the He family. Am I cursed to bring death to men? Whoever lies with me must meet their end." Chapter 78. The He family no longer exists in Jiang City. Are you afraid? Naturally, one would feel fear, especially when an intruder unexpectedly breaches the villa and beheads He Huitang before Lu Yanran's very eyes. Any ordinary person would be terrified. However, Lu Yanran has endured an overwhelming array of experiences in recent days. First, her father, Lu Shuelyang, was murdered by Lin Hao, followed by her own brutal subjugation at the hands of the grotesque Bloodwug, who claimed her as his own. Subsequently, Bloodwug met his demise, his severed head tossed into the vehicle where Lu Yanran sat, leaving her profoundly shaken. Now, with He Huitang, who had attempted to possess her multiple times, receiving a similarly gruesome fate, Lu Yanran found that her fear had begun to dissipate. Instead, she wiped the blood from her fingers and delicately licked them. He Huitang, I once thought you could be my pillar of support. Yet, I never anticipated that you would meet your end so swiftly after becoming my man. Truly a waste. Despite the He family's considerable strength, with their ancestral ties to ancient martial arts, they too could not escape death. Lin Hao, who exactly are you? Regret overwhelmed her, an infinite tide of remorse flooding her expression with growing ferocity. Had she known of Lin Hao's formidable prowess and the enigmatic forces that backed him, she would never have permitted herself to become a woman at the mercy of men, nor would she have dared to break off her engagement with him. What difference was there between rejecting the role of a crown princess and seeking a landlord's son as a husband? Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Yanran. Given Lin Hao's repeated assaults on those who sought to claim her, could it be that he had developed feelings for her? If that were the case, perhaps she merely needed to seize an opportunity to reclaim her position as Lin Hao's woman. The notion brought a jubilant expression to her face. If she were to become Lin Hao's partner, she would ascend to the ranks of the most powerful woman in Jiang City. Judging by the influence of Lin Hao's backing, it undoubtedly surpassed that of the city's prominent families, perhaps even eclipsing them. With a swift kick, she discarded He Huitang's headless corpse and, after cleansing herself in the restroom, drove toward the Lu residence. Since He Huitang proved unreliable, she resolved to seek someone dependable. Perhaps she could even become Lin Hao's woman. For Lu Yanran was convinced that he harbored affections for her. It was fortunate that Lin Hao remained oblivious to her thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely feel repulsed. The idea of being fixated upon by a woman of such questionable virtue was utterly nauseating. In the hospital, Lin Hao arrived at Lu Xiaoqing's ward. Upon seeing Lin Hao, Lu Cheng hurriedly stood. "Lin Shini." Lin Hao replied curtly, "Lu Cheng, have I not told you that we are friends? Moreover, I am now Xiaoqing's brother. If you continue to address me in such a manner, do not blame me for my displeasure. From now on, call me Hao Gu. Xiaoqing has just recovered. Her body requires proper recuperation. I grant you permission to remain with her in the hospital for a few more days, and I shall speak to Liang Guan about it." Lu Cheng gazed at Lin Hao with gratitude, aware that without Lin Hao's intervention, he would have dared not leave Ziyuan Villa without authorization and neglect his duties. The consequences would have been dire, potentially resulting in his permanent expulsion from Ziyuan Villa. Lin Hao understood Lu Cheng's unspoken thoughts and responded with a calm demeanor. "There is no need for gratitude or further words. I shall return to Ziyuan Mountain Villa first, while you stay at the hospital to accompany Xiaoqing." Lu Cheng promptly stated. "Lin Shun, Brother Hao, since you intend to return to Ziyuan Mountain Villa, allow me to escort you. I will return shortly to keep an eye on Xiaoqing. Does that sound agreeable?" At that moment, Lu Cheng's voice carried a tone of earnest supplication. Even if Lin Hao wished to decline, he found it difficult to voice his refusal. Lin Hao slowly nodded and then instructed the accompanying director Gao, "Old Gao, please arrange for a reliable special nurse to attend to Xiaoqing. Lu Cheng will return shortly. As for the 9-dragon needle technique, I shall impart it to you now. The time it takes to master it depends solely on your own comprehension." Director Gao's expression was one of excitement as he solemnly replied, "Thank you, Master. The debt of gratitude I owe you, Old Gao, shall never be able to repay in my lifetime. However, rest assured, Master, that from this day forth, should you call upon me, I will not hesitate to fulfill your request. Even if it means traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire, I shall not flinch." Indeed, Lin Hao did not regard the 9-dragon needle technique with undue reverence. In his hands, It was a miraculous method capable of contending with the king of hell for souls. Yet, in the hands of others, while still formidable, it lacked such exaggerated prowess. After all, when Lin Hao executed the 9-dragon needle technique, he simultaneously infused it with his internal spiritual energy. This was a unique ability of cultivators. And as the old man had said, although the world was vast, few cultivators existed. It was even possible that Lin Hao would never encounter another. With the old man deceased, Lin Hao was left as the sole practitioner. As for the veracity of the old man's words, that remained uncertain. Under Director Gao's watchful gaze, Lin Hao and Lu Cheng departed from the hospital in a vehicle, heading towards Ziyuan Mountain Villa. Director Gao stood gazing as the car vanished at the end of the road, feeling as though he were in a dream. He had actually recognized a young man as his master and received the legendary inheritance of the 9-dragon needle technique. Master, I shall exert every effort to make the 9-dragon needle technique shine once more. I promise. At Ziyuan Mountain Villa, Sun Rongrong and other high-ranking members of the Jiang City families awaited Lin Hao's return. Before them lay a wooden box, within which rested the severed head of He Huitang, the current patriarch of the He family. The group stepped forward and solemnly declared, Master Lin, we have fulfilled our mission. After tonight, the He family shall no longer exist in Jiang City. Chapter 79, The Sister-in-Law is Truly Beautiful. The esteemed clans of Li, Wang, Sun, and the Ancient Martial Arts Association gathered together, exerting every effort to curry favor with the formidable Master Lin Hao. In the past, their execution of tasks had never been marked by such swiftness and diligence. A smile graced Lin Hao's face as he nodded in satisfaction. With his hands clasped behind his back, he spoke calmly, acknowledging their hard work. Tomorrow, you may deliberate amongst yourselves on how to divide the assets and territories of the He family. I am not one for complications. You have resolved my troubles, and from henceforth, we shall be friends. I hope we remain allies and do not find ourselves on opposing sides. Sun Ro smiled enchantingly, her voice laced with allure. Master Lin, we would not dare to stand against you. Thus, it is far better to be friends. If you are willing, we could even become one family with the Sun clan. Perhaps fate has kept me from finding a husband, waiting for you, Master Lin. Lin Hao chuckled softly, his gaze lingering on Sun Ro's face, imbued with a hint of playful intrigue. This expression made Sun Ro tremble slightly, her mind racing with thoughts that Lin Hao might genuinely wish for her to be his woman. Although Lin Hao's qualities far surpassed her expectations, she had never considered becoming his partner. She merely adopted such language as a guise. Lin Hao maintained his calm demeanor, fixating on Sun Ro as he inquired, Miss Sun, are you suggesting you wish to be my woman? If so, I am not lacking in romantic sensibilities. Why not stay with me today at the Ziyuan Villa and partake in this delightful affair? Caught off guard by Lin Hao's unexpected response, Sun Ro stood frozen, unsure of how to react. A veiled woman from the Li family stepped forward, her voice icy. Master Lin, if you favor someone like Sun Ro, I could procure 100 more for you. There is no need for such measures. What say you? It was evident that the veiled woman from the Li family did not wish for Lin Hao to grow too close to Sun Ro. Whether for reasons of interest or otherwise, she sought to prevent such an outcome. As a fellow woman, her resentment simmered. She found it hard to accept that Lin Hao showed interest in Sun Ro instead of herself. In her frustration, she even contemplated removing her veil to reveal her captivating beauty to Lin Hao. Little did she know, Lin Hao's prowess rendered such a thin veil utterly inconsequential, as he had already discerned her features with clarity. Sun Ro, still adorned with a radiant smile, retorted with sarcasm, Miss Li, are you feeling envious? If Master Lin is fond of me, it only indicates that I possess greater allure than you. Such disparagement is unbecoming of our esteemed company. With a haughty snort, the veiled woman from the Li family fell silent. The elder from the Wang family respectfully bowed to Lin Hao and, in earnest, addressed him, Master Lin. May I inquire about your views on the distribution of power within the Jiang City? Or perhaps, are you interested in becoming a prominent figure in the martial arts community here? The Wang family possessed wealth, yet their martial prowess paled in comparison to that of the Li and Sun families. As for the Ancient Martial Arts Association, the Wang family would not be foolish enough to provoke it. Much like the Ziyuan Manor, the association is not limited to just Jiang City. It has branches in major cities across the nation. Moreover, the Ancient Martial Arts Association is an official entity, specifically established to manage and deter practitioners of ancient martial arts. No faction would recklessly seek to antagonize it. Lin Hao shook his head, expressing disinterest. I have no desire for conflict. Maintaining the status quo suffices. The formidable members of the Ancient Martial Arts Association are present here. Are you implying that I should engage with them? Such thoughts are ill-advised. Does the Wong family wish to befriend me, or do you prefer to be adversaries? The elder of the Wong family turned pale, as he, usually so astute, had uttered such a taboo statement. Fortunately, Lin Hao did not genuinely take offense, as his directness clarified the matter. However, the middle-aged representative of the Ancient Martial Arts Association wore a grim expression, casting a deep glance at the Wong elder without uttering a word. Observing that the others seemed poised to speak further, Lin Hao issued an unequivocal dismissal. Enough. Bring your concerns to me tomorrow. It is late, and I wish to rest undisturbed. The four exchanged glances and responded in unison, "Yes, Master Lin." Upon returning to the imperial suite, Zhao Xiaoyao regarded Lin Hao with a mixture of curiosity and astonishment for a considerable time. Finally, she blurted out, "Brother, your wife is truly beautiful, and quite ample." Chapter 80. Auction Invitation. Lin Hao's expression darkened as he lightly tapped Zhao Xiaoyao on the head, adopting a serious tone. "What on earth are you thinking, girl? That sister you mentioned is my business partner. We both have our own needs. She is not your sister-in-law, so refrain from making such claims." Zhao Xiaoyao, feeling aggrieved, murmured, "Men seek wives for mutual benefit, after all. Besides, that beautiful sister is exceptionally attractive and has a generous figure. It's truly peculiar that you don't fancy such a splendid woman." Lin Hao retorted irritably, "A figure should be described as beautiful, not large." Zhao Xiaoyao countered, "But she is indeed well endowed, with a prominent chest and ample curves. I've heard from the aunties that a larger posterior can lead to bearing sons." Lin Hao, uninterested in further engaging with his whimsical sister, fell silent. Noticing his demeanor, Zhao Xiaoyao cautiously inquired, "Brother, you're not angry, are you?" "I'm merely stating the truth about that beautiful sister." Lin Hao adopted a stern expression, forcefully redirecting the conversation. "All right, let us end this topic here. What are your thoughts on our godmother suddenly leaving alone for the capital?" Her words felt like a solemn entrustment, leaving me with a sense of foreboding. This trip to the capital must not be as straightforward as it seems. Zhao Xiaoya lowered her head, falling into silence. She harbored her own doubts, but felt powerless to act. Like Lin Hao, she was also adopted by Zhao Wanqing and was not her biological child. However, their circumstances diverged. Lin Hao's mother was unaccounted for, and his father's whereabouts were unknown. In contrast, Zhao Xiaoya lost her parents in a tragic car accident. Thus, after being adopted by Zhao Wanqing, she had always regarded her as her true mother. Upon hearing her brother's words, the playful expression on Zhao Xiaoya's face vanished, replaced by sorrow and concern. Her eyes reddened as she bowed her head lower, her body starting to tremble. Lin Hao gently patted her shoulder, offering soft reassurance. "Xiaoya, there's no need to worry excessively. Remember, I am a cultivator. Even if our godmother encounters difficulties, I will bring her back. However, she must have her reasons for acting this way, so we must await news. Rest assured, I will not allow any harm to come to her. Whoever dares to cause her distress will surely vanish from this world." Zhao Xiaoya nodded solemnly, tears brimming in her eyes. She threw herself into Lin Hao's embrace, clinging tightly to him, concealing her tears from his view. Lin Hao let out a long sigh, gently patting her shoulder. That night was destined to be one of sleeplessness for the siblings, as both were consumed with worry for Zhao Wanqing, uncertain of the tribulations she faced. Zhao Xiaoya felt helpless, unable to assist, while Lin Hao feared he might not arrive in the capital in time. His affairs in Jiang City remained unfinished. Though they had shown some promise, Jiang City is the cradle of his ambitions, and he must firmly seize it in his grasp. Only then can he gradually expand into the neighboring cities. A promising beginning has already been made, establishing connections with several powerful factions in Jiang City, each benefiting from the alliance. Lin Hao's next step is to ensure they owe him significant favors, ideally involving crucial tasks that require his intervention. Martial artists, to varying degrees, often bear physical ailments, predominantly hidden injuries sustained during their training. Unlike ordinary individuals, their injuries cannot be remedied through conventional medical treatment. To address the obscure afflictions of martial practitioners, one must either possess formidable martial prowess or be a cultivator like Lin Hao. Not only does Lin Hao possess exceptional medical skills, but he also wields the strength of an initial stage golden elixir practitioner. The concealed ailments of martial artists are, without a doubt, within his capability to remedy. The following day, As Lin Hao was preparing to depart, he encountered the veiled woman from the Li family once again. She bowed slightly and respectfully addressed him. Esteemed master, today the Li family is hosting a grand charity auction. I have been entrusted by my family to extend an invitation to you. We sincerely hope you can attend. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Hao politely declined. I apologize, but I have prior engagements with Wu Shuang. At the mere mention of Wu Shuang, a smile of happiness graced Lin Hao's face. The veiled woman from the Li family, expressing her disappointment, presented him with a VIP invitation, saying, although you may not have time at present, you may invite your friends to join. The invitation contains the location and time of the event. We hope you can grace us with your presence. Lin Hao nodded and inquired, how many may I bring? Master Lin may bring as many as he wishes. We will make the necessary arrangements, she responded promptly. After pondering for a moment, Lin Hao replied, I will consult Wu Shuang. If she is willing to attend, it would be agreeable to go today. Additionally, I require a spot for my sister, Xiaoya, so at least 3 places are needed. A joyful smile spread across the veiled woman's face at Lin Hao's response, and she replied, I will reserve 5 front-row seats for you, Master Lin. Regardless of whether you attend, those seats will remain available. Lin Hao did not refuse, glanced at the invitation, and nodded slightly. He then departed from Ziyuan Villa with Zhao Xiaoya to seek out Qin Wushuang. Chapter 81. Truly the genuine sister-in-law within the villa of Qin Wushuang. She was diligently attending to military affairs. The recent unrest at the borders had become quite concerning, as the barbaric forces of the White Elephant Kingdom, under the instigation of the White-Headed Eagle Kingdom, were once again stirring up trouble. As she perused the military intelligence reports, Qin Wushuang's expression darkened. She had hoped to spend more time in Jiang City with Lin Hao to deepen their bond, but the audacity of the White Elephant Kingdom was utterly unexpected. Those white-headed eagles are perpetually creating chaos around the globe, all under the guise of maintaining world peace, frequently inciting warfare, Qin Wushuang remarked coldly. Could it be that their earlier incursions were not met with sufficient force, allowing them to nurture further ambitions? Had I been present then, I would have certainly advised the guardian of the Dragon Kingdom to eliminate that invasive pope. Such action would serve as a more effective deterrent against the White-Headed Eagle Kingdom. Alas, the guardian chose to grant them another chance, forgetting that a wolf remains a wolf, and goodwill towards it is ultimately futile. Feng Wu's face was etched with a fierce intent, her voice icy. General, during your last campaign, you led us to slay hundreds of thousands of the White Elephant barbarians, instilling such fear that they dared not trespass again, trembling at the mere mention of your name. Their return this time surely indicates they possess some confidence, perhaps even a hidden scheme. We must be wary, General, and avoid falling into their trap. Qin Wushuang nodded. She would not underestimate the White Elephant Kingdom, despite its flaws. It was the most populous nation in the world. Even the most lackluster of realms could yield a plethora of talents when the population base was sufficiently vast. These talents might well emerge as formidable forces or excel in various fields such as pharmaceuticals, textiles, steel, cement, petroleum, and machinery. Her strategy was to disdain the White Elephant Kingdom on a strategic level while treating it with utmost seriousness tactically. A lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit, she mused, echoing the sentiment. As the two were deep in discussion, preparing to issue deployment orders to the soldiers in the western region and contemplating a return to the front lines, Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoyao arrived. Lin Hao, equipped with a villa key and enhanced security measures including facial recognition and fingerprint access, swiftly opened the door and entered. Lin Hao, upon seeing him, a radiant joy illuminated Qin Wushuang's face, momentarily setting aside her military duties. After their brief interactions, she had come to realize that Lin Hao was the one she sought, the person she wished to unite with for a lifetime. She was thoroughly impressed by his demeanor, appearance, and capabilities. In her eyes, he was nothing short of perfection. As Lin Hao responded to her call with a beaming smile, Zhao Xiaoya's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to contain her excitement. Brother, is this truly the genuine sister-in-law? She is astonishingly beautiful, and I recognize her General Qin, the god of war from the Western Front. My heavens, the god of war is my sister-in-law. Qin Wushuang smiled gently and greeted Zhao Xiaoya. Hello, I am Qin Wushuang. Since you address me as sister-in-law, I cannot let it be in vain. I present you with this small token. A jade pendant appeared in Qin Wushuang's hand, which she handed to Zhao Xiaoya. Feng Wu's eyes widened as she placed a hand on her forehead. The significance of this jade pendant is extraordinary. It serves as a token of Qin Wushuang, granting entry into the Qin clan. The Qin clan holds a transcendent status, far surpassing even the superfamilies in the imperial capital. As a family of martial cultivation, the Qin clan is more formidable than many sections. Possessing the Jade Pendant allows one to directly join the Qin clan, underscoring its immense importance and value. Zhao Xiaoya, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "Sister-in-law, it's our first meeting, and you bestow upon me such a precious gift. If my brother were to let you down, I would certainly object. Moreover, a sister-in-law as beautiful and generous as you is truly irreplaceable." Lin Hao shot Zhao Xiaoya a glance, thinking that for just a jade pendant, she would sell out her brother. Am I, as the elder brother, truly so worthless? Hearing Zhao Xiaoya repeatedly refer to her as sister-in-law brought immense joy to Qin Wushuang. Feng Wu sighed inwardly, pondering how love-stricken women can be utterly devoid of reason. The situation in the western border was tense, though not yet urgent. Yet the general, who typically prioritized state affairs, seemed to have only Lin Hao in his eyes and thoughts. Feng Wu silently admonished herself, "Men are poison, and one must not engage with them." She had no desire to become like the general, devoid of rational thought and consumed by love. Lin Hao produced an invitation and softly said, "Originally, I brought Xiaoya to see you. However, the young lady of the Li family has invited me to a charity auction and reserved 5 spots for me. Wushuang, do you have time?" Feng Wu interjected, "General, the western border." Before she could finish, Qin Wushuang smiled and replied, "Of course I have time. When shall we depart?" Chapter 82. The dispute over seats. Feng Wu remained silent, for she understood that any words spoken now would be futile. It was wiser to conserve her breath and await the general's calmness before engaging in conversation. Lin Hao extended the invitation card to Qin Wushuang, smiling as he spoke. The auction hosted by the Li family was set to commence at 10 o'clock this morning. Arriving now would allow them to be perfectly on time. "Since you are interested, Wushuang, let us go and take a look together." "All right," Qin Wushuang said, linking her arm affectionately with Lin Hao's. Suddenly, she turned to Zhao Xiaoya and softly inquired, "Sister, you just referred to me as the legitimate sister-in-law. Does this imply that your brother has an illegitimate girlfriend?" she asked with a playful curiosity. "Come, tell your sister-in-law. I am eager to know who possesses such discerning taste to have set their sights on my fiancé." Zhao Xiaoya hesitated, glancing at Lin Hao before whispering, "Brother, should I tell sister-in-law that a voluptuous and alluring lady sought you out last night? If I were to inform sister-in-law, would she be upset?" Lin Hao felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. Zhao Xiaoya was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. The truth was, several prominent representatives from the major factions in the city had approached him, and her words made it seem as though he had been clandestinely meeting with Sun Rongrong. Was this girl trying to lead him to his doom? Feng Wu interjected coldly, "Lin, the esteemed physician, it appears my general has developed feelings for you. I did not expect you to seek the company of other women behind her back. I believe you owe her a proper explanation. If you truly possess such fickle affections, it would be best to confess to the general at once, lest you betray her sincere devotion." Lin Hao, exasperated, tapped Zhao Xiaoya lightly on the head and retorted, "Xiaoya, if you cannot articulate yourself properly, kindly keep your mouth shut. The events of last night, when you described them so, imply that I was secretly meeting with another woman." He turned to Qin Wushuang. "Do not misunderstand. The people who approached me last night were from the Li family, the Wang family, the Sun family, and the Ancient Martial Arts Association, the 4 major powers of the city. Due to some past grievances with the He family, they were willing to assist me. Last night, the He family was eradicated, including the head of the family, He Huitang, whose head was severed. They contacted me to inform me that the mission was accomplished." Qin Wushuang smiled faintly, seemingly uninterested in Lin Hao's explanation. Instead, she gazed at him for a while, her expression adorned with a subtle smile. "I did not require such an elaborate explanation. I merely wish to know who this illegitimate sister-in-law mentioned by my sister is. She seems to be the type to speak the truth, and surely she would not fabricate accusations against you, her brother. Oh my! Clearly, reasoning with women is utterly futile, for they seldom heed your explanations, focusing instead on the points they have predetermined in their minds." Lin Hao quickly clarified, "This misunderstanding must not persist. Xiaoya must be referring to Sun Rongrong, Wushuang. You should have some familiarity with her. While she possesses a certain personality, I assure you that I share no connection with her." Qin Wushuang nodded. Being well acquainted with the upper echelons of the city's major factions, Sun Rongrong was renowned for her beauty, captivating many men who laid eyes upon her. She was an extraordinarily captivating woman, possessing a lethal allure that ensnared men. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Wushuang blinked and softly inquired, Lin Hao, do you not feel even the slightest stir of emotion? Sun Rongrong is renowned as the deadly poison to men. Every man is bound to be enchanted by her. Lin Hao replied succinctly, my heart is already claimed. I remain unmoved. Qin Wushuang smiled, her radiance surpassing that of before. She ushered Lin Hao into the car, and the quartet departed the villa, heading towards the Li family's auction event. As they traveled, whispers circulated within the auction house. Mr. Ma, a man of immense wealth, wore a grim expression. Traditionally, he occupied the finest seats in the front row at the Li family's auctions. However, this time, the 5 central seats had been reserved, relegating him to a position at the edge of the front row. With only 13 seats available in that row, representatives from the royal family, the Ancient Martial Arts Association, and the Sun family had already arrived, yet none occupied the coveted central spots. The 5 central seats remained conspicuously vacant, leaving Mr. Ma perplexed as to who possessed the stature to command such privilege. Could it be a formidable force from Lake Province? Mr. Ma's confusion was shared by the other influential figures from the Jiang city, all equally baffled. Those central seats had historically been occupied by the leading powers, but today they were left unclaimed. The seating arrangement signified status. Was there anyone in Jiang City whose standing could rival that of the Ancient Martial Arts Association? How intriguing. It seemed that a significant figure was poised to make an appearance. Just as the speculation heightened, Lin Hao and his companions arrived, proceeding directly to the central seats. Only Qin Wushuang excused herself to the restroom. Upon seeing the trio take their seats, the auction house erupted into a frenzy. Chapter 83, Mr. Ma seeks trouble. Who is Lin Hao? Among the few present, hardly anyone knew, and those aware of Lin Hao's identity dared not speak freely. They were unaware of Lin Hao's temperament. The family of Jiang City had provoked him and had already faced annihilation last night. Moreover, among the prominent forces in Jiang City, only one acquaintance of Lin Hao was present, Sun Rongrong. The representative from the Wang family was a middle-aged man, while the veiled lady from the Li family, a stunningly beautiful young lady, had yet to arrive. She was responsible for today's auction and would not appear so soon. However, had she known Lin Hao was already present, she would have undoubtedly set aside all her other affairs to greet him. The arrival of a master-level expert would prompt not only the veiled lady from the Li family, but also the head of the Li family, or even their esteemed ancestors to come forth in welcome. Such is the stature of a master. Who is this young man? Could he be the son of a newly wealthy individual from Jiang City, daring enough to occupy the central 5 seats? Indeed, those 5 seats had not even been taken by the representatives of the Ancient Martial Association, who instead chose nearby positions. This young man was surely courting disaster. His 2 female companions, however, were quite remarkable. One exuded an air of elegance and vigor, while the other embodied the charm of a neighborly girl. An intriguing spectacle was unfolding, as Mr. Ma had just been exceedingly displeased, for his own position was close to the edge of the front row, and he was certain to vent his frustrations on this young man. The gathered executives and social elites did not immediately confront Lin Hao and his companions, for they wished to witness a captivating performance while also ascertaining Lin Hao's background. If Lin Hao lacked significant connections, he would surely find himself in an uncomfortable situation, ultimately leaving in disgrace. Some speculated that the prime central positions were reserved by the Li family for the prominent families of the provincial city. However, as Lin Hao was unfamiliar to them, they could not determine whether he hailed from the provincial city's elite. Upon seeing Lin Hao seated in the most central position, Mr. Ma's expression darkened. He not only thrived in Jiang City, but also possessed substantial enterprises in the provincial city. It could be said that he enjoyed extensive connections there, having encountered the heads and heirs of various influential factions. Yet, among those heirs, there was no figure resembling Lin Hao. Lin Hao's distinctiveness was undeniable. Mr. Ma had never seen such a handsome young man before. Had he encountered him previously, he would certainly have remembered. Thus, it was inconceivable for Lin Hao to originate from the provincial city. With this thought, Mr. Ma's expression soured further as he stood and approached Lin Hao and his companions. In the front row's central 5 seats, Lin Hao occupied the middle one, with Zhao Shaya seated closely to his right. The first position on the left remained vacant, while Feng Wu occupied the second seat to Lin Hao's left. As Mr. Ma stood before Lin Hao, all eyes turned to them, eager to see how Mr. Ma would react. Noticing Mr. Ma's sullen demeanor without uttering a word, Lin Hao furrowed his brow. Is something amiss? Mr. Ma gazed intently at Lin Hao and spoke in a low voice. These 5 seats are not for just anyone. They are reserved for the influential families of the provincial city. I am Ma Guoping, commonly known as Mr. Ma. Despite possessing assets exceeding 100 billion, one can only occupy a seat on the edge of the front row. I wonder, young master, from which faction do you hail? If my memory serves me correctly, there are no individuals of your caliber in the provincial city. On the surface, Ma Guoping's words appeared innocuous. However, they subtly targeted Lin Hao. Though he felt incensed that the Li family had relegated his position to the periphery of the front row, he was not a fool who would recklessly offend Lin Hao. If Lin Hao truly wielded considerable power, any unwarranted affront could potentially lead to his downfall or even jeopardize his life. Particularly given that the He family in Jiang City had been annihilated the previous night, although the news was suppressed. Individuals of Ma Guoping's standing had still gleaned fragments of information. The assailants were several major factions in Jiang City, and anyone capable of uniting them undoubtedly possessed immense influence. Moreover, investigations revealed that the He family had not provoked any of these powerful factions, which raises intriguing questions. Lin Hao replied nonchalantly, I am neither from the provincial city nor the heir of the imperial capital. Does my lack of connection to the major powers of the provincial city or the imperial capital disqualify me from occupying this seat? Ma Guoping longed to bluntly inform Lin Hao that without being a scion of those super factions, he indeed lacked such privilege. Observing Lin Hao's audacity and confidence, the words hung on his lips, ultimately unspoken. An executive, not particularly aligned with Ma Guoping, sarcastically remarked, When did you become so timid, Ma? Are you truly intimidated by a mere young lad? Upon hearing this, Ma Guoping's expression darkened considerably. This provocation had struck a chord. Chapter 84. Young Master Wu of the provincial capital. Mr. Ma's eyes darkened as he fixed his gaze on the CEO, who was speaking. Both were engaged in the real estate business, leading to frequent confrontations, with their assets perhaps not differing significantly. However, the other man remained composed, adopting a spectator's attitude. Certainly, if Mr. Ma did not intervene, he would inevitably lose his patience. As prominent figures in Jiang City, being outshone by a mere youth would tarnish their reputations. At their level, wealth had ceased to hold significant value, as one could never exhaust it in a lifetime. Hence, what they contested was honor. Mr. Ma coldly remarked, Mr. Hua, since you possess such audacity, why not allow this young master to take your place? I merely enjoy befriending talented youth, unlike you, who seems to relish in suppression. Please do not take offense, young master. This is simply my nature. I prefer to forge friendships with the young elites from various influential families. Though he was on the verge of losing his temper, he ultimately retained his last vestige of composure. Thus, he shifted his tone, choosing to cultivate a friendship with Lin Hao rather than confront him. Mr. Hua, inwardly cursing the old fox, responded with a smile, Mr. Ma, you misunderstand me. Like you, I also cherish friendships with talented youth. The Li family has bestowed upon you the finest seat at the auction. This young master is certainly not an ordinary individual. I am Hua Fulu, and I would be honored to befriend you. Lin Hao, displaying a hint of impatience, replied, I am merely accompanying a friend to the auction, not seeking new acquaintances. However, since you are so gracious, I shall not appear ungrateful. My surname is Lin, with the single character Hao. Let us discuss matters later. The auction is about to commence. Mr. Ma nodded and returned to his seat. The anticipated confrontation did not unfold, leaving the onlookers somewhat disappointed. They had hoped to witness Mr. Ma's performance, yet he refrained from taking the bait. The typically arrogant Mr. Ma exhibited unexpected restraint, much to everyone's astonishment. Feng Wu remarked lightly, Lin Hao, that Mr. Ma was seeking trouble. He is quite displeased with your presence in this seat. Why do you engage him in light manner? From what I know, you are not one to endure grievances, she added. Lin Hao smiled faintly as he answered Feng Wu's inquiry. The visage of Qin Wushuang surfaced in his mind, a sweet expression gracing his face. Today marked what could be considered an unconventional first date with her. He wished not to let trivial matters disrupt the ambience and his mood. If Ma Guoping sought trouble, he would ensure the man regretted it. Since he had altered his tone, Lin Hao chose not to dwell on it. He was not so petty. Feng Wu remained silent, merely sighing inwardly. Lin Hao was indeed exceptional, yet the path to being with the general was fraught with challenges, and it seemed unlikely to yield a fruitful outcome. The crucial point was that the general also held an interest in Lin Hao, offering him a glimmer of hope. Yet, it was destined that Lin Hao's future would be exceedingly arduous, with the potential for peril lurking at every corner. She sighed inwardly, hoping that the general's choice was indeed the right one. allowing the two to become lovers united in bliss rather than separated by fate. Like a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks, Zhao Xiaoya cast a glance towards Ma Guoping and whispered to Lin Hao, "Brother, you are truly remarkable. That Mr. Ma over there is a billionaire. He once donated 5 million to our school, and the principal and the directors followed him around the campus like eager little dogs." She giggled. "Once the holidays are over, I can boast about this to my classmates. Just the thought brings me such delight." Lin Hao gave her a light tap on the head, admonishing her, "You attend school to acquire knowledge, not to indulge in such frivolous pursuits. You should refrain from watching mindless dramas and novels. They will adversely affect your intellect." Zhao Xiaoya stuck out her tongue, dismissing his words. Regardless, she was determined to flaunt her connection. After the auction, she would definitely request a photo with Mr. Ma, making one particular woman envious. Humph. With approximately 5 minutes remaining before the auction commenced, a stir arose in the auction hall as another significant figure arrived. A young man entered, dressed in a pristine white suit, draped with a fur coat. With his hands in his pockets, he surveyed the room with an air of superiority. Both Mr. Ma and the previously conversing Mr. Hua rose from the front row. Beside the young man, a veiled woman from the Li family guided the way, indicating the exceptional status of this young gentleman. Indeed, a prominent heir from the provincial capital had made his entrance. He was the scion of the Wu family. Chapter 85. Miss Li's Dilemma with the Wu family of the provincial capital. The Wu family in the provincial capital holds a status comparable to the prominent Li and Wang families in Jiang City, yet they exist on a distinctly higher echelon, rendering the Li family and others incapable of matching them. Even the Jiang City Martial Arts Association refrains from provoking the Wu family due to the vast disparity in strength. However, the Wu family itself does not seek to antagonize martial arts associations from other cities, as these associations hold official standing. The overarching power of the imperial capital's General Assembly is formidable. Even the guardian of the Dragon Kingdom once belonged to the Martial Arts Association, being its esteemed founder. The individual named Lin Hao is bound to face dire consequences this time, likely vacating his position in disgrace. Accompanied by Miss Li, he had shown a blatant disregard for the Li family's stature by sitting indiscriminately, leaving the family to manage the fallout. It is unequivocal that the Wu heir from the provincial capital will usurp Lin Hao's seat. This is an irreconcilable conflict, and a spectacle is imminent. Rumor has it that the Wu heir has a penchant for young maidens, and the girl seated to Lin Hao's right may not escape his clutches. A multitude of voices filled the air, completely dismissing Lin Hao's presence. They were utterly unaware of his significance in either the provincial capital or Jiang City. Even surrounding cities seemed devoid of any prominent families bearing the surname Lin. Hence, it is likely that Lin Hao's status is rather unremarkable, perhaps merely the offspring of a nouveau riche who fails to recognize his own insignificance. The Wu heir strode purposefully towards the central seat in the front row, flanked by the veiled lady of the Li family. Upon catching sight of Lin Hao, the veiled lady's face betrayed her astonishment, and an ominous realization dawned upon her. Lin Hao, a master-level expert, was not someone she expected to encounter, especially with the Wu heir visiting Jiang City. Mr. Li, the third elder of the Li family, had extended an invitation for this auction, promising the best seat in the front row. Now, with Lin Hao's arrival coinciding with that of the Wu heir, the situation had become precarious. There were only 13 seats in the front row, with the central position being singular. Whether it was allocated to Lin Hao or the Wu heir would inevitably offend the other. Although the veiled lady was astute, she felt overwhelmed and uncertain about how to navigate this predicament. The Wu heir was not oblivious. He had noticed Lin Hao's presence. In the next moment, he turned towards the veiled lady of the Li family and stated nonchalantly, "Miss Li, you extended an invitation for me to attend the auction. Might I inquire as to my designated seat? If memory serves, your esteemed third elder mentioned the central position in the front row. Now that it has been occupied, does this imply that my presence is somewhat unwarranted?" Though his words were delivered with a calm demeanor, an undercurrent of dissatisfaction permeated his tone. The Wu heir's stance was unequivocal. Either the Li family would rectify the situation and vacate the seat, or they would incur his displeasure, jeopardizing any future collaboration with the Wu family. There was even the possibility that the Wu family would blacklist the Li family, hindering their endeavors at every turn. The veiled lady sighed inwardly, feeling exasperated with her uncle's unilateral decisions. Had he conferred with me beforehand, the promise of the prime central seat to young Master Wu of the provincial city would not have led to such a predicament. Who is Lin Hao, after all? He is a cultivator at the Golden Course stage, fully capable of discerning the conversation between young Master Wu and the veiled lady from the Li family, as well as the murmurs of the crowd within the auction hall. He simply chose to remain indifferent, much like his response to Feng Wu. Wishing not to disrupt this unconventional rendezvous, the veiled lady of the Li family took a deep breath and addressed young Master Wu. "Please hold on a moment, Wu Xiao. I will resolve this matter. The seat in question was initially promised by me, and the current situation arose only because my third uncle failed to consult with me. I wonder if young Master Wu might." Before she could finish her sentence, young Master Wu of the provincial city interrupted her. "No. My position has been made abundantly clear. Either he departs, or I shall take my leave. You must choose whether to befriend me and collaborate with the Wu family, or to provoke me and stand against the Wu family of the provincial city. The choice is yours." Young Master Wu's stance was unyielding, plunging the veiled lady of the Li family into a profound dilemma. She murmured, "He is a master-level expert. Furthermore, my Li family has previously collaborated with him. It is indeed our family's oversight, yet it is Lin Zongshi who is being asked to relinquish his seat. I believe young Master Wu understands the consequences of offending a master-level cultivator all too well. My Jianshi Li family cannot bear such repercussions." A soft chuckle escaped young Master Wu as he turned to leave, uttering a parting remark. "Miss Li, I hope you do not come to regret your choice today." Chapter 86. Is the Master truly powerful? The veiled woman from the Li family hesitated, for she did not wish to offend either party. Both Lin Hao and the young master of the provincial city, Mr. Wu, were figures beyond the reach of the Li family. Taking a deep breath, she spoke solemnly. "Mr. Wu, I acknowledge that today's events reflect our shortcomings at the Li family. I assure you that I will come to apologize in due time, and I hope you will not take it to heart." Mr. Wu, with a cold smile, cast a glance at Lin Hao, his tone laced with amusement. "Miss Li, you have indeed put your pride on the line for this insignificant fellow, denying my family a graceful retreat. You are quite commendable. However, upon reflection, I can understand your stance, for in Jiang City, he may very well be the only master. Yet, in the provincial city, while masters are not abundant, they are certainly not rare. Old Han, would you agree?" The old Han mentioned by Mr. Wu was a seemingly ordinary elder who accompanied him. With a face so commonplace that he could easily blend into a crowd, old Han was anything but ordinary. He was a master, an early-stage practitioner of ancient martial arts. Serving as Mr. Wu's bodyguard, he was entrusted with the task of ensuring the young master's safety, underscoring the Wu family's regard for his well-being. Old Han nodded, his hoarse age voice resonating. "Indeed, young master, the provincial city lacks no masters, and even great masters are present. In your presence, a mere master is relegated to the role of a bodyguard." This statement elevated Mr. Wu's status, while simultaneously reflecting old Han's candidness. As the heir to the Wu family, Mr. Wu commanded respect akin to that of a provincial governor visiting a subordinate city, naturally evoking flattery from those beneath him. Yet, to Mr. Wu's dismay, he encountered resistance from the veiled woman of the Li family, igniting a flicker of anger within old Han. Should his young master command it, he would spare no effort in annihilating the Li family. For the scions of prominent families, reputation reigns supreme. The loss of face for the young master of the Wu family could only be avenged with blood. Listening to the dispassionate discourse about her brother, Zhao Xiaoya's face flushed with indignation. Rising abruptly, she pointed at Mr. Wu and exclaimed, "If you wish to converse, do so elsewhere, and cease belittling my brother. He achieved the master realm in his early 20s, while you, old man, what was your standing at that age? I fail to comprehend the source of your arrogance. Having toiled for decades to reach the master realm, yet you possess such audacity. Were you perhaps cultivating the thickness of your skin instead? Impudent." The insult to the master struck a nerve with old Han. Turning to Mr. Wu, he intoned gravely, "Young master, I, Han Shuabin, seek permission to eliminate this girl. I cannot suffer such humiliation." Just as Mr. Wu was about to acquiesce, he caught sight of Zhao Xiaoya's beauty, causing his eyes to gleam with interest. Extending his right hand, palm facing downward, he approached her with a radiant smile, step by step. "Little sister, why not acknowledge me as your romantic brother? As long as you are willing to be my cherished sister, I can overlook your recent disrespect towards the master. Do not pay attention to him. He is in no position to defend himself. Once you are by my side, I assure you that you will become the envy of all." Young Master Wu from the provincial capital has a particular fondness for beautiful young girls. Although he has had his share of such encounters, he has yet to experience someone as exquisite as Zhao Xiaoya. Old Han remained silent, suppressing his rising anger. The young lady favored by the master was beyond his reach. Provoking the young master would not only spell his doom, but would also lead to the annihilation of his family. Zhao Xiaoya, filled with fear, sought solace beside Lin Hao, remembering that her brother was a cultivator, which bolstered her confidence. With hands on her hips, she boldly retorted, "Sir, you are like a toad dreaming of soaring through the skies. Just look at how you resemble a withered fruit. I am accustomed to gazing upon my dashing brother daily. Now, here you come, an eyesore, simply to disgust me. You even dare to propose that I become your romantic sister? Huh. You might as well claim that with one hand you can obliterate the island of Japan, and with the other you can swat down the bald eagle. That would be more plausible than this utterly unattainable fantasy you present." Young Master Wu's expression grew increasingly grim. In the provincial capital, no prey he set his sights upon had ever escaped his grasp. In this small town, the likelihood was even slimmer. He turned, addressing Old Han coldly. "Take this little girl to my room. I want her to understand the severe consequences of defying me. Since she is unwilling to cooperate, I shall employ certain methods to teach her a lesson." Old Han nodded solemnly. "Young master, rest assured, I will handle this matter. When the time comes, I will administer a little concoction to her, ensuring that she delights you beyond measure." Young Master Wu laughed heartily, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. He intended to keep Zhao Xiaoya, this exquisite young girl, under his control, free to indulge his desires at will. Little did he know, he had already attracted the attention of death. Chapter 87. The dominance of the third master of the Li family. Lin Hao's eyes had narrowed into slits. As he struggled to suppress his emotions, he did not wish for any incidents to mar his first date with Qin Wuxuan. Yet, to his dismay, his patience had been stretched thin as the so-called young Master Wu from the provincial capital grew increasingly brazen. He had even set his sights on Lin Hao's younger sister, Zhao Xiaoya, which was utterly intolerable to him. Feng Wu calmly remarked, "Lin Hao, will you not take action? This scoundrel is not only insulting your sister, but also intends to have his old hound take her away. You must realize the dire consequences should your sister be taken from you. This young Master Wu is clearly no harmless character. As her brother, you must protect her." Lin Hao remained silent, yet the murderous intent in his eyes had become nearly palpable. He could endure a few insults today, but he could not abide any intentions towards Zhao Xiaoya. Just as tensions escalated towards a confrontation, a sigh escaped the lips of the veiled woman from the Li family. "Master Lin, perhaps you should take your sister and leave for now. I did not anticipate such an occurrence, and I sincerely apologize." "I cannot afford to offend young Master Wu. I hope you understand." Old Han scoffed derisively. "Miss Li, it would be wise for you to disengage from this matter. Given your capabilities, you cannot possibly protect this young girl. Step aside. Should you remain in the way, it may implicate your entire Li family. The wrath of the Wu family from the provincial capital is not something your family can withstand." The veiled woman from the Li family opened her mouth to respond, but a deep voice interrupted her. It was none other than the third master of the Li family who had arrived, a figure of considerable authority within the Li family. His influence was such that even the family patriarch would not dare to oppose his decisions. The third master was not only the younger brother of the family head, but also a formidable warrior at the mid-ninth tier. With an icy tone, the third master addressed her. "Enough, Qizhu. I invited young Master Wu to the auction to facilitate an acquaintance between you two, not to have you offend him over a mere outsider. Return to the ancestral hall and kneel. I will explain the situation to your elder brother." The veiled woman's complexion turned pale as she glanced at Lin Hao, letting out a long sigh. At that moment, she felt utterly powerless, unable to act. "Yes, uncle," she acquiesced, knowing she could not defy the third master's orders. Were it not for his modest ambition, the position of family head would rightfully belong to him, not her father. In such prestigious families, leadership is not determined solely by birth order, but rather by merit. Lin Hao then rose and spoke calmly. "Wait a moment." The veiled woman from the Li family appeared anxious. She did not wish for Lin Hao to confront young Master Wu directly. The Wu family from the provincial capital loomed over everyone like an insurmountable mountain. In Jiang City, no one could afford to offend them. Those who did would inevitably suffer the consequences. Although Lin Hao is a master with unimaginable potential and even the opportunity to ascend the dragon ranking, potential remains merely that, potential. A genius, after all, is still just a genius. Until such time as these attributes are transformed into tangible strength, the risk of a genius's downfall looms large. "Master Lin, exercise caution. The Wu family from the provincial city is not an adversary you can afford to provoke. They are exceedingly formidable. I understand the demands of young Master Wu are excessive, yet it would be prudent to endure this humiliation for the time being. The voice of the veiled woman from the Leaf family was neither too loud nor too soft, unencumbered by any reservations. After all, even a whisper would be audible to young Master Wu, given his formidable prowess, though his precise level of strength remains unknown. Lin Hao shook his head and replied with an air of indifference. Xiaoya is my sister. They may insult and belittle me. And for the sake of preserving Wu Shuang's spirits, I can tolerate it for now. However, that little wretch should not dare to speak ill of my sister. If he desires enmity with me, then I shall declare the Wu family as my sworn foes. At this moment, even if that little dog named Wu were to kneel before me, beg for forgiveness, and mutilate himself, I would not allow him to continue living. Chapter 88. Why Seek Death? Lin Hao's words left no semblance of dignity for young Master Wu. How could the heir of the Wu family in the provincial capital endure such an insult? Young Master Wu's countenance darkened, and his tone turned frigid. Old Han, kill him and take that girl away. I shall see who dares to obstruct my vengeance today. Not only must this brat perish, but the 2 women accompanying him shall also become my possessions, subjected to my torment until death. Such arrogance was masterfully portrayed by young Master Wu. His audacity was not merely a product of his character. The Wu family's stature in the provincial capital endowed him with ample confidence. In this insignificant city, even the president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association had to treat him with deference. As for others, young Master Wu regarded them with utter disdain. Old Han nodded, poised to act, but someone was quicker. The 3rd master of the Li family, in a bid to align himself with the Wu family, chose to intervene. Fully aware that Lin Hao was a master-level warrior, his fervor stemmed from a desire to ascend the martial realm and, in his lifetime, attain the master level. Relying on the Li family alone would not suffice. Hence he set his sights on young Master Wu. With a cold smile, young Master Wu murmured, "This is rather interesting. 3rd Master Li, your ardent support shall not go unacknowledged. Once my affairs are concluded, you may accompany me to the Wu family in the provincial capital." This promise invigorated the 3rd master of the Li family, who, filled with renewed determination, ceased to hesitate. Transforming his palm into a claw, he lunged at Lin Hao's throat. The veiled woman from the Li family gasped, "Master Lin, I implore you to show mercy. My uncle has gravely offended you, but I beseech you not to take his life." Lin Hao had intended to kill without hesitation, but upon hearing the veiled woman's plea, his brow furrowed slightly. Reflecting on her previous attempts to protect him, he spoke in a grave tone, "Regarding the affairs of the He family, I owe you a favor, and thus we are even. I shall spare his life, but this is a singular act of grace." With a casual flick of his wrist, Lin Hao struck the 3rd master of the Li family across the face, sending him hurtling several meters away. Young Master Wu shook his head slightly, disappointment evident in his voice. Indeed, a small place breeds small minds. While masters are formidable, there are those in the provincial capital who can contend with them even at the 9th level of martial prowess. Yet, the 3rd master of the Li family, at mid-9th level, is so easily dismissed. What a waste. As the 3rd master of the Li family felt his face swell from the blow, compounded by young Master Wu's disdain, he contemplated charging again, eager to prove his worth. However, upon meeting Lin Hao's indifferent gaze, he abandoned the thought. Lin Hao had already declared he would show no mercy again. If he were to attack Lin Hao once more, he might not live to see the provincial capital. Gritting his teeth, the 3rd master of the Li family chose to endure. Old Han advanced step by step toward Lin Hao, each stride amplifying his imposing aura. When he reached within 3 meters of Lin Hao, his presence peaked to its zenith. "Young one, you ought not to be so arrogant. My might has now reached its pinnacle, and my combat prowess has been maximized. I could take your life at this very moment. Remember not to provoke a person of Wu Gongzi's stature in your next life. Some individuals are born to represent the upper echelons of power, while others are destined to remain in the lower ranks." Lin Hao offered a faint smile and spoke with indifference. "So, do you consider yourself the servant of Wu Xiaogo? Merely a superior dog? Seeking death?" Old Han bellowed in fury, opting not to engage in further dialogue with Lin Hao and instead launching an immediate attack. Martial practitioners of the postnatal realm are referred to as masters by the ancient warriors, as these masters can manifest their true energy outward, capable of killing invisibly within 10 paces. At this moment, Old Han condensed a sword of energy, aiming it directly at Lin Hao's brow. Should Old Han succeed, it would be futile for Lin Hao, even as a cultivator, for he would undoubtedly perish. The energy sword drew nearer to Lin Hao, 3 feet, 2 feet, 1 foot. As the energy sword approached within a foot, Old Han shook his head with a smile. Convinced that Lin Hao could not possibly defend against it, believing that no miracle would occur. So weak indeed. The disparity among masters is truly vast. Lin Hao similarly shook his head. I too did not anticipate that you would be so pathetic. Since you were so inferior, why then seek death? Chapter 89. Decapitating the master. As Lin Hao's words left his lips, a frown creased Old Han's forehead. Could it be that a miracle might truly unfold? It seemed unlikely. At this moment, his chi sword was merely 2 or 3 centimeters away from Lin Hao, capable of claiming his life in an instant. Despite Lin Hao's considerable strength as a master, he should have been unable to escape such a deadly predicament. Amidst Old Han's confusion, a terrifying aura erupted from Lin Hao. As this aura surged forth, Old Han's eyes widened in astonishment, for it appeared to transcend the typical might of a master. The chi sword was obliterated by the sheer force, disintegrating into nothingness. A grave expression settled upon Old Han's face. He was at the early stage of mastery, on the verge of a breakthrough to the mid-stage. Thus, he could still contend against a mid-stage master. Young Master Wu furrowed his brow, unaware that Lin Hao's aura had shattered Old Han's lethal technique. Old Han, your movements seem rather sluggish today. If you are reluctant to engage, I can summon Granny Li. Young Master Wu remarked. The mere mention of Granny Li sent a violent tremor through Old Han's body. It was she who had compelled Old Han to submit years ago, leading him to join the Wu family in the provincial capital as young Master Wu's personal guard. That formidable old woman had surpassed the mid-stage of mastery over a decade ago and might now have entered the late stage. Moreover, Granny Li was known for her ruthless methods. Old Han feared no one but her. Taking a deep breath, he replied solemnly, Young Master, grant me a moment. This young wretch is not so easily dealt with. His strength is formidable. For this reason, he must perish. With such power at his age, allowing him further time to grow could spell considerable trouble for the Wu family in the provincial capital. Young Master Wu sneered. Are you suggesting he is a martial genius? In the presence of the Wu family, talent holds little value. Only strength commands respect. A mere early-stage master is of no concern to us. We have more than enough capable of eliminating him. As they spoke, Lin Hao made his move. He slowly raised his palm, then forcefully pressed it downward. An incomprehensibly terrifying force descended upon Old Han's head. Old Han's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his face a mask of disbelief. Impossible. How can you be so strong? Such power cannot belong to an early-stage master. In the next moment, the once formidable Old Han was reduced to a mist of blood by Lin Hao's single strike. Had it not been for the pervasive stench of blood in the air, one might have doubted that a confrontation had ever occurred. Third Master Li swallowed hard, his body trembling involuntarily. He realized that he had thoroughly miscalculated. The young Lin master before him was astonishingly powerful. Grateful for his prudent decision to refrain from intervening, he acknowledged that had he acted, no one could have saved him. A fleeting glance of gratitude was cast towards the veiled lady of the Li family. She had saved his life. Zhao Xiaya triumphantly declared, Humph, you wretched frog. Now that your life has been extinguished, is there anyone else to call? If not, my brother may very well end your existence. Lin Hao affectionately ruffled Zhao Xiaoya's hair and smiled gently. My sister is correct. If no one answers, the next to perish may indeed be you. Wu Xiaogo. We bear no animosity, yet you have chosen your own demise. Call for help. If you fail to do so, you shall join that old man in the afterlife. The expression of young Master Wu from the provincial city was exceedingly grim, dark as the depths of water. Even in the provincial capital, he was the formidable heir of the Wu family. Yet, upon arriving at Jiang City, he was first humiliated and now faced a threat to his very life. Taking a deep breath, young Master Wu declared, Name your price. I concede defeat today. As long as I can afford it, I am willing to purchase my own survival. Since I am not your match, I shall prioritize escape. If I can return alive to the Wu family in the provincial city, I shall return with reinforcements to eliminate Lin Hao. Furthermore, before taking Lin Hao's life, I shall force his sister and girlfriend before his very eyes. Clearly, Feng Wu was mistakenly believed by young Master Wu to be Lin Hao's girlfriend. Lin Hao raised a single finger, smiling silently. Wu's face turned ashen as he stated in a grave tone, Very well, I shall offer you 100 billion. I hope you keep your word. Huh. Lin Hao had intended to request 10 billion and then eliminate this Wu Xiaogo, but unexpectedly, he found himself in a fortunate turn of events. Chapter 90. It seems I must take action. 100 billion? That is somewhat acceptable. Initially, I desired 1 trillion, but observing your gritted teeth, it appears you may not be able to procure such a sum. After all, the Wu family in the provincial capital does not belong to you. Even if they possess wealth, you wield no authority over it. Lin Hao spoke with an unperturbed tone, presenting an image of barely being able to accept 100 billion. Coupled with those piercing words, young Master Wu's gaze seemed capable of devouring a person whole. Young Master Wu coldly retorted, "It won't be long before the Wu family is under my command." Smiling, Lin Hao gave a thumbs up to young Master Wu. "It seems the young master has already devised a patricidal plan. I trust you can accomplish it. Once you have succeeded in your fratricide, I shall come to you for the remaining 900 billion. What do you think?" In an instant, young Master Wu's expression darkened, becoming more grim than a charred pot bottom. Does this fellow not know how to speak appropriately? The veiled woman from the Li family nearly burst into laughter, hastily covering her mouth and nose beneath her veil. At this moment, it was crucial not to offend young Master Wu, for the Wu family in the provincial capital was not one she could antagonize. Furthermore, judging by Lin Hao's demeanor, it seemed he had no intention of killing young Master Wu, having tacitly accepted the young master's exorbitant price for his life. Zhao Xiaya, however, harbored no such reservations and laughed heartily. He. Truly, one cannot underestimate the scions of prominent families. They have mastered the essence of their lineage. Both royalty and noble families possess commendable traditions, be it patricide or fratricide. Seizing power is commonplace. Young Master Wu, you truly excel. Feng Wu frowned slightly and spoke in a solemn tone. Miss Zhao, not every noble family behaves in such a manner. One should not generalize. Many esteemed families are quite benevolent and united, ready to defend their homeland against external threats. Zhao Xiaya stuck out her tongue, refraining from further comment, for she recognized the truth in Feng Wu's words and was disinclined to engage in a dispute with her. After all, this individual was associated with her future sister-in-law, who had treated her so well. It would be ungracious to hold a grudge. Lin Hao disregarded everything else and locked his gaze on young Master Wu. Speaking with a calm demeanor, "Young pup Wu, it is time for the transfer. You wouldn't want to be reduced to a mist of blood due to delays, would you?" Young Master Wu clenched his teeth. A moment ago, he referred to himself as young Master Wu, and now he was being called young pup Wu. This rascal clearly held him and the Wu family in contempt. After all, he was merely a master. What audacity. Regardless, Lin Hao had already made an enemy of himself, so transferring 100 billion to him was of little consequence. In due time, he could eliminate Lin Hao and reclaim the sum, what others deemed impossible. The Wu family in the provincial capital could certainly achieve. Young Master Wu inhaled deeply, suppressing his indignation, and stated, "I need to call my father. I do not possess that much money on hand, only about 10 billion. Lin Hao shrugged indifferently, casually replying, "Make it quick." The last person who attempted to contact family in such a manner was that darling Hejie. In the end, he played tricks, not only losing his life, but also leaving the Jiang city bereft of a He family. I hope your Wu family in the provincial capital does not lack common sense. Humph. Young Master Wu let out a cold snort just as he was about to make a phone call when Lin Hao struck him with a swift slap, sending him flying. However, he did not exert too much force, for young Master Wu was a harbinger of wealth, and it would not do to end his life. Lin Hao's tone was frigid. "Wu, you must comprehend your predicament. Your very existence hangs in the balance of my whims. Do not provoke my ire. Otherwise, even without demanding your 100 billion, I would not hesitate to end you." Young Master Wu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with animosity. Yet he dared not meet Lin Hao's gaze. This scoundrel was indeed willing to resort to violence and spoke of murder with unsettling ease. Not only did he possess formidable strength, but he also acted with reckless abandon. In the face of Lin Hao, young Master Wu was genuinely terrified. Those who are ruthless fear those who are desperate. Lin Hao's presence rendered even the heir of the Wu family in the provincial capital submissive. Soon, the call was connected, and a commanding voice of a middle-aged man echoed from the phone. "Wen Hui, what is the matter?" Young Master Wu replied in a subdued tone, tinged with resignation. "Father, I have encountered trouble in Jiang City. Elder Han has met with an unfortunate fate and was murdered. The assailants now demand 100 billion for my life. They have given me little time. Please transfer the amount to my account." The middle-aged man's voice bore no trace of anger, calm to the point of being unsettling. "Interesting. I shall have the funds transferred immediately. However, it is quite remarkable that in this small Jiang city, someone could eliminate Elder Han and use your life as leverage against me. It appears the Wu family's reputation in the provincial capital has waned. It is high time we take action. Chapter 91. Monetary Coercion. The head of the Wu family spoke with deliberate intent, aiming solely to instill fear in Lin Hao. Fully aware that the individual threatening his son's life was undoubtedly eavesdropping nearby. Unfortunately for him, Lin Hao did not take his words to heart. Listening to the head of the Wu family, Lin Hao replied nonchalantly, "What does the Wu family intend to do? What can they possibly accomplish? Jiang City is under my dominion. When the dragon comes, it must be tamed. When the tiger arrives, it must be subdued. Transfer the funds first. And once the money is in place, I shall reveal a sensational piece of news." Far away in the provincial capital, the calm demeanor of the Wu patriarch vanished, replaced by a countenance of deepening gloom. The Wu family of the provincial capital is an absolute gold standard, wielding immense influence, particularly over the major cities under the jurisdiction of Lake Province, where they are akin to emperors, with no one daring to provoke them. Yet, Lin Hao stood in direct opposition. The Wu patriarch discerned that Lin Hao was quite young, likely a mere youth. His son, young Master Wu, claimed that Old Man Han had met his demise at Lin Hao's hands, which complicated matters significantly. Firstly, to kill Old Man Han required mastery-level strength, a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary master. Secondly, a young man possessing such prowess must certainly hail from a formidable background, backed by a terrifying force. In the provincial capital, none of the current heirs of the major factions possess such strength. Aside from a select few who had departed Lake Province to join hidden sects or to ally with superfamilies, no one else had achieved such a status. Could it be that his incompetent son had provoked a disciple of a superpower undergoing training in the world? The Wu patriarch furrowed his brow. Even if the opponent were truly a disciple of a superfamily, he could not simply let this matter rest. While 100 billion may not be an exorbitant sum, the unwarranted assassination of his family's master-level protector demanded accountability from the superfamily. Having reached a resolution, the Wu patriarch's tone turned resolute. "I care not who you are. 100 billion shall be given to you. But this matter is far from over." Lin Hao nonchalantly responded, "I await your arrival in Jiang City. I hope the Wu family of the provincial capital is not merely a paper tiger, capable of putting up a slight challenge." With that, he struck young Master Wu across the face, causing his visage to swell. Young Master Wu clenched his teeth, inwardly cursing Lin Hao's ancestry. Yet not daring to utter a word of disrespect, he merely bowed his head in silence. After delivering the blow, Lin Hao remarked coolly, "Does that sound delightful to you? If you wish to hear more, I can continue. After striking your son several times, I have discovered one of his virtues. His skin is remarkably thick. Such forceful slaps. And yet my hand has grown sore." With a furious crash, the Wu patriarch shattered the coffee table. In the next moment, two master-level warriors burst into the room. The Wu patriarch commanded in a low voice, "Leave. I am fine." The two master-level warriors exchanged glances, their faces etched with confusion as they exited the room. "I shall have the money transferred, but should a single hair on my son be harmed, I will annihilate your entire family." Upon concluding the conversation, the head of the Wu family abruptly ended the call, denying Lin Hao any opportunity for a response. A few words from Lin Hao could easily unnerve him, and he feared that continuing the dialogue would leave him infuriated. After severing the connection, the head of the Wu family promptly made arrangements. "Bring forth the orders. Transfer 100 billion to the young master's account. If the bank delays, inform them that I will relocate all of Wu family's assets to another institution." Immediately, upon receiving the directive, a talented individual from Wu's business circle set to work. Before long, an additional 100 billion appeared in Wu Gongzi's account. To avoid further deductions, Wu Gongzi promptly transferred the funds to Lin Hao. As the colossal sum was credited, a smile graced Lin Hao's face. He playfully patted Wu Gongzi's cheek and remarked, "Ah, Wu Xiaogo, you indeed possess the qualities of a loyal dog, so obedient. Now, call your father once more. That old dog dared to threaten me. How amusing. Is he truly intent on having me eliminate you? Father and son, how harmonious, indeed." Wu Gongzi remained silent, silently dialing his father's number. Once connected, the head of the Wu family coldly stated, "Let that brat hear the conversation. Wen Hui, rest assured, your father guarantees your safety." Just moments prior, the head of the Wu family had already contacted the president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association in Jiang City. The president was en route, for the Wu family's reputation in the provincial capital must be upheld. Lin Hao took the phone, his tone laced with amusement. "I previously neglected to inform you that this 100 billion is a voluntary gift from your son, not a condition for my mercy. Now, Should I choose to sever his neck? Do you have anything to say? In mere moments, the head of the Wu family found himself utterly unhinged by Lin Hao's audacity. Was this scoundrel attempting to extort a ransom? Chapter 92. Incitement. Situated on the outskirts, the Wu family's expansive estate sprawls over an impressive 60,000 square meters. This grand villa serves as the residence for the key figures of the Wu clan. Within the master's study, a thunderous crash reverberated as a section of the wall was obliterated. The two master-level experts who had earlier stormed into the study re-emerged. Upon discovering that only the head of the Wu family occupied the room, they were visibly perplexed, uncertain about the unfolding events. What has provoked your ire, Patriarch? Could it be related to the recent funds transferred to the young master? One of the master-level experts inquired, a tinge of concern coloring his thoughts. He was an ally of young Master Wu, and any dissatisfaction from the Patriarch towards the young master could spell disaster for him. Yet, upon reflection, the Patriarch had but one son, alongside 3 daughters. It seemed implausible that he would designate a daughter as the next head of the family. With this reasoning, the expert felt a measure of relief. The Patriarch, however, did not respond to the question posed by the master-level expert. Instead, he directed a chilling statement towards his phone. I care not who you are, even if you hail from a hidden sect or a prestigious clan. Should you dare to harm a hair on my son Wenhui, I shall not let you escape unscathed. I will stop at nothing to ensure your utter destruction. Not only you, but all those associated with you shall face my wrath. The two master-level experts discerned the gravity of the situation, their expressions darkening with anger. From the Patriarch's words, it was evident that the young master was in peril. Yet, did not the young master have the protection of Elder Han? In a small city like Jiang City, could there truly be someone capable of confronting Elder Han? Even if such a formidable opponent existed, the young master represented the Wu family of the provincial capital. Surely, no one would possess the audacity to challenge him. Lin Hao's voice pierced the tension, laced with playful mockery. Patriarch Wu, do not attempt to intimidate me. I am rather timid by nature, and at this moment, my right hand rests upon your son's neck. Should your threats startle me into a tremor, I might inadvertently crush his throat. Thus, I recommend you temper your words. Frighten me, and your son shall be lost. The Patriarch's eyes gradually reddened, resembling a ferocious beast on the brink of savagery. He nearly succumbed to the urge to roar in fury, but ultimately restrained himself. For he was a man of considerable stature accustomed to power. Soon, he regained his composure, his tone shifting from furious to ominously calm. Speak, then. What is it you desire? As long as your demands are not excessive, I shall consider them. However, my son Wenhui must remain unharmed. This is the condition of our bargain. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Hao tentatively proposed, what if you transfer another 500 billion to me? In return, I shall relinquish your son. The Wu Patriarch retorted coldly, impossible. Though the Wu family possesses considerable assets, we cannot amass such a sum. Your intentions lack sincerity. Thus, there is nothing further to discuss. I merely wish to convey that Wenhui is my sole son, the heir of the Wu family. He is incomparable to other clans with their second and third sons, who are mere wastrels. The Wu family has invested all its resources into nurturing Wenhui. He embodies our future. To provoke him is to irrevocably sever ties with the esteemed Wu family of the provincial capital. Thus, I advise you to recognize the prevailing circumstances and refrain from leaving either party with no avenue for retreat. Within the auction hall, Lin Hao looked down upon young Master Wu and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, Wu pup, have you heard your father's words? This fellow genuinely cares for you. Yet he is also quite astute, intending to employ my hand to eliminate you. Thereafter, he could seize the position of family head and maintain it until his demise. Your father is indeed quite scheming, seeking your demise both overtly and covertly. Young Master Wu's countenance darkened, as Lin Hao's words sowed seeds of doubt within him. Was it possible that his father truly wished him harm? For the sake of the family head position and the Wu family's interests, such a notion was not entirely implausible. If his father genuinely sought to save him, should he not be willing to sacrifice anything to ensure his safety first? As Lin Hao spoke, he discreetly pressed on young Master Wu's abdomen, implanting a metaphorical time bomb within his body. Furthermore, current medical advancements would render any detection of this matter impossible, unless one were a fellow cultivator possessing comparable strength, capable of discerning and potentially resolving the issue. Should Lin Hao desire it, he could obliterate young Master Wu's body into mere fragments, no matter the distance separating them. In essence, young Master Wu's fate now lay entirely within Lin Hao's grasp. Having concluded these machinations, Lin Hao finally addressed the family head, stating, "I have reached an agreement with your son, Wu Pup. Now it is your turn to make an offer." Chapter 93. Clues to the murder of the mother. The head of the Wu family remained silent. Lin Hao was the most audacious young man he had ever encountered, not only extorting from him, but also showing no regard for the Wu family. This indicated that Lin Hao was undoubtedly backed by significant figures. Taking a deep breath, the head of the Wu family spoke in a grave tone. 2 billion is the utmost we can offer at this moment. Should you demand more, it will only lead to mutual destruction. Lin Hao sighed. Wu Xiaogo, you truly are not worth much. A mere 3 billion for a life. And you still call yourself the young master of the Wu family. If I were the young master of a prominent family in the provincial capital and ended up in your pathetic situation, I would rather find a block of tofu to end it all. Now, old dog, transfer the 2 billion. I will ensure Wu Xiaogo returns alive. This statement bore two meanings. While it would guarantee Wu Gongzi's survival, it would not ensure his return in one piece. Even though Lin Hao had already grasped Wu Gongzi's fate, he still intended for Wu Gongzi to pay a certain price. The disrespect shown towards Zhao Xiaya, along with the desire to take action against her, was something Lin Hao could not tolerate. Were it not for the future utility of Wu Gongzi, he would have met the same fate as the son of the president of the Provincial Ancient Martial Arts Association. Soon, the 2 billion was transferred to Wu Gongzi's account and subsequently to Lin Hao's card. In just a few days, Lin Hao had amassed over 3 billion. For the strong, money was merely a number. Once the funds were confirmed, Lin Hao hung up the phone, uninterested in hearing any further nonsense from the head of the Wu family. He gazed down at Wu Gongzi and said nonchalantly, Wu Xiaogo, the money is now in place. As per our agreement, I should allow you to return alive. However, at the sound of Lin Hao's however, Wu Gongzi's complexion turned ashen. Given Lin Hao's previous actions, he feared he would not return to the provincial capital unscathed. How infuriating. Why was Lin Hao so insatiably greedy? And why, of all people, did he have to offend this calamity? Wu Gongzi cautiously inquired, Do you have any further demands? Please don't frighten me. The Wu family certainly want to produce more funds. Although we possess considerable wealth, it must be ensured that the company operates smoothly. 3 billion, even if not the absolute limit, should be close. Lin Hao shook his head. I never said I wanted more money. I am not particularly interested in it. You just insulted my sister and harbored vile intentions towards her. You even had that fellow, whom I dealt with decisively, attempt to forcibly take my sister away. To let you off so easily would leave me unsatisfied. Therefore, you must leave something behind. Wu Gongzi's face grew increasingly pale, pondering whether Lin Hao still intended to go back on his word. What others could not dare to do, Lin Hao certainly could. This man had no regard for martial ethics and struck mercilessly. Just as Wu Gongzi was engulfed in trepidation, Lin Hao made his move. With a mere gesture towards Wu Gongzi's lower region, a sword-like energy, born of spiritual force, cleaved away a portion of Wu Gongzi's flesh. Hiss. Young Master Wu first inhaled sharply, and as the wave of pain surged through him, he found himself voicelessly howling. This agony was utterly unbearable. The masked woman from the Li family gazed at Lin Hao, wishing to utter something, yet fearing to provoke him. In truth, she believed Lin Hao's actions were excessively ruthless, as they would irrevocably offend the Wu family. The Wu family in the provincial city wielded immense power, with formidable experts aplenty, including many at the master level. Though Lin Hao was indeed a master, and not just any master, opposing the Wu family was an impossibility. The third master of the Li family bowed his head in silence. He had previously sought to ally himself with young Master Wu, but instead found himself nearly losing his life. The conflict between the two parties was akin to a celestial battle, leaving him, a mere mortal, to suffer the consequences. While he might hold some stature in Jiang City, in the provincial city, he would amount to nothing. Feng Wu spoke with a chilly demeanor. Lin Hao, you have rendered this man a eunuch, effectively severing the lineage of the Wu family as patriarch. The Wu family in the provincial city will undoubtedly go to any lengths to eliminate you. You are far too impulsive. Or do you wish for the general to shield you from the impending calamity? Lin Hao chuckled and shook his head. Feng Wu held Qin Wushuang in high regard, always believing he was unworthy of her. However, Lin Hao had learned from old Zhou that although Qin Wushuang had an illustrious background, it paled in comparison to his own. Thus, he took no offense at Feng Wu's cutting remarks. Lin Hao looked down at young Master Wu, who writhed in agony on the ground, and lightly tapped a few points on his body. Immediately, the bleeding ceased, and the pain diminished by 99%. This is your lesson, he declared. Having eradicated the root of your malevolence, I hope you will reflect on your actions. You may leave now, but remember to preserve your little life when you return, lest your good father silently take it from you." Casting a deep glance at Lin Hao, young Master Wu, pale as death, exited the auction house. Shortly after his departure, Lin Hao discovered a note in his hand. It was the result of an inquiry he had commissioned from Ziyuan Villa regarding the true culprits behind the assassination attempt on his mother, and it boldly bore 4 characters: Wu family of the provincial city. Chapter 94. The He family's involvement as Lin Hao gazed at the retreating figure of young Master Wu. A piercing coldness enveloped his eyes. Initially, he had contemplated ending young Master Wu's life. However, he was interrupted by the personal visit from Manager Liang of Ziyuan Villa. Stopping him through mental communication before he could enter the auction venue, Lin Hao received a note that prompted a shift in his intentions, causing him to refrain from taking lethal action. Noticing Lin Hao's troubled expression, Zhao Xiaoyao inquired, "Brother, what troubles you? Is it the conflict with the Wu family from the provincial city that burdens you?" "It's all my fault. If I hadn't followed you, none of this would have happened, and we wouldn't have clashed with the Wu family. I'm so sorry." The frost in Lin Hao's gaze dissipated, replaced by a gentle warmth as he looked at Zhao Xiaoyao. He affectionately ruffled her hair and softly replied, "What are you thinking, little one?" "I was merely lost in thought. As for the Wu family, if they wish to provoke me, I shall deal with them in due time. They may insult me, but they shall not lay a finger on my sister. Now, let us return to the auction. I expect Wu Shuang should be arriving shortly." It was rather peculiar that Qin Wu Shuang had taken so long in the restroom. Nonetheless, Lin Hao remained untroubled, for her strength far surpassed that of the late old Han, making her a formidable presence in Jiang City. Apart from old Zhou and himself, he could hardly conceive of anyone capable of harming Qin Wu Shuang. Even old Zhou might not stand a chance against her, given his advanced age. Turning to the veiled woman from the Li family, Lin Hao said, "Miss Li, I would appreciate it if you could look after my sister. I have some personal matters to attend to. Is that agreeable?" The veiled woman shook her head, assuring him, "Rest assured, Master Lin, I shall protect your sister with my life. She will not be harmed as long as I draw breath." "Very well," Lin Hao nodded, stepping outside the auction venue. Upon seeing Lin Hao, Manager Liang greeted him with respect. "Master Lin, where shall we converse? The matter you asked me to investigate is quite extensive. I suspect it involves not only the provincial city, but potentially more powerful forces as well. Moreover, I have uncovered that the He family in Jiang City had previously provided leads regarding you and your mother to the provincial authorities." Lin Hao's brow furrowed slightly as he replied, "Let us discuss it here. Once we conclude, continue your investigation. Should you encounter any obstacles, do not hesitate to seek assistance from higher authorities at Ziyuan Villa. I believe I am entitled to that privilege, am I not?" Manager Liang's expression shifted, and he promptly responded, "Master Lin, you absolutely possess that right. The master of the villa has issued orders for Ziyuan Villa to serve you unconditionally. Your words carry the weight of the master's command, and we shall follow your lead." Hearing this, Lin Hao felt a surge of confusion within. While he could accept Ziyuan Villa's assistance, he pondered the true nature of his relationship with the enigmatic master of the villa. Lin Hao pondered deeply, unable to arrive at a conclusion. It was evident that the individual in question must know him well and share a close relationship. Otherwise, such assistance would be implausible. Could it be his father? Beyond the faint memories of his father, Lin Hao was at a loss for anyone else. The thought of his father conjured the image of old Zhou in his mind. Old Zhou was privy to many of his secrets, yet remained reticent, fearing for Lin Hao's safety and choosing to wait until his strength was greater before revealing the mysteries of his lineage. Strength. Lin Hao clenched his fists. Although his time in the lower realms had been brief, he had already begun to touch upon the threshold of the mid-stage golden core. During his confinement in the medical Immortal Valley, his thoughts had been stifled, making breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. Now, however, he felt as if a dragon had returned to the sea, with his powers surging rapidly each day. Shaking off his unfounded speculations, Lin Hao spoke with conviction, "Manager Liang, we can only confirm the He family from Jiang City and the Wu family from the provincial capital, correct? The Wu family sent individuals to pursue my mother, while the He family provided clues about both my mother and me. Were there no other forces involved in Jiang City?" Manager Liang shook his head. "It is currently uncertain whether other forces in Jiang City were involved. If they were, they certainly operated more discreetly. The Ziyuan Villa requires some time to provide a response to Divine Physician Lin." Lin Hao contemplated for a moment before stating, "Continue the investigation. If there are other forces in Jiang City involved, I will personally pay them a visit." "Understood." Manager Liang's demeanor towards Lin Hao was even more respectful than before. adopting a very proper posture. After manager Liang departed, Lin Hao's mind again turned to the earlier question, who exactly was the master of Ziyuan Villa? Chapter 95. The ice flame fruit. Lin Hao did not linger for long and turned to re-enter the auction house. Unlike his earlier arrival, the dignitaries and representatives of various factions present now regarded Lin Hao with profound reverence. They dared not provoke him any further. Not even the Wu family from the provincial city could command his respect, let alone them. Master Lin, greetings. Master Lin, you are magnificent. Master Lin, so youthful. Your strength is truly unparalleled. As Lin Hao passed by, everyone greeted him with utmost respect, employing honorifics, a privilege bestowed by his formidable power. In a world where martial artists reign supreme, only immense strength garners genuine respect from others. Lacking such prowess, no amount of wealth can shield one from becoming a mere pawn for others. Lin Hao nodded slightly and made his way to his seat. Qin Wushuang was already there. A gentle smile gracing her face, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Lin Hao, it seems they hold you in great esteem. I heard from Feng Wu that I missed quite the spectacle just now. The Wu family from the provincial city is reasonably powerful. Would you like me to intervene? Lin Hao shook his head in refusal, replying, Wushuang, while I too would relish a life of ease, I still possess my own fortitude. Therefore, let us refrain. Unless I find myself utterly incapable of resolving it, then I would accept your assistance. As for the Wu family, they are not yet worthy of my seeking external aid. Understood. Qin Wushuang responded softly, refraining from further mention of the Wu family. Her life had been saved by Lin Hao. She had returned to the Qin clan. But even the esteemed ancestors of her clan could offer no solutions. They had recommended the renowned Dr. Li and informed her of the marriage proposal, which led to Lin Hao curing her from the cursed poison, intertwining their destinies. As Qin Wushuang conversed with Lin Hao, neither the representatives of the Ancient Martial Arts Association nor the members of the Wang and Li families dared to intrude. Qin Wushuang's reputation in Long Nation was formidable. She was the youngest general in the realm. Moreover, she was backed by an immensely powerful clan, the Qin clan. However, this Qin clan was not the one from the imperial capital. Rather, it was a mere branch. The true lineage of Qin Wushuang belonged to the main branch of the Qin family. Few were privy to this secret. Only Elder Zhou in the entire Jiang city was aware. Even her deputy, Feng Wu, only knew that Qin Wushuang hailed from the Qin clan of the imperial capital. Lin Hao inquired, Wushuang, why were you in the restroom for so long? Are you feeling unwell? Would you like me to examine you? Do not forget, I am a divine physician. Qin Wushuang chuckled and shook her head, replying, I am perfectly fine. Let us participate in the auction first. After it concludes, I have matters to discuss with you. Lin Hao countered, is it not permissible to speak now? Qin Wushuang linked her arm with Lin Hao's and softly replied, though we are not at the cinema or an amusement park today, for me, this is our first formal date. Whatever the matter may be, it pales in comparison to the significance of our date. Very well. A warm current flowed through Lin Hao's heart. Grateful for the affection of such a beautiful and caring woman, he couldn't help but express his gratitude to the heavens for treating him so generously. Feng Wu had already turned her face away, unwilling to witness the affectionate exchange between the two. Lin Hao was indeed remarkable. The most outstanding young man Feng Wu had ever encountered. Unfortunately, gaining entry into the Qin family's esteemed gates in the imperial capital was no easy feat. She truly had no idea what the general was thinking. If the other prominent families in the imperial capital were to learn of Lin Hao, trouble would undoubtedly ensue. Zhao Xiaya softly suggested, sister-in-law, shall we step aside for a moment? Our presence as such large light bulbs might create an awkward atmosphere. Qin Wushuang maintained her smile, gazing at Zhao Xiaya, and spoke in gentle tones. You are Lin Hao's sister, thus you are my sister as well. Besides, you have already called me sister-in-law. Do you think I fear your brother's departure? In the Dragon Kingdom, it is not so simple to snatch away a man of Qin Wushuang. Zhao Xiaya gave a thumbs up to Qin Wushuang, thinking to herself that her idol truly exuded charisma. The veiled woman from the Li family had taken the stage. Despite the incident involving young Master Wu, the auction must proceed. Simultaneously, the veiled woman and representatives from various families understood why Lin Hao had acted without hesitation against young Master Wu, with Qin Wushuang as his backing. If they had the strength to deal with young Master Wu, they too would show no mercy. The veiled woman from the Li family had the first item for auction brought forth, covered by a red cloth on a tray. As the cloth was lifted, a delicate jade box was revealed. Was the auctioning item truly this jade box? The veiled woman smiled slightly and said softly, Ladies and gentlemen, This item is provided by the president of a medicinal herb company. It is a rather peculiar fruit. Please take a look. One side emanates a chill of blue, while the other glows a fiery red, radiating considerable warmth. Ordinary individuals cannot consume it. After evaluation by the leaf family, this fruit is found to contain a rich energy, though its effects remain unknown. Moreover, it can only preserve its internal energy while housed within this jade box. If any martial artist is interested, bidding can commence. The starting price is 1 million dragon coins, with increments no less than 100,000. The auction for the unnamed fruit has now begun. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured to himself, "What a remarkable item to start with. The ice fire fruit is just what I need to break through." Chapter 96. Easily within reach, Lin Hao had been stagnant at the initial stage of the golden core for some time. Relying solely on the absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, along with the sporadic infusion of Eastern purple qi. To break through his current realm would likely require at least a month. However, with the ice fire fruit in his possession, as long as Lin Hao absorbed the spiritual essence it contained, he would undoubtedly advance to the mid-stage of the golden core. In the realm of the golden core, each elevation and stage brings about profound transformations. Entering the initial stage signifies merely the condensation of the golden core seed, which must be nurtured and watered continuously to facilitate its growth, thus propelling Lin Hao into the mid-stage. The mid-stage of the golden core is akin to the fruit reaching its form, yet it remains unripe. Once the golden core seed fully matures, it signifies entry into the late stage of the golden core. The dual energies of cold and heat can effectively nourish Lin Hao's golden core seed. Much like fertilizing a fruit tree, Lin Hao's murmured thoughts were barely audible, save for Qin Wushuang, who stood beside him. A smile spread across Qin Wushuang's face. Initially, she had shown little interest in the ice fire fruit. However, Lin Hao's enthusiasm and its potential to aid his breakthrough made it all the more desirable to her. The representative of the Wang family pondered for a moment, scrutinizing the situation intently before casually remarking, "Our Wang family does not practice ice or fire attribute techniques. Moreover, the ice fire fruit embodies the fusion of two attributes. It is likely that one who solely cultivates either attribute would struggle to absorb its energy effectively, possibly leading to unforeseen consequences. Thus, the ice fire fruit does not pique our interest, and we shall withdraw." Sun Rongrong glanced at Lin Hao, curious about his stance. Among those present, only Lin Hao possessed the strength of a master. If he expressed interest, it would indicate that the ice fire fruit was indeed extraordinary. Nonetheless, even with this understanding, should Lin Hao desire it, Sun Rongrong would not contest him, despite their limited interactions. Everyone had formed a preliminary understanding of Lin Hao. He was the type who would not provoke others unless provoked himself. If someone dared to cross him, they would face dire repercussions. Such a strikingly handsome and formidable character, having attained mastery at a young age, was not someone many in Jiang City would dare to offend. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang turned to Sun Rongrong, their gazes locking. The intense pressure emanating from Qin Wushuang rendered Sun Rongrong increasingly uneasy, ultimately forcing her to offer an awkward smile as a facade. Qin Wushuang's lips curled slightly upwards, having just asserted her claim over Lin Hao, signaling to Sun Rongrong that he was hers, and those who sought to encroach would bear the consequences. "I bid 2 million. After issuing her warning to Sun Rongrong, Qin Wushuang declared her offer. The veiled woman from the Li family addressed the guests below, her voice resonating. "The sixth guest has bid 2 million. Does anyone dare to offer a higher price? This is the first fruit of such rarity in Jiang City's history. Who knows? Perhaps a 9th-tier warrior could break through to mastery upon consuming it." It must be said, the veiled lady from the Li family exhibited remarkable professionalism, utilizing the allure of mastery to entice others. For martial artists, the prospect of attaining mastery is an irresistible temptation. However, the one placing the bid is Qin Wushuang, the youngest general of the Dragon Kingdom, whose reputation is indeed formidable. They are reluctant to offend Lin Hao, and even more so to provoke Qin Wushuang. Therefore, no one dares to raise the bid. Just as Lin Hao is about to speak, Qin Wushuang shoots him an exasperated glance. "Are you intending to compete with me for this bid? I had intended to acquire this fruit for you, knowing its significance to you. Lin Hao, while I am unaware of your true capabilities, I suspect you possess both martial and medicinal prowess. How could I possibly contend with you for something you require? Moreover, one cannot trust the words of the young lady from the Li family, if it truly could aid a 9th-tier warrior in breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. the Li family would have undoubtedly kept it for themselves, for a grandmaster is invaluable. Lin Hao gazes tenderly at Qin Wushuang, the woman before him, adorned with a high status and an intoxicating beauty, who consistently considers his needs. He remains silent, as unspoken understanding lingers between them. The veiled lady from the Li family, seeing no one else bidding, reluctantly brings down the gavel, congratulating Qin Wushuang. The first auction item, the peculiar fruit, is secured by VIP number 6 for 2 million. Next comes the second item for auction, a golden guanyin statue. Listening to the words of the veiled lady from the Li family, Lin Hao feels an overwhelming surge of excitement within him. The stronger his abilities become, the closer he draws to the truth. Old Zhou had mentioned that when his strength was sufficient, he would reveal the secrets surrounding his mother's persecution. Chapter 97. My participation in the auction. The subsequent auction items were rather unremarkable. Lin Hao and Qin Wushuang showed little interest, and in their absence of bids, the other attendees eagerly engaged in the bidding. This auction was of a charitable nature. All proceeds would be directed towards aiding the elderly and children in impoverished mountainous regions. The Li family had invested considerable effort in philanthropy, assisting numerous individuals in overcoming hardships. As the auctioneer, a veiled woman from the Li family, resumed her speech, she announced the final item for bid, the Heart of the Ocean. This exquisite piece was one of the 3 treasures belonging to the first queen of the Sunlit Nation, which had met with tragedy when the royal cruiser sank. Recently, the Heart of the Ocean had been recovered from the depths. The identity of the current possessor remained a mystery. He had auctioned the heart in hundreds of cities across the Dragon Kingdom. Remarkably, he sought no monetary gain, desiring only to find a miraculous physician capable of resolving his peculiar affliction. Whoever could cure him would be gifted the invaluable Heart of the Ocean at no charge. With a mere introduction, the audience was captivated, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. As the veiled woman had articulated, the worth of the heart transcended mere currency. Should one acquire it and resell it to the reigning queen of the Sunlit Nation, it could fetch trillions of dollars, for the heart held profound significance for her. Mr. Ma murmured to himself, so it is the Heart of the Ocean. I have long heard tales of this treasure. It has indeed been auctioned across major cities in the Dragon Kingdom, yet no one has successfully claimed it. Even the most esteemed figures in traditional Chinese medicine have ultimately failed. The current possessor of the heart must surely be afflicted by a rare ailment. Whosoever could remedy his condition would be rewarded with the heart. The representative of the Wang family gazed fervently at the heart, though soon his expression turned to one of resignation. In Jiang City, the Wang family was the wealthiest. Even the richest member, known as King Wang, was merely a relative and not the head of the family. Any Wang family member in Jiang City possessed a fortune exceeding 1 billion. Yet, despite their wealth, the representative felt no confidence in acquiring the heart. The reasons were twofold. They lacked sufficient funds, and the possessor was indifferent to money. Sun Rongrong cast a furtive glance at Lin Hao, feeling trepidation at daring to look too openly. Lin Hao's companion, Qin Wushuang, exuded an aura of formidable authority that deterred any inclination to offend her, for such an act could spell disaster for the entire Sun family. When Feng Wu initially followed Qin Wushuang, she was aware that her companion hailed from the prestigious Qin family of the capital. Only after becoming Qin Wushuang's trusted aide did she comprehend the true nature of the Qin family. It was merely a branch of a far more powerful lineage. However, she had never disclosed this secret to anyone. Now, witnessing Qin Wushuang's keen interest in the Heart of the Ocean, she could not help but glance at Lin Hao. If anyone present had the qualifications to bid, it would undoubtedly be Lin Hao. The heir of the venerable healer, Li, is an identity that remains unknown to the common populace. However, the true magnates comprehend the significance of this title. Lin Hao had already noticed Qin Wushuang's gaze lingering upon the Heart of the Ocean for several moments. This marked the second occasion. Apart from her interest in the Frostfire fruit, that Qin Wushuang had fixated on an auction item. With a subtle smile, Lin Hao turned to her and gently inquired, "Wushuang, do you fancy this Heart of the Ocean?" The Heart of the Ocean, the Queen's scepter, and the Queen's crown are collectively renowned as the 3 unparalleled treasures of the Kingdom of Sunset. Among them, the Heart of the Ocean symbolizes an invaluable gem. The Queen's scepter signifies supreme authority, and the Queen's crown represents elevated status. If you desire, I can investigate the ailments of the Heart of the Ocean's custodian and assist him in remedying them, Lin Hao offered. Qin Wushuang, with a playful smile, retorted, "What if the custodian is a nefarious villain? Would you still heal his afflictions? Moreover, the the heart of the ocean is rather precarious. It is said that the officials of the Kingdom of Sunset have made numerous attempts to reclaim it without compensation. Lin Hao, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "My dealings with the custodian of the heart of the ocean are purely transactional. Whether he is virtuous or wicked bears no consequence to me. Should he recover and persist in his malevolence, I possess 100 methods to bring about his demise. Conversely, if he recovers and engages in benevolent deeds, I could extend his lifespan." Qin Wushuang beamed sweetly and nodded in agreement. Following her assent, Lin Hao rose decisively and proclaimed, "Miss Li, where is the custodian? I shall participate in the bidding for the heart of the ocean." Chapter 98. Mr. Moon? The veiled woman from the Li family initially believed that it would be exceedingly difficult to find any bidders today. After all, even the most esteemed figures in the medical field from the imperial capital ultimately faced failure. Since that time, regardless of whether they were renowned practitioners or capable Western and Chinese medicine specialists, none had the confidence to participate. Consequently, in recent auctions across dozens of cities, participation had been scant, particularly in the surrounding dozen cities, where not a single individual dared to bid. Both the veiled woman from the Li family and the reclusive master behind the scenes held little hope. Yet now, Lin Hao chose to place a bid. The veiled woman from the Li family displayed a hint of surprise and sought clarification. "Master Lin, are you certain? You should be aware that the temper of that master is quite formidable, and he is exceedingly powerful. I cannot divulge much unless he chooses to reveal it himself." Lin Hao smiled, exuding an air of confidence. The veiled woman found herself captivated by him through her veil. She had never felt such emotions for any man before. Yet now she found her heart stirred by Lin Hao. However, upon seeing Qin Wushuang, the budding feelings within her seemed to wither. With Qin Wushuang present, no woman would dare harbor intentions towards Lin Hao, lest she face dire consequences. Just moments ago, Sun Rongrong had been warned by Qin Wushuang, and she certainly did not wish to offend her. In the entire Dragon Nation, few could afford to cross Qin Wushuang. Lin Hao responded to the question posed by the veiled woman with unwavering calmness. "Naturally, since I have spoken, I cannot retract my words. I must acquire the heart of the ocean. It is imperative." As he spoke, his gaze had already settled upon Qin Wushuang. She smiled slightly, sensing Lin Hao's sincerity and his affection for her. Though their acquaintance was brief, it felt as if they had known each other for lifetimes. There was no need for excessive words or contact. They had etched each other into their hearts, a bond that would not be forgotten in this life or the next. The veiled woman pondered for a moment before asking, "Master Lin, the people from Zhuan Mountain Villa have consistently referred to you as Divine Dr. Lin. Moreover, you have healed the elder of the Liu family. Are you planning to take action yourself?" Lin Hao nodded, expressing confidence in his ability to resolve any difficult ailments of the world. Although the elder was quite domineering, having brought him to the medical Immortal Valley and kept him there for 6 years without stepping outside, the elder's medical skills were indeed formidable, having thoroughly researched various diseases. He had also imparted to Lin Hao the cultivation techniques, shaping him into the person he was today. Lin Hao inquired, "Miss Li, might I ask where that master is located? Should I seek him out, or will he come to me?" He added with a touch of arrogance, "If there exists a condition that even I cannot remedy, then perhaps even the elder would find it a challenge. Were these words spoken by another, they might provoke displeasure. Yet when uttered by Lin Hao, they seemed entirely justified. His excellence was unparalleled in Jiang City, where no other man could rival him. Even when placed in the provincial capital, Lin Hao does not belong to the most distinguished echelon." The veiled woman from the Li family pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well, since Master Lin possesses such confidence, I shall introduce you to the master of the repository. The master of the repository is surnamed Mu, and I shall refer to him as Mr. Mu. Here is the extraordinary fruit procured by General Qin. Please accept it, General Qin." "Understood," Qin Wushuang replied, accepting the jade box and immediately passing it to Lin Hao. Lin Hao took the frost fire fruit and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Wushuang, thank you." Qin Wushuang shot him a glare and retorted, "Do we really need to exchange thanks between us?" With a smile, Lin Hao shook his head. "No, it was my mistake to say that. Shall we go meet Mr. Mu together?" "Absolutely." The bidders proceeded to make their payments and collect their auction items. Representatives from the Wang family, along with Sun Rongrong and several prominent figures from the Jiang City, sought to accompany them as well. The veiled woman from the Li family spoke softly, "Everyone, it is not that I am unwilling, but Mr. Mu cherishes his tranquility. Unless granted his permission, I cannot allow you to disturb him." She also cautioned the esteemed guests. Mr. Mu has once appeared on the hidden dragon list. Whether he has ascended to the god-slaying list remains uncertain. Hiss. Upon hearing the words of the veiled woman from the Li family, everyone except Qin Wushuang and Lin Hao drew in a sharp breath. It seems that this Mr. Mu indeed possesses an extraordinary background, belonging to the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom. To be on the hidden dragon list signifies one is above the rank of a master. Chapter 99. Does the Li family desire annihilation? Above the masters. Such a presence, even in the provincial capital, is a paramount force, an individual coveted and courted by various factions. According to the words of the veiled woman from the Li family, Mr. Mu, the keeper of the heart of the ocean, astonishingly belongs to such an echelon. Since the establishment of the hidden dragon list in the dragon country, out of a staggering 2.8 billion individuals, fewer than 3,000 have made the list. This represents a probability of nearly 1 in a million, underscoring the extraordinary prestige of the hidden dragon list. At this moment, the crowd realized they had the opportunity to encounter such a notable figure. How could the top martial artists not be exhilarated? Yet, they were not blinded by excitement, nor would they dare to disturb Mr. Mu. Without Mr. Mu's consent, who would be bold enough to intrude? Not only would they meet their demise, but their affiliated powers would likely face obliteration as well. Even if Mr. Mu refrained from taking action, other factions would surely rally to confront any intruder, simply to curry favor with him. As for the god-slaying list, it is even more terrifying. It represents a true 1 in 100 million, comprised of the most formidable warriors in the martial world of the dragon country. Those who ascend the god-slaying list have undoubtedly slain at least one Western deity. While the crowd stood in awe, their spirits shaken, the veiled woman from the Li family spoke once more. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not the Li family that obstructs you. We lack the capacity to prevent esteemed guests from meeting Mr. Mu. You represent the major factions of Jiang City. Though the Li family possesses some strength, we cannot afford to disregard your dignity. I have presented the situation. Whether to disturb Mr. Mu is a matter for your own deliberation. Ma Guoping's lips twitched in irritation. What deliberation is there? He, too, was a man of confidence and arrogance. Upon hearing about Mr. Mu, he immediately reconsidered his approach. Wafula chuckled, casting a glance at Ma Guoping. What is this? The illustrious Ma, a billionaire from Jiang City, fears a severely ill martial artist? You are truly regressing. At our level of status, what is of utmost importance? Surely it is face. If I were in your position, I would boldly stride to Mr. Mu and demand the heart of the ocean. Just as Ma Guoping was about to retort, Wafulu, who had just mocked him, was pierced through the forehead by a black ghost stone. Lin Hao's lips curled into a smile, finding the situation increasingly entertaining. He had noticed the stone earlier, yet he refrained from intervening to save Wafulu. This individual had a penchant for insolence, and now he had lost his life. Truly, it is said that disaster springs from the mouth. A cold, detached voice resonated. Do not presume that my temperament is mild. Speaking ill of me behind my back will lead to death. This is a lesson. I hope you remember it well. Ma Guoping opened his mouth, swallowing hard. His face drained of color. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He had been on the verge of interjecting, relieved that Mr. Mu acted swiftly. Otherwise, had he spoken, he might have met the same fate as Wafulu. It was not only Ma Guoping who felt the weight of the moment. The representatives of the Wang family and son Rongrong also bore expressions of grave concern, while the others were gripped by fear. The woman in the veil from the Li family exclaimed, Mr. Mu, they are unaware of your esteemed reputation. I kindly ask you to temper your anger. This time, as you have entrusted the auction of the heart of the ocean, Master Lin is willing to participate in the bidding. Might I inquire when you are prepared to meet Master Lin? A detached voice emerged once more, as if whispering in the ears of those present. Since someone is willing to intervene, bring him forth. However, let me issue a stern warning. Should he lack even the slightest capability and exacerbate my health condition, he may find it impossible to leave alive. Before Lin Hao could respond, Qin Wushuang stepped forward, coldly stating, What a remarkable Mr. Mu. No wonder you are a figure who has graced the Qianlong list. Yet, I wonder, at what age did you ascend to that illustrious rank? Silence enveloped the crowd, with only Lin Hao remaining vigilant of his surroundings. While Mr. Mu might have the audacity to eliminate Hua Falu, should he dare to harm Qin Wushuang, Lin Hao would risk everything to vanquish him. After a brief silence, Mr. Mu's voice resonated again. I ascended to the Qianlong list at the age of 67. It is hardly worthy of mention. Now, In my advanced years, I find myself unable to suppress the ailments within. Young one, you are quite impressive. You shall undoubtedly surpass me in the future. His unexpected praise for Qin Wushuang brought a faint smile to Lin Hao's face, suggesting that a bloody conflict might be averted. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in gray arrived, exuding an overwhelming presence. He approached the third master of the Li family and, with a swift motion, struck him hard, coldly declaring, "Does your Li family seek annihilation? How dare you provoke the Wu family from the provincial capital? The audacious Wu family head has summoned me to take action. Do you think I ought to eradicate the Li family?" The newcomer was none other than President Zhao of the Jiang City Ancient Martial Arts Association. Chapter 100. Must one die? The Ancient Martial Arts Association, regardless of the city, it stands as an independent and formidable force of martial artists. This organization was established by the government to regulate martial practitioners. When it comes to powerful backing, the Ancient Martial Arts Association undoubtedly holds the top position, for its founder is none other than the guardian deity of the Dragon Kingdom. This is the very being who, during the Eastern expedition against the Western deities, snapped the necks of more than 10 gods. Even the Pope, who had attained the fusion of divine powers at that time, was forced to abandon his staff and flee in terror from this taboo-level powerhouse. Chairman Zhao seldom intervenes in matters concerning Jiang City, except when significant upheaval threatens public safety. He also takes action when martial artists recklessly kill ordinary people, inciting panic. In this incident, it was unnecessary for Chairman Zhao to intervene. However, due to the involvement of the Wu family from the provincial city, he had no choice but to come. The head of the Wu family promised that if Chairman Zhao handled the matter adeptly, he could assist him in gaining entry into the provincial city within 3 years. Whether it be the Ancient Martial Arts Association or any other formidable force, once one becomes a martial artist, the aspiration to become stronger is innate. Entering a grander stage and seizing more opportunities is the pursuit of every martial practitioner, and Chairman Zhao is no exception. Third Master Li lowered his head, feeling compelled to submit in the presence of Chairman Zhao. Chairman Zhao, you have truly misunderstood me. My intentions were benevolent. I merely wished to invite young Master Wu to the auction. Should he find anything of interest, our Li family would gladly acquire it for him. However, my niece invited Master Lin, and then an unpleasantness ensued between the two parties. While there is some responsibility on our Li family's part, the primary cause does not lie with us. Of course, Master Lin is not at fault either. Our Li family is too insignificant to intervene in a clash of deities. Chairman Zhao, you must be somewhat aware of the situation. We are willing to comply with your arrangements regarding our Li family. Although intimidated by Chairman Zhao, Third Master Li spoke elegantly. He did not show favoritism towards either side, as he articulated. Neither Lin Hao nor the Wu family of the provincial city is someone the Li family can provoke. In this clash of divine beings, the Li family could do nothing. Chairman Zhao furrowed his brow and turned his gaze towards Lin Hao. He had already heard of Lin Hao's great name. Previously, he had even dispatched a powerful figure from the Ancient Martial Arts Association to extend goodwill towards Lin Hao. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Lin Hao had attracted such significant trouble, which was indeed quite vexing for him. It was not that Chairman Zhao feared the Wu family from the provincial city. With his backing, he was not intimidated. However, Chairman Zhao also wished to advance further and not remain confined to Jiang City for eternity. Taking a deep breath, Chairman Zhao spoke solemnly. Master Lin, you have indeed taken things too far this time. I know of your formidable strength, but you should not have slain Elder Han, the master of the Wu family. As the saying goes, one must consider the master when striking a dog, especially when it concerns a master-level powerhouse of the Wu family. Now that the Wu family is unwilling to let this go, Master Lin, you will be in extreme danger moving forward. In my opinion, it would be wise to proactively seek forgiveness from the Wu family. This may provide you with a glimmer of hope. Clearly, Chairman Zhao still sided with the Wu family from the provincial city. President Zhao has been stuck between the 9th-tier warrior and the master realm for a full 13 years. Many warriors find themselves trapped at a certain level, never breaking through until the day they perish. He does not wish to become such a tragic figure. He aspires to become a master of his generation. The head of the Wu family in the provincial city can fulfill this wish, and naturally, President Zhao leans towards the Wu family. Lin Hao chuckled lightly and calmly remarked, President Zhao, are you implying that I should go to my demise? I wonder what benefits you would gain by sending me to the Wu family in the provincial city. As the official representative of the Dragon Kingdom and the head of the Ancient Martial Association in this city, You have instead become a pawn of another force. If the Guardian were to learn of this, would you, President Zhao, still be able to retain your position? As Lin Hao's words fell, the seriousness on President Zhao's face vanished, replaced by a dark expression filled with murderous intent. Lin Hao was threatening him. As the president of the Ancient Martial Association, President Zhao had never feared anyone before. When strength fell short, one relied on connections, and for the people of the Ancient Martial Association, their connections were invincible. President Zhao coldly retorted, "What do you mean by that, Master Lin? Are you openly accusing me of collusion with the Wu family and the provincial city? Or are you suggesting that I have accepted benefits from them? Regardless of which accusation it is, I, Zhao, will not accept such baseless slander. Since Master Lin does not wish to go alone, how about I accompany you?" At that moment, Qin Wushuang had her back to President Zhao and was about to turn when Lin Hao placed a hand on her shoulder to stop her. A glimmer of murderous intent also flickered in Lin Hao's eyes as he spoke each word deliberately. "It seems that President Zhao wants me dead." Chapter 101, Terrified to the Ground.